Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show. And happy Mother's Day! We're here with everyone's favorite mother and MPreg enthusiast, Adam Friended.
What's up, everybody? Happy Mother's Day. Of course, I called my mom at 6 a.m. this morning to say, listen, I love you to death, Mom. Don't go anywhere.
That's not true. You called her like 5 minutes before we started streaming. You forgot because you're a bad son.
Okay, guys, I want to tell you, you guys saved me, completely saved me, because someone is a horrible son and forgot that it was Mother's Day today. But I did see people in the chat mentioning this, and I was like, I got to call my mom. I can't. We're going to get off at 10 p.m. I can't call my mom at 10 p.m. at night. And I accidentally left my mic on. So
I heard Adam's conversation with his lovely mother. Yes.
So Sitch heard the whole thing.
Yep. It was a pretty spicy phone call. I can't believe it.
Yeah. Sitch heard me basically. Well, anyway, let's just get on. Let's move on. How embarrassing. That's so embarrassing. As soon as I was done and I saw the red light on the mic, I was like, shit.
The one time Sitch like doesn't, clicks on the link immediately as opposed to waiting for like 20 minutes.
Yeah. I was like, oh man.
Anyways,
let's get it. Enough of my Mother's Day phone call. What are we talking about this week, Sitch?
Hold on a second. My audio died for a second. Say something.
Your audio died? What?
Okay, it's back. Don't worry about it.
What are we talking about this week, Sitch?
Today,
people want to know. Who's this bug-eyed guy that looks exactly like my cousin?
We're gonna talk about two different things.
We're gonna talk about what?
Talk about, yes. We're gonna talk about two different cock-ups today.
Right.
The first is we're gonna watch Lance, the Leftist Mafia, a little bit of each, not the whole video, just little tiny chunks of, because it's mostly just dumb commentary, but little tiny chunks of Lance, the Leftist Mafia, and Sam Buckets of Cedar and Emma Vigeland talking about the fallout from Lance's amazing debate performance on Tim Pool.
Yes, yeah. We even sent Lance an email saying that he should come on and defend his honor. Doubtful he will, but maybe we'll see.
Maybe we'll see. We're gonna cover that for just a little bit, and then after that, we're gonna cover Sam Buckets of Cedar and Emma had some very, very terrible takes about the Jordon and Neely situation.
Yeah. Yes. They're down. They don't like community policing anymore. What happened?
No. If you don't know this, Jordon, I always forget the name. Daniel Penny. That was the guy's name, right?
Daniel Penny and Jordon Neely. Yes.
Daniel Penny was charged and arrested, I believe, with what, second-degree manslaughter?
Yes.
So that's happening. Though he did raise over $1 million already for his legal defense.
Right.
So at least that will be covered. Though, as someone said the other day, it's not so much the money, it's that he'll be spending 1.5 years of his life, defending
dealing
against,
with this,
dealing with all this stuff, defending against this stuff. And then even if he succeeds, who knows? I don't know what the law is in New York, but I don't know if the family will be able to try to, get civil damages or something, kind of like with Kyle Rittenhouse. They'll be much more difficult because, the guy's not, wouldn't be his parents and, is homeless. So I don't know what kind of damages they could claim, but we'll see.
Yeah, he's a new Kyle Rittenhouse, basically.
Yeah, sort of. It's not as clear cut as the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, but it's a good enough parallel, I guess.
Well, that's the thing. Kyle Rittenhouse was crystal clear because we had all the video evidence. And they still managed to spend to the point where even if you mention Kyle Rittenhouse on social media now, people will have the story completely wrong. Like none of the evidence made it to the population. And this is exactly what's going on in the Daniel Penny situation. Like they're already slandering the guy, already tainting the any kind of jury pool. It's disgusting. It's totally disgusting.
True.
Yeah.
Anonymous Kyle for $20 says Emma's take makes total sense. Both of her parents are high-ranking lawyers. She went to private school. She was a nepotism hire for Kirsten Gillibrand. This is her signaling, quote, "How do you do, fellow poors," to her audience. So yeah, we'll talk about that when we get there. It turns out Glenn Greenwald actually tweeted out that, and I believe it's true, this is based off of some biography from her when she was working at the Young Turks, Emma Vigland went to a school called Kent School,
Mm-hmm.
and apparently this was pre-college. This is like for high school or middle school. And apparently this school cost something like 40 grand a year ish, not for college, for like high school. It costs 40 grand a year.
You know how much a New York City police officer makes? $42,000 a year.
So,
$42,000 a year to
mhm.
get to risk your life as a New York City police officer.
Yes.
How's that
So
settle with you right there?
not that doesn't settle with me great. Doesn't settle with me great. So that's pretty wild if Emma, but that's kind of the way it all works with these things, doesn't it? Like these people that are like super duper socialist, they all come from, it seems like so many of them all come from like rich, like not just rich, but like really rich families. And they had to like their parents basically pay for them, the whole way through.
Yeah, of course. They're bourgeoisie.
Yeah. Yep.
They're
Yep. Yep.
masquerading as proletariat.
Well, that's what's always so funny because they always, oh, my heart goes out for the working class, that they never were part of. The working class generally doesn't agree with their ideology, so it's very interesting. Um, the other thing is, and I don't know if this is true. This is less confirmed, but I saw on the internet, so I will repeat it. So Emma's parents are both lawyers who or at least one of them, her father, Peter, used to work for the New York District Attorney's Office, supposedly working on like white collar crimes, like Wall Street things, like try to, put Wall Street people in prison. So you say, oh, okay, that kind of makes sense with her politics. But supposedly, after he quit being a government worker, putting white collar criminals away, he started working for those businesses and those Wall Street companies, defending them.
Oh, really? Because he knew where the
government.
bodies were buried.
Yeah, exactly. So, because you're like, how does a guy who's just working for like the DA's office, sending their daughter to school for 40 grand, a year? And you're like, oh, well, then after that, he started working for the companies he's going after.
Well, that's a great move on the corporation's part because if you think you kind of killed two birds with one stone, you get a good attorney who keeps prosecuting you off their side and onto
Yeah,
your side. So you're
exactly.
basically taking one off of their team and you're picking up a great attorney at the same time.
And as you
Wow.
said, they know where the bodies are buried. So,
Yeah, yeah. It's
uh,
sick.
it's not
it's
good. If
it's
that's
sick.
actually, if that's true, that's really bad.
There better be a lot of jokes in this show because this is already getting depressing.
Oh, and before we start, Val Van Gogh for $5 says, "How much did Destiny pay you guys for the overconfident Rollo psyop?" We'll talk about that later in this stream. I have a lot to say about that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So anyway, let's jump into this. We're only going to watch a couple of minutes of Lance here, and then we'll jump over to the Leftist Mafia. This is him talking about his performance on Tim Pool.
Now he did a video uploading the after hours portion of the thing, and this is what this
Yeah.
video is. Yeah,
Yeah, but we're literally only going to watch like 2 minutes of this. So.
right.
Did a really good job of explaining a handful of things that I too agree with that I could have improved, and here's a few of them right now. Now, the clip that a lot of the right wing is sharing is related to me talking about—
What's up with that background music?
Isn't it
Lance?
awful?
Yeah, it's terrible.
It's it's funny.
Can't
I made
understand a
video.
word you're saying.
Yeah, I know. I made a video like a million years ago that was making fun. You remember the manager at Chipotle who stopped people from stealing? And the people she stopped from stealing from the store were like black kids. And so social media complained about it and she ended up getting fired. Do you remember this?
I don't, but that's
This was like 3 or 4 years ago, back when I used to make videos. And so I made a funny video that was mocking the situation. And it was like a corporate video about working at Chipotle.
Oh, I
used all
remember
those-
your video.
Yes. And I used all these like cartoon graphics that look like something you'd see in like a corporate PowerPoint and things. And I used music that sounds like this, which I believe I pulled from Ren and Stimpy because they had all that kind of like,
Yeah.
like 1950s music. And I had that music in the background because it was supposed to invoke that kind of like corporate-y, shitty 1950s like aesthetic.
Yeah.
I don't know why the hell Lance is using it here when he's trying to talk. And he's like, is he making fun of himself? Is he calling himself an idiot? I don't understand what's happening.
That's another thing. He's weaseling in on our territory here. He's trying to call himself a comedy show. Do you know that?
No.
Yeah. That's the thing that jumped out at me most here. Like, Lance.
How dare you?
Look, you're not funny enough to be a comedy show, Lance. What comedy is there?
Well, listen, he unintentionally says things that are so stupid or comical that he's just leaning into it.
Yeah, but the leftists believe that stuff. They're not supposed to be looked at as comedy.
That's the comedy
And
portion,
look,
Adam.
Leftists don't. Leftists are against comedy, okay? Look,
Okay.
leftist comedy now is a lecture about marginalized people. You've seen these
True.
comedy specials.
I've seen
That
them,
is
yeah.
leftist comedy. So you can't be a leftist and be like a comedy channel. You're just lecturing people.
That's true. That's true.
Oh God, it's so bad. Look, does he ever go a live stream without saying the word prostate? I don't think we generally use that word on our show. But every time I listen to a Lance video, he says it like 8 times.
Uh-huh.
What is it?
You got to have a healthy prostate, Adam. What's the problem?
And he's not talking about prostate health, which I could.
Maybe he's in the prostate play. You don't know. Don't judge. Don't shame.
He's very focused on his prostate. Let's just put it that way.
Whether or not I think a pregnant woman has a right to do crystal meth, and whether or not I think that it's appropriate for women to have abortions in the 9th month of pregnancy. This was obviously a very frustrating conversation to have because of how masturbatory this exercise is when it happens to be a topic that I don't think really occurs in the real world. If a woman is having an abortion at the 9th month, most likely it's more akin to a medical procedure to save the life of the mother. This is obviously something that's incredibly difficult, not...
Okay, so...
Yeah, that's the fucking shit part.
Right. So if you guys remember, because we covered this on Sunday, on Tim Pool's stream, they were talking about should a woman have a right to get an abortion at 9 months?
Right.
And for some reason, Lance and all these other very, very stupid leftists think that saying that this doesn't happen or it happens rarely is some kind of defense to the moral question of whether it should be allowed or not.
Right. Well, not only that, he presents the only time it does happen is times when there are actually exceptions in the law already.
Yes.
It's like,
yes.
what the hell? He's like,
Well,
the only time it happens is when the exception kicks in. Well, then fine. We already have the exception.
Right. And so, but beyond the fact that simply saying, well, it doesn't happen, wouldn't address the question of, well, if it doesn't happen, if something doesn't happen, if a situation doesn't happen, but it's a loophole in the law that pisses off like 30% of the country and makes them like insanely triggered,
right?
Then why not just not have that loophole if it's not actually happening and no one needs it?
I'm sure there's laws against cannibalism. Okay. I don't think it happens a lot, but I bet there's laws against it.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So first of all, it's a terrible argument from that perspective. Also, it's a terrible argument, because it's not addressing the moral question, which is what's bring forward about, is the quote argument of woman's bodily autonomy like the ultimate single factor analysis that you can give for the abortion question, right? That's why they want to say this. Oh, this never happens. Blah,
right.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
But it's a terrible argument because these laws about basically the laws that allow abortion potentially up till forever, like until the baby is born, those are very, very recent, right?
Yes.
Like if we had those laws in place for 50 years and it like never happened, or say it happened in the single digit range a year, then I would say, okay, maybe they have a point. Like it's, this doesn't happen. It happens so rarely, who cares, right? But since this has only existed for just like a few years, to just say that it never happens is kind of a preposterous argument.
Right. You're saying it never happens because it's been illegal for the last 50 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Right. It's only been a couple of years that this has been allowed, I believe. So it's
right.
kind of like, oh, okay.
Jump forward 20 years and it's like totally common. There's all kinds of reasons I can think of. They're disgusting reasons, but reasons why women would want a late-term abortion. So,
well, and also, I mean, none of them have really, I've never seen anyone bring forward evidence of this claim either.
Well, that it never happens.
Yeah. I mean, it must happen to an extent. So I'm sure it doesn't happen a lot, but it must happen to some extent.
Well, it happens in cases where there is the life of the mothers at stake. That's why he's saying it rarely happens, because we have those exceptions.
Right. But I'm saying if the law in certain states, is like the 6 or 7 states, allow it to happen regardless,
right,
then I'm sure it happens to some extent. It just happens, even if it happens rarely. Right.
Right. Yeah, I don't know the numbers, obviously, but I mean, we can talk about the hypothetical without even addressing the numbers. That's the thing that's so infuriating here. It's like he doesn't want to address the hypothetical because it's like, well, that never happens. So, okay.
Well, because he doesn't want to, because the reason people bring up the hypothetical is because it's trying to, again, challenge the argument on the grounds
bodily autonomy, yeah.
Bodily autonomy. And he doesn't want to actually address the argument in any intelligent way, and neither does anyone else kind of who was advocating for this principle. So they just say, oh, it doesn't happen, so I don't have to talk about it. Stick my fingers in my ear.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get in trouble with his overlords. He doesn't want to get in trouble, Sitch.
True.
Not being someone who can never give birth, I won't know, but having listened to friends who've gone through similar things, or even women who've experienced miscarriages, the loss of a child when you want to have one is
totally irrelevant. I'm sorry, but it's fucking annoying. Totally irrelevant. Why are you speaking right now? What does this have to do with anything? Damn it.
Obviously a devastating thing, and I think it's kind of a masturbatory exercise to discuss what women should do if they decide they want to have an abortion in the 9th month, because again, if someone is having any kind of procedure at that point in a pregnancy, most likely it is because it threatens the life of the mother.
Most likely. We got a most likely out of him. Oh.
So actually, here's something to look into. I wonder how many, third trimester abortions for non-medical reasons happen a year. If you were to compare that to how many unarmed black men are wrongly killed by the police.
Right. It's probably of similar numbers. That's why they brought it up on TIMCAST.
Which one of those numbers is higher? I'm very curious. I'm very curious because apparently one of those issues is like we need to restructure all of society to fix. But this other one.
Seamus in the TIMCAST conversation with Lance did bring up an interesting point that I had never heard before. That some mental illnesses can be described as something that can let a third trimester abortion happen. Mm-hmm. Which, I mean,
it will depend on the mental illness, right? Not all mental illnesses are the same.
Yeah, sure, but I'm thinking, the woman has depression and now she wants to abort her baby. I'm not exactly comfortable having a third trimester abortion over depression.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be so severe the woman's literally serious suicide risk, right? Other than that, no, generally not. Because then also, it would depend on the circumstances. Because if it's if it's something temporary, right, they might regret it even more so after the case.
Of course, yeah, Ugh.
And I would assume that there's all sorts of weird things that happen to women when they're pregnant that affects their, chemicals in their brain and how they think,
of course,
process information. So
having a child could be traumatic.
Well, that too, yeah.
Yeah.
Pool eventually saying, do you think it's okay, my body, my choice, if women who are pregnant decided to smoke crystal meth? I should have been very clear on this in that, I can be morally opposed to a decision that someone makes, but that doesn't mean that I think they should have their bodily autonomy taken away from them. So I can be opposed to the idea of a woman who is pregnant smoking crystal meth. At the same time, yes, it is still her body, her choice, and I don't think that there should be an intervention from the state or me as a man in order to prevent her from making decisions about her own bodily autonomy.
So, looks like you're choking on a big fat F.
I don't know why he gave this. This is like the most insane take I've ever heard. So Lance, in order to bite the bullet on this terrible, terrible single factor analysis of it's a woman's bodily autonomy, she can do whatever she wants, is actually arguing, he's biting the bullet, arguing that yes, a woman should be able to smoke meth while she's pregnant.
Right, if she feels like it, Sitch. Why are you can't stop her as a man.
Legally. He says morally I oppose it, but legally it should be totally fine.
Yeah.
This is insane.
I think that flipper baby would disagree with Lance here.
Here's a question. If a person, if a child, let's say they're 17, 18-year-old, right? Mm-hmm. So they're in the range of which they could be pregnant and smoke meth while they're pregnant. If a 17 or 18-year-old, this is, comes out or realizes that they're gay or trans, and say they come from a very Christian religious, upbringing, and they say, I don't really feel comfortable being gay or trans. I want to go to conversion therapy, right? Mm-hmm. They agree that they want to go to conversion therapy.
Okay.
You think Lance would be like, well, it's, It's their choice.
Their
It's
body, their
body,
choice.
their choice. Yeah.
Hell no. He wouldn't agree to that.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
this is such a wild. This is such a wild. If your argument basically says that you have to be okay with the law saying it's totally fine for mothers to smoke crystal meth while they're pregnant, I think you need to reevaluate the moral philosophy you're kind of operating from.
This is a guy who probably would say, you know, teaching children Christianity or conservatism is child abuse. But a
Yes.
mom smoking meth with a pregnant mom smoking meth, that's not child abuse. That's my body, my choice.
Well, that's even the thing that's even crazier about this, because like if you do a lot of drugs when you're pregnant, I mean, you could still have the baby. You could just completely mess it up.
Well, they have babies that are born addicted to drugs.
Yes.
Which is
Yes.
crazy.
Yes.
Imagine that.
How is
Little
like,
Sitch addicted to crack.
It's funny
Baby
because
Sitch.
it's funny because like the left will say like, well, the right doesn't really care about the life of the baby because when the baby's born, they don't want to give it, free school education or free healthcare or any of these things.
Right.
That's always been like sort of their argument. So now the right has the argument like, well, you don't really care about, helping children because even though you want to give them all this healthcare when they're, in school, you're totally fine with them being born addicted to crack and meth.
Exactly. Yeah. What about that, Lance? Fail. That's a perfect screenshot there. Fail.
There you go.
Look, this is such a crazy walk back too, because he's like, he's like basically saying it's my fault. I messed up. I didn't go far enough with this insane leftist position. So here, let me both admit that I screwed up on Tim Pool and just take a giant L for everyone watching.
Yeah, imagine this. Imagine this, okay? Lance of the Surfs goes on Tim Pool, and of all the horrible wrong things he says, the one thing he wants to walk back on is saying, oh, you know what? I actually disagree with what I said on Tim Pool. I think women shouldn't be allowed to do meth while they're pregnant. That's the one thing he wants to correct.
Yeah. Remember when you said smoking meth while you're pregnant would be intentionally trying to hurt the baby? Why did you say that, Lance? Like, who the hell is DMing him? Getting upset about that.
I just can't believe that's the one thing. Of everything he said on Tim Pool, the one of the most sensible things he said on Tim Pool, I don't think a woman should be able to smoke meth while pregnant. He's like, that's the one.
I know.
That's the one I got to walk back.
Crazy.
Jeez.
No. Really wish I had said, and this is one of the things I was kicking myself for afterwards, is the fact that I don't think Tim Pool really drinks that much. It did seem like a bit of a dry house when I was there, and that means that Tim Pool has inside his body a juicy, viable kidney. And I wanted to bring up the fact that Tim, if you have a viable kidney and it could save a life, should the state have the power to force you to preserve life, because that's what this is ultimately about for you, to be able to take that kidney out of you, to donate it to someone who needs it in order to, again, save a life in the process.
Yeah, but you didn't, so now you take another.
The second big element
It's so stupid. And he's got all this time to think about a new position. And he comes out with this fucking stupid position. Listen, giving a kidney to a stranger and preserving the life that is, 50% your DNA and some other guy's DNA that you had sex with, that you liked enough to fuck, is completely different. It's literally your own flesh and blood inside you. It's not some random stranger on the street that you're giving your kidney to. Yeah.
Well, and also, I mean, that's true, but also, and it's funny because I think even Katie, who obviously, even if we disagree with her strongly on many issues, is significantly more intelligent than Lance, because she brought up a similar point that was
with the car wreck thing.
With the car wreck,
yeah.
And the thing was, and the reason that she brought up the car wreck example was because she understood that part of the conversation about this is the responsibility of the person involved.
Yeah,
and so like. Yeah, obviously it makes no sense for the state to just say, oh, you have a healthy kidney. This random person over here, drunk so much alcohol that, a random person over here of their own choice decided to poison themselves by drinking too much alcohol, right? Yep. So they have full responsibility over their actions. And now since you didn't do that, since you were healthy,
Since you did
right,
the right
we're
thing.
going to take something away from you and give it to the person who was irresponsible.
So ridiculous.
Right. To compare that action to an abortion is so stupidly insane. An action where, obviously, unless you were raped, you, the woman and the man, have responsibility for the potential child.
Yep.
That, you made a decision to have sex, and you made a decision probably to have, unsafe sex in most of these cases. And so that's why you do have responsibility over the life inside of you, or the potential life inside of you, depending on what, trimester we're talking about. And you don't just get to throw your hands up and say, no, bodily autonomy.
Yeah. Your actions matter.
Like, this is so, he has to understand this. He has to, like,
he doesn't. He's not that bright, Sitch.
Like, he spent like days after his conversation with Tim Pool, and he sat around, he's like, what could I have said in that room that would have totally owned them and made them shut up? Oh, here's my brilliant argument. It's about
he didn't come
giving your kidney to a stranger.
Somebody else made this argument to him, and he thought, oh, that's much smarter. I should have said that. That's exactly what happened.
And he presents it like it was some killer argument. Like, this is, oh my God. It's just wild. It's just he's so dumb.
What if on the kidney thing, what if it's your mom or your brother or your kid?
Right. Well, you'd be more inclined
that
to
needs
do
a
it,
kidney.
Right?
Yeah.
You'd be more inclined.
Could you tell your mom, fuck off, Mom, I need my kidney? That's like a tough sell, isn't it?
Well, if you wanted to compare it to the abortion, what you'd have to do would have to be something like a mother drank a lot while she was pregnant, and then the baby was born and it had kidney problems its whole life, and they wanted to, the mom still had one good kidney or something. I know this doesn't really make sense, but so they could give the child the mom's kidney. Like, you have to have some responsibility for the action, Lance.
Right. Yeah. Responsibility is the important part.
Yeah. Okay. So that's all I want to show for the Lance. The rest of it, he just kind of goes over the after-hour show. It's not super interesting.
Right.
The most interesting part we already covered on Sunday, which was the whole lady, are you gay, lady penis conversation.
Right.
So.
Which was great.
Yes.
Nah.
Yes. Kind of interesting. So let's watch a couple chunks of Leftist Mafia.
Right.
Our good friends at the Leftist Mafia.
I watched 90% of the show. I only tuned in because there's a bunch of drama going on with Pyramid Scheme. Illuminaughti is the YouTuber.
Yeah.
And I was like, is Illuminaughti still on the Leftist Mafia, or have they realized that she's like too toxic to platform? And I noticed
she'll be back.
She's not on this show.
You think so? No way. They defended her so hardcore.
Well, why did she say I can't go on? I'm in too much trouble or something? Like, why wouldn't you want to go on the show with your friends and be?
I don't know. It's a good question. We'll see. We'll see if she's on next week.
Look, no, I'm starting a rumor right here. They kicked her ass off, man. She's not on the show anymore.
That's true.
She's done.
People are saying
she's done.
I don't know if it's true, but people are saying that Leftist Mafia has kicked Pyramid Scheme off the show.
Can I get in trouble if I literally say I'm starting a rumor? Like, am I not? Look, I'm being completely honest here. I don't know shit if this is true or not.
When I said people were saying,
but it feels
Adam
true.
Was saying, and Adam just pulled it out of thin air.
Well, this is the only reason I was going to watch the show, to be honest with you. Yeah. But then they started talking so much shit about Tim Pool. I was like, oh my God, this is a gold mine.
What is there more
Do
drama?
They not know this is recorded? Like, they're all talking about how they want to go back on the show and stuff, but they're talking so much shit here.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of how the game is played, right?
Is it?
To an extent.
Is it?
Yeah, you crap talk someone and then you're like, oh, well, then I challenge you, right?
Oh, I guess you're right, yeah. I just remember President Sunday's coming out on Tuesday, so I guess, that is true.
He's coming out this Tuesday, yeah. That's fun. That'll be fun. Is there more Illuminati drama? I haven't really been keeping up after we did our coverage.
Yeah, she got into multi-level marketing was her in, right? And now
for
all
debunking it, supposedly.
for debunking it, yeah. But there's supposedly this whole MLM community, and now all of them have turned on her. They're like, we don't want you a part of our community. You suck.
Interesting.
So the thing that she's most known for, that community is literally turned on her. So that's her core audience.
Well, good for her. I'm glad, because she makes terrible videos. So anyway, let's listen to them. Let's listen to their brilliant commentary on the Tim Pool Lance debate. But before that, rotisserie protocol for $20 says S-Class just can't tap dance. Wow, rude. You know, my grandmother could tap dance. An A-team seems too obscene and me for me. Wow.
What?
Our tards send their regards. Happy Mother's Day, everyone. Give your mother a phone call and tell her you love her even if you don't.
Artards. That's the Rags clan, right?
True. Clan Rags.
All right. Nice.
We gotta talk to Rags again. That's always fun.
Send our regards to Artards.
There you go.
Welcome to the stream. And Sitch can tap dance. Especially when we talk about things he doesn't want to talk about. That's when he tap dances best.
Thank you. Cameraman 502 for $20. Thank you so much, Cameraman. Says my response to this kidney argument is twofold. Number one, if I gave you my kidney, can I demand it back in the name of bodily autonomy?
Oh, that's a good one.
Funny. And number two, the kidney is for one's own benefit, while the uterus is for the child's benefit, not the individual.
Oh, that's a good point. What if look, I'm sure all of these leftists have insane takes about eviction. And I feel like abortion and eviction, I mean, it's pretty similar, right? The kid has moved in. Like, I know he's basically squatting in there. But I know
bodily autonomy, it's property autonomy.
But I know that, it takes at least 9 months to get squatters out of your rental unit.
Why doesn't bodily autonomy translate into property rights for leftists?
Yeah.
I mean, that's literally, when I was reading John Locke's, really boring treaty, because we were gonna have the conversation with Carl. Like, that was literally John Locke's argument, was that property rights was tied into bodily autonomy.
Right.
So I don't know how that escapes all the people making this argument for abortion. But anyway, let's jump into it.
You could possibly do in that environment, because it's intimidating, and you got in a couple of good one-liners in there too. The left-handedness chart was amazing. Me and Matt kind of had the same analysis.
They're talking about the Tim Pool episode. They're basically filleting Lance about what a good job he did.
Yes, yeah.
On Tim Pool, yeah. And you can tell from
you did so good.
You can tell from that look on Lance's face that he's really buying it. It looks like he's in ecstasy right now. Oh, thank you. Yes, I did do an excellent job. Pat myself on the back.
This is very interesting, because when you watched this before me, and you sent me, or you told me to go watch it, and you're like, these people live in this imaginary world. They don't understand anything outside of their bubble.
Yes.
And this clip is like the perfect example of that. They think that Lance pulling out that left-handed chart is some like amazing
yeah, devastating.
Oh my God.
Destroyed.
He pulled out a chart in real time. It wasn't on the internet. He didn't tweet it. He pulled out a physical piece of paper with a chart on it.
Right. That's the dumbest argument that's been debunked 1,000 times by every single person on the right. And every time you bring it out, you look like a total chump.
Yes.
Well, then they go on to say that, well, we'll just listen to it.
It's even worse argument.
It's insane. Yeah, it's totally insane.
This at the beginning, it was a little bit rough, but towards the end, you absolutely crushed it.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the one I cared about, because that's the one I spent like days and days and days and days studying for, and I've got this book full, and I still fucked up in one major part. I've issued a correction for the video coming out tomorrow, but they wouldn't accept meta studies.
You can't see it, but like Lance is holding a journal, and he has like pages of notes.
Handwritten notes.
Yeah. So Lance, for his, as awful as performance was, he had pages of handwritten notes for these topics.
That's why he was stressed out. Because he says, he got there, And they're showing him around, they're hanging out beforehand. And he's like, why can't we just get into the show? So he's like super ready to go because he's got all these notes stored up. He's ready to pull his Lauren Southern. Remember when he talked to Lauren Southern and did his totally bad face thing at the end, accusing her of everything under the sun and then jumped off the street?
Yes.
He's all set to do that. Kamikaze attack on Tim Pool's show. He's like, why can't we get in there and do it? I got to walk around with my IED vest on all this time. Look, I want to relax.
It is that. And it's also kind of like when you're, when you were in school and you didn't study for the test.
Oh,
and so
yes.
like 5 minutes before the test, you like try to get all the information like in your short-term memory.
Right.
So you can just go in and like, boom, 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 boom. So like right before, like Lance tries to shove all the information in short-term memory. And it's so much because he doesn't like really understand the arguments. So he just tries to like memorize like other people's arguments and facts and things. And then he comes in and they're like, oh, let's hang out for 2 hours. He's like, no, all the information is leaking out of my brain.
I know.
Just get in there. I just got to get in there. Come on, quick. I'm going to forget it all.
It's so true. It's so true. I'm glad they talked so much about this experience so we can see. Mike, I don't know if we're going to watch it, but later on, Mike talks about how, he couldn't do it. He couldn't go on Tim Pool because it'd be just too terrorizing for him.
Yeah, he says like I'm much better at, I mean, which is fine. Not everyone's good at live debate performance, but he's like I'm much better at just watching videos and responding on my own time. And we've watched some of his videos. And I'm like, I don't know if that's the case.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seems like you might have a little bias going on.
Sure.
The one meta study that
I
did use, the regret after gender affirming surgery, systematic review, and meta analysis of prevalence, that one is incredibly important. Anyone can go look it up. And that one has the less than 1% regret rate globally. But like not every country, obviously, but like Canada, the Netherlands, Belgium, UK, Italy, USA, Brazil, Sweden, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The one from Cornell is a literature review. So I should have specified that when I was talking about meta studies. But outside of that, almost everything else was like, it was all ripped from the studies and the facts. And that's like, it eventually derailed into him like getting like legitimate. It seemed like he was legitimately angry.
So someone in our comments said that literature review was totally a bunch of cherry picked studies, that they only picked studies that, confirmed what they wanted to say anyway. So,
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've tried to look through it once and I just don't care enough to. So.
Right. Well, that's the danger of a literature review. You're only
Sure.
reviewing the literature that supports you. You're not reviewing the stuff that's against you as well.
It doesn't, again, and it's kind of, that doesn't really matter because most of those studies, if not all of those studies, I believe, are from pre-puberty blocker time period.
They're
At least
old.
the long-term aspects of it are obviously from pre-puberty blockers because that's all, affirmative care model was relatively new. So we don't really have any of the information for the current cohorts of, trans regret rates.
Right. Yeah.
For that last
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if you watched our commentary on Leftist Mafia, but we could tell that like he gets angry as he starts to kind of lose and you start to kind of like own him. And then he either gets angry and then changes the subject or try to change like the dynamic of the conversation.
So
I know this is so good.
They're so in their own world that they thought Tim Pool was losing that conversation with Lance. At any point in the conversation, thought he was losing. Okay. And that's why he was getting angry.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that I think you could criticize Tim Pool for having a bad argument for in that conversation was the whole when he got triggered about meta studies.
Yes, totally. That was a little off.
Yeah.
It is hilarious because from my take, he got angry because Lance would not engage with anything. He kept dodging and he kept reframing the question in dishonest ways. Hell yeah, I'm going to get angry. If I keep making an argument and you're making no attempt to understand that argument and continue to reframe the argument as something I'm not even saying, I'm going to get pissed.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. And I think the thing that got Tim the most pissed off that I saw in that conversation was when Lance did the whole like, why do you care about Jazz Jennings' genitals? That's weird. You're so weird. Why do you care about that? Oh my God, you're a groomer, Tim Pool. What the hell?
Yeah.
And it's funny because we're gonna watch the clip of Emma and I don't know, whoever the voice is, there's like these disembodied voices on Sam SEDER. When they're talking about the Tim Pool Lance conversation, one of the disembodied voices is like, oh my God, Lance totally owned him when he said that. Oh, you're such a freak, Tim Pool. He literally says this. He's like, you're such a freak, Tim Pool. Why do you care about Jazz Jennings' genitals? What's wrong with you? Like, what is this? Like, what is this cope? You know, you're so high on your ideology when you heard that argument and you thought that there was anything of value or legitimacy in that point.
In this podcast, and I don't think we're going to listen to it, but they go on and on and on talking about their sexual orientation and their own sexual pleasure and stuff.
No, I missed that.
I kept thinking the whole time, I'm like, what the fuck? You guys are talking about how this is just such a huge, giant part of your lives.
Mm-hmm.
Yet you can't say, oh my God, this must be a part of other people's lives too. And maybe we should think twice before we take it away from them.
Right.
Yeah. It's so weird. It's like, how can you not make that connection? I think on the Sunday show last week, I was talking about that, about how they're the party of, sex positivity and whatever, people should have healthy sex lives. They go on and on about it in this show. It's bizarre. It's totally bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
On the groomer thing, because I think we're not going to watch it, but in the after show of Tim Pool in the other video, they go into the grooming thing more, and Lance lines up the definition of grooming, and it's so insane to me. Has he never heard the saying, like, we're grooming him for higher office, or we're grooming him for politics, or we're grooming him for college, we're grooming him for teaching?
Of course he has, but it's part of the performance.
Right. So I don't, that in that context, that doesn't mean like we're grooming him for higher office. Does not mean for anything sexual whatsoever.
Well, I mean, who we talk about, it could be, right?
Yeah. If it's George Santos, who knows, right? I don't, yeah. It's so weird that they just deny that has any sort of meaning whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or just like the left-handed moment, you could tell that he had no idea how to respond. It doesn't seem like he ever saw that chart, because he immediately pivoted to, oh, well, I thought there was a genocide. Like, you could, like, he never saw that.
This individual honestly thinks that Tim Pool, terminally online news coverer,
right,
has never seen the left-handed argument chart in his entire life before that moment.
Yeah, insane, totally insane.
How can you cover internet politics? But I can almost guarantee that Mike has done videos criticizing Tim Pool before. How could that thought even occur to you? You think, yes, that left-handed chart that literally every person on the left throws around whenever anyone brings up any trans issue at any point in time. Tim Pool, the guy whose literal job it is to just talk about internet politics, has never seen it before.
Yeah. Yeah,
and then,
no, they bring it up all the time. I've seen it like 500 times easily.
Yes, we've all seen it 500 times. And then he doesn't even understand Tim's argument about the trans genocide thing. Tim's argument was, how is it that the left is saying the same thing, or they're saying the opposite things. They're saying the reason that there's more trans people now than there was in the past is because there's all this trans acceptance. But also, you're also saying there's a trans genocide at the same time, which would be the opposite of acceptance. So isn't this a contradiction in the argument? That's what Tim's point was.
Yep.
And Mike doesn't even seem to understand this.
Yeah, because he doesn't mind contradictions. What are you going to do?
I had Lance on my stream earlier this week, full disclosure, to talk about this in detail.
I watched.
And I said, I don't believe he never saw. I refuse to believe Tim Pool never saw that meme before. He was playing dumb in front of Lance. Maybe he wasn't expecting Lance to physically pull the meme out for his.
Well, so at least Matt is a little bit like, a couple IQ points higher than Mike, because he's like, well, he's probably seen the meme before. But why are they saying that Tim played dumb, like he's never seen it? He didn't act like he's never heard that argument before.
Yeah. Well, what's the motivation for doing that? That seems ridiculous. Like, why?
Yeah,
why would you do that? Oh my God. Well, they're thinking this is such a devastating argument. The right just wants to forget it even exists.
Right.
That's what they're thinking in their bubble.
Right.
Entire audience to see it. So he had to play dumb that he never saw it before. But I refuse to believe Tim Pool
look, he's so
never
proud.
saw that meme before.
I know.
I don't know about that. I can't confirm or deny. It did seem like both Moonlord and Seamus were like, that seemed almost like the little learning point.
Look, the left-handed chart convinced Seamus. So Seamus saw that left-handed chart and he's like, oh yeah, this is a good argument.
Yes.
Guaranteed Seamus has seen that
Of
argument
course, listen,
a million times.
There's a lot of things that we probably don't agree with, but I think Seamus is the smartest person on that show.
Oh yeah.
And obviously he's seen the left-handed chart before.
I don't know that Seamus is the smartest person on that show. That's really...
Who else do you think? I think he's smarter than Tim.
Oh my God.
Makes better arguments than Tim.
Okay.
Do you disagree?
I don't know. I mean, they both seem smart to me. I think I think Tim is very smart, obviously. So
yeah, Tim isn't stupid, but I feel like Seamus makes much better rhetorical and analytical arguments for his positions, even when I disagree with them.
Seamus is definitely...
because I don't agree with
Seamus is definitely a smart guy.
Yeah.
So yeah.
David, the only clip
Moonlord.
What about Ian though?
I'll believe that Ian didn't see it before. That one,
the long-haired guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I honestly believe those guys do not know. Like I don't want to offend them or anything, but I think they're completely clueless. Like they I think they actually
David Doel is the dumbest person on this panel.
are there and are learning things occasionally. Like they're like, oh wow, that's a good point. Like, they don't realize that they're part of this like complete propaganda machine. But
Echo
that's
chamber.
my opinion.
Yeah.
David, I sent you in the Twitter.
This is another thing they think of. They think of Tim Pool's show as a propaganda machine. What?
Well,
oh no,
Well.
no, Sitch.
how are we defining propaganda machine? That's the real
Sitch.
question.
Sitch.
How are we defining propaganda
Propaganda
machine?
machine. Well, I
That's
think
a little harsh.
I think propaganda involves dishonesty. It means trying to convince somebody.
Right.
Obviously, I know that the actual definition doesn't involve a dishonesty component, but I just feel like the negative affect for propaganda, like it should involve a negative. Otherwise, it'd be advertising, right? It's not. There's a difference. There's fundamentally no difference in the definition between advertising and propaganda, which I just feel like there should be.
Well, I think the difference is in advertising, it's very clear that they're selling you some specific product or idea for you to purchase, right? We generally think of ads as like you're going to spend money on a thing, some sort of object or something, or a program or a course. And it's very clear, you know exactly what it is. With propaganda, it's, you're not really spending money necessarily on something. It's more like they're just trying to convince you of some ideology or an idea or a position.
Right.
And it can also be not exactly super obvious, at least to everyone, that that's what's happening in whatever you're consuming.
Right.
But I think that's the difference.
Propaganda, they're definitely selling you something.
Yeah. I mean, propaganda doesn't have to be dishonest, but I think it often is, even if unintentionally. Selection bias is obviously, criticism that people will throw at Tim, and I think that's a fair one. So
I don't think David Doel understands any right-wing position at all, ever.
No. Well, that's what's. I mean, the irony would be if their big critique of Tim is that it's all propaganda. I mean, every single one of their shows is literally just propaganda.
Right. Yeah.
Like I would say much more than Tim's is. I mean, they're much more. Even though I disagree with Tim on a lot, I mean, they're so much more ideologically one-sidedly driven than Tim is on any issue.
Yeah, to the point that they don't even understand anything outside of their ideological echo chamber.
And it's it's funny because it's funny. It's Republican standpoint epistemology. It's like there's so many people. It's so weird. There's so many people on the left, specifically leftists, who are just so blind to like their own ideology's influence and their own political machinations. They just see that as like the true right decision, and the right wing is like, oh no, the right is the political side, right? They're the interlopers here.
Right. Yeah. We're just the truth tellers.
Right.
They're the propaganda outlet.
I know. And
they know the truth is our truth, but they just want to deceive everyone. God, that's what's so entertaining about it. It's just, they're so up their own asses. It's hilarious. It's hilarious.
It is funny.
Look, when, back in the atheist creationist days when they were doing debates and stuff like that.
Mhm.
I felt that the creationist people had some understanding that, their position was not for everyone. Progressives don't understand that at all. Like they basically think everybody accepts their positions as truth, and they're just denying it. Lying to everybody, and they even know that they're lying to everyone. That's a weird way to look at the world.
Do you know the parody political cartoonist Kelly?
No.
You've probably seen it. It's like he has all these like political cartoons where all the people are labeled. There's usually like a crying Statue of Liberty in each strip.
Okay.
But anyway, there's a very famous meme that one of his drawings where it's a guy with a shirt that says "sickos," and he's looking in through a window and he's going, "Yes, yes."
Oh, I've seen.
And I feel like
J-Mac post that.
Yes, I'm sure. And I feel like that's what we do when we're like, we're looking through the window of the bubble of like this leftist nonsense, and we're just like this. We're like, yes, look at these idiots. Yes,
it's great. Look, they're in the fish tank. They don't even know it. They're looking at us thinking we're in the fish tank, and we're like,
I know,
buddy. No, you're in the fish tank. You're in the fish tank.
Sentient farm plow, formerly Kyle Rittenhouse's sentient weapon. Look at that.
Wow.
Kyle's sentient weapon was deconstructed back into a plow, if you remember.
Yeah.
Thank you for the $20 sentient farm plow. Says Sitch and I once made lunch making fun of Matt and blonde trope. We both respectfully stared at the waitress's cleavage while ordering. The distraction of Tifa-like milkers had us order dairy products, and we both keeled over.
That's an amazing callback. We did a stream where we basically talked to an AI bot that was supposed to be Tifa. What video games Tifa? Tifa, yeah.
From Final Fantasy VII.
From Final Fantasy VII, yes. And Sitch kept typing in, respectfully staring at Tifa's cleavage. We were trying to get Tifa to respond to this, but she never really.
She was no, she did. She was all like, I forget what she said. It was something like chuckles at your, acknowledges your respectful. I don't know, some weird shit. Like it was some weird you're talking to a robot because no woman is gonna be like, I respectfully nod at you, respectfully staring at my cleavage.
Well, we did it you did it 20 times before.
I know I did it
before there was any response. Yeah, we kept trying to.
Well, no, because
thank God you didn't grope her.
Well, the thing that was funny is because I would type that, but then we'd ask a serious political question.
Right.
So it's like the bot's trying to do I respond to this fucking pervert staring at my tits, or do I answer the question?
Anyway, look, it's a robot. Consent.
That's true.
Do consent
Robots don't have
issues? Rights. Yeah. Okay. Good.
EHAV for $20. Yes. EHAV for $20 says the sterilization and lack of feeling is important because it's a major part of emotional human connection. And without its connections and good relationships may not be possible. That's why. Very true. Very true. Yeah. And I mean, part of the issue, and we'll talk about this when we watch the Sam Cedar clip that they skip over, is that number one, if such a surgery has a possibility or like a lot. Well, here's the thing. If a kid goes in because they have gender dysphoria, and or they believe that they have gender dysphoria, and the doctor prescribes them puberty blockers, do you think the doctor says, hey, by the way, if we give you puberty blockers, this could stunt the growth of your genitals, and if you try to get bottom surgery, it could, you might not have feeling, or we might have to take skin from other areas of your body, which can cause all sorts of complications, right? Do you think they tell them any of this when they give them puberty fucking blockers?
No, of course not.
So it doesn't seem like people are going into this with any sort of informed consent.
Even if they did tell them, and it's your kid, you haven't even been through puberty, you don't even know what sex is like. Just you can't even really answer correctly.
That's true. Yeah, it's very difficult. If you're 10, how are you going to make a decision about, or 11? How are you supposed to make a decision about, your sexual future forever? That's pretty wild.
Yeah, and Lance, what he did in Tim Pool's show was disgusting to me. He just kept ignoring it, like it's none of our business to consider the health and well-being of these people. And I bring it up that they all talk about sex for 45 minutes on this podcast, because it's obvious they're being so hypocritical. It's like a major part of their life and their existence and their, relationships and stuff like that. They understand that. And the only reason that they downplay it in situations like Lance did on Tim Pool's show is because they want to be able to make the argument that, oh, it's no big deal. It's not a big deal. We should do this thing because for political reasons, everyone is doing it. It seems like what everyone wants to do. So it's just, it's gross. It's totally gross.
Arithmesia for $20. Thank you. Says the left-handed argument is so dumb. No one is born left or right-handed. It's a learned trait. As a guitarist, I tell people all the time to not buy left-handed guitars. They're more expensive and you use both hands. Wait, is that true? I could have swore that that's not true. I could have swore people were born left or right-handed.
Yeah, I feel like people have a natural inclination, and I don't necessarily know what causes it. It could be, and I wonder this, do you know how certain things are left or right hemisphere in the brain? There's like a structure to it.
Yeah, right.
Well, it's more in men. Women tend to use all the brain. Language is the biggest example. Like men use one side of their brain for language, and women tend to use both sides of their brain for language. That's a giant difference. But I wonder if in left-handed people, the hemispheres of the brain are also reversed.
I thought, I don't know, maybe things have changed since, a million years ago when I was in school. I could have swore when I was in school in my psych classes, I do remember them talking about that people that are left and right-handed, their brains are a little different.
Oh, really?
And I think, yeah, they are a little different. And I think that's why there are certain traits, especially in males, left-handed males. Like left-handed males tend to be more artistic focused and I think higher in trade openness. And there's all sorts of associations with it. Now, you can make the argument that, well, does that necessarily mean that they were born left-handed, or does simply using your left hand, develop the right hemisphere of the brain more, which is possible. I thought it was biological. Now, what you could say is I'm pretty sure even if people are dominant on one side of their body, you can still learn to do, I believe you can still learn to do anything with the other hand if you just do it enough, right? Like if you're left-handed, you can still learn to play a right-handed guitar.
Yeah.
I mean, guitar's a really weird thing anyway, because, it doesn't really make sense to me, but when if you play a right-handed guitar, wouldn't you think that the more complicated part would be where you put your right hand of playing the guitar? But you don't. The more complicated part, which is
the left hand, you're exactly right.
Which is hitting the frets, is you use your left hand. The strumming and picking of the strings with your right hand seems to be the more
well, I don't
part.
You're keeping rhythm though with your right hand, which could be more complicated.
You have to keep rhythm. What do you mean you have to keep rhythm with your you have to hit the notes in rhythm with your left hand?
Well, no, you hold though. You don't. You
have to keep.
Well,
okay. I see. I see what you're saying. Right.
You have a little bit tempo
right.
is all with your right hand.
I see what you're saying. Right. You have to. Well, no, it's not, because you can hit the fret before you pluck the string, so it doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
Exactly in the rhythm.
Right
Maybe
hand is doing
I
the
don't
timing
know.
Stuff definitely.
I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm right-handed and I played guitar the way everyone else does, but it always struck me as kind of unusual. So, but I mean, saying when you play piano, it's you use both hands pretty equally. So.
Yeah.
But
should we move on?
There you go.
Right and left-handedness.
Right and left-handedness, yeah.
Good to see.
Can I tell you something pretty crazy? Like Tim Pool's style is I don't know if he's seen this, and this is what he deploys. But randomly, one good thing about the new Twitter is I get the worst people in my mentions. And one of these, not my mentions, my For You algorithm, and one of these things was a like shitty growth and personal growth Twitter user. But the tweet that showed up in my feed was how to win an argument without having solid reasoning and proof. And it's a way to I'm being serious. This is crazy. Go listen to these tips and tell me Tim Pool does not deploy each and every one of them. Are you ready? Stage 1, trigger your interlocutor. If you're short on logical arguments, the safest way to still be right is by making the person in front of you sound wrong. In order to do that, you have to drag the conversation towards emotions and completely disregard any sort of logic. A few ways to do this is by responding to logical arguments by suggesting that your interlocutor lacks empathy by being too rational. Emotional appeal. He did that to you.
Okay.
Sitch
the reason I
does
want
this to me all the time, guys.
Yeah, there you go. The reason I wanted to watch this is, again, the level of delusion, the level of complete not like seeing this in yourself and in your team and your side is wild to me.
Yeah.
So Matt here saying that he found, tricks on how to debate people if you don't know the topic on Twitter. And he thinks what he's reading applies to Tim Pool and right-wingers and does not apply to left-wingers.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking, did Vosh write this? Is this Vosh's playbook?
And I can't imagine the level of self-delusion. He sat there and he read, number one, don't address the argument, make an emotional appeal, and you say that the person doesn't have empathy. And he doesn't think that applies to the left at all.
Well,
that's like the number one move.
It applies specifically to what Lance did with the genital pleasure thing. That's exactly what he did. He's like appealing to shame, and Tim totally called him out on it. Look, you're trying to shame me here, and fuck you for doing it.
No, but yes, but then also the entire, so much of the argument around trans issues or any issues is, you need to have empathy for these underprivileged people.
Right.
People that we deem as, lower on the oppressive hierarchy, right? Anyone below a cis straight white male, you have to have empathy for them. That's literally the entire point of People's Equals Are, the entire point of standpoint epistemology and all these things is if someone has a lower privileged status points, depending on their race and their gender and whatever, you have to empathize and accept what they're saying over your own opinion. Okay?
Right.
That's the entire position.
Yep.
And Matt here is reading this out to Lance, and he doesn't see that it applies to the left at all.
Of course. Yeah. No. That's why they're on the fish tank.
It's just wild to me. It's just wild. I don't even know how to process this.
Or even directly criticizing the person in front instead of discussing their ideas. Stage 2, forcing the monologue through question bombing. He does that all the time. While the tone of the conversation is getting more and more aggressive and emotional, you start framing the conversation by bombing your interlocutor with questions. The goal here is not to get an answer from them, but rather the opposite. What you're really doing is getting on their nerves. This should be done in such a way that you ask a question every time they start answering the previous one. Very annoying, but very effective. Stage 3.
But you're not allowed, listen, asking someone questions, right? That's bad. That's a debate tactic. Asking someone questions about their position. That's just a debate tactic. Okay?
Right, yeah. How are you supposed to get their position if you don't do that?
Letting your interlocutor speak. Here you want them to talk as long as possible. You have already been preparing them for this moment by disturbing them all along. They should feel relief as you completely shut up and start looking at them in the eye with interest and insistence. Intense eye contact to convey that you're not only listening, but doing so willingly and with good faith. But your disturbing act is not done yet. As they start speaking, you should have a very expressive face and react with negative facial expressions to the point the person is making. Not with...
Vosh does that all the time. He fucking does that stare into the camera thing. That's like Vosh's signature move.
You were right when you said, did Vosh read this text?
It totally is. It is, obviously.
Yeah.
You know when he stares in the camera and is like, this guy's full of shit. He basically makes that this guy's full of shit look.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Look, the guy that he's on stream with can see him do that.
Right.
He's literally on stream with that guy.
Anger, but rather with disdain. The idea is to make them angrier and angrier as they try to convey their message while destabilizing their rationale. Stage 4, destroy the monologue. Yes, good old ad hominem. You're not going to address any of the points they made. Instead, you're going to attack the flaws of their rationale and the person. It goes on and on.
That's literally what Lance did in so many points in that conversation. He refused to address any of the points that Tim brought up, especially when talking about the Jazz Jennings thing. Lance refused to address the argument and just attacked him with an ad hom. Said, that's weird. It's weird that you care about this.
He basically tried to call him a pedo instead of addressing the issue.
And yet Matt is sitting here reading this with no level of self-awareness at all.
None.
Like, this is like when you, this is like, I feel like he's arguing, this is like arguing with Chat GPT. You're like, I'm arguing with a robot. It doesn't have self-awareness, okay? You can argue till you're blue in the face. It's not gonna, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, they don't apply any sort of standards to anyone on their side. That's the trick. Like anything their side does, they completely ignore and don't give any sort of honest analysis of.
Right.
Anything the other side does, obviously they pick apart in every detail. So they only see it on their side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's never going to apply this frame to anyone on the left. Like I said, you could apply this to Vosh, you could apply this to Lance, you could apply this to any of the leftist streamers.
Just some of the tips.
What happened?
True.
It's exactly what he does in every single conversation you had with him, I had with him. It's that to a T.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Where did Tim do ad hominem on Lance?
Um,
Where did Tim come out and say, Lance, you're an idiot? I mean, we do it on
We
the
did.
show all the time. But
You could say there are parts where Tim said that he was in a cult. You could say that was an ad hom, right?
Oh, okay. I guess maybe you're
So-
right. That's good. Good point. The we're not usually when people come on the show, we're much nicer than obviously when we review their videos. So it's harder to be mean to someone's face, especially with Sitch and I, who are just
Okay, I feel
old
like I need to talk to you
softies.
about that. Let's take a little brief side quest here.
Mhm,
I feel like after talking to Rollo,
mhm.
after talking to Katie, and then after watching the town Trump Hall, I feel like I need to start being meaner to people.
Okay.
I feel like I'm being too nice to people. How does the chat feel about this? Should I be more condescending to people
Mm-hmm.
when I talk to them? I feel like I'm not condescending enough to people. I feel like I let people
Right.
get away with too much in these conversations.
Right.
How do you feel about that?
I don't give a fuck.
No, I'm asking for your. Should I be? What do you think?
Well, I notice obviously, and I think anyone in the streamer realm runs into a problem where if you're going to be condescending, if you're going to be a condescending twat,
Mm-hmm.
you can really only count on people coming on the show once.
Right.
So if you want them to come on the show more than once, you kind of have to have some kind of back and forth. And I do. I mean, I don't, it's weird because when we started streaming, I really was skeptical that you could change anyone's opinion.
Yes.
And I'm kind of wondering if maybe we can do that. And it's kind of become like a Mount Everest thing for me. Like I want one win on the goddamn table. I want to win someone over. And I know you can't do it with ad hominem and condescension. You have to do it the
I
the
don't
Daryl
want to
Davis
ad hom.
method.
I don't want to ad hom people.
Okay.
Right? I don't want to ad hom.
Well,
people.
condescending is kind of ad hom. So
Well, that's true-ish.
it's like you're just so stupid. Why am I wasting my time here?
Right. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, Sitch 100% needs to be meaner.
Yeah.
It's it's interesting. I thought the chat was going to 100% be Sitch be meaner, but it's actually pretty mixed. It's actually pretty mixed.
I think other people are in the same boat as me, and they feel like, because look, our whole audience subscribes to some variant of the social intuitionist model, the Daryl Davis model of persuasion.
Mhm.
Like people have to like you before they're going to even consider taking your ideas seriously. And we have a likability about us that other people don't have. They're partisan hacks. Like nobody is going to like Lance that's not a leftist. Nobody's going to like
Yes,
Vosh
right.
that's not a leftist, right?
I'm not thinking about convincing the person we're talking to. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm thinking about growing our audience. What do the people want?
Growing our audience. Well, this is
Yeah.
the thing too, because obviously we had Katie on the Tuesday stream and it was
Yeah.
kind of controversial. A lot of people are complaining in the comments that they can't watch it. They're not going to watch this.
Right.
I mean, the views are good. I mean, people are obviously watching it. So I feel like I want to win people over. And even Katie in that live stream was complaining a lot. I don't know if you remember that Destiny is like the largest progressive streamer. He calls himself a progressive. But I would argue that
Does
the reason...
he really? Because he doesn't seem progressive at all.
Well, no, the reason I would argue Destiny is the most popular streamer who calls himself a progressive is because his takes are the least insane out of all the people on the left. So
Yeah, but
he appeals to a wider number of people.
So
What's that?
he's pretty mean to people that he talks to.
Yes, he is. So, I mean, that's an argument that you could be meaner, sure.
Mm-hmm.
But is he winning people over? I guess he is to some extent. He's winning some people over, right?
So the thing that kind of made me think about this was I was kind of thinking about the Trump town hall thing. I'm trying to think of the effectiveness of the way in which Trump kind of dismantled the host. And then that kind of combined with, so I guess the side quests will kind of what brought this up, and then I'll read the super chats that are asking me or giving me their opinion on whether I should be mean or not. It's kind of brought up to a head when, if you guys were following this, there was a lot of drama this week with Rollo, who we talked to a week or two ago.
Right.
Rollo, who's someone super chat on the show. They asked Rollo if he would have the guts to debate Destiny, and Rollo responded by saying that he has offered Destiny to come out to wherever he is in Las Vegas or something, to debate him in person. And then basically what happened was Destiny and Sneeko were on Fresh and Fit, and Rollo called in, and basically Destiny, but really Sneeko, completely eviscerated Rollo 100% on his tweet that we briefly talked about with him, the whole, to be a high status male, you need to get a vasectomy thing.
Yeah, CT should clip that out because everyone's talking about that tweet. We brought it up with him on that show, specifically the tweet. Yeah.
I think she might have, or it might be an older clip or something that we already put up.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think that we did a really good job pushing back on that. Because
he didn't dig in the way that he dug in with Destiny and Sneeko.
No, but that's because, so if I recall correctly, maybe you can remind me, the chat can remind me, because I don't remember his exact answer. I thought when we asked him about that tweet, he said it was kind of a joke and kind of not a joke.
Yes, that's exactly what he said. And
I kind of understood what he meant by that. And this is where I'm saying I need to be a little bit more meaner. Like, I kind of understood what he meant by that. And he did say that, I believe he said that to Destiny and Sneeko. But the thing is, they didn't let that slide. They just kept pressing him on it to be very specific about, like, well, what exactly is the joke part? What exactly is the serious part? And he couldn't, Rollo didn't seem like he really had an answer.
Yeah, we
and
let
I feel
him
like
off the hook. We did.
And I feel like we let him off the hook way too easy. I was like, that clip should have been ours, Adam. That should have been us. That should have been us eviscerating him on that stupid fucking tweet. Because his whole position, Rollo's whole position that we got in the argument with about stepfathers being cucks is, he's trying to make this Evo psychology argument about how, all that matters is whether you propagate, like, at the end of the day, the thing that controls whether you're an alpha or that controls your status as a male is you having a bunch of kids. How the fuck can he argue that on one hand and then put out this tweet about getting a vasectomy?
Yeah, it's completely contradictory.
So I don't know, because my impression of the tweet, here's what I think happened with the tweet. I think he put out that tweet as a dig at that guy he was talking about. I think it was an insult. And then he realized that he couldn't insult that guy. So now he's kind of done that, like, walk back of, like, well, it's sort of true but not true tweet. Mm-hmm. That's my interpretation of it, because it's such a stupid fucking tweet.
It is, yeah.
And it completely destroys all of his positions. And then in that conversation, and we also messed up here, we never asked him how he defined a high status male.
No.
Which was a mistake on our part, because he didn't really have a good answer. And his only answer is, he literally gives the cultural relativist answer, which is, well, it's however society deems a person high status is high status, which is an insane fucking answer for a red pill person to give, especially a red pill person who's supposed to be making arguments from Evo psychology. There's no fucking way that someone on the basis of all their arguments are based on evo psychology. So biological determinism
Yeah.
or biological determinants, I should say, cannot give the argument that high status is entirely a social cultural phenomenon.
Yeah. No. It's
So.
insane.
Where let me read the ones that answer the question.
He's
Sky
in
for
a
$5
giant
says
cope spiral though on Twitter. You've seen like
oh,
he's
he did, yeah.
responding to
Right.
every fucking
Yes.
person that responds to that tweet. It's insane. I'm like,
well, his
Rollo.
performance against Destiny and Sneeko was so awful.
Terrible,
that
yeah.
he's gone on this cope spiral.
But he's trying to recast it as he did a great job instead of
No.
doing what any high value man, any high status male would do. They assess their performance honestly and learn from it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's what I'm trying to do, because I feel like
I know that's what we're
our
both
performance
trying to
with
do.
Rollo and Katie were lacking in some regards. So well, I'll talk about when I read one of the super chats related to it. Sky for $5 says, Sitch, you're the gentler of the two, but I like you're an Adam's hammer and scalpel approach, for lack of better term. I like that hammer and scalpel.
Sometimes you got to do that.
Yes.
I would argue though, Sitch and I kind of take turns doing the hammer scalpel thing.
We do.
Sometimes
Yeah, we do,
Sitch is actually the bad cop, and it's a lot of fun.
Credo Oot Intelligem for $5 says, be ruthless, Sitch. Grind their faces into the dirt. Eat their birthday cake before they do. Mute their mic randomly on Zoom calls when you're the host.
We can do that. I like doing that.
Yes. Oshie for $5 says, Sitch, you need to be a bit meaner once people cross a threshold. In being nice, I think you almost come off as allowing or accepting their argument. See, yeah, I think that is a perceptual problem that a lot of people interpret that way, Ostracey, that I need to work on. Because my problem, I feel like, it's kind of the same problem that Ben Shapiro had. Maybe it's our Jewish racial, which is that he seems like he's either like very combative with people or he's very nice to people. And it's like, he doesn't like enough. Doesn't seem like he's able to go kind of a happy middle ground between the two. And I feel like I'm in that same boat. Like, it's hard for me to find that happy middle ground. Like, I don't want to be like fucking yelling at people or be pissed off. I want to be humorously condescending like Donald Trump.
Yes, totally. No, I think losing your cool is not good. I've really made a conscious effort to not be angry or upset. And I mean, I notice this is one of the things that Destiny does super well. Destiny always keeps his cool. And
well, not always, but usually.
Well, no, I think when he gets, energetic, I don't think it's out of anger. He doesn't. He does do it like Donald Trump, like you said, like playfully condescending type.
Right.
Yeah. It's big and over the top exaggerated, but I never get the sense that he's legitimately angry. Yeah.
I think part of my problem is that some people are able to use anger effectively, and I don't think I am. I don't think anger ever generally serves me in any effective way.
It doesn't look good on you. It really doesn't, if I'm being honest. Yeah. I can tell when you're angry, and it's not a good look. Me, I don't know. I mean, you've seen me get angry, but I don't know if you feel the same.
I mean, I don't think it does, but people seem to like it, so.
Yeah. Well, I don't feel it's a good look on me either. So
what do I know?
Look, there's always going to be some crazy person that likes insane things. So I don't know, because some people like it. I don't know that it's a good strategy for growing the show or convincing people. So.
Right. Goro Sarah for $2 says, go easy on the guy defending Trump but destroy Katie. There you go. There you go. That was another thing, man. Fucking your friend was saying some crazy shit.
I know. And I was going to talk to him after the fact, and I've just been busy all week, and I never got a chance to talk to him. So
you said some crazy shit.
It's so weird. Yeah. Anyway,
it's fine.
Moving on.
It's fine. Mr. M6 for 200 Kazarkazarks. Thank you. Says, please don't become condescending. The internet is full of condescending pricks that just feed on their own echo chambers. Be charitable. Being charitable is for your sake too. Well, there you go. Mr. M6 is like trying to pull me into the light side here. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, you shouldn't be mean just to be mean, but some people like Rollo and Katie, you're never going to win over. True.
I mean, I feel like we could win Katie over.
Shinto for 8 months says, I think you need to be more willing to insult the stupidity of someone's idea in the moment. It's not about insulting the people. It's about insulting the idea. I understand what you're saying, and I'm not necessarily opposed to that. But if I call someone's idea stupid, there is no way that they don't take that as a personal insult. Like if in the moment, if you say to someone, that idea is stupid, everyone
you're
takes that the
calling them
same as
stupid.
saying them stupid. Yeah.
Yeah.
So even though it's not necessarily the same thing.
Well, and when you try to make that distinction, it never works.
It doesn't help. Yeah. It's entirely emotional. It's
Yeah.
entirely emotional.
Well, I don't think that's always honest, because people always do that. They're like, insult the, hate the sin, not the sinner. And I always think, I mean, you're calling them a sinner. you're literally.
Well,
I don't buy that. Yeah.
First of all, it's a good aspirational thing. And I believe if you have that in your mind, hate the sin, not the sinner, you can definitely become that person. I'm just saying that when you're talking to someone else and you say like, oh, that's a stupid idea, like that's, people just interpret as a personal attack like 99% of the time. So
yeah.
God's joke for $5 says, you should not be meaner, you should have more malice. Katie was super mean, toxic, and bad faith, but you guys were super lenient to her. Well, there you go. I shouldn't be meaner, but I should have more malice. Maybe that's the way to think of it.
I couldn't take anything Katie said seriously. So it really didn't seem like, I mean, Sitch and I were having a great time because she was so non-threatening, even though no matter how hard she tried. I kind of saw her as like, one of those little yippy dogs. You're like, they're acting like they're big and mean, but really, this is not going to hurt me. I'll just drop kick this fucking dog. So, that's
so funny.
Yeah. But I thought it was fun though. Oh, look at you, you mean little terrorist. Oh, you're so evil.
That's kind of how I felt too, I think.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe that's our internalized misogyny. So.
Well, it's us, obviously we have giant brains that
look,
that
thank you so
understand
much,
every
Shoe on
perspective.
Head.
Holy cow! Is that
Shoe on Head for the $20? Thank you, Shoe. Says, thank you for entertaining me as I do chores as always. Also, the debate with vasectomy man was hilarious. Well, thank you, Shoe. I appreciate it.
Yeah, she was going.
I got to figure out how to use Shoe's humorous condescension to my advantage. I gotta emulate Shoe's Twitter game.
She was going after Rollo on Twitter too. It was hilarious.
Yes. Oh, but thank you. Spencer for $5 says, you investigate the idea, not attack the person. When you're mad at a person, you explain why and allow them to retry the argument. Better, firm, S tier. Thank you. Yeah, maybe. Sammy G, hey Sammy, for $5 says, Sitch, you can't just be mean to people. They have to pay extra for that service. Whole new market opportunity here. Well, there you go.
That's hilarious.
There you go. Maybe that'll be the new service. You'll have to make that a new Patreon tier. If you want me once a month, you get a 5-minute phone call where I'll be mean to you. I'll whisper mean things to you in ASMR. How about that? That'll be the new Patreon tier.
No, you just do it on the stream. Although I feel like
public humiliation. That you have to pay extra for that.
Well, no, people are paying for you to be mean to Katie. Well, I kind of feel like they did that stream. We made a bunch of super chats. I feel like people were paying us to be mean to Katie.
I think Sammy meant people want to pay for me to be mean to them.
Oh, they want the personal meanness.
Yes, it's some kind of degenerate sex thing.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
You're too wholesome. You're too innocent. Some weird guy for $2 says, go scorch earth and burn Adam 2 for the lulz.
Well, let's not go crazy here.
Never. Dr. Diller for $2 says, you don't need to be meaner. You need to come down with a hammer when people act like toxic cunts to you. Matt Binder is dumb as shit, but he came on the show and behaved reasonably enough. Katie came on and talked down. Yeah, I got to find that happy. I got to be able to turn the switch, because I feel like I go into conversations and I just try to be cool, and it's hard for me to like be a jerk without getting angry. I gotta loosen my morals up, maybe. So that's the problem. That's the problem. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But it's interesting to talk about publicly.
Yeah. Is it? I mean, I don't feel like it's immoral. What makes it not immoral is when the person is actively being a piece of shit, which I feel like.
Right.
When a lot of people were were seeing Katie as being a piece of shit, but I wasn't seeing it. Like, I felt like she was just being, you know, jocular ribbing is what I saw. So
Right.
and
Well,
it was
anyway,
being
that's-
perceived as being a piece of shit. So
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I think it's also because we had like a 5 or 10 minute conversation with her before the stream started that had nothing to do with politics.
Mhm.
So it kind of put us in a mindset for her personality
Yeah.
where, you know, it's
good
kind of
point.
unfortunate
Great
because I
point.
think if everyone had seen the before conversation, it would be interesting. I think it would kind of, there'd be like people still not like her, obviously, but it would have a very different effect on people, I think.
Yeah. You know, so we got a baseline for her and we realized, okay, well, this is just how she is. Yeah. But
Yeah.
they saw that as how she is mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was just mean in a political setting, right?
Right.
So, yeah. Okay. So let's watch one more minute of this and then we'll switch over to Buckets.
Okay.
Sam Buckets.
Sweet.
That
all
seemed like it would be a
dishonest.
lot to think about, or you just think that's what he eventually like? Do you think he's intentionally using those kind of strategies, or they're just like they're identifying those kind of strategies?
I don't like. Do I think he saw this guy's thing? No.
No,
But-
no, I'm not
yeah.
implying that. I'm just saying like that also seems like a lot of things to think about while you're doing it. Like
I think it's a skill
It
that
is
he
if you're an
developed.
honest person, but if you're a dishonest person just there for just trying to get an emotional reaction, I think it's almost the default for some of these people. It's just to act on a purely emotional level and not actually discuss anything rationally because they're not there for a rational conversation. They're there just to evoke some kind of emotion out of people. So I think for him, it comes naturally because certain people just don't. He doesn't care about the issues. He doesn't actually care about the truth. It's just about whatever he has to argue, and he'll argue that side.
That is the
Hey,
most,
yeah.
those are the most triggering string of words I've heard on a podcast in a long time.
Why?
Well, just
Why?
because it's so, it's like so up your own ass. Like,
Yeah.
they don't care about the truth. They don't care about the issues. They're just dishonest pieces of shit that are just there to lie to you and to grift for money. It's like, what the fuck? Who is this guy?
Yeah.
Who is this guy?
I think what happens, I think there's very, very, very few like real grifters, like people who don't actually believe in
Of
the
course.
ideology.
Yeah, of
I
course.
think what happens is almost everyone in the political internet space, they do believe in the ideology broadly that they're supporting. However, when they get in these conversations with people get in a mindset where they don't want to lose. And then so they'll start whipping out all sorts of quote unquote debate tactics or whatever in order to win the argument. So I do think that happens, but I don't think that means that that person doesn't believe in the ideology that they're talking about.
Right, or they're lying, dishonest pieces of shit.
Well, they
It's
could
like-
be, but like Lance is a good example. I believe Lance believes all his socialist gobbledygook,
Oh, and
but
he's
he-
also a lying piece of
but he
shit.
lies like crazy on Twitter. And here's the thing: I don't know if he realizes it. Like he constantly quote tweets people with like the most insane straw man ever of their
Well,
argument.
you're changing your position though. Before you said you knew he was lying when he did this kind of shit.
Well, that's what but I am changing my position because here's the thing: Lance is really dumb.
Right.
So I don't know if he realizes what he's doing.
I
don't
think
know.
he does, but he feels like, look, he all of them have the string of words that David Doel just said in their heads.
Yes,
And Lance feels like, well, they're lying to me, so I can lie to them.
that's very possible.
Yeah.
That's very possible, right?
So I do think that that's happening.
Maybe it's not clear. It's not clear to me, and I don't think you'll ever get an answer from these people.
Look, David Doel just said it all. Like he just said the quiet part out loud here.
No, but I'm saying like, if Lance would ever come on again, we're like, Lance,
Mhm.
like, do you know that you're strawmanning the fuck and being dishonest about people's arguments on Twitter? But you think it's justified because you think they're being dishonest, or do you not understand what they're saying?
He can't
I don't
answer
think
that question.
Yeah, I don't think we
honestly.
could ever get a real answer from that question. So we'll never know the answer to that
Yeah,
question.
he can't answer that question. That's insane.
But the thing,
Are you stupid or a liar?
But exactly, it's like American Psycho. Okay, either reality could be true, Adam.
Oh, I know.
I could see that Lance is convincing himself it's okay to lie, but I could also see that he literally is just so shoved up his own ideology that he just doesn't perceive the right wing position or the non-left wing position, I should really say.
Yeah.
They're inherently faith, and I think that as
Hold
they
on, I
Care
got
about the
back
issues.
up
He
a
doesn't
little.
actually care
Skipped.
about the truth. It's just about
Mike's-
whatever
Mike's is just as insane here.
Yeah.
he has to argue, and he'll argue that side.
Yeah, they're inherently bad faith, and I think that as they do more of these debates with the left wingers, they get better at kind of deflecting and obfuscating with time. And you could tell that like
That's all Lance did. That is all Lance did. Lance would not engage with anything.
Yes.
Tim Pool, he's been doing.
I don't know if you caught it. He said the more they argue with left wingers, the better they get at this. So he's laying out the groundwork for an argument about why no one on the left should argue with anyone outside their sphere.
Yeah. Well, look, why would you argue with anyone who's just a dishonest piece of shit? Like the whole narrative that they have
For the
going,
views.
The whole narrative that they have going is to discourage people from having conversations with these people. Right. Like all they want to do is trick you and be dishonest. That's all they care about.
A lot of obfuscation and deflection for years, so he was very savvy in the way that he approached some of these questions. He knew how to frame it in a misleading way that tried to back you into a corner. He is deeply bad faith, and I don't even know like what his personal political beliefs are. I don't know if he believes anything that he says, but it's just that environment is almost impossible to have a good faith conversation because he's not interested in that.
Do you guys think he?
Okay, so that was the end of the leftist mafia.
You're not going to go. It's funny that Ole says virtually nothing in this whole show. The first time she speaks, she starts talking about Whitey.
Starts talking about what?
She starts talking about Whitey. You know, she's like obnoxiously racist against white people.
No, I didn't see that part.
Yeah.
I saw the part where she talks about how I don't think it's interesting enough for us to watch. She has this whole rant about how debate is a performance.
Yeah.
And how you have
that's where
to
it is.
Right. You have to basically put on, a show of your personality. And I was just like, oh, I wonder if that's kind of dishonest or not.
Well, she says she doesn't want to do debates because it's like performing for whitey, for white people. Yeah.
Because first of all, what's kind of shocking, Olay is a lawyer.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
I don't like, it's just, I don't know. She does not have lawyer energy to me. She seems so like immature about everything. But and she's talking about like debating people in court and shit. I'm like, all right.
Yeah. Wouldn't you like to see that? Oh my God.
I would be very curious. Yes.
Lance from the Surfs.
Okay. Let's jump over to Emma.
Yeah. Everyone is talking about this clip.
Oh no. So this is.
Oh no. This is.
This is the episode with the clip. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is Emma and two disembodied voices of Sam SEDER report making cope spiraling, basically saying that Lance destroyed Tim. The title of the video, if you're not watching, it says Tim Pool claims he's not conservative, shredded by Lance from the Surfs. So they have some. It's funny. Their arguments about Lance's performance is even worse than the leftist mafia's arguments about Lance's performance, which I would not have thought possible.
Sam SEDER hates Tim Pool because Tim Pool has exposed Sam SEDER as a lying grifter.
Yes.
And so that's really angered Sam SEDER. So that's why he's backing up Lance from the Surfs. It's the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Mm-hmm.
This is a tale as old as time, and MR, before I've been here, years before, has been great at covering this, is the reactionary right-wing media ecosystem is built on people who espouse right-wing talking points but say that they're apolitical. It's one of the only ways to launder right-wing thought and build an audience in that way is to sell unpopular ideas under the guise of free thought and pretending that they are not political in and of themselves when everything is political. And so, yeah, Tim Pool is also...
So, okay, there's a lot to say about that comment. So first of all, the quick thing, it's funny. She says everything is political.
I hate that. I totally hate that.
Classic leftist. Nothing is apolitical. Everything has to be political. Your Lego Batman video game? Yeah. That's got to be political. That Zelda game that just came out that everyone's playing? That's got what are the political aspects of the new Zelda game, everybody? You have to go deep into the political aspects.
Well, just
Zelda. Simple
science. Is a periodic table political?
Right.
Look,
of course.
How many atoms are in or how many electrons are in an atom of gold?
And a covalent bond.
Yeah, the difference between covalent and how's that
It's a political
political?
question. So,
Look.
but she said something that's even more interesting, and this really shows the disconnect that a lot of people on the left have from every other political thought. She said the only way in which right-wing ideas can be laundered is that they have to have someone come out and they'll give a right-wing take, but then pretend it's number one, not a political take, and number two, not a right-wing take.
Yeah, that's so insane.
What
That's
the fuck
insane.
is she talking about? Yeah, that is insane. That's completely insane.
Look, Ben Shapiro's show is way bigger than Tim Pool's show. And Ben Shapiro comes out and says, I'm right wing. Here's my right wing ideas. Who's laundering his ideas?
Yeah. And well, it's funny because, if you look at like on, when Tucker used to be on Fox News, what is like the number one insult that people that are on the right now give against other right wingers? They say you're a rhino.
Oh yeah, you're not a real right winger. Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you're not supportive of Donald Trump, you're a rhino. You favor the establishment, you're a rhino. The whole thing is all about like who is really right wing and who is not.
Yeah.
Like she's so disconnected from the political conversation because she lives in her like little bubble where if you say something is right wing, like all
Instantly
the
dismiss.
Yeah, like Emma's at the fancy cocktail party with her parents.
Of course, yeah.
And it's
sipping
like
her $100 glass of wine.
Right. She went to her $40,000 a year high school, and sipping her Chardonnay and eating her caviar, and it's like you say, oh, Republican, and all the lefties, all the rich lefties, they're like disgust mechanism is triggered. They're like,
of course.
Oh, Republicans, aren't those like those dirty hillbillies in the middle of the country that are missing teeth and beat their wives? Oh.
Yeah.
Get your blue jean overalls and your lack of shoes out of here, you Republican. I'm disgusted.
Is that a piece of hay you're chewing on? Spit that out.
Are you chewing on some tobacco? I'm disgusted by you. Like, this is what she thinks when she hears Republican. So she's like, oh, well, then obviously, since everyone is as viscerally disgusted by Republican ideas as I am, the only way for Republican ideas to spread in America is for someone to trick you by saying, let me give you a bunch of Republican ideas, but pretend that they're not.
Right. Totally. Yep.
Which I can't, no one does that.
Yeah, of course they
at
don't.
all.
Look,
No.
obviously, Tim is saying the right-wing positions that Tim holds, he knows are right-wing and is not embarrassed to say it, obviously. He talks about being super for the Second Amendment, and he's like, that's right-wing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But he also talks about being pro-choice and being for universal health care. Those are left-wing positions. He brought these
Right.
up on the show.
Right.
Like, he's not trying to launder them. He's not trying to trick you
No.
into thinking being for the Second Amendment is some leftist position. Although nowadays Vosh is all talking about, all the leftist people should get guns and be ready.
They want to overthrow the government. So,
Yeah. So,
yeah, makes sense.
yeah, this is insane. Just insane take.
Right. Well, and considering most people on the right, maybe not Tim specifically, but most people on the right generally, and most people in the political space, they generally are trying to influence how someone votes specifically.
Of course, yeah.
And so obviously they're couching their political opinions in a, like, you should vote for this person, which kind of exposes whether you're like on the left or the right. So
much of the left wing, though, does have cult social dynamics, though, obviously.
yes.
I mean, what she's saying about, these unsafe ideas, how is that any different than what the Jehovah's Witnesses say about the unsafe world? Watching Star Wars is going to open you up to the world, the worldly things.
Right.
Yeah.
Or you're like reading Harry Potter is going to make you try to perform, devil magic.
Sure, totally. Yeah, same exact thing. Look, if you listen to a centrist podcast, you're being exposed to right-wing ideas. How dare you? How dare you think for yourself? That's what we're here for at the Majority Report, to do the thinking for you.
That's right.
Yes.
But here on the Sitch and Adam Show, we sell free will. That's right.
Yes.
For every $1 you super chat us or Streamlabs us, you get a free unit of free will.
Right.
Ever have a tough decision to make in your life? Well, remember, with Sitch and Adam, you can be like, oh, wait a minute. I have 5 free units of free will stored up. I can use that to make this decision lickety split.
Yes, I can do the thinking for myself.
There you go.
Look, I don't need a cult.
This
I have
free
my
will-
own ideas.
This free will that we're selling is 100% organic, non-GMO, humanely sourced.
Right. We took it all from Anna.
She's not using it.
Actually, what's
You
her...
mean Emma?
Emma. Emma, Anna. Look, we're mining a lot of free will from the leftists.
What
They
we
don't
haven't
even
told you
want
guys-
it.
You thought we were harvesting free will from a group of, Chinese miners in a basement somewhere. Okay. But we're not. What we do is we just collect it from all the stupid people that we watch
Yep.
every week because they're not using their free will and it just sheds off. It's just
Yeah.
free money. It's just sitting there for anyone to take.
Yeah, they're sloughing it off left and right.
Right. So we just scoop up all that free will. We put it. Now, listen, you're going to be worried. You're like, ew, I don't want free will that came out of Emma. And so, okay. So
We
don't
get
worry.
the pressure washer out.
Yeah. We have,
We're like, we need to clean this free will up.
here at the Sitch and Adams Show, we have a very comprehensive refinement process that we
Right.
put all free will, all used free will through a very clean,
Unused,
sterilizing.
sloughed off free will.
That's true, unused. Free will through a cleaning, refining process that will remove any trace of the personality or person that it was once associated with.
Calvin says 2 free wills, please.
Well, there you go, Calvin Pafford. Thank you so much for the $2. You get 2 free will units of free. You get 2 units of free will free for the $2. Thank you.
Right. Yes.
RJ Douglenheim for $2 says, "What's your return policy on all this free will?" Listen.
Use it or lose it.
Listen, there is no return policy for free will. Okay, once it is absorbed into your body, it is yours forever. Okay, we're not getting it back from you.
How much free will do gift memberships buy you?
Mr. Ubercross for 10 gifted subs. Thanks so much, Mr. Ubercross. You get 1 free will unit per gifted membership.
Oh, okay.
So that's 10. Actually, no, you get 2, I think. So you get 2. So you get
10.
20.
You get 10 free units per gifted membership.
Let's tone it down a little bit. Anyway, I jumped ahead a little bit. Let's get back to Emma. We gotta our free will reserves are getting a little low. We gotta stock up
Right.
on some free will here. So let's get back to Emma.
This might be a good time to pick up your free will though, because this clip will make you want to break things.
Oh no,
in
that
your
clip
home.
is at the. You're talking about the
Oh,
Jordan clip
damn.
is near the end of this.
Okay.
But we're gonna watch it. Don't worry.
Here is the second clip that we've pulled here of Lance on Tim Pool's show, TIMCAST, where they start to talk about trans people and gender affirming care here.
This is just Lance at the end of it clowning on Tim. Like Tim just gets so angry because Lance is not taking him seriously.
Yeah, there we go. Well, I mean, I look forward to that.
Oh, what's it? Sorry. Is the volume up?
Okay, so my follow-up is, you think trans people feel safer than ever?
No. Right now, there's over 400 different bills being pushed in the United States that is directly targeting trans people.
So they don't feel safe?
Of course they don't.
So then why are they coming out if they don't feel safe?
They have more access because that Generation Z, has a lot more acceptance towards trans people than older people who pass laws, draconian people who pass laws. The boomers are the ones running the show right now. They're still the ones in government. They're still the ones passing laws. There's very few Generation Z in government or parliament.
You want to know what I think? I think there is a trans genocide.
Okay.
And I think it's you.
Okay.
Because you're sterilizing a lot of these people.
How so?
I mean, they're literally sterilizing them. The surgery to remove the gonads, hysterectomies, and puberty and cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers have a high rate of sterilization. I mean, first of all, removal of the gonads.
So I guess sterilization should be outlawed, even if people want it. No opportunity if you want to get your tubes tied. Let's use.
What a dummy. What a dummy.
Yeah, that was the argument, Emma. That's what Tim said. He said sterilization should be outlawed. Yeah, okay. Interesting.
Well, she's inadvertently making the argument that children should be able to sterilize themselves if they are so inclined.
Yes, that is the argument she's making. And this is what's so she makes this really stupid straw man BS argument, because Tim's position and the people who are talking about this position is that, we don't think, number one, we don't think that children are given enough information about even like the potential negative health effects that could happen through transitioning, number one. And then number two, even if they are given that information, it's very difficult for an underage child to make a determination that could basically make them sterile for life.
Of course, yeah. They don't have the life experience to make that decision. Yeah.
Right. You know, usually when people get their tubes tied or get a vasectomy, it's like, you know, they're old, right?
Right. Yeah. They've had 2 kids, 3 kids. They're like, I can't have another kid.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I know people that have gotten vasectomies that have like 2, 3 kids already. They're like, I don't want any more.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Totally.
for Emma to bring this up is such an insipid argument.
Yeah.
Use a crude term for when people who have uteruses choose to have that. No vasectomies. That's sterilization. See, if you want to get your tubes tied, let's use a crude term for when people who have uteruses choose to have that.
So, first of all, there's 2 things that are funny there. She didn't say women.
Tied. I know.
She said people that have uteruses.
I know. Yeah, that is funny.
Okay. And then the second thing is, which is funny because, watch out.
When trans
moving
men,
over that.
when trans men get their tubes tied.
Right. Yeah, which I don't know if that's really an issue for. Well, I guess if they don't get bottom surgery. But the second thing is that she's like apologizing for using the terms tubes tied.
I know.
Is that
yeah.
like a controversial thing to say? Like, oh, you got your tubes tied.
I guess.
Okay.
I don't know.
No vasectomies. That's sterilization, is it not? You're removing because you want to not have any children anymore. Your ability to get pregnant or impregnate someone.
Again, like the
Tim. So since Tim Pool said we shouldn't sterilize children, he's really saying
no
one can get sterilized.
Right. Right.
What a twisting of the argument.
The implied frivolity with which Tim thinks people get these surgeries is just it's a fucking smear, and it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Like, nobody is getting these surgeries just like, okay, Snapchat told me that I'm trans and now doctor, give it to me.
Yeah.
Like, this is after a prolonged period of social transitioning that has nothing to do with any sort of like pharmaceutical or surgical intervention.
So it's not a question of frivolity, right? It's a question of people who think they have a problem, and then they see people that are, especially kids, a lot of autistic kids who are starting to go through puberty, maybe before puberty. They start to feel unhappy. They say, I don't know why I feel unhappy. And then they see people online, and those people say, I felt really bad about myself. I felt really bad about my body, right? Like, what kid growing up didn't feel bad about their body at some point?
Of course, yeah.
Right?
Very common.
I didn't feel good about myself. I didn't feel good about my body. It turned out I had gender dysphoria. I go to the doctor, they give me hormones and all this other stuff. Suddenly, I feel much better about myself. Then you come out socially transition, and depending on where in the country you live, you can get all sorts of people just basically applauding you for social transition. You can get all sorts of, basically open up an entire friend network or the potential for a friend network online in certain situations. So the idea that there isn't a pathway for some people to fall down by mistake here is just, this is the performative stupidity aspect of the conversation.
Of course.
Right?
Yeah. Perfect.
Especially from people on the left whose entire argument about literally every other position that leftists talk about when they make these arguments is that people are blank slates and everything is social conditioning.
Right. Yeah.
Except for this. This is the one thing where it's not.
Right. Yeah. You watch one Nick Fuentes video and suddenly you're a Nazi, right?
Yes.
But you watch one ContraPoints video and obviously you couldn't immediately come out trans, right? I mean, that would never happen.
Right.
Not in a million years.
Right. Unless you have AGP like Philosophy Tube. I mean, what are we talking about?
Yeah, see? Has Philosophy Tube come out as AGP? I don't know.
I'm just
Look at you. Look at you.
Just throwing shade.
Philosophy Tube, I think, said all trans people are kind of faking it. I think it was a big controversy.
Yeah, Philosophy Tube said
that most trans people are faking it.
Well, I don't remember. Did she say that she doesn't have gender dysphoria, or she just said she doesn't think gender? She said she doesn't think gender dysphoria is like a real thing. Yeah, that was her position.
Right.
Which is pretty
crazy.
Stupid. That was the Riley Dennis position in like 2017. I thought we moved past that. I guess not.
and which, by the way, Tim Pool and all these fucking losers are against too. They're against the pronoun shit. That's why they've made that a big fucking thing the entire time. Guess what? You don't need surgeries for pronouns. You don't get sterilized when somebody calls you she instead of he. Like this is what they do when they're called to account. They act like, oh, I'm just asking questions about, is medicine going too far? But the actual thing is, no, you hate all of this stuff. And so, like, you can say, like, oh, you're actually concerned about the transgenocide in the same statement where you're denying that they even exist.
Exactly. And if they just cared about medical mutilation, as I said, they'd be against vasectomies. They'd be against any.
What a dumbass! I can't believe she's saying this.
It keeps coming back to it. I know.
I can't believe she's saying this. Now a vasectomy is mutilation. It's pretty common for guys to have a vasectomy once they've had as many kids
when they're
as
like
they're
in
going
their
to have.
40s or 50s.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, we're talking about like children.
Yeah.
It's just so stupid.
Voluntary sterilization for people who have uteruses. They'd be against breast augmentation. They'd be against breast reduction surgery. They'd be against rhinoplasties under the age of 18. Oh, you're mutilating your face.
Criminal butchers.
Exactly. But they're not. So
nice
here we go.
job, man, Emma.
Well, and also, I would be curious. I think if you did a poll, most people would be pretty tepid for purely cosmetic surgery on people under 18, right?
Sure. Yeah.
I think most people would be like, you should probably wait till you're at least 18 before you get like your breast augmentation or like your nose job or something. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't want my child to, to do cosmetic surgery unless she had some like, accident or birth defect or something.
I mean, they're literally sterilizing them. The surgery to remove the gonads, hysterectomies, and puberty and cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers have a high rate of sterilization. I mean, first of all, removal of the gonads in the uterus is an absolute sterilization, and then puberty blockers have a very high rate, and cross-sex hormones have an extremely high rate of sterilizing the individual. So these people can no longer reproduce. That's genocide.
Right. Is this the joke you're gonna go for?
Joke? You are removing these people's ability to reproduce.
And if they're a young... Sorry, Lance is doing this?
I guess, yeah.
Or is this
is Lance a doctor? Is Lance a gender-affirming care provider?
Yeah, or is this like the patients themselves, their parents, and doctors over a prolonged period of assessment? like nobody's doing this to anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. What is he talking about? Look, the kid obviously can't consent. The parent is consenting for them. But if if a parent walked in and said, listen, I want my kid's a fucking holy terror, I want to sterilize them, they're going to say, fuck you, right?
Right. Well, I mean, that's the whole thing. This is the problem. I wish we had, I wish we had institutions and medical, places and trans care places where I trusted that these people were using a model of care that wouldn't, cause a shit ton of trans regret in the future. But I have no trust for that.
Of course.
Because of the desistance rates changes so massively. Once the affirmative care model was put in place, and desistance rates for children went from 60 to 90% to like 20 to 2%. I mean, that's pretty scary. And the fact that all these people that run these clinics basically seem to shrug. I mean, I'm sure there's some good ones in there, but since a lot of the people, at least the ones that are public, and a lot of people discussing these issues, basically shrug their shoulders and pretend that's not a big deal because of the politics of the situation, is ludicrous. And as you said when you read the Tavistock book, there were people that worked there that were like, something isn't adding up here. Who were legitimate doctors, legitimate therapists, legitimate psychologists, and they were getting shamed by their coworkers.
Yeah, they were
for not being
called
woke.
Transphobic immediately.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, which really sucks.
It's a big problem.
If you ask these people, look, juvenile delinquents, let's sterilize them. What do you think? I mean, they are juvenile delinquents, right? They would be up in arms. Oh my God, what are you doing? You can't sterilize these people. But you just talk about how trans people are sterilizing themselves, and suddenly they don't understand the argument. What do you mean it's a genocide? I don't get it. Look, see, if we sterilize juvenile delinquents, we're trying to genocide the fucking juvenile delinquents. Like, it's pretty basic. It's pretty easy to understand, right?
Right.
We're trying to take that out of the gene pool.
Well, there is a good counter argument to this, but they have none of them have made the counter argument. At least from the level of the genocide thing, which is that, obviously, now being gay and being trans is obviously not the same, as I said a million times, but we don't know exactly the mechanism that causes gender dysphoria or someone to become trans, assuming it's something people are born with to some extent, right?
Right.
But
You're not talking about social contagion, obviously.
Right. Now, I do
there's
think
a lot of people that we don't think have gender dysphoria. They're just, they're maybe have depression or they maybe are autistic and they're misinterpreting that as gender dysphoria.
Exactly. Okay. Exactly. Right. Yeah. But for the people that do really have gender dysphoria, I mean, since we don't know the mechanism of it, it's something that could very easily be passed along other genetic markers,
Totally.
Kind of like, because obviously, like with homosexuality, if that was something that only passed along the genetic line of people that were homosexual, it would have died out long ago. So, but obviously that's not the case.
Right.
And I just want to say, like, this is what I appreciate where Lance goes from here is just like to establish what we need to establish when we watch videos like this. Tim Pool is a fundamentally unserious person who does not warrant serious inquiry when he says shit like this.
It's also
look, you don't even go on camera, you piece of shit. Like, what the fuck? You just a disembodied voice yelling from.
Listen.
Oh, sorry, Sitch.
Oh
my god. Oh shit. What have I done?
Oh my god. Adam exposed in 4K.
Look, Sitch is going to do a face reveal pretty soon here. So
people were taking bets in the chat before the stream started whether I would actually do a face reveal this year or not.
Really?
Yes.
I think Sitch is waiting on the comic, but
no, why would I be waiting on the comic?
Really? Oh, let's do it next week. What's up?
I'm not done. I kind of stalled like setting up all my stuff. But
look, I'm worried. We did this joke.
Doing it. Yeah.
We did this joke with Doomer. And we labeled Doomer Murder Face.
Yeah.
And then he kind of looks like Murder Face just a little bit, right? I mean, I feel bad, but
yeah, but what you think I'm gonna look like my avatar? I just think it's literally impossible.
Let's hope not.
Okay.
Sitch looks like Squizgar.
There you go. No, I don't. That's a terrible.
He looks nothing like Squizgar, guys. Anyway. No. Look, I didn't mean any of that. Only people.
Obviously, I look like Squidward, so there you go.
Only people who yell from off screen on the Majority Report are pieces of shit.
There you go. Thank you.
All the people on our side, they're doing it for good reasons.
Right.
So, like,
he's not a serious person.
It's not a trans genocide.
He's not a serious person. What a piece of shit. God, why didn't I get that for the screen cap? Look, she looks crazy.
There you go. You can change it. Here's
That's
a screenshot
insane.
right there.
They're still alive and they're making this choice themselves.
Yeah.
And it's not passed down through birth. Like,
No.
you're not eliminating trans people because trans people aren't having trans children. That's not how that works.
What's freakish and like sort of medically brutal is to say, like, okay, this child socially transitioning starting like age 4, which is very common, like that young kids know.
Oh my God.
That's really
This
bad.
is driving me crazy, Sitch.
Age 4. That's really bad.
4 years old, people are picking their biological sex now.
Yeah, that 4-year-old really knows. They really know at 4. They can just. Jesus.
Isn't it just? I mean, oh my. Okay.
At 4 years old, I literally watched Michael Jackson's Bad and thought Michael Jackson was a girl because he had long hair.
Right.
So I'm not sure if 4-year-olds are really good at making these determinations.
You don't have the kind of experience necessary to make these decisions at 4 years old.
Well, and also
you're making them off of, oh, I like pink.
Yes. Well, this is like the total ideological melting your brain, because anyone that's ever interacted with a 4-year-old or any young child knows kids are so bad at verbalizing what they're feeling.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
They can't properly explain things for whatever reason. And if you remember what it was like that age, you'll remember you were really bad at explaining things.
Yeah. Oh, this
So,
is so sick.
like, you have this super complicated thing about like, oh, how does your gender identity? And you think your 4-year-old's going to be able to like give you like a comprehensive answer about it.
This is a cult, Sitch. This is totally a cult. This is like they're passing around. Where did this meme come from that 4-year-olds know their gender identity and can pick what biological sex they're going to be for the rest of their lives? When did that become a thing, Sid?
Well, I guess it's because one of the factors and criteria when trying to diagnose gender dysphoria is it's supposed to be the person had a persistent gender identity that was opposite of their sex. And so that's kind of morphed into this insane idea that like 4-year-olds, even when they were 4, they knew, right?
What happened to it's a phase, and it's a phase you're going through. What happened to that?
Well, it's like my mom, who used to be a deaf educator. She said there was a little kid who he would always carry around a purse. He was a little boy, and his mom would get so mad at him because, it was a Hispanic family, and the father was very like, machismo-ish. Yes.
Yeah.
Look, let me be racist for a second. A lot of like cultural machismo, and so they're very upset about the boy walking around carrying a purse. Now, my mom, who was very smart, was like, well, how do you know he doesn't just want like a bag to put stuff in?
Yeah.
Why do you associate it with feminine, like with something feminine? Why don't you give him a little briefcase? And so they gave him a little briefcase instead of a purse, and he was like, oh, I love this little briefcase.
That's so badass.
And so he had a little briefcase. So I'm just thinking like nowadays, like, oh, that little boy really likes a purse. Maybe he's transgender.
Oh, of course. Yeah, they would be socially transitioning him.
And this kid was like 4 or 5. It was like, I don't know, this whole thing's so stupid.
Yeah. Get in the briefcase. That's awesome, man. The 4-year-old carrying around a briefcase. That's amazing. That's amazing.
Okay, now they're 12, approaching puberty, and there's actual interventions that can be done to help them avoid a puberty into a body that they no longer identify with. Forcing them, because a fucking Republican lawmaker needed it to get elected, to go through that puberty that to me is monstrous. That to me is genocide. That to me is asking that person to consider suicide.
Forcing them to go through the puberty that their body will naturally go through. It's not forcing anything.
Well,
you're intervening. You're the one that's forcing them to go through another puberty.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like Sitch's law of like, well, if someone wants to do something, you don't let them, is it force, even if it's going to happen naturally? Kind of how are we defining force?
Remember what everyone said about you being meaner? You gonna let this fucker off the hook, sis? Is that what's going on here?
I could be
You're gonna redefine Mr. Good Faith Gary, this guy making this piece of shit argument?
Well, no, I was gonna say the real problem I have with this argument, the problem that I have with this argument, isn't the question of using the word force. It's the question of, again, if we knew, right, if they could put you in the brain scan machine and the machine algorithm would say you have a 99% chance of being gender dysphoria, right?
Right.
Then I wouldn't care. I'd be like, fine, whatever. Give them puberty blockers. If that's all we got, that's the only treatment option we have. Sure, but we don't have that technology. And the problem is that if there's this massive prescribing, over prescription of
overdiagnosis,
gender dysphoria,
whatever. Yeah.
Overdiagnosis of gender dysphoria, that would be a better way of saying it. There's this massive overdiagnosis of gender dysphoria. You're going to end up creating a lot more harm in the world than you will create good. I mean, this is, there are reasons in which people still get electroshock treatment nowadays. And there's still things that they do it for. If you have massive depression, I think if you have if you have massive bipolar and there's some other conditions, they'll give you electroshock treatment that can be helpful.
A couple brain zaps do you some good.
Exactly. The brain zaps will do you so good sometimes. But it doesn't mean that when it first came out and they basically were giving it to fucking everyone and they're doing it way too much, doesn't mean that just because it has some utility to some people doesn't mean it has, you should just overprescribe it to everyone, or that you have to worry about the overprescription of it to everyone.
Oh man.
That's true of every medicine. That's true of every surgery. That's true of everything, in the health field.
Yeah. Yes.
Yep. Here we go.
That's genocide.
Right. Is this the joke you're gonna go for?
Joke? You are removing these people's
Acting
ability to
big,
reproduce.
loser.
And if they're a young age and they haven't had the ability, like for instance, Jazz Jennings can never have kids. Jazz Jennings also, and this probably
Why
part of
do
your
you
studies,
care?
can't actually feel any sexual feeling of any kind.
Do you have any idea how weird this sounds right now? Like, why are you obsessed with a stranger's genital pleasure? That's so weird. That's so bizarre.
That was very weird yourself.
This is like 2 dodges in a row.
Yeah.
First he calls it a joke, which is a dodge, and then he goes to the genital pleasure thing, which is another dodge. He's literally looking for some sort of counter argument here.
You guys are all
right. So I'm talking about adults who engage in activities, which is a large portion of the global economy, whether you like it or not. Sex sells, they say. And when I say this person will never have this ability, you go, how weird is that?
It's weird for you to fixate on a stranger's genital pleasure. That's
And then he reframes it as fixating on her having
Genital
sex.
pleasure.
Right. When he's basically saying, look, people should grow up to have healthy sex lives. He's saying, no, you're focusing on Jazz Jennings' sex life. No, he's not. He never did that. He never said that.
No, he's talking about people that get these surgeries overall.
Yeah.
And just using Jazz Jennings as an example.
Yep.
Have you ever seen the movie Dude, Where's My Car?
Of course. That's a great movie.
Do you remember
obviously.
the evil alien?
What's my tattoo say? Dude.
Dude.
No. Anyway, go ahead. The aliens.
Yeah, you remember they're like these hot aliens that are trying to destroy the universe.
Oh yeah.
And they keep saying to the heroes, the protagonists of the movie, well, we will perform genital pleasure on you. Give us the device.
I forgot about that.
So every time I see this clip, I just think of that movie with the aliens talking about
We
genital
will
pleasure.
perform genital pleasure.
Because I've never heard, like outside of that movie, I've never heard those words being used to discuss this like topic.
It is hilarious. It's more funny in that movie though.
Well, that was like the whole, like when the person's writing the script, they're like, how would like weirdo aliens describe sex? Genital pleasure. Like you never describe it this way.
Of
And here we have
course.
Lance. He's like, okay.
Lance
I'm gonna be
outing
like the
himself.
alien.
Lance outing himself as an alien.
Yes. Yes. He's
Of
just so
course.
detached from everything.
So bad, Faith.
Why are you considering the genital pleasure of another person? Tim Pool. I am definitely a human. Please.
I swear to God, they talk about this for 45 minutes on that leftist mafia thing. They
Yes.
bring on a trans person to talk about their genital pleasure experience.
Oh my God.
They do. They literally do.
That's hilarious.
It's so bizarre. Well,
Like,
she's
why-
public about it.
But see,
why.
you're not making an argument right now, is my point.
I'm not. I'm saying it's weird. It's not an argument.
Yeah,
I'm just
that's
an observation.
So you're trying to make an appeal to emotion and an appeal to
No,
shame.
I'm just
Sorry,
giving
the
you my
argument.
Really, what he's doing is dodging. Look, he wasn't
Yeah.
expecting that line of attack. He's like, what, me? I'm the one doing the genocide? Oh my God.
Right.
So he's never heard that argument before.
I'm
Never
sure
thought
that
about it.
I'm sure Emma and the disembodied voices of Sam Buckets will
Mm-hmm.
have some very brilliant commentary on this exchange.
Yeah, the guy who thinks that 4-year-olds are the ones should pick their biological sex. That's super intelligent.
Yes.
Yeah.
Argument is this shit is all irrelevant and not politics, and you're fucking like that is an argument.
Yes.
Like Lance is gonna be generous and say, fine, I'm just making an observation. No, that's an argument. Argument is like, this is fucking bullshit. What are we talking about?
The argument is stop fixating on Jazz Jennings, a 22-year-old YouTuber.
Who I've
sexual
never heard of
pleasure, you
before.
Yeah.
fucking freak.
Yeah, right.
Sitch. I think this is more bad faith than we've seen on the show in a long time here.
Who is that guy? Because I never heard that guy on their show before. I don't even know who that is.
Now they're yelling from the sidelines.
Yeah, there's some third guy, there's some third wheel here that's even dumber than the normal cast.
Right, yeah.
So I don't know who that is. But so okay. Imagine that you're in a conversation, okay, with someone who is like a fundamentalist, Islamic person.
Okay.
And they're advocating for female genital mutilation.
Okay.
The removal of the clitoris or some other,
Sitch.
Don't
explain it.
The other removal of some female body part.
Right.
And you're like, I think that that's a barbaric and horrible practice that you're doing to these little girls.
Right.
And they look at you square in the eyes and they say, why do you care about a stranger's genital pleasure, you sick freak?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there any response?
I would say they're bad faith. I'd say, listen.
Yes.
You stupid motherfucker.
I mean, the only response is to just slap him in the face immediately, walk away. Like, shut the fuck up. That's the dumbest fucking argument I've ever heard. And you know that all these people on the majority report, none of them would ever say, "Oh, it's totally fine for female genital mutilation if it's like, you know, the person's culture, right? If the person if the 4-year-old, right, or if the 11-year-old or 10-year-old girl agrees to do it, then you know why can't you do it? Why not?"
Because that would be barbaric, Sitch, obviously.
Well, but she's agreeing. Why do you care about her sexual pleasure?
Yeah. I'm just I wanted to look up
what?
How many videos they have on female genital mutilation.
It's so wild. This argument is so this is how drunk on your own ideological farts you have to be to buy. This is literally quite possibly, and I'm not exaggerating here, the argument that Lance put forward and that this guy just put forward is quite possibly the dumbest argument we've ever heard and will ever hear in any political commentary space about any issue. Okay.
True. Yes.
To just say you can't care about what you perceive of as bad things happening to other people makes you a weirdo. That's like saying, if you're like talking about you know, the Uyghur genocide, you say, well, why do you care about what's happening to strangers across the world, you freak?
Yeah, it's totally stupid, obviously. We're having the whole conversation because we care about other people's well-being.
Yes.
Both parties are doing that. Yeah.
You grab this fucking idiot by the collar and say, why do you care about giving health care to millions of Americans, you freak? To a bunch of strangers.
Exactly. You moron.
This is so stupid. This is just one of the possibly dumbest arguments we've ever heard. And they just sit here and they're like, yeah, that's a great argument. Yeah.
I found the smoking gun, Sitch. Right here.
What?
4 weeks ago. Emma debates caller about circumcision. Why is Emma so fixated on baby dicks? What the hell? Why is she obsessed with baby dicks?
What is her position on circumcision?
She's a pedophile. That's what her position is. She's obsessed with baby dicks. She can't stop debating callers about them. Why is she so focused? Why is she fixated on that, Sitch?
Circumcision, not circumstance. Circumcision. I gotta find this video.
Emma debates caller on about circumcision. It's from 4 weeks ago. You know she's against circumcision. Come on. All the lefties are against circumcision now. You know that, right? Because they're obsessed with baby dicks, obviously. That's why. The memo went out.
Well, actually, I don't know. I'm curious. I'm curious if she's in favor of it or against it. So I don't know the answer to that question. I don't want to assume her position.
Yes,
right?
you do. Yes, you do. Come on.
Do I?
Yeah, you do.
Okay. I don't. I won't ascribe to her. Listen, I'm good faith. I don't want to ascribe to her position. She doesn't have.
We'll look later.
So we'll look later, but that would be the question. Why does she care either way? Either position she has in circumcision, you just say, why do you care about baby dicks?
Yeah, why is she so obsessed with baby dicks that she wants to debate callers on them?
There you go.
Exactly.
And like, what if she could? What if all of a sudden, like, the medicine has gotten to a point where, okay, actually, she feels even better pleasure? Like, what fucking point does it? It doesn't. It's
that's not
entirely
even true.
irrelevant.
There are.
Wait. How is the
That's
side effect
stupid.
of a surgery irrelevant?
That is so
What the fuck
stupid.
is that?
That is so
It's like,
stupid.
Like, listen, disembodied voice of the majority report. Okay, we can replace your face with a baboon's ass. But the side effect is you'll die. It's like, well, that's irrelevant. I want the baboon's ass on my face. It's like, what kind of fucking argument is this?
This side effect from not doing gender affirming care in their bubble is suicide.
It can be, yes, of course.
Yeah.
Well, but see,
why is that relevant?
Exactly. Yeah, why is that relevant to anything? Who cares? Why do you care if strangers kill themselves? That's the answer. So it brings up this: why do you care about a pleasure? A stranger generally say, well, why do you care about a stranger killing themselves?
Yeah, totally.
Why the fuck do you care?
Yeah. Get over it already.
Jeez.
Trans women feel he has no idea what he's talking about. I know. I've trans women feel pleasure. It's
and even if one doesn't, like, who cares?
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Wait, like, okay, wait. Here's what you have to ask a guy. It's say, okay, what is the entire point? I don't know if you can answer this question. You ask him, say, what is the entire point of trans affirming care in the first place? Like, what is the purpose of doing it? Right? It's supposed to be to make the quality of the person's life better. That's the entire fucking point of transition. It's supposed to make the quality of the person's life better.
That's such a good point.
So to say it doesn't matter that the process or the surgery could end up having the opposite fucking effect is kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal, buddy. That's the whole point. That's the entire fucking point of the surgery.
Look, your life is going to be miserable. You're going to be totally depressed for the rest of your life. You're going to hate yourself. You're going to hate every single thing we've done to you. You're going to regret ever engaging in this. But you're not going to kill yourself. It's like, what? It's like, what the fuck?
Oh my God.
What is happening here? This is the world we're living in. Oh my God.
I think the voice, one of the voices of the disembodied guys is Matt Lech.
Oh, you've looked him up? You've dialed it in? Wow.
I was curious. I want to give a name to the voice. I don't know who the second voice is, but one of them is Matt Lech.
Who even cares if they enjoy life?
Yeah.
Who cares?
Jesus Christ.
Even if they can't, even if they hate themselves, who gives a fuck?
Listen, as long as you're able to win arguments against rightoids on the internet, that's all that matters.
Oh, it's so torturous.
I don't care how many trans women can't feel genital pleasure as long as I can win an argument against Tim Pool.
It's so bad. That's exactly what's going on, too. And you know that's exactly what will accuse people on the right of doing. They're like, they don't care about trans people. They just want to win an argument. Right? That's what they say all the time. Look in the mirror, buddy.
And this is so pointless. They could actually make a not fucking stupid argument. Okay. The argument that they could make is, yes, there's a side effect to some of these surgeries and procedures that can, affect someone's sex life, obviously. Mm-hmm. And yes, I think that that there needs to be informed consent when people go through this. But if someone has to choose between death and doing this other thing that could have a negative effect on their sex life, I think people should be able to give that option. If they say, well, I'm going to choose to do this instead of committing suicide, right? Or instead of being depressed all the time, right? That would be the argument. That'd be the fucking normal argument to make. But they can't even spend 2 seconds thinking about this to give some sort of cogent argument because they're so wrapped up in this, like, the identity politics issue of it, as opposed to thinking of it as a healthcare issue.
Of course, yeah. They're not even thinking about the issue at all. It's just all about owning Tim Pool. It's so sad.
I think the other disembodied voice,
mm-hmm.
the one that called him a sick freak,
mm-hmm.
I think is a guy named Bradley, who's one of their producers.
You sick freak.
Sick freak.
Man, you need to get off the internet. Seriously, you need to take a break.
Jesus.
Take a day off.
Yes.
Look, we call Lance a sick freak all the time, but we're just having.
Have we ever called Lance a sick freak?
We're just having fun here.
I don't think so.
Yeah, no, I don't think we call Lance a sick freak.
No.
Look, I don't hate any of these people either. Lance is just, he's delusional and
right.
And
I don't hate these people. They're cash cows for us. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I love these people.
I feel like there's a lot of hatred there for Tim Pool. Like if he had a button that, if he had the Death Note book, whose name do you think he's writing
They would
down
write
first?
Tim Pool's name in the Death Note. You're 100%
yes,
right.
Yeah.
That's true.
That'd be like the first name they write down.
That is scary, isn't it?
It is. It's totally scary.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a level of hatred that's just unhealthy.
there's no one in the internet politics space I would write his name in the death note. Okay.
Yeah, me neither,
I wouldn't do
obviously.
Yeah.
Except for no, I'm just
Mhm.
kidding.
That's their choice.
Right. Like,
I mean, again, this is the medical freedom people. Do we have like stuff from what Tim Pool was saying about vaccines?
They're literally talking about choice, consent. They're talking about for children.
Yeah.
That's a little weird.
Yeah, why do you care so much about children consenting to things?
Yeah.
Fucking sick freaks.
It's so weird. They don't understand that children can't really consent to anything. It's the parents that are doing the consenting on behalf of the children.
Well, there you go. She's like, listen, here's your bad faith argument. Okay, I guess you can hit someone. Here's your evil bad faith argument. If someone hits you with a bad faith, why do you care about their genitals argument? You hit them with a bad faith. Oh, so you think children can consent to these surgeries? So you think children can consent to sex? Obviously, right? I mean, if they can consent to decisions about that will affect their sex, why wouldn't they be able to consent to sex logically? So therefore, you guys are all pedophile groomers.
Really weird that we don't let kids get tattoos, but we'll let them cut their junk off. It's a little bizarre.
Oh.
Yeah.
Pretty sure I remember him being in favor of people's individual freedom to make their own choices with medicine. But here,
not kids, you stupid. Oh my God.
I know.
Here we go.
About it.
But see, you're not making an argument right now, is my point.
I'm not. I'm saying it's weird. It's not an argument.
Yeah,
that's an observation.
So you're trying to make an appeal to emotion and an appeal to shame.
I'm just giving you my genuine thought when you say something like that. Like,
well, it was a really fucking pathetic attempt at trying to make an argument.
So mad.
Woo!
A pathetic attempt at an argument that Lance specifically said he wasn't making because he was making an observation, which was basically an argument that you're a fucking freak, Tim.
How about this, Tim? You're a groomer. Fixating on other people's sexualities, fixating on it for no reason. How about that? That's why he got triggered. Because he knows that his fixation is unnatural and fucked up, and that he's titillated in some way by it.
Oh my God, Sitch. This is insane. I never watched this clip. Oh my. She's basically calling him a pedo.
It's funny because, you know, the clip that went viral from this was all about her insane thing about the Jordon Neely thing. And everyone fucking forgot about the part where she called Tim Pool a pedophile.
This is so weird.
Yes. She's like, Tim, if you care about this issue, it must be because you're a pedophile.
What a weirdo.
Holy crap.
This is so bad faith.
Yeah. Well, this is the whole they're lying, or I think they're lying, so I get to lie about them, you know, mindset, essentially.
Yeah.
That is what he's providing for their audience. Like some fixation on other people's genitalia and sexuality. Psycho.
What do you call it? Really fucking pathetic. Like that is somebody who is mad.
That's wait, is that an argument? Is that an argument?
You're doing a fucking appeal to emotion. Damn
yeah,
it.
right. You're doing a fucking appeal to emotion by triggering me.
Sorry, is it also an argument to say that you're saying that?
Do you like that their commentary is basically just falling into ha 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 ha. Tim Pool got triggered. Ha ha ha. He got triggered because Lance said something really fucking stupid.
Yeah, no, their commentary's garbage. I mean, it's laughably garbage, but.
Is it a really cogent argument that a 22-year-old YouTuber apparently, according to you, doesn't feel sexual pleasure because she's a trans person?
I mean, I
show your evidence, Tim.
Tim's.
It's weird because I don't know. Maybe it's just my impression. The way they're talking about this, even though they say like she's 22 years old, they're making it sound like Jazz Jennings is like some underage girl or something. Like, she's 22. She's an adult. Like,
oh, of course, yeah.
It's weird. The way they're discussing this is like as if it's people talking about underage kids.
Right. Yeah.
And also, I mean, they're also the whole reason that Tim brought it up was because there's the whole controversy with, you know, Jazz Jennings not necessarily wanting to continue going through with the lower body process she has to go through, and because it was painful or something, and her mom, you know, trying to pressure her to keep going through with it, and like there's this whole like fucked up situation, you know, regarding the situation. I think that's why a lot more trans people nowadays, it seems like, are not electing to do bottom surgery anymore, even if they transition.
Well, Jazz Jennings is on the record saying she feels no sexual pleasure at all. Like, what's the point of having a non-functional vagina if you don't get any pleasure out of it whatsoever?
It would just be, it could presumably for some people, it could help with gender dysphoria. Like just knowing that if you had a penis, you could feel it or look at it or something would probably hurt the gender dysphoria aspect of it. But
yeah, I guess I don't understand, but
really not familiar with anatomy. I'd imagine that his partners probably would feel the same way. Not to, I'm
Jazz Jennings, another instance.
What did she just say?
The guy.
Tim's really not familiar with anatomy. I'd imagine that his partners probably would feel the same way. Not to,
Oh, he's saying that Tim.
She's saying that Tim doesn't know his way around a vagina is what she's saying. She's
Okay, I don't know.
Throwing shade here. She's like,
right.
Tim Tim doesn't give girls any sort of satisfaction.
So based on the comment of Tim saying that this individual who transitioned lost the ability to feel sexual pleasure, genital pleasure, as Lance would say. How does that translate to Tim doesn't understand how the body works?
This is an attempted ad hominem.
Okay.
Saying that Tim Pool's girlfriends don't get off. That's basically what she's trying to say here.
Right. I mean, I assume they don't get off because he probably, he never takes the beanie off. So
I think Emma
disconcerting,
I think Emma is a mean girl. I really do.
Of course.
That's
she went to that $40,000 a year high school. What do you think went to that school?
It's sad. It's totally sad. It's like, what if this is what passes for commentary? You're going to go after Tim's. She's literally going after. It's funny that the whole argument is Tim is focused on this other person's sexuality. And now she's postulating about Tim Pool's sexuality.
Right.
It's like, what?
Why do you care about the sexuality of Tim Pool, a total stranger? You sicko.
Right. But now she's basically imagining Tim Pool having sex and not being able to figure out where the G-spot is.
Right. Well, there's this annoying hypocrisy. That's why everyone hates leftists. Because since the leftists have adopted this oppression hierarchy, P plus P equals R for everything, that it allows them to basically be hypocrites in their own minds with impunity. So, for example, like if a man attacks a woman for being fat, being ugly, or not having kids, or some other aspect of her like biological personhood, you get to attack that man for being a horrible sexist bigot. But they have perfect immunity to basically being able to insult a man for his biological personhood and his ability to perform sex acts. Because what's the number one insult they throw at everyone they don't like? You're an incel.
Yeah.
You're not having sex with women, which is hilarious because not only is it hypocritical from the aspect of they're allowing themselves to be able to mock a man on the basis of their manliness, but by calling them incels, they're adopting the very anti-feminist framing that they are supposed to be fighting against, that a man is judged by his worth and his ability to fuck women, which is something feminists have been trying to fight for decades. And they're just reinforcing it.
Yeah. Yeah, they can't help themselves because they're all brain dead. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So many people just adopt their political philosophy based on aesthetics, not on the actual principles of the philosophy. Yeah.
Well, they don't care. They just want to be mean. Like, well, if this hurts your feelings, then I don't care if it violates my principles.
Where's the quote?
Oh, the Huxley quote.
I think I have it on my.
Saved forever.
The surest way to work up a crusade in favor of some good cause is to promise people they will have the chance of maltreating someone, to be able to destroy with good conscience, to be able to behave badly and call your bad behavior righteous indignation. This is the height of psychological luxury and the most delicious of moral treats. Aldous Huxley. God.
Yum.
Yeah. I hope he pat himself on the back pretty hard after he wrote that one.
He deserves it.
that is some juicy truth there.
Yep.
That's some truth bombs.
Jazz Jennings, another instance. Actually, this is the thing to drill down on.
I'm
drill
fixating on
down
it 'cause
on.
he's going there.
Right. But this puts the lie to all their bullshit. Jennings was assigned male at birth and was diagnosed with gender dysphoria by age 4. The idea that all of this is some sort of thing they learn at school, 4 you're not at school yet, or some sort of mind virus by TikTok is just ludicrous. This is all that's happened is kids who did this like 60 years ago were told, no, put on these fucking bib overalls and do this. And
how old was Jazz when the TV show started?
I don't know, but what he's saying is completely stupid because obviously the mom learned about it somewhere. She didn't. She learned about it.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's the whole thing that he's leaving out so conveniently.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Like, if the mom hadn't learned anything about gender dysphoria or any of this stuff, do you think Jazz Jennings would be what she is? Fuck no.
It says in 2007. So Jazz Jennings was born in 2000. So in 2007, at the age of 7, Jazz Jennings received national attention when she was interviewed by Barbara Wawa Walters on 2020.
Right.
About her being transgender. So, but this is of course, this is what, and then when the TV show started. And the TV show started in 2015. So here's the problem. You're a 4-year-old girl, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who think you're transgender. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. Who the fuck knows? And then you have public attention for being transgendered. And then you get a TV show that's literally about her being transgender. How the fuck is she ever going to not like that? You can't go like that'd be such a like there's so much social pressure at that point. Oh my
God, it's immense.
To keep remaining and identifying as trans. I mean, you're providing money for your entire family. Right? Because I don't know what her parents did, but I bet that TV show made more than whatever her parents were doing.
Of course. Yeah, they became full-time Jazz Jennings managers.
So, the idea that there's not going to be some social pressure put on her by her parents is preposterous.
Right.
Or potential social pressure, I should say. Because I don't know what the situation with Jazz.
They're going to do a reality show about detransitioning next. It's going to be fucking horror show. She
wrote a children's book in 2014. She had a documentary in 2011 that premiered on Oprah Winfrey's network. In 2007, her parents founded Trans Kid Purple Rainbow Foundation. So I mean, like they've been like heavily financially involved with their child's transition for years.
Yeah. This is so sad. This just makes me super sad.
Yep.
Now we have a different text for that. And that is like, there's no debate here. There's no actual debate with regards to any of these issues. And like, that's the thing that needs to be underlined to anybody who isn't like there yet, which hopefully most people listening to this are.
All right, so now we have that, and then this is the third part that we have here from Lance's appearance. They talk about abortion here. Tim, I mean, again, he was trying earlier to claim that this show is not right-wing.
Libertarian, yeah.
Look at the framing that he has when asking a question about abortion here.
Should she have the ability to have an abortion for any reason? Yes.
At 9 months.
At 9 months? I would say at 9 months because it only happens, according to the stats, based on complete medical necessity. She has a right to do it.
Sorry, just to answer this before we get to it, like, yes, that's the answer, is we don't need Republican lawmakers getting involved here. This is between women, people giving birth and their doctors. And there needs to be, like, the implied thing is that, again, you can't trust people and you need the state to get involved. And you don't. You simply don't need to, like, be doing that.
Should she have the ability to have an abortion for any reason? Yes.
At 9 months.
At 9 months? I would say at 9 months because it only happens, according to the stats, based on complete medical necessity. She has a right to do it.
Hold on. Colorado legalized abortion up to 9 months with no medical reason required. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that decision, yes.
So the baby could survive on its own, and the mother is legally now allowed to just end its life.
That's not
She
how
has
it
the
works.
right if she wanted to. You're saying so in Colorado, and I'm.
It's
I'm
not your
sorry,
question.
I'm sorry.
You're- I
Pause
know, I know.
Again, this is an undercutting of medical professionals and their research and understanding of this topic. A mother just doesn't just like go and like, am I going to wear a blue top today or a red top today? Or am I going to kill my baby who's like 8 months and viable outside the womb, the fetus, or am I going to keep it? That's not how it works.
Yeah.
When these situations arise, when a person is at that point of pregnancy where a late-term abortion is necessary, it is because the life of the mother is in danger. There are medical issues involved here.
It's so fucking stupid, Sitch. They can't answer the actual question. It drives me insane. Like, there's two questions here. There's, should it be legal for a woman to have an abortion at 9 months if her life is in jeopardy? Most people answer that question yes. The second question is, should a woman be able to have an abortion at 9 months if she's in a bad mood that day? If she just feels...
Or just wants to get an abortion for any non-medical reason.
Right.
No.
What's the answer to that question, Emma? She's not going to answer it.
That doesn't happen, Adam. I have statistics. Now, I'm not going to cite those statistics or give you any evidence of it, but I have statistics that it never, ever, ever happens, ever.
There are plenty of things that are rare that we still make illegal. Cannibalism was the example I gave earlier.
So I actually looked it up. Cannibalism actually isn't illegal in most places. Technically. Well, that's not a good example to use. But
Okay, wow.
I'll have to get a better
Interesting.
example.
I guess murder, and then if you eat the person, there's not an extra charge there. I feel like bodily desecration would be the charge, but
yeah, maybe actually.
yeah,
I don't know. It says there's
you
no
can't
law
just
against
kill people and eat them.
Well, obviously, because you can't kill people.
Right, that's the illegal part. But you're saying, like, look, if I die of natural causes and you want to eat like a little bit of me, like Sitch.
Though I don't. Well, okay. Let me be clear here. So this article is a little misleading. It says that in most states there's no specific law against cannibalism per se, but there's all sorts of other laws that basically make it impossible.
That cover it, right?
Yeah, so it would be considered a desecration of a human corpse in most states.
Right. Yeah.
You know.
Anyway.
Yeah.
There are plenty of things that are illegal that.
Right, but so we can use that as an example. Say, yeah, I'm sure not very many people want to eat, human flesh, but that doesn't mean that. It'd be weird if like, and this is what's so annoying. It's kind of like with the CRT bans and all that stuff. It's like, this is the go-to move. Oh, that's not happening. Well, if it's not happening, then why do you care if we make it illegal, right? Like if Ron DeSantis said, I want to pass a law that makes cannibalism illegal,
right?
And then a bunch of people on the left said, well, that's not happening. Let's not make that a law. You'd be like, that's a little suspect. Why do you want to not make it illegal to eat human flesh?
Yeah.
And if their answer is, well, it's not happening, you're like, well, okay, that doesn't really answer the question now, does it?
Right. Yeah, you're dodging the question. And it makes me think you're a fucking cannibal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It drives me crazy that they're obviously conflating the two questions to obfuscate their positions here.
Right.
Yeah. Just to confuse the matter.
And again, they could make an argument. Now, it might not be an argument that I would agree with, but they could at least attempt to make an argument, which is that, even if you make it so it's only legal for medical reasons past a certain point, it would make it more difficult for women who need it for medical reasons to get it, because they'd have to, prove that there's a medical issue for it. So you could at least make an argument. I don't agree with that argument, but you could at least try to make an argument.
I feel like that's not difficult to do. I mean, to prove that there's a medical condition. I don't know. We had that problem. The blind person, yeah.
Right, the blind person problem, right. And but that's the thing. I don't know. I've not looked into it enough. I don't know what the statistics are for these sorts of situations, because I don't really give a shit about abortion as an issue. But someone who does could look into it, and they could try to either make some argument on one side or the other of that issue.
Yeah.
But they don't even attempt to. They just say, it's not happening. It's not happening. I don't have any evidence for it. I'm just going to say that there are some magical statistics that exist somewhere in the world that say it's not happening.
Yeah. It's a dodge. The dodge is what bugs me.
And it's a doctor making that choice.
Exactly.
And especially in the context of what we're dealing with in this country right now, with massive amounts of litigation and legal tie-ups over abortion, and doctors potentially fearing for that they'll get disbarred or go into prison if they violate these theocratic laws in any way. Those late-term abortion decisions are
Look, she made your argument, Sitch.
incredibly rare, and
There you
just
go.
because of those really narrow and scary options that are in play when
Yeah, but she's not bringing. What are the statistics? Okay, of women who need to get an abortion for medical reasons, and are in a state where you can get an abortion for medical reasons and are denied care because of that. And so because this is what you have to do. And this is what I hate, because no one does this. Okay, when you're passing these when you're passing these laws, things like that, you have to compare the two different outcomes, right? When you make an argument, so you have to compare and say, okay, how many women are negatively affected because they need an abortion for medical reasons and they can't get it under a medical exemption law fast enough?
Right,
So that's
because doctors are afraid, yeah.
Right, because
And
doctors
that's
are
like
afraid.
5 people.
Right.
And
How
then
many
women are
right.
getting abortions just because?
Right. Yeah. How many women need it and they're not getting it for legitimate medical reasons? And then you say, well, how many women are just getting abortions for non-medical reasons, at, the third trimester?
And that's
okay?
like 10,000.
Right. And you take those two numbers, I doubt
Right.
it's 10,000, but you take those two numbers and then you compare them and you try to make some sort of decision
Right.
about, which side of the harm, scales of harm you're going to side with. But
Right.
none of them want to actually do that because they're not making a decision based on logic or facts or principles. It's all just, what they're, I got to score a win for my team. I got to make some, arguments that the left or the right,
I got to
prefers.
own Tim Pool. Yeah, it's exactly
Right.
like, in a criminal trial, I mean, the guy's guilty or not guilty. I mean, somebody's making an argument for a guilty man, right?
Yes.
So that's what they're doing. They're like, our argument's shit, but we got to make it because we're on the shitty side of this one.
Well, and if they really wanted to answer this question, which they don't, what you would do is and they're not doing it. You could go to those. Well, here's part of the problem too. I bet you that the states where you can get an abortion with no time limit, I bet you there's nothing like that. The facilities that perform the abortions, they probably don't even have to ask you. I would assume they do, but they probably don't have to give a reason for the abortion.
Nope.
So it could be very difficult to even collect that data in the first place.
Yeah.
To just even know, because what if it turns out, there actually is some significant number, of women that are getting abortions in for late term reasons, and they don't, for non-medical reasons, right?
Yeah, what's sick is their position, and they don't really want to even know. They don't want to know if it's 10,000 to 5 people.
Because it hurts the argument, right?
Yeah. I've tried to lay this out a dozen times with everyone that comes on our stream and talks about trans issues with, let's look at how many people we're potentially false or wrongly diagnosing versus how many people have legitimate gender dysphoria.
Right.
Like,
Exactly.
let's weigh those two numbers, right?
Right.
Is it 1,000 to 5? Is it 1,000 to 20? Yeah, but nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to do that because they're like, well, my argument is my argument, even if I'm wrong. So even if I'm hurting 10 times as many people, it's still my argument. So I got to own Tim Pool here in this YouTube video. It's just the frustrating thing is everyone's pretends that they care about people. Oh, this is all about caring about the transgender people, right? No, it's not. It's about caring about your own personal reputation in this internet war with Tim Pool. That's what it's about.
True.
It's fucking evil. Evil.
Sicko.
You sicko. You groomer.
Why do you care about what's happening inside a woman's uterus, you sicko?
Yes.
a woman or a person who's pregnant at that period is when that has to be.
What's up?
Did she do the thing? I think she switched it up to person. I'm trying to catch her on the. I thought she said a woman who's pregnant.
Oh.
How dare. That's very transphobic of you, Emma. Let's see.
options that are in play when a woman or a person who's pregnant.
Oh, she died.
She caught herself. She did
A
it
woman
quickly.
or a person who's pregnant.
She's well rehearsed. Okay.
God, this is. Ugh. This is the worst. This is the worst cult ever. Like these speech restrictions in this cult are just off the charts here.
At that period is when that has to be considered. It's a last resort. It's a last resort every time.
And
that's such bullshit. It's not a last resort every time.
Yeah.
That's why, like, exactly. This is why, okay, this horrible situation is occurring, and where it's usually dealt with by medical professionals, which is what it should be dealt with in the patient. It's, now all of a sudden we need to talk to a judge and make sure that they're not going to fuck my career over if I help this person. Because guess what? Like, even, and I don't understand how, like, you get to adulthood without being aware of this, but like when women, there are miscarriages, that's called a D and C. I forget what the D stands for, but at the curettage is the
dilatation and curettage,
and that is like the same coding medically as an abortion. And like, again, we've seen this over and over again already, that doctors will be in a situation where it's like, okay, we need to operate here, but this law is on the books and I could be screwed for it, so just have the miscarriage instead.
Yeah, right. We already seen those examples.
A woman in Oklahoma was essentially told that she has to wait in the parking lot until she's essentially bleeding out before the life-saving determination could be made.
That happens way more than the 9-month. I changed my mind.
Exactly. I mean, and this is the thing that Tim Pool has made a lot of money on, is talking about.
Okay, so a couple of things. First of all, Lance didn't make any of these arguments to Tim Pool. Okay, number one.
Right, yeah.
Number two, he just asserts with no evidence that it's way more common for women to basically have negative outcomes, health repercussions for not having medically necessary abortions than women who just get abortions for non-medical reasons in the third trimester. So he just asserts that without evidence. Okay,
right.
Just states it like a fact. But then number three, if this is the problem, if this is the real problem, right? Why these if the state has a legislature that is willing to basically put abortions on the books with no restrictions, why couldn't they just pass a law that puts a restriction, a normal restriction on the time limit, whatever it is, 6 weeks, 12 weeks, 18 weeks, whatever you want, and then just say, if it's medically necessary for the life of the mother, or it's going to cause significant harm for the mother, and it's up to the doctor's determination, then they can perform it. Like, you can give you can give shit tons of leeway, right, in that situation, to say if the doctor deems it medically necessary.
Oh yeah.
Without just saying you don't need to have any restriction whatsoever.
Right. Yeah.
If that's the real argument. But that's why this seems so fake. Because the real thing here, and this is all fake argument, because the real argument is this: they want to be able to put the very simplistic bumper sticker argument. They want to be able to narrow it down to, since the right has been able to narrow the abortion argument down to the very simple bumper sticker argument of, life at conception, right? They want their counter argument to be equally as simplistic and narrowable to a single variable. So they want to say,
kill the baby.
No, they want to say it's women's choice.
Oh,
right?
okay.
Women's
kill
bodily
the baby
autonomy,
has a
right?
better ring.
Kill the baby doesn't have it's quite the same ring to it, as women's choice.
It's strong though.
Kill
the baby.
But I don't think it'll have the same emotional, positive emotional aspect to it. And they want to do it because, number one, they need a simple response to life at conception, and then number two, because then they get to hit Republicans with the sexist stick, because it's not about protecting the life of the baby. It's about, you are a bunch of men who don't care about the rights of women, and you're taking the rights of women away from them.
I feel like a bumper sticker with the DNC logo that just said "kill the baby." I feel like that would be a big seller, though.
I bet you that bumper sticker exists. Okay, and you can buy it on the RNC website.
Probably, huh?
So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, good points. I mean, your points were very.
Thank you. I try.
Yeah.
politics in such an abstract way that it completely strips out the context that we're talking about here, which is like the realities. It's like it's the 24ification of political discourse.
Exactly, it's the ticking time bomb because the terrorist is in the new trade center.
Right, and that would never happen in real life. Like, would you support torture if Jack Bauer had only 24 hours to get rid of a bomb that would kill 10,000 people? And in like that, very narrow discourse about philosophy and morality in this situation that will never happen.
The next time Emma like talks to someone, in a debate format, the first question I'd have to ask Emma is, Emma, if you didn't eat breakfast yesterday,
oh yeah,
how would you have felt last night?
Yes, yeah. But I did eat breakfast.
Just to see if she could, like, this is so dumb. She's like, I don't understand what the point of these hypotheticals are. I don't understand it. This situation would never happen in real life.
Right, yeah.
Which, first of all, yeah, well, first of all, like, the point of the hypothetical is to try to figure out what exactly is the issue, the moral issue that the disagreement's on.
Yeah, you're
that's
trying to isolate variables.
Right. That's the point of that. That's number one. That's the point of the hypothetical. Number two, using the Jack Bauer terrorist example, that's not a far off example. Yes, the specific thing that like there's a bomb that's going to go off at any minute, so you have to like torture the guy. Like maybe that doesn't generally happen in real life.
But it's happened before, definitely.
I'm sure it's happened at some point. But there was a real question about there are people who have been captured who have information about terrorists. Who, they don't have a ticking bomb about to go off, but they're planning on committing crimes and blowing shit up. And should you be able to torture them to get that information? That's a real moral question that we had to fucking deal with in this country.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even just smaller things. A lot of times they want perpetrators to give up where the remains are buried and stuff like that. Should we torture them for that? I mean,
right.
Yeah, there's all kinds of information.
Yes, and you need to have a real conversation about that, and not just say, "Well, this is a crazy hypothetical question."
Yeah, dumb. She's not playing with a full deck, man.
Most people, yes, but that's never gonna fucking.
Her parents were like, "Okay, she's so dumb. Maybe if we spend $40,000 on tuition, they can fix her."
That's terrible. She went to Lafayette College. In Pennsylvania, I think, right?
Oh my God! Look,
I think it's a big fancy school. I think.
Yeah, parents had to buy a library wing or something. She didn't get in on her SAT scores. That's for sure.
Happen. And so why are we talking about it? It's the same thing with the late-term abortion. I don't want to be a mom even though I've decided to carry this pregnancy almost fully to term and I want the baby to die in front of me. That doesn't fucking happen. But
I mean, her hypothetical is terrible. Imagine a woman who is 18, 19 years old and the guy up and leaves her in the eighth month, disappears. Right. Maybe he leaves her at the altar. Maybe they were planning a wedding. Look, I can think of lots of scenarios where a woman would think, oh my God, I'm going to be a single mom. Fucking this is like horrible. This is the nightmare situation I never expected.
Well, and also, the whole it doesn't happen thing. You can make this argument and then say Lance sucks because, at arguing because he didn't make this argument. Lance could have just said, very simply, not that I agree with this, but what Lance should have said was, yeah, I think, Tim, under your hypothetical, I would prefer if the baby, could be born and given up for adoption because it's that close to the due date that they do that anyway. I definitely prefer that, Tim. But here are some logistical reasons maybe for why that's not really feasible to put in law, right? Like Lance could have just said that argument instead of this, no, women should be able to kill their babies and smoke meth while they're pregnant, right?
Yeah. You don't want to go 9 months without your meth fix. Jeez.
True.
Imagine what kind of bad mood you'd be in when that baby was born. That's insane.
But here we go.
And it's a smear of people that happens.
Yes.
So the baby could survive on its own, and the mother is legally now allowed to just end its life.
She has the right if she wanted to. You're saying so in Colorado, and
It's not a trick question.
So someone sent this to me in a DM. They said I could read it. They said, this sounds kind of nuts, but I'm living Lance's stupid life of the mother scenario. I have a foster daughter who was almost aborted by my girlfriend's sister. She was addicted to meth, and the baby was born going through withdrawal. So she was taken away from the mother through the foster system, and her mother is now in jail. In case you're wondering, she's developing normally 6.5 months. But this is like the first dumb debate tactic that has actually affected me personally. Fuck Lance, LOL. There you go.
Yeah, I watched another YouTube video a while back that was a guy who was dealing with young kids that were addicted to drugs, and one of the girls was in the same situation. She was pregnant and she was smoking meth, and the guy who was like the social worker, they literally adopted her kid. They cleaned her up long enough to have the kid and adopted the kid. And I was like, oh my God, that's like a level of charity. It's just amazing that there are people in the world that will do that. So yeah, props to you for sharing your story and for just fucking, that's amazing level of generosity. So
Right.
Yeah.
And CT has a good point too. She says, what if I get a 9-month abortion and then sell it to a cannibal? Is that illegal?
I think that's, since it never happens, who cares, right? That's
so
just
horrible.
insane. There's CT clipped out a good clip on our show with Katie about abortion, how she was calling us a centrist privileged over this abortion debate, and we were fighting back saying, how are we privileged? Like, we have two unthinkable options to choose from here. Democrats want abortion up to the minute of birth, and the Republicans want no exceptions in the case of rape and incest in many cases. It's like, how is that? Those two positions are horrible. How about we have some reasonable positions, and then you can call me privileged.
How much would you pay? Wouldn't it be fun
to make this go away?
Well, no, to see a conversation where Lance has to argue why he's against cannibalism and why a mother should not be able to sell her aborted fetus to a cannibal.
Yeah.
See if he can come up with some sort of logical argument.
That would be amazing.
That would be fun.
He doesn't care.
He'd say, this never happens. It's like, I know it doesn't happen. That's not what I'm asking you.
So many of these people are only interested in their own personal status. That's why they're even in this. They're like, I'm talking about politics because people are interested in politics, and I'm here because it makes me look good. So sad. Very sad.
I know, but I'm asking you because you're the one who brought this up. I don't know what Colorado's specific law says. So if you were saying that in Colorado, women have the ability at 9 months to have an abortion for any reason, they could just decide that they're born. Okay, I think they should have the right to do that, but the stats show that they're not doing that. But they should have a legal right to do that. Yes, it's their body, it's their choice, of course.
So this is what I disagree on. I think if the baby needs to be removed from the woman, there's no reason to kill it. You know what I mean? Like, you could just C-section and then put up for adoption.
I'm telling you that doesn't happen.
Casual C-section.
It does. But hold on.
Like, you might be able to bring up anecdotes, but the stats don't say that.
Hold on. Like, why allow it to happen? I just don't understand. Are you arguing? Hold on. Are you arguing you oppose it? And you think it's morally wrong, but you think it should be legal?
I think that women should have the right to decide what they do and have bodily autonomy over their own bodies.
We're not talking about her body. We're talking about...
It is her body. We're talking about... At 9 months, even if it's still inside her, it's still her body. Even if it's a viable baby, it's still her body.
We're talking about the removal of the baby, yes?
No,
the
we're talking about something that never happened.
Forceful.
So she chooses to have that. She should have the right.
The woman says the baby must be removed from my body. Why kill the baby if they're removing it?
I don't think they should do that. I would. If they ask me, Lance, should I do this? I would say no, but she should have a right. Yes, of course. It's her body still. That doesn't stop.
So, like, the woman is pregnant, the baby is viable and capable of surviving on its own.
Sure.
And she says before it breaches oxygen, kill it. You think that should be allowed?
How it goes.
This is again the baby guillotines. This is why I brought that up. But what a weird scenario. This doesn't happen. This is not the real world.
But it does. And if the argument is that it doesn't happen enough for you to care, that's fine. You're allowed to believe that.
Sure.
What I don't understand is it seems like your position is a rather shocked position where you recognize there is something inherently wrong with taking the life of a baby that could survive on its own, but you're also taking the tribal position of women should be allowed to do it anyway.
No. If you were to ask me, Tim, hey, Lance, do you think it's a good idea if this woman who's 9 months pregnant, suddenly she got bored with the pregnancy, she doesn't want to have it anymore, the baby's viable? Do you think that's a good thing to do? I would be like, no, of course not.
Then why should it be allowed?
Because it's still her right. It's still her body. Bodily autonomy doesn't stop at my morality.
Love you, Lance, but
that's
yeah,
not really
that's
where
not really
it is.
what happens.
It's because of like I think the broader effect. Like I think like you're right, but ultimately it's I think because of like it's unenforceable. Like this idea that. Why? Because again, you have to have a judge come in and adjudicate, and you have the exact same problems you have now, it's
a pretend problem used to make sure that abortion is limited.
But even if you granted that it was real,
legitimate uses, but like I'm sorry, hey Tim, uterus over here. When women or people who get pregnant are at that point and the fetus is viable, labor is induced. It's induced. That's what happens in these medical situations. If she's going to be okay, or they are going to be okay when they're giving birth, not what you're describing. The woman like, I went through all of this. I took prenatal vitamins. I went to the doctor. I spent all this money on these visits and medical situations, but I'm bored with this. I'm just a total psycho, and I'd love to kill the baby in front of me. I mean, that's the pretend situation that they're putting up there.
She called him a total psycho. That's interesting.
Well, okay. It's so funny because she's like, Tim is strawmanning. This doesn't happen. And then she just strawmans the fuck out of it. It's like, yeah, I'm sure that there aren't women running around that have fetishes for fucking aborting their fetuses at the 3rd trimester. But it's more like a situation of like, well, situations in their life change. And they make a decision that late in the game.
Yeah, to cut their losses. That's exactly what happens.
Yeah.
She's saying, she's saying they've got such an investment that they would never cut their losses. It's like, no, people cut their losses all the time on all kinds of projects that, they got a giant investment in, and they're like, well, but things didn't turn out that way, so I need to, take a hit here.
Also, she's making it sound like she kind of like skimmed over it. She made it sound like when you have a late-term abortion or third trimester or late-term abortion, that she said like they induce
labor, partial birth
labor.
Abortion. I was thinking
but that doesn't
thing.
Right, but that doesn't mean that you actually birth like the baby when it's alive.
No, they pull it out and cut a fucking. Oh, it's brutal.
They kill. I'm pretty sure in all of these abortion things, they kill the baby or they try to kill the baby before it comes out for all of it. And I assume there's a legal reason for it.
Right. Yeah.
So I don't think they could pull the baby out and then kill it.
But they've done that. They've induced. This is the partial.
That's a partial
abortions,
birth. Yeah. Right.
Which the Republicans, I'm sure they've done it multiple times. I mean.
Right, but I don't. That's not this. I don't think that's the standard operating procedure. I think that's when there's a mistake. That happens.
Oh my god.
Which it was pretty horrific. But
this is awful.
Gross.
Former baby over here. I don't think I would like that. Right? Like, just letting you know.
Yeah, but think about this.
Thanks, Mom, for not fucking stabbing me in the head when I was partially birthed.
Have you considered if you were aborted as a baby?
Yeah.
You wouldn't have had to watch this video.
I feel like this video is an abortion of a video already.
Okay.
I feel like this video is like a YouTube career being aborted right before my eyes.
Well, we have more Emma to get
I know.
We haven't even got the Jordon Neely stuff yet.
Emma's the star of our show.
I forgot. It wasn't this video. It's another video that I have lined up. Emma talks about Jordon Neely.
And the reason that they create straw men like this is to limit abortion rights more broadly.
Right.
So the point is that...
Same thing you guys do with racism, obviously. You guys want you guys want the state to step in every employment situation.
Right.
because people can't be trusted.
Yeah.
That this is a false conversation. It's like saying, you know, what would you do if the sky was green and the grass was blue? I don't really know, because that's not the case. So why are we engaging in this? It's masturbatory, you know, in and of itself. But what the political implications are is that it's disempowering.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like it's a solution to a fake problem that actually solves other problems that they don't want to admit are like they think are problems, which is that women have the right to choose broadly. And
the thing that Tim says, like, why not just let the baby live? What are you talking about? That's never happened. That has never happened.
What is she talking about?
It's super frustrating because we aren't conservatives. Sitch and I aren't Republicans, okay? We're not here trying to get life at conception enshrined in a constitutional
I said abortion
amendment.
up to 18 years. That's my position.
So us talking about having a reasonable position that doesn't involve abortion for whatever reason in the third trimester is not an unreasonable ask. But her to frame us as wanting some sort of reasonable abortion position that we can vote for as like secretly giving in to the Republicans who want abortion illegal in all circumstances, even the cases of rape and incest. It's just, you know, fuck you, Emma. There are other people in this debate than you with your psycho women should be able to abort a baby at any time position, and Republicans who want, the specific Republicans, not all Republicans want life at conception, but the ones that do, there's a wide range of positions between that.
Mm-hmm.
So fuck you for ignoring them.
Where
kill the baby.
Yeah, where they're like,
and stop talking about masturbating, you crazy groomer.
Maybe, see, we shouldn't ask her how she would feel if she didn't eat breakfast yesterday. How much you felt, Emma, if you didn't masturbate yesterday?
Oh, don't ask her that. That's horrible.
But I did.
She's gonna be calling you an incel on Twitter in like.
But
20
what
minutes.
if you didn't, Emma? But I did.
Stop asking me that. I did eat breakfast.
I did masturbate yesterday.
Oh my god! Stop it.
I've gone through the fetus is viable. I don't want the baby, and I could give the baby up for adoption, or we could just kill it right now. That has never happened. A doctor doesn't allow that.
This is how naive. How naive. That
Wait,
never.
what did she just say?
She said that's never happened.
Right.
The fetus is viable. I don't want the baby, and I could give the baby up for adoption, or we could just kill it right now. That has never happened. A doctor doesn't allow that to happen because this is a part of a larger delegitimization.
So that's just a lie, though. That's obviously happened. That's obviously happened. Yeah.
Of course.
What the fuck is she talking about? She's saying that she just made a claim.
There's never been a late-term abortion for no reason. Yeah.
Yet, well, not for no reason. She just made a claim that no one in the entire United States of America has gotten a medically performed by a doctor abortion where the fetus was viable and could exist outside the mother, and they got that abortion for a non-medical reason. That's what her claim is that she just made. That's obviously not true.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Of academia, of expertise, and of medical professionals, where they pretend that these situations are commonplace when they just don't happen.
Yeah, so the simple answer to like, well, if you agree it's wrong, well, why don't you agree there should be a law about it? Is one because it doesn't happen, and two because it would have other harmful effects.
Right.
Easy.
Yeah, we're done with that? All right, good. He's an idiot, Tim Pool. He really is. Just...
Also, like, where are the Republicans saying, like, what is it, 8 month then? Like, yeah, they always say, like, oh, it's 9 months. Like,
oh, yeah.
And it's like, well, what, like, why are you making it down to, like, such and such weeks then?
Yeah. I mean, I know people who have, like, or at least one person who's been the fetus was not viable, like forced to give birth. Okay, it's incredibly traumatic.
Yeah, and I know somebody who had like a miscarriage and it was called D&C, but also like coded as an abortion. That person wasn't a pro-abortion, but now like sees the problem with like younger was against abortion, but now sees the problem with legislating this because of the complications there. Like it's just like it's a needless. There's not a problem of rampant abortions. No. Like there's a problem of women not being empowered to like have control of their health.
And Lance,
what a dumb shit, man.
I know.
Why is this even happening to us? I'm losing brain cells just.
Are we here
listening
just to
this guy
suffer?
Trying to make an argument.
Yeah.
He's like stammering through. I'm like, what? Where's this? What's the substance of this argument?
Listen, without any numbers or facts, he knows. He just knows.
Just not happening. It's not happening.
Don't hurt me.
Okay, Lenny.
Let me make some one more interesting point here. We don't have to get. There's not too much.
That was Simple Jack, Adam. I'm ashamed of you.
Oh.
Remember? From Tropic Thunder.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You Simple Jack.
Yeah.
Classic movie.
I love that movie.
Left of the clip that regardless of this insane edge case that they're talking about, which is always where these arguments go to, like the most radical 1% of 1% edge bleeding edge cases that might be litigated or adjudicated, is that
like an unarmed black man being killed by police.
Oh, boom.
All these edge cases. Did you see that poll where 10,000 people believe, or lefties, not 10,000 lefties, but a lot of lefties, like 50% of them believe that there are over 10,000 unarmed black men killed by police in the United States.
Yeah, I did see that poll. That poll shows everything that's wrong with the conversation about.
Of course.
That's what's so funny. Like you could take
10,000.
Everything they're saying about this, like it rarely happens, it never happens, abortion stuff. You could basically apply this to police shootings.
Totally.
Yes.
It's less than 1,000. Yeah.
Lance just makes the point that whatever Lance's personal morality might be on the subject, and I also think not just Lance, anybody's, whatever anybody's personal morality on the subject is, that is not the line where the morality and the ability for a woman to have bodily autonomy both end. It's not incumbent upon us to have moral judgment or moral casting about a woman's bodily autonomy. That does, like, it doesn't necessarily, it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether I think it's totally fine for a baby to come out of somebody's womb and then for us to shoot it dead. I don't know, something like that.
I hate that position because they're making it seem like, you know, his morality is different than the morality he's advocating for, which is complete bullshit. He is totally advocating for his morality. His morality is that the woman should be able to decide no matter what. But he's like, oh, my personal morality. You know, he can be cucked. His personal morality can be cucked at any time. But in reality, he's like, nah, my personal morality is what you guys need to live under.
Right.
The woman decides no matter what. It's like, fuck you. You're the one. He's literally the one forcing his morality on everybody else and then acting like my personal morality doesn't matter at all. Doesn't that offend you, Sitch? He's such a faker. My personal morality doesn't make any difference. You know, well, who cares what I think?
Yes.
But you guys should all live under what I want.
Let me go back a second because I was reading something. I want to fully expose myself to this.
That's such bullshit.
This opinion.
Both end, buddies. Whatever. Lance just makes the point that whatever Lance's personal morality might be on the subject, and I also think not just Lance, anybody's, whatever anybody's personal morality on the subject is, that is not the line where the morality and the ability for a woman to have bodily autonomy both end.
Look, he even sneaks it in, the bodily autonomy thing. No matter what your personal morality is, what matters is my morality. The woman should always have bodily autonomy.
Well, it's not. it's not a question of, okay, this is so stupid because they're using this as an excuse for Lance saying, well, I wouldn't do it, but I think it should be legal, which you can say that for certain actions. That's fine. But that is based on your morality. That's literally you saying, I wouldn't do an action, but morally, I think people should have the right to do it. That's based on your fucking morality.
Yes, totally. Yep. That's my point. That's what I'm saying.
This guy's like an idiot.
I'm like, you trying to spin it as your personal morality is not what's taking precedent here.
Yes.
It's just completely gaslighting.
Everyone makes the moral decisions based on their personal morality. There's no other way to do it.
Right.
It's not incumbent upon us to have moral judgment or moral casting about a woman's bodily autonomy. That does it doesn't necessarily it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, his morality is you can't have an opinion on women's
on
bodily
a woman's
autonomy.
body. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
That's his morality though.
Okay.
That he's trying to force on all of us. We're not supposed to be allowed to care about what a woman does with her body, right? Well,
that's
fuck
your
you,
dumb
I do
fuck
care.
morality. Yeah.
Look, I don't want people killing themselves either.
It doesn't matter whether I think it's totally fine for a baby to come out of somebody's womb and then for us to shoot it dead. I don't know, something like that. That's not the point.
Yeah.
Whether I think that's okay or not has nothing to do with the issue. The morale.
But that never happens. That's the point. Yeah. Right.
Like there's like that.
Look, and then she's even saying, "What are you doing, dude? That never happened."
You're getting off topic.
That's abhorrent that you would act like that happens. How dare you?
This is so stupid.
The delusional report is what we should call this one.
Right.
Type of moral question, this stuff that Tim loves to talk about, where he says, "Oh, I really want to talk about the issues," then I get bogged down in philosophical moral bullshit. That
why should I have to violate my bodily autonomy by paying taxes?
Yeah,
I have to use my body, Adam,
taxation
to work hard.
is theft. You don't
work hard.
Don't
okay, I don't mean me. Listen, I don't mean me personally. I mean like the general me. Okay.
An idea.
The hypothetical me that's making this argument. Okay. Everyone knows I'm a lazy fuck.
The people who do work hard.
Yeah. For the people that do work hard, they could say, listen, I, a hypothetical not Sitch person who works very hard.
Why are we punishing success? Say punishing success.
I use my body and my bodily autonomy to make money and profit for myself and my family. Okay. It's a violation of my bodily autonomy then to force me to take some amount of that money and give it to the government in the form of taxation.
Yeah.
Stop violating my bodily autonomy, you fucks.
Taxation is theft.
Right. Why do you care about all these philosophical? This is all philosophical bullshit, Tim Pool. Why do you try to get to the bottom of your philosophical moral arguments? That's just bullshit. Obviously, the right way to have arguments is to just spout out bullshit talking points that your team assigns you. That's the real way to have these political conversations.
Yeah, just tribalism. NPC, shut your brain off and just do what you're told. That's exactly the way you should have these conversations. That always leads to good outcomes.
I can see why they don't have this guy on the show when Sam SEDER is, filling in.
Yeah.
Like, even he's too stupid for that.
What's that guy's name? What's the other guy's name? Do you
remember? I don't know for sure.
Clarence. Whatever. Just don't let Clarence get on camera. Fuck that guy. He's a moron.
You can only come on when Sam's not on.
Make sure he stays off camera.
Yes.
Yelling from the sidelines.
That bullshit does not matter when it comes to these circumstances.
Honestly, yeah, it true. Like, Tim would be better served writing fan fiction. Honestly, like,
what does that even mean?
I don't know.
What?
If you want to deal with things that are just not based in reality, write fan fiction about whatever TV show you love, and you can make your two faves kiss, and you can, what do you call it? Stan them or ship them?
Because as you're saying, this is actually functionally when we have people bleeding out in parking lots because the life-saving threshold isn't being met. That's real. That's real. Actually happening. This shit's not happening.
Exactly.
People are bleeding out in parking lots? What? Where did that happen?
Yeah, there's all these women that are just bleeding out in parking lots because they can't get abortions.
Does Sam Cedar have a Tim Pool playlist?
Yeah.
1,998 videos are in his Tim Pool playlist.
Well, no, that's. I hope those are not all Tim Pool videos.
General right wing nonsense.
I hope
He has almost 2,000
this
videos in a playlist. General right wing nonsense.
Yeah, I'm hoping not.
Look, I don't.
Okay.
It's so weird to me. I guess it's just because we're kind of nonpartisan to be all caught up with
What's weird to you?
dunking on people.
Well, we dunk on shit tons of people. Listen.
Yeah, but because they make shit arguments, not because they're right wing or left wing.
True.
Yeah,
True.
there's a giant difference there. A giant difference. Grand Canyon size difference.
Okay, this is the
Speaking
video.
of Grand Canyon, look at Emma.
Yeah. The canyon in her head. This is the
Vast
video.
empty spaces.
Yes. This is the video that everyone clips, where Emma says the really, really dumb thing she says about Jordan Neely at the end of the video. So we're going to watch that. And then after this video, we're going to watch Ben Shapiro actually made a response video to Emma. And then, of course, Emma and Sam Cedar made a response video to Ben Shapiro's response video. And it's so stupid. Bafflingly stupid.
Well, if, there are people who don't know the Daniel Penny Jordon Neely story, should we give a quick background before
we do, let me read some super chats.
Okay.
Leo G for $30. Thank you, Leo. Thanks so much. Says, hope all is well. My SO of 9 years left due to a family tragedy. I'm sorry to hear that.
Sucks.
We got home in 2022. We got a home in 2022. Now it's just me. I manage things by myself, and I paid down a debt we had about $10,000. I'm not here to spam links, but got any advice, Adam?
What is advice on what?
How to manage to pay down debt and take care of yourself when you're alone, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Don't pay us any more money. That'd be my first piece of advice.
To pay down debt we had about $10,000. I'm not here to spam links, but got any advice? Adam. I'm not sure. Yeah. Not sure. Yeah. Don't send us super chats if you're having financial problems. That's obviously my first advice.
Right.
But obviously, live within your means is what a lot of people have a difficult time doing. So
this would be my advice. I don't know what your work is, but if it's work that can lead to a future road you want to keep going down, like levels of promotion or something to that extent, I would kind of throw myself into that and try to open myself up, even though it'd be painful. You just got to jump back into the dating market.
Oh, I kind of messed up. I thought we were talking about finances, but
right.
SO is significant other, right?
Yes.
My significant other of 9 years left due to a family tragedy.
Right.
That sucks, Leo. That does suck. And I've been there. I think we've all been there with, you're in a relationship and you think, this is the one, this is going to last forever. This is the one I want to spend my life with. And then circumstances change. So yeah, that's obviously a tough one, but I think Sitch gives good advice. I mean, you kind of got to find someone new, right?
Well, you got it. So the way that negative thoughts work is that you fixate on them. And unfortunately, this is like a biological process because it's kind of a way of when you kind of fixate on negative thoughts and negative emotions, it's because your body is trying to warn you to escape them because we evolved to be running away from like tigers and shit in the wild and not to like deal with complicated relationship drama that we're now dealing with, in the modern world. And so the only way, not the only way, but I think one of the best ways to sort of pull yourself away from negative thoughts is you have to find something else to basically focus on and engage on. Because the weird truth of reality is that you don't feel sad because something bad happened to you. You feel sad because you're thinking about the bad thing that happened to you.
Yeah.
If you don't think of, and it's weird to think about this, but this is literally how we work. If something bad happens to you and you can't think about it or don't think about it, you're literally not sad anymore.
Well, this is why a lot of people throw themselves into their work. They,
Right.
you know, they find something to keep themselves busy.
Right. Now, that doesn't mean you should cover it up and you shouldn't deal with the actual problems that you have, obviously. Right. You still have to address and get to the bottom of your own problems. But I do think that focusing on other things, focusing on work, trying to get back into the dating market, that'd be what I would say to do, essentially.
Yeah. This too shall pass. Usually takes about a year to get over the loss of a loved one. So,
Right.
you know, don't beat yourself up for taking too long, you know?
Sure.
Yeah.
EF, I always say his name wrong, for $20 says, what do you think the left will say if it's proven 100% that we've approached trans the wrong way possible in the past 10 years? That'll be very interesting because I do think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard for me to predict what the actual thing will be. I mean, most people, the overwhelming amount of people will not ever accept blame, right? There'll be a handful of people that will, and they'll reevaluate their positions going forward. Most people will never accept blame, or they'll figure out some way to somehow blame the right or anyone else somehow.
I know from history, though, this happens again and again with socialism. Like everybody's on board for, you know, the USSR being the, you know, future utopia with Stalin running it. And then as soon as it's found out that Stalin is actually a murderous maniac, then all of a sudden they recast history as, oh, no, we were very skeptical of
Stalin
state capitalism
yeah,
in that situation. I mean, obviously. And I'm sure they will do something similar with this. They'll be like, oh, we were always skeptical of the overdiagnosis. And we, you know, obviously
right.
we tried to avoid those kinds of things. And it's really terrible that, you know, these people didn't listen to us. And we know exactly what was going on all along. You know, this wasn't gender dysphoria, obviously. This was a social contagion. Like they're going to completely forget that they said even bringing up social contagion was transphobia. Like that's going to be completely, oh, those were whack jobs on Twitter. We weren't saying that. We're the reasonable leftists here. So I think that's probably what's going to happen.
I think you're right. I think there'll be this sort of like, we didn't say that. We always had reasonable positions on. It'll be like this kind of like gaslighting. We didn't say this. We always had a reasonable position on this, on trans issues, whatever. We always believed it should be a medical diagnosis. It's not our fault if the medical community was wrong.
Yeah, they let us down.
Yeah. And they'll do and they'll blame capitalism, right?
Oh, of course, that's coming. Yeah.
And then they'll just try to never, ever, ever talk about it.
Yeah.
That'll be the thing. They'll just never try to talk about it. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
Twitter sucks for $20 says the disingenuous garbage she's pulling here is not admitting that the women and men going for these operations are going for the purpose of sterilization, not a negative side effect of being on HRT.
True.
Well,
that's a great point.
That is true.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. That's true. Completely true.
Yeah.
John A, thank you so much for the
Go ahead.
Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs, John A. Junior Miss Prime for 31 Aussies. Thank you so much. Says, I had a family member that took their own life. I'm sorry to hear that. And before that, using the threat of doing so to manipulate people around them. I see these activists doing the same thing and it makes me sick. You can never let that threat win. It's very sad for some people, but it is sort of true. You can't let, there are some people that have a lot of problems. And you know, you want to help them, but you can't. It's kind of like, you know, there's a very common problem where sometimes if you try to save someone who's drowning, when people are drowning, they panic. And it's such a very well-known phenomenon that a drowning person will very often make the person saving them drown as well. And it's kind of like there's a lot of personal relationships like that, especially with family members who are just so unfortunately broken or toxic or whatever that you just kind of have to. It's really painful, but sometimes you just have to let them go. Otherwise, they'll pull you down with them. So.
Yeah, toxic people you should always distance yourself from, especially if there's no relation. Like, don't get involved with those people. It sucks.
Yeah, but it's usually like a family member you have some relationship with.
I know.
Right?
If it's a family member, that's like the worst type of situation.
Yeah.
But, I mean, obviously, you only get one family, but sometimes you do have to cut your losses with family members. It sucks, but I don't think just because someone is a family member, you should allow them to drag you down as well. So
Sure.
yeah,
Right. Of course.
you're always trying to weigh the good and the bad. Obviously,
Yeah.
most people don't want to make that determination because it's very difficult, obviously. But sometimes we have to do difficult things.
J-Mac, our surrogate father, thank you so much, J-Mac. for the
Yeah.
50 gifted memberships.
Welcome new members.
Thank you.
I hope there's no hate watchers in those.
I hope they're all hate watchers. Toxic Mix for $20. Thank you. Says anyone acting in good faith knows that what Tim Points was. Maybe Jennings would have decided losing sexuality in adulthood is fine, but the decision was effectively made for her. She couldn't possibly grasp what it meant.
Totally.
True.
Yeah. And that's exactly what Tim was saying and what we're saying. Like, how do you look? I
Wait a
can't
minute.
imagine if my
Did you press
parents
the
did
ad
that.
button?
No, I didn't.
I have this weird pop-up. I've never seen this before.
Yeah.
At the bottom, it says ads will run shortly for viewers.
Here, I'm clicking skip ads.
That's super weird.
I
But
saw it popped up too, but
does
there's-
YouTube automatically put ads in live streams?
I clicked the button to add ads to mid-roll ads when I did the monetization thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I assumed that it would just put ads into the stream after the fact. Look, I think it's a brand new feature. I've never seen it before, so I figured I would try it out. But obviously, it seems to be inserting ads during the live stream. So I won't.
Yeah,
I won't click it next time, but I don't know how we turn it off. But I click skip the ads anyway. And
oh, you guys have been seeing ads the whole time? Wow, interesting.
Well, that
I had no clue.
Yeah, I figured you guys would give us a heads up. So.
Well, they probably said something in chat, but we weren't paying attention.
Oh,
so.
okay.
Okay. Well, listen.
I got 2 ad breaks. Okay. Here, let
I
me
mean,
see
we
if I
gotta
can
get money. Okay.
Well, I don't necessarily like if it's
Yeah.
if they're getting ads during the live stream. What happens then?
They see an ad, I guess.
Automatically place mid-roll ads during stream. I unclicked it now.
You have to be careful too because I don't have a problem putting ads like in the replays, but you have to kind of do it manually because if you don't, it does this crazy
It carpet
shit where
bombs with
it like like in the first 30 minutes, like every 2 minutes, it'll place an ad. It's like wacky as hell. So.
Oh yeah, we don't want any ad carpet.
I try to
bombing.
space them out in the replay, so it's like every hour or something, right?
Well, I tested it out. It's obviously an abject failure. I unclicked the button and and resaved the stream. So.
Yet I don't like that there's no feature, and there should be a feature. There should be a feature so that if you're a member, you don't get ads, or that we have an option of saying like, oh, members don't get ads. Like that should be a feature on YouTube.
I like what my black friend has to say about this.
What?
Adam's first black friend says, pay for premium.
There you go.
Premium is a great deal because you're not watching ads and the creators do get like a
decent chunk.
Yeah, they get money just for watch minutes. So
right,
they get money when you watch their videos and they don't have to pay ads. So I think that's a better thing. I think it's like $11 a month or something like that. I pay for the premium.
Right.
So
well, I mean, I probably watch YouTube more than anything I ever watch.
Yeah, so do I.
anything. Like I barely watch TV anymore. I listen to so many YouTube videos that it makes sense for me to have premium. So.
Yep.
J-Mac for $20. Thanks so much, Circuit Father. J-Mac says, quote, I don't think people should circumcise their babies, end quote. What? Why are you obsessed with other people's genitals?
True. Yeah, we're going to watch that genital debate on the Majority Report.
There you go. Fat Brown Buffalo, our favorite young Turk, for $20 says, yo, mama's so centrist. She wears BLM shirts to pro-life rallies. There you go.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty based, yeah.
Wow. What would happen if I think if you wore a BLM shirt to a pro-life rally, you'd be fine.
Mm-hmm.
But if you wore a pro-life shirt to a BLM rally, you're going to get killed. I mean, let's just face it. You're going to die.
Nate T for $20. Thank you, Nate. Says, if the left's primary argument is, quote, women have a right to bodily autonomy, would the best question asked them be, quote, when is the fetus/baby entitled to bodily autonomy? Well, see that's I mean that's the right's position. Their argument would just be once the baby, is out of the womb, would probably be their answer. Once the baby's out of the womb, and not relying on the woman's bodily autonomy.
And that's
but then I guess the counter question would be, well, why does the woman's bodily autonomy outweigh the baby/fetus's bodily autonomy? Like, what is the principle there exactly?
They're inside her body, duh.
Yeah, but why? And this isn't I've never really heard them discuss this. Why does the woman's bodily autonomy outweigh the baby/fetus's bodily autonomy?
Because the woman can vote for a Democrat.
Oh, okay. That's the real answer, right?
It is, totally. It is. And the baby can't.
J-Mac for $20. Thanks so much, Jay. Says, if you guys have free time later in the stream, you should watch Korok crucifixion videos in celebration of the new Zelda game release. I did see that video on Twitter. It was pretty funny. But maybe we'll bring it up. Apparently in the new Zelda game, someone figured out how to crucify one of our friendly leaf Korok spirits. So.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Ouch.
I haven't got the game yet, no. But I probably will eventually at some point.
Fun.
What?
Fun.
Yes. Oh, there was another super chat that I wanted to address really quickly.
Oh no.
Where was it? EF for $10 says, what is your take on left-handed? New here and I haven't heard it. So my response to the left-handed chart is there's two things. First of all, if you actually look at the information of left-handedness, someone actually charted out a larger time scale going back further in the past, and they found out that left-handedness actually started at that 10 to 11% margin naturally, and then because of artificial social pressure was pushed down to that 1-2% range, and then once that pressure was eliminated, it went back up to what it was naturally. So it's not so the left-handedness isn't just a chart showing left-handedness going up. It's a chart that shows it was at a natural level. It was artificially pressured down, and then it went back up to the natural level. Obviously, we have nothing like that for transgender, right? At all. That's not comparable to transgender. It's not like we had some natural level of transgenderism at like 2% or 1% of the population, and then in the evil like 1950s it got suppressed down to like 0.0 whatever percent, right?
But
and then went back up
Sitch,
again.
what about these third genders in India and stuff?
Yeah, right. Completely unreal. Someone brings up third genders, you say the third gender, those people are not transgender, has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I don't even know why you bring it up. Yeah.
What about the historical third gender?
Yeah, completely irrelevant to the conversation. Like when someone brings up intersex, you just say that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I don't know why you bring up intersex people.
Well, that sounds like a dodge.
Yeah. So that's the first thing. Okay. The second thing here that you bring up is you say the rate of, and I should do this or someone should do this. Someone should do is they should get the rate of people the rate of increase of people identifying as transgender. Like is hundreds of times more and increasing hundreds of times faster than the rate of left-handedness.
Right.
Okay. Which to me, that left-handed chart, if you put the rate of increase of people identifying as trans and you slap that bar, that line graph on top of the left-handed chart, and it shows you that the line is so much more significant, then that left-handed chart no longer becomes an argument on their side. It becomes an argument on your side. Because you're like, even with something as simplistic as fucking left-handedness, once the social pressure is removed, you see how long it took for it to get back to normal net levels. So obviously something completely different is happening with the transgender stuff if that rate is increasing at like, 100 times the rate of left-handedness was.
Right.
And then the third...
Could it be that just there's social media now, so the information spread much faster?
Well... even when the social pressure against left-handedness went away, people were not gaining social validation for being left-handed the way that people might get for being trans.
Right.
So that so when the pressure was removed, people would just naturally go back to being left-handed, but there wasn't a social benefit necessarily to being left-handed the way there could be for trans.
I wonder if it's so slow because of the investment people had already put into being right-handed. So,
well, because it takes time for the pressure against left-handedness to go away uniformly across the country.
well, no, I was thinking people are naturally left-handed, but they've beaten themselves out of it because of the Industrial Revolution. Whatever, there's a bunch of right-handed equipment stuff.
Right.
So once that pressure goes away, those people are basically dying off slowly over time, and new people are being born. So that's why it's coming up slowly, because it's really a birth rate thing.
Right. No, yeah, that is true, because it's so with the left-handed chart. It's not like people, once the pressure went away, they people that were left-handed went to being left-handed. It was
they're like,
it was new people being born were taught not to.
Right.
They removed the "we're teaching you to be right-handed" thing from education, and so new people were born. But it wasn't like country, like if countrywide there had been a complete countrywide mandate that said you will now stop teaching people to be right-handed, then that chart would look different, because then the increase would have been significantly more. Like it would have just been like in one generation the number would have gone back to normal, right? But that didn't happen.
Yeah. So there's still people going, I'm not going to have a left-handed kid.
Right. And then the third argument against left-handed chart, which to me is the most devastating argument, is so with the transgender stuff, before recently, before affirmative care model, before all the social contagion stuff, the rates of men to women, so people that were born male, and people that are born female. So the rate of a man becoming trans to a woman becoming trans, or a boy becoming trans to a girl becoming trans, was 6 to 1.
Right.
Okay. So it meant that a male was 6 times more likely than a female to identify as trans or to get or to have gender dysphoria. After affirmative care model, after all the trans stuff become popular, the number is now 1 to 1. Women are just as likely as men to identify as trans. That's fucking weird.
Women are more susceptible to social contagion too. Do you know that?
Yes, I do know that.
Yeah.
But see, that's the thing. That doesn't happen. And that was part of why a lot of the European countries started to stop doing the affirmative care model, because they saw that and they said, this is a thing that doesn't happen in medicine or science, where you have this massive gender/sex disparity in a type of illness. And then all of a sudden, without changing the criteria, because they try to bring up autism, the criteria for autism changed. Without changing the criteria, suddenly, boom, the numbers become 1 to 1. They go from 6 to 1 to 1 to 1. That shows you that there's something else going on there that's not being explained.
Why do they bring up the autism thing?
Because, Katie brought it up.
I remember, yeah.
It's because what they say as well, they thought there are a lot more autistic boys than there were girls, and now they know that there's actually way more autistic girls than boys, or not way more girls than boys, but there's way more girls than previously thought, right?
Because they're autistic in a different way than they.
Right, but so then that's why I said the Katie in that conversation. I said, yeah, but that doesn't apply to the transgender conversation, because they realized that the criteria for autism applied to boys and maybe didn't apply to girls. But once they changed the criteria for girls, then all of a sudden the number increased, and they could actually correctly see that there were a lot more girls with autism. But with gender dysphoria, the criteria hasn't changed.
Right.
And no one has talked about at all, to my knowledge, no one has really talked about, well, no, seriously, Ray Blanchard probably brought this up, but non-Ray Blanchard people have not talked about cis men and cis women having different criteria for gender dysphoria. And that's not been talked about. So that wouldn't explain that changing of those numbers.
Cis men that have gender dysphoria, or cis men talking about other people having gender dysphoria?
So besides Ray Blanchard, from my knowledge, no big people in the field of studying gender dysphoria have talked about cis men and cis women having, when I say cis, well, I shouldn't say cis, natal men and natal women. I shouldn't use the word cis, you're right. That natal men and natal women, people born male and people born female, no one really has been pushing that men and women have different criteria or symptoms or whatever for gender dysphoria.
Right.
If you open up the DSM-5, it doesn't give, it's the same for both sexes. It doesn't give you a different thing. And they haven't updated that or changed that, to my knowledge.
Persistent discomfort with one's birth sex.
Yes, persistent incongruence and discomfort with
So
someone.
what is the difference between men and women? Do you know?
There isn't one. That's why.
Oh.
That's why the fact that women went from 6 times less, or from men being 6 times more likely to have gender dysphoria than women, to it being a 1-to-1 ratio, shows, in my opinion, that there's a social contagion element happening here, because there's no other explanation for that massive increase in specifically just women identifying as trans.
Right.
No.
I was trying to think of some symptom that would be different for men and women.
I don't, hypothetically.
Discomfort with men staring at your boobs.
Well, but that's the problem. When I hear a lot of these testimonials, I think that's what's happening. I think there are girls who go through puberty, they become uncomfortable with their breast or some other aspect of their body.
It's like,
they
Tifa,
confuse
why
it for
won't this
gender
guy
dysphoria.
Stop staring at my breast. Jesus,
Yes.
he can't stop talking about it.
Yeah, and I think they're getting incorrectly diagnosed. It's very sad.
Wouldn't it be great if we could have a logical discussion with Lance about that? Like, without him
It would
calling
be.
you a groomer?
It would
Why
be.
are you talking about Tifa's breast so much? Oh my God.
Why do you care about a girl going through puberty's boobs? Just let her cut them off. Why do you care about that? Are you some kind of pervert? Why are you fixated on her boobs? God, disgusting.
Because it's funny. Look, he says he runs a comedy show.
I know.
Who are you trying to fool?
Mark Twain's Revenge, our surrogate uncle. Thanks so much, Mark Twain, for the $100. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
Says, so unrelated to current discussion, Stardust recently hosted 2 panels on very interesting topics: homelessness and involuntary institutionalization. Unfortunately, the panels were mostly terrible, so the discussion was too curious where you guys stand on topic 2. Well, as I said the other day,
right?
I maybe didn't hear it. I said the other day, this is my fix for the homeless problem. And this will come up with the Jordon Neely conversation. And I'm being serious. I'm being serious.
You're not serious.
I'm serious. Because the big problem here, which people on the left don't understand, is that most states have a lot of resources that are available to homeless people to get money from the state or to live in some kind of facility. And a lot of homeless people don't want to do that because A, a lot of times it requires them to not do drugs. B, sometimes there are problems with facilities where it's very easy for things to be stolen or whatever. Or C, a lot of these people just have mental illness problems, so they're just literally, they're not in the right state of mind to exist in those facilities. They'd rather just wander off, and just, be in the street somewhere, right? Or some people just want to fucking, be independent, right?
You want to do drugs. You can't do drugs in these facilities.
Right. And so my solution is, here's my solution. We need to open new homeless facilities.
Right. I'm
where
listening.
Homeless people are allowed to go there and do all the drugs they want. But
free drugs?
Free drugs for the homeless. That's my solution. Free drugs for the homeless. But here's the stipulation. When they're doing these drugs, they have to stay at the facility.
Right.
That's the rule, okay? You can do all the free drugs you want at this homeless facility, but you have to stay there.
Even bath salts?
Even bath salts.
The stuff that makes you chew people's faces off and stuff?
Listen, it's going to be a lot of money to keep these places open. So you need a high turnover rate one way or the other.
There's going to be such a criminal element in there. This does not sound feasible at all.
I think you could do it.
Sitch will be, he's going to be spooning with some serial killer who's
I'm not going to be staying. Why would I be staying
on meth?
Why would I be staying at one of these facilities?
For the free drugs. You're not going to check it out? You're not going to go for
I'm not going to go to
weekend?
I'm not going to go to the free drugs for the homeless facility.
Why wouldn't you go in there?
Because
it's dangerous.
Because of the reasons that you said. Yeah, exactly.
Because it's dangerous. That's
no,
all.
you have to actually be homeless to go there. It's not just I want free drugs.
We'll sell your
okay. Well, listen, if someone wants
with cash and I go to the free
if
drug
someone
place,
wants to go live in this facility, okay. That's up to them.
Well, you said you were serious.
I am serious. Free drugs for the homeless, but they have to stay in these institutions. Essentially, it's here's the thing. You have to agree to be institutionalized.
Libertarian Island was a better idea than this.
No, Libertarian Island is a stupid idea. It's a funny joke idea. It's not a real idea. This is a real idea. You have to accept. It's a real idea, damn it. You have to accept. Can you hear the tone of my voice? This is a real idea, okay?
You keep saying that, but I refuse to believe it.
You accept institutionalization. And the way you get them to accept it is that you give them free drugs. That's how you do it.
This is like, oh man. There's going to be
this is so much better than any of your kids' voting ideas, Adam. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. This is a brilliant idea.
I feel like there's going to be a lot of non-consensual things going on in this place. I really do.
Well, you can make it secure. It doesn't have to be like fucking like, escape from LA lawless situation.
So you can't run away from your attacker?
Wait, what? No, it's because you're okay. You're thinking that the facilities are going to be like people enter a building and it's just like a big open field and they're just like, here's some drugs, go wild in the field. That's not what I'm talking about.
I feel like
it's an institution. Okay, you're being institutionalized, but the way you get people to accept it being institutionalized is you say, yeah, you have to stay in this institution and whatever, but here's some free drugs to basically incentivize all these fucking crazy people to get off the streets.
Look, let me drug explain you a bit here. I can tell there's a vast difference in your experience and my experience.
Yeah, because I'm not a degenerate like you, okay. Adam.
Well, let me tell you. Let me give you some experience here.
Okay.
There are different effects with different drugs.
Right.
Like if you were pitching this, like let's
you
say
can have different wings. You can have the pot wing. You can have the meth wing. You can have the crack den.
Well, the meth
you can
wing,
have the bath salts isolation chamber.
This makes
okay.
it even worse. This makes it even worse.
This makes it even better.
No, it doesn't, because you're going to have everyone in the meth wing conspiring to go beat up everyone in the pot wing. They're going to be like,
you don't let them out till they're sober.
Okay.
You have to stay in the meth wing when you're on meth.
Okay. Well, that's what I was going to say. Like, let's say you want to do your free drug hotel with like ecstasy, something that generally makes people more empathetic. I feel like, you probably have okay time with that.
Yeah, you put them in the ecstasy wing.
The meth wing,
with some like
the
rave
bath
music.
salts wing. I'm like, what the? You're insane. Meth makes people violent.
Yeah.
That's not.
Put them in the meth wing so they can kill each other.
This place is going to burn down in 24 hours.
No. Listen, this is a continually changing idea, Adam.
Put them in the meth wing. I like it.
I think this is a good idea.
New meme. The meth wing.
Idea.
Welcome to the meth wing.
Welcome to the meth wing.
The doctor
Here's your meth.
The doctor has every other tooth is missing.
No, they're like, welcome to the meth wing. Here's your meth. When you want to leave, you have to take a blood test, and we have to determine that you're not on meth anymore.
But look, you do meth, and it lasts like 24 hours.
They're in the wing for 24 hours then.
It's just, look, what happens when the riot breaks out? The meth
There's
riot.
guard. What do you do? Look, you could be a riot in prison, Adam. What are you talking about? There's guards. It's a facility.
This is like the perfect movie. I can imagine like the doctors going, we have like 500 people here. We're almost out of meth. What do we do? It's like everyone's
Someone quick, get Walter White. We're almost out of meth. We need a meth shipment, quick.
Everyone's going to be coming down soon, and they're already getting angry.
Yeah.
We got 500 meth heads coming down.
Listen, just go buy some from, the drug cartels. They got a lot of meth.
Oh, man.
Put some fentanyl in it. Listen, problem solved. Okay.
This could be your worst idea yet, Sitch.
This is my... Okay, do we need a poll? Do we need a poll?
I'm just being honest with you.
Do we need a poll? I feel like this is the best idea ever. Adam is trying to gaslight me. We need a poll. Okay. Here's a poll. Okay.
No.
Is the drugs for the homeless institution?
Mm-hmm.
They spell institution correctly.
No,
come on, spell check. Right. What are you doing? I hate that the normal spell check is so much worse than Google spell check. Is the drugs for the homeless institution
I'm going to start the video while you do the poll, okay?
Okay, well, calm down. And whoever said in chat, calm the fuck down. Okay, relax. We're having fun here. Okay. Is the drugs for the homeless institution a good idea? Yes. Sitch is right.
Don't put look. Don't just yes.
Okay, fine,
Okay.
fine. It'll just be yes and no. Okay.
Yeah.
There won't be a third option. If you don't have an opinion on it, or I'll just put a no opinion. Okay.
Okay.
No clue. I'm boring. There you go. There's your poll.
All right.
Okay.
I like the no
Blaze
clue, I'm
Caliber
boring.
for $20 says Emma was worse than a mean girl, Adam, per a college friend who went to high school with her. Wow. Is this true? She had all the alacrity. Well, that's a word you don't see every day. Plus authenticity of a toilet plunger. Would always post Facebook pics of her charitable work in Cape Town for all to see.
Oh wow.
That's hilarity.
Wow. So she's a virtue signaler too.
Yes. Interesting. There you go. Look at this. So far, the poll, 52% agrees with me, says it's a good idea. 38% says no. So I'm winning. Okay. I'm winning so far.
Right.
Anyway, let's start.
No, wait a second here. Alacrity, liveliness, and eagerness.
Yeah, and he's eager, yeah. Or cheerful. I thought it meant like cheerfulness or something.
Nice.
There you go. Alacrity.
I use that word all the time. I just had to remember what it meant.
I don't think I've ever used that word in my life.
Alacrity. That's a good word.
It is a good word, yeah.
Blaze
That's a $10
Caliber.
word there. Okay, let's hit it up.
The horrific story. At this point, I'm sure people have become aware of.
Are we going to give the backstory here, or do they give the backstory?
I don't remember. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You can give the backstory or play the video, whatever you want to do.
Well, I guess I'll give the backstory here. I took some notes anyway, so I would have the backstory. I just can't find my notes at the moment. God, what a mess. Here we go. So, Daniel Penny, Jordon Neely. Daniel Penny is a Marine. Jordon Neely is a homeless man slash, I guess, celebrity impersonator. He impersonated Michael Jackson at one point, maybe 10 years ago, 20 years ago, not exactly sure. But the mainstream media is trying to paint him as an innocent black man who impersonates Michael Jackson on the subway. So Jordon Neely evidently went onto a New York subway car and said things like, I want food. I'm not taking no for an answer. I'll hurt anyone on this train. I'm ready to go back to jail. These sayings are from eyewitnesses who were on the train. Daniel Penny steps up behind him and subdues him, puts him in a chokehold to basically diffuse the situation. Two other gentlemen aid Daniel Penny in putting him under control. The train is generally thankful. They've taken witnesses' statements that said many of them feared for their lives. They feared they were in danger. It turns out Jordon Neely has 44 prior arrests, so he's definitely a serial criminal. And the media is basically trying to paint this as George Floyd 2.0. So the recent developments is, I guess this incident took place and Daniel Penny was released, but since the media decided to turn this into another George Floyd situation, they wanted to make it all about race. Daniel Penny is white, Jordon Neely is black. They trumped up a big, protest type atmosphere to arrest this guy. And so Daniel Penny was arrested and charged with second-degree manslaughter, I believe, which is not murder. So I'm sure Emma and many people on the left have interesting things to say about this, but they're probably doing their best to paint this in an unfair light. So I just wanted to give the background ahead of time, so we know what it's like for those of you who may not be up on the story. So here we go.
The horrific story in New York City, the killing of Jordon Neely, a houseless black man who was killed by a subway rider, a Marine, former Marine, via chokehold. The cause of death has now shown that it was the chokehold that killed Neely in this instance.
So I'm glad I gave the background. of the situation because Emma here has given none of the background. She's basically pitching this as if Daniel Penny was like, oh, look, there's a black guy here. Let me kill him. Look, a homeless black guy. I've been wanting to kill a homeless black guy for a long time now. Here, let me step in here and kill him. Right?
I mean, yeah. Look, there's a homeless black guy. Let me just snap his neck.
So I have some headlines from various articles here. So Neely was arrested 42 times in the last 10 years, most recently in November 2021 for slugging a 67-year-old female stranger in the face as she exited a subway station.
Right.
He has a history of mental illness. So imagine that. Imagine that your 67-year-old mother is walking out of a subway station and Michael Jackson comes up and punches her in the face as hard as he can.
That makes it worse, doesn't it?
Yeah. What do you think of that? He says, how do you like that, Thriller? Yeah. So he's literally out on, I guess there's a warrant out for his arrest because he failure to appear on this slugging a 67-year-old person in the face. So where are the pictures of her? Like the media keeps showing these pictures of him as just, Michael Jackson.
Well, was he ever arrested for that, or was it a warrant out for his? It was a warrant for his arrest, so he never been arrested, right, in the first place.
No, I think he was arrested for this and released.
They let him go?
Yeah. Well, look, he was arrested 42 other times and they let him go. Like,
yeah, but I don't know. Who knows what those were for? Right?
New York City has this: if you're poor, they can't give you bail because that would be unfair. So
I mean, they can't. Right.
They can't give you a bail that you can't afford, basically.
Right.
So they just let you go.
Nice.
And once you realize you can punch people in the face with impunity, well, that's what they do for fun.
Yeah.
They've been pushing people on the train tracks. It's so insane. The thing that's going on is insane. And you have literally Emma here, leaves all of that context out, completely rewrites the situation so that they're trying to turn this guy into the next Kyle Rittenhouse. They're trying to say this guy has it coming, which just sucks because, I mean, that's the thing. I listened to a lot of stories, a lot of news reports on this. And there was one woman who, made sure that she thanked Daniel Penny. I guess she waited for the situation to be taken care of and the guy to be taken away so she could go up and thank Daniel Penny for what he did because she was so terrified on the train. Like this, everyone on the train, that's another big point in the situation. Nobody on the train thought that this guy's life was being threatened. They all thought Daniel Penny was subduing him to diffuse the situation. Nobody was looking at the situation going, you're killing him. Yeah. So.
Neck compression was the cause of death. And there was a lot of outrage about this because the video is graphic and horrific. And because outlets like the New York Post were openly celebrating the murder of this unhoused man on public transit. So there were protests at the Broadway Lafayette station yesterday. I actually caught some of them because I was transferring to the 6th there. And the people kind of leaving at that point. And
did you see those protests where the people decided that they were going to protest by standing in the subway so that people couldn't use the subways to get to their jobs or to go wherever they needed to go?
I heard about them. I didn't see the videos. Yeah. This
really
is
good way to bring people to your cause, huh?
I liked the way Sean framed this. He's like, these are people without jobs. This is like the people without jobs versus the people with jobs.
Right.
The people who are professional activists. I'm going to school. My parents are paying for my school. My job is to be in your face.
Yes.
Telling you how to live your life while you're trying to go to your job and feed your family. And I'm a rich activist, piece of shit.
There was a video of when the train was opening. All these protesters that trying to prevent people from getting out of the train.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a black guy there who was yelling at them. He's like, I need to get to my job.
Yeah.
They weren't letting him pass. It's so disgusting.
How dare you have a job, you poor? Why don't you just let your parents pay your rent?
I know your parents pay for everything, right? Yeah, exactly.
These guys are so out of touch. It's so sad.
It is.
Sad and
Gross.
quite awful, yeah.
And Adams responded to this. This is the same Eric Adams who has now cut, or he did this last year, cut services, or cut funds, I should say, to the city's Department of Homeless Services to the tune of $615 million last calendar year. So here he is responding to this.
Just send him to the meth wing, right? It'll all turn out okay.
Well, it's funny because like there's been all this complaint about Eric Adams being way too soft on crime.
Right.
And now she's like, oh, he's way
too
nothing
hard
you
on
can
crime.
Yeah, like nothing you can do will ever satisfy, these crazy extremists. Right.
Eric
Nothing
Adams
you do.
clapped back at AOC, right? AOC went to Twitter immediately and started just insane tweeting about how this is murder. You're killing this innocent black man. And the Eric Adams came out and was like, well, maybe we should look at the facts of the case first.
Yeah. I know how terrible, right?
Yeah. Well, there's a whole subway car full of people who are involved in this situation, which they're all going to testify at trial. And I mean, I get it. I don't think, look, I hope we're in a total Kyle Rittenhouse situation right now. Like, we hope the justice system is going to do the right thing. I would think that all the people who are on that train car are going to testify. And it's going to be hard to ignore the testimony of the woman who's waited, an hour or whatever until everything is done so that she can personally thank Daniel Penny for stepping in and what she perceives as saving all of them from this crazy guy who's saying, I don't care if I go back to jail. I'll hurt anyone on this train.
Right.
Yeah, that's a horrible situation to be in. I was on the New York subway running around when things were relatively safe back in the 90s.
Mhm.
Like, I don't know that I'd be going on the subway in this day and age. I'm paying $50 for an Uber right now.
Right.
Yeah, it's weird enough. Back when it was relatively safe, you would get crazy people on the subway, running around. Well, I guess not really, just panhandling, not really crazy, not really out of control. But I can't imagine being in one of those cars. I mean, you're 5 to 10 minutes, sometimes 15 minutes between train stops. You're going underground, you're going in tunnels and shit. There ain't no way out. You're basically like in an elevator with an insane person.
Well, it's a good point. It was fun. It's interesting because when I was talking to my dad the other day, he kind of brought up the same point about how these people, they're in you're on a subway car. You're in a situation where you can't necessarily leave easily this person, right?
Right.
And that should definitely weigh into the conversation.
Right.
Obviously Emma's not going to bring that up.
You can move from car to car,
Right.
but it's not.
Well, it also depends on how crowded it is. So
it's weird too. I've done it just for the experience of it, because you're kind of between the cars and like you're outside and you're on a freaking train. It's crazy.
Of course, right.
There's no way, if you're in a car with like 10 or 12 people, that process of moving from car to car, like someone's going to get and this happened. I think some people did leave. Some people moved away from him, and I think some people left the car. But you can't.
I'm sure.
20 people can't move from car to car, single file, in like
quickly,
some orderly manner. Yeah, you got to go single file. As some crazy person is assaulting somebody.
Right.
You're like, oh my God. Yeah. So none of this, like, I'm sure maybe Emma knows, and she's just, obviously she's a full line gaslighter, but I don't think most people have had the subway experience. So they don't understand the situation of being boxed in like that. They're not really thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Story. This is his statement here. Any loss of life is tragic. There's a lot we don't know about what happened here. It's on video. So I'm going to refrain from commenting further. However, we do know that there were serious mental health issues in play here, which is why our administration has made record investments in providing care to those who need it and getting people off of the streets and the subways and out of dangerous situations. Let me just now say, blah, 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 blah. And I need all elected officials and advocacy groups to join us in prioritizing getting people the care they need and not just allowing them to languish. What he does when he's referencing getting people out of those dangerous situations is he's referring to his program of involuntary hospitalization, where police have essentially, because there have been cuts to these mental health care services and homeless services, they have been dropping them off in the ER and letting essentially medical professionals just deal with this. If homeless people are, in cops' estimation, exhibiting signs of mental health issues, they are involuntarily detained and taken to the hospital. This is not a sustainable program. What we need is housing and
well, so, okay, she's so stupid. She's like, oh, it's so awful that they're involuntarily detaining people that have mental health issues. Why don't you just give them houses?
Yeah.
Do you think that
they can burn them down?
You think that they're gonna stay at the house, Emma?
Yeah.
Like these people have never ever talked to anyone that's ever had to interact with or help people in these situations.
Yeah.
The whole point is that they won't just say, oh, thank you for the house, let me just stay here and not like cause problems. Like there are lots of people, like, by the way, there are lots of homeless people that do that. And that's fine. And that's, no one's complaining about them because they're not on the streets or they're not the ones that are causing these sorts of problems.
Yeah, of course. Look, you're dealing with basically a moron here. Like, she doesn't know anything.
And healthcare in this city and in this country. And he's also at the same time militarizing the police in the city and increasing the number of cops in the subways. And I mean, these incidents are still happening. So what we really need is, again, housing and healthcare services. Kathy Hochul also responded here to a question about Neely's death, the governor. Here she is. Is she looking to the side this entire time? Okay. Very, very talented politician. I say that sarcastically because she really just keeps failing upwards. This is worse than Sam's example of Michelle Bachmann looking slightly into the other camera. She's literally at a 90-degree angle. All right.
Not aware of evidence of that, and once it came to light, we parted ways. You saw the video of the man who was killed in a chokehold on the subway.
Is Emma that stupid that she doesn't realize when they do these press conferences that there are questioners all over the place and they turn to the questioner? Like, you literally hear the questioner coming from that direction. Like, she attempts to turn back to the main audience.
Shut up, Adam.
What a fucking idiot. This woman, what she says is completely awful. She's the one that's turning this into George Floyd 2.0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's so crazy.
Here in New York City this week, the man who put him in the chokehold was released without charges. I wanted to get your take. If you've seen the video, if you think the man who put him in the chokehold should have been released without charges, and I know it kind of gets into this broader people's question of subway safety, and people felt unsafe. The man did not seem to be acting violent, so I just want to get your take.
No, and again, one element we have not talked about is the $1 billion investment we have in mental health services, so we don't have people who are homeless in our subways, many of them in the throes of mental health episodes, and that's what I believe are some of the factors involved here. And there's consequences for behavior, and I'll look at it more closely to find out whether the state has a role. People who've been out on parole have different consequences, and a judge can make a decision on whether to hold someone, or a DA can make a decision to charge them. But in a case where someone is on parole, then the state has an ability, as we've done before in more serious cases, to ensure that someone is held during pending the outcome of the episode. But No, that was deeply disturbing, and that causes a lot of fear in people. And actually, the mayor and I are working so hard to restore that sense of safety. We have the cameras on the subways. We have more police officers. We're assisting with overtime. We've been doing so much, and the numbers have been improving. The number of crimes on subways has been declining. And I don't want people to feel anxious again when something like that comes to light. It is deeply disturbing.
Last question.
Governor, Mayor.
So yeah, so she basically is throwing the guy under the bus, right?
Yeah, she's saying Penny is the criminal.
Right, right.
Yeah.
It's right. So obviously, I think it's very gross for her to make these comments. But do you think Emma's going to be happy with that statement, or is there going to be some problem with that statement?
Of course she does. She's like bewildered by what's happening around her. Like, she doesn't even realize. She doesn't know who she's talking about. She's the governor, right, of New York?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And she's working with the mayor of New York City.
Yes. Yes.
Hard to tell who's more powerful, the governor of New York or the mayor of New York City.
Interesting question.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw another clip with her. That clip wasn't even as bad. Nate, the lawyer, did a video on this, and he has a clip of her that just, I mean, it makes you want to break your computer monitor. It's so fucking out of touch.
Yeah. Nate had a very good video about this and made her look fucking awful.
Yeah.
So.
She basically is pitching Daniel Penny as the perpetrator of some crime here, even when everybody on the subway car said they were in fear of being hurt.
Yep.
Yeah. They have one guy already. The news interviewed one guy who gave his testimonial of the situation. And he even says in that interview that they were all afraid that they were going to be hurt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Nate had a clip of that guy saying that. And that's going to help Daniel a lot in the trial.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty hard to argue that he was acting in an unreasonable way when all the witnesses in the car say that they were fearing for their life.
Correct.
And that's probably why, in the first place, that they didn't charge, they didn't immediately charge.
Yeah, because they had a dozen witnesses.
Right.
Yeah. They're
Who
only
said,
charging him because it's political. And all of us, the family lawyered up. They're like, this is our chance to make a bunch of money off our dead kid. It's so fucking sick.
It's pretty sad, but yeah.
So that's why it became a political thing. They all have look. I tell Sitch this all the time. He doesn't believe it yet. Someday he'll believe. They all see themselves as the president of the United States. They all have aspirations for higher office. This she's the governor of New York State. She's like, one day I could be president. Here's my chance to get on the, the public stage. To be a contender in the Democratic nomination.
I could have been a contender.
No, I'm dead serious. Why do you think she's doing this? She's not doing this for the good of the New York City subway riders. Obviously not.
Right.
She's doing it because she's like, oh my God, I could be the face of George Floyd 2.0 and maybe, shake the box. And people are talking about me for president now.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they all think. They do.
Well, it's not just for president. It's also there's this. I'm getting all these phone calls from all my rich asshole political.
That too. Yeah.
Who are all mad at me? They're like, how did you let this poor man die and not charge him? What is wrong with you?
Yeah, that too.
They don't want to go to the cocktail dinner and have people like shit on them. So
yeah, I always thought you'd be a good candidate for president, and now you do this.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So notice how, nothing about the victim. Nothing.
It's about how people are feeling in the sense of
feeling a little bit uneasy. We've all been there. We have all three of us in this room have.
Okay, so even though the mayor cast Daniel as the bad guy here, Emma's like, what a terrible statement. What about the victim?
Yeah, she didn't mention he was a Michael Jackson impersonator.
Oh my God.
Been there. Sorry, Matt, go ahead.
Just to outline the story for people, this is from the New York Post story, the original one, which is enough details where people shouldn't be morally confused about this. But He started screaming in an aggressive manner. Said he had no food, he had no drink. He was tired and he doesn't care if he goes to jail. He started screaming all these things, took off his jacket, a black jacket that he had, and threw it on the ground. Now, like you said, I've seen this a lot of times in New York, which is not to say it should be immune to it. It's somebody basically desperate saying, I'm being socially murdered. I'm being murdered by society right now.
Did you notice? He only said he took off his jacket and he said, I'm hungry and thirsty. He leaves out the whole part about like, I don't care if I'm going to go to jail. I don't care if what was the thing?
He said that. No, he said, I'm ready to go back to jail.
Oh, did he say? Wait.
I think he did. Yeah.
It's a lot of times in New York, which is not
Replay
drink.
the tape.
He was tired and he doesn't care if he goes on, which is enough details so people shouldn't be morally confused about this. But he started.
I love the way he's like, look, we need to spell out how you're supposed to feel about this so you're not morally confused. Let us do the thinking for you here.
Right.
That drives me so crazy.
Started screaming in an aggressive manner. Said he had no food, he had no drink. He was tired and he doesn't care if he goes to jail. He started screaming all these things, took off his jacket, a black jacket that he had, and threw it on the ground. Now, like you said, I've seen this a lot of times.
He did try to say it like super quick. Like,
in New York, which is not to say it should be immune to it. It's somebody basically desperate saying, I'm being socially murdered. I'm being murdered by society right now because I am not being cared for and I'm impoverished.
And then he completely reframes it as it's all those people's fault. It's all your fault.
Why aren't you caring for this other person? Yeah.
It's your fault. Look, I didn't even know Jordon Neely was a person. Like, I didn't even know this guy existed.
Why did you not care for him, Adam?
It's your fault. You didn't support enough progressive politics. You voted for a Republican one time.
Right.
You murdered this guy.
So he did. He said,
yeah,
I don't have food. I don't have drink. I'm fed up. I don't mind going to jail and getting life in prison. I'm ready to die.
That's just insane.
It's a pretty scary thing for a crazy person to tell you.
Look, if you're on that train, I'm thinking, I'm getting off this train. This is not a place I want to be right now.
Like, yeah, because if someone just said, I don't have food, I don't have drink, I'm fed up. You're like, okay, maybe this person has a mental breakdown. Maybe things get bad. They say, I don't mind going to jail and getting life in prison. I'm ready to die. You're like, okay, some shit is literally about to happen when someone says that.
You are applauding when Daniel Penny comes up and subdues this guy.
Yes.
You are breathing a giant sigh of relief. Right?
Yeah. Yep.
Like, we need to deal with that.
Yeah.
Like that thing, and of course, like, and instead of dealing with that sort of thing, we have this people like Hochul catering to fear, and to the point where this guy wasn't acting violent. He was yelling. And look, things happen where people do get violent out of desperation, and like that's why you don't let people get to this sort of broken, uncared for, left adrift by society condition that they're
why do they even have this guy talking? Look, Emma, you have a camera on you, and you have this guy who can barely speak doing like 50% of your video here.
Well, I think it's because he's a producer.
What is happening here?
He's a producer, and normally he only throws in like a little bit when Sam SEDER is on the show. But since Sam isn't there, she needs some backup, essentially.
Oh, this is so.
I mean, I agree with you. Listen, I agree with you. Everyone stammers a little bit, right? Neither of us are the most eloquent of speakers, but this is pretty rough to get through. But he's also, it's not even like, it's not like some Zizek conversation. Well, first of all, I don't like Zizek, but people that do like Zizek, they're like, oh my God, listen to this guy, sounds like I'm going to like kill myself because it sounds so awful. But people claim at least he's saying something intelligent. Right. This guy isn't even saying anything intelligent. His big idea that he added to the conversation was, well, even if he was violent, we shouldn't let people get to that point. Our society shouldn't let people get to that point. Oh, thank you. Listen, you know what? I agree. How brave, how bold. We as a society shouldn't let people get to the point where they're crazy. I agree. Yeah. Okay. Why can't we stop people from going crazy?
If we just would have given him enough meth, everything would work. Enough free meth, everything would work out great.
Well, then he'd go more crazy, but at least he'd be, away from everyone else.
He'd be out of the subway.
He'd be in the meth
I'll
wing.
give you that. Yeah, exactly.
He'd be in the meth wing. But no, so that's why this is so stupid. Because what the fuck? What is this guy's solution to any of this?
None. He doesn't have any.
He doesn't have one. And then on top of it, and I would actually be super curious, very curious, super curious to talk to any of these people about this issue. They keep saying he wasn't attacking anyone. He wasn't attacking anyone. If he actually was attacking someone, right? If Jordon Neely punched someone in the face, do you honestly think, does anyone think that Emma or any of these people would suddenly be like, oh, it was totally justified because he punched someone in the face?
No, of course not. They would say, listen, he punched you in the face and you killed him?
Yes! That's exactly what they would say. That's exactly what they would say.
You know what I would say? Hell yeah, and I hope he burns in hell. Hell yeah, I killed him. He punched me in the face.
I don't think he could, listen, I don't think he can go full Sam Jackson. Okay.
Look, I don't, these people have no concept of boundaries. Just look.
I know.
He punched a 67-year-old woman in the face.
Yes.
You let him punch you in the face?
Why should I, as an individual, I'm walking around, do. I am participating in society in a safe, productive manner. I'm not causing any fucking trouble for people. Why the fuck should I have to put up with someone who's having a fucking mental health crisis or that is not playing by the rules and decides to attack me? Fuck that person.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, you don't have to look by the letter of the law. You don't have to get punched in the face to defend yourself.
Yeah, of course. Right.
Of course. Threats are enough. You threatened to punch me in the face, and I feel like we have enough of a threat to punch people in the face just in the things he said here that everyone agrees to. They're just completely, they're trying to rewrite history because they want to make this into a race story. They want another big George Floyd, lots of protests, lots of unemployed college students getting mad about things and, pretending that they're making some sort of social change that nobody asked for or needed or wanted.
Right.
It's bullshit. Sure. And now Emma has to listen to this stammering guy off screen. Sounds like he had a stroke or something this morning. Right. Not making any sense.
Oh, I just noticed Sean on Twitter DM me the full left-handed.
Yeah, he DM'd
I
it
was
to me
talking
too.
About, yeah.
I have it. Yeah.
Yep.
We can bring it up in a little bit.
And then when you have politicians like,
and then when you have have you ever had a dream when you
listen.
He's like that meme kid. Bring the meme up.
Listen. Okay, he is Sam SEDER. Unlike Hassan, Sam SEDER is putting his money where his mouth is, and he's helping the differently able to get a job. So don't be mean to this guy.
Sam SEDER stammers a lot too.
He does. That's
so
true.
I've discovered Sam SEDER's like, look, I don't want to stop saying I enjoy it. 50% of our show is taken up in ums and ahs, right? Mm-hmm. So in order to make me not look so bad, I have an idea.
You're saying it's like the girl who hangs out with the less attractive girl to make her
right?
Look hotter?
Exactly. Sam SEDER would like to seem articulate to our audience.
Right.
So let's hire a bunch of producers that can barely talk.
Mm-hmm. And listen, I mean, we stammer a bit too. We're not the
we
most.
do.
Eloquent,
what are you talking about?
But nothing like if we're a 2 or a 3, they're like a 9 or 10.
Right.
So.
We rarely stammer though. What are you talking about?
Okay.
We do.
Cut to the super cut of us stammering.
we stream for a long
period.
You
just did right there.
No, I abandoned one sentence and I went to another.
Got him.
We
now that you're so cautious about it, it's going to increase it by like 10-fold.
Now that I'm focusing on it, I won't do it as much.
Yeah. Okay.
We stream for 10 hours at a time. That's true. I will admit, sometimes, I've got Progressive Katie yammering
in my 2 a.m. Yes.
I've got Progressive Katie yammering in my ear I'm on hour 6 here.
Okay. There'll be a little stammer.
Sure. I think, boy, it's very hard for me to make these arguments.
Okay. Fair enough.
I haven't eaten. I haven't had any food.
Right.
It's basically torture. Has this guy been tortured? I don't know. He doesn't even have to go on camera.
True.
He's just stammering from the
Like
wings
me.
here.
Yeah. Based.
Hochul saying like, oh, actually the thing is we need to make sure people don't be so afraid. Well, like, no, like you have
Okay. I'm starting to feel bad for this guy. You have to point out every time.
You are feeling bad?
Yeah. Not ad hom, okay.
Let's get back to the commentary.
Yeah.
a lot you have like contributed to this atmosphere of fear where a guy murders somebody who's yelling about how hungry and poor and desperate.
Murders already.
Yeah, he's already on murder, of course.
Already he's going to murder. What the fuck? You dishonest piece of shit. Did they not know the difference between murder and manslaughter? They don't care.
They don't care.
Right. False statement of fact right there. Right. Sue this guy. Put this guy on your list of
Well, they said so much bullshit about Kyle Rittenhouse. I mean, this is like,
and poor Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
Poor Kyle Rittenhouse. Because he's trying to sue all these smear merchants too, these dirty lie merchants.
Mm-hmm.
And the other attorney stole all his money from him, so he doesn't even have the resources to sue all these people.
Well, he stole some of them. Well, presumably, supposedly, stole some of his money from.
Oh yeah, we don't want to get sued too, right?
Right.
Damn.
It was the what's his face?
I know. What is his face?
It's not Mike Lindell. That's the pillow guy. It was the weird
pillow guy's got lots of money.
No, it wasn't him. What was the fucking guy's name?
Linwood.
Linwood, thank you.
Yeah. Wow. I don't ask me to remember that at hour 5, okay?
I know.
And there's a few people on that camera who are like, I'm worried a little bit about his well-being. And then at one point, like there's another line from this New York Post story where he says, none of us thought he was in danger of dying. We thought he just passed out or ran out of air. And it's like, what is being run out of air? What is running out of air? Like, I can't imagine running out of air and it not being an emergency situation.
Do you like that this guy is trying to say, what is running out of air if not dying? And then Emma immediately says, passing out. And then she's like, oops, I should have said that.
Oh, passing
heard his
out.
argument there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dying, I mean.
Right.
Situation where I'm afraid for my life.
Well, this is, as you say, the result of a mass dehumanization campaign that politicians like Eric Adams and Kathy Hochul both fuel and feed into. And they'll never get credit for being as right-wing as they can be on homelessness or crime.
These people are, the people we're talking about are so left-wing.
Right.
They're so left-wing, and it's never good enough for these insane leftist people.
Dehumanizing who? They're on a dehumanizing campaign of who?
On everyone.
Look, she literally threw Daniel Penny under the bus.
They're
in
dehumanizing
the clip that we saw.
everyone. I know, but it's not good enough. It's never good enough.
Right.
And yet they still every time, because frankly, it's ideological for them. This is endemic with a lot of Democrats in blue states with large cities. They ride a wave of dehumanization of people who are struggling the most, as much as
wave of dehumanization. You know that song, Wave of Mutilation?
I know the song, yeah.
It's like a Pixies song.
Possible. And so she doesn't even acknowledge Neely as a human being in that statement. She says, quote, there's consequences for behavior. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
So there's consequences for having a mental health episode in the form of death.
Yeah, and
look, she's so dumb. She doesn't even know she's talking about Daniel Penny. When she said the consequences of behavior, she's talking about the guy who did the chokehold.
I know.
Honey, flip that switch on. Turn your brain on. You're supposed to be commenting on these videos. You got to know the context of the video. Sitch, make her think. Make her think.
No one can do that, Adam. Okay. No one can do that.
It's not physically possible.
Sitch,
Look, you
make
pay-
her think. Oh, I mean,
Look, when your parents pay $42,000 for your $42,000 a year for your high school,
this is what they got. They
and
didn't
this
get
is
anything
what you
better, yeah.
get. You should get a goddamn refund. You get that money back.
That's true. I don't disagree.
And,
Execution, public execution by a subway ride.
And you know who actually
a
should bear
public
some of the
execution.
result of these consequences is Kathy Hochul and Eric Adams. Not only politically, because they're them contributing in not the crime wave, but the crime reporting and talking about crime
Yeah,
wave.
it causes a lot of fear. No, that's you.
You're causing the fear by continually maximizing these incidents as if they are happening constantly everywhere, and they are not. And then that seeps into people's psyche and mindsets to where a guy on the subway, this 24-year-old Marine, thinks it's incumbent upon himself to neutralize the threat, so to speak, by killing someone. By literally a guy saying, I'm starving, I'm thirsty, I have nowhere to go, I'd rather be in jail.
Why can you like how he subtly changes the context? He was saying he'd rather be in jail, right? He's just a poor man. He wasn't saying that he's going to do something and he doesn't care if he goes to jail, right? They
I
subtly
would
changed
rather be in jail than hang out with you losers.
right. But it's just they cannot talk about the situation in any honesty. They keep saying, "Oh, he killed him. He killed him." Like the guy came up, like Daniel Penny came up with a shotgun and just blew him away. You know, it's like, no, he didn't mean to kill him. It's so obvious. Everyone knows it was an unintentional, that he unintentionally killed him. It was not the intention. That's why he's not being hit with murder, with like first degree or second degree murder. He's hitting with manslaughter. Everyone knows this, and yet they can't have an honest conversation about the situation.
Yeah, isn't it negligent manslaughter or involuntary manslaughter?
Well, they're saying that he was reckless, right?
Yeah.
Then so your actions were reckless and that led to the death. Not that you intentionally were like, oh, fuck this guy. But they always discuss it like it was something intentional.
Yeah. It's bullshit.
Because I have nothing for, essentially.
Yeah.
I have nothing to live by, and our response as a society on that micro society in that subway car was to kill that guy and hold him down while he died.
That's what you like that? He said our response in a micro society. Okay, there's a micro society in that subway car, and everyone there, they all said, "Who here wants to murder this guy because he's black and he's yelling?" And they all raised their hands. And they just decided to give him the lethal injection right then and there.
This is in New York City. No one would have done that. That's ridiculous.
So stupid. Jeez.
He's exhibiting the symptoms of a sick society, and he is sick himself because of our society. And
this is
that's what we're always saying right there. Spelled it right out.
Jordon Neely is only sick because of our society. If we only had a better society, he would be a completely productive, healthy, happy citizen.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, of course. It's all the racism. That's what it is.
That's what's getting to him?
Of course.
All the racism?
You know that's where it's going to go. Look. They're going to dig into every single aspect of this guy's life. They're going to completely recast his story as racism drove him to this.
Right.
Yeah, institutional racism. That's what they're going to blame it on. That's why they look for these stories. They're like, we have a narrative to promote. We need evidence that proves this narrative. And this is a good story that could possibly do that.
for that crime of having symptoms, he's executed. And I'll just say this really quick as well, quickly. I was hit at one point sitting on the subway by a man who was having a mental health episode. He sat next to me and he was elbowing and kind of flailing around and hit me in the face and in my body. And it was jarring, right? The idea that I would want him to be hurt in any way, I just didn't want to be near him in that moment because I understood something was going on here. Every one of us who's taken public transit has had this kind of situation, something similar happen, seeing someone struggling. That doesn't mean that our fear in that instance, and I was a little scared because I was hit.
It's a problem. Like, it's people that need help.
But like, my fear is not the primary object of like what we should be focusing on right now. It's the fact that this person is in pain. And so like the politics.
And listen, if the person is in pain, okay, and then they make you in pain, it's just they're just sharing. It's just an equitable distribution of pain, right?
This is total Stockholm syndrome, man. This is like insane talk here.
It's totally fine. Listen, it's sometimes we live in a society where you got to let a homeless man kind of like punch you in the tit.
Yeah.
You just got to put up with it.
This is such bullshit. Like, I don't know that I buy this story, and it's totally reeks of, look, I've been assaulted, you know, just suck it up and be assaulted. No, fuck you.
Yeah.
You want to get assaulted? You go fucking get assaulted, okay? That doesn't mean other people need to live by that standard, and fuck you for trying to force it on other people. I mean, that's just bullshit. It's total bullshit.
Yep.
Look, you want to be a victim? Look, you're in a cult that idolizes victims, okay? I could say that you're trying to be a victim just to increase your status here. Look, a homeless guy comes up and punches you in the face. Now all of a sudden you're getting a promotion at work. Most people don't live in that cult. They don't want to get assaulted.
No, you have to share the pain. Listen, it's not when some guy comes up and he punches you in the face, it's not about you.
Right.
Now, if a white person does a racism on a black person,
right, a microaggression, for heaven's sake, so
right.
It doesn't use someone's proper pronouns. Oh,
yeah,
that person should be thrown in prison.
Yeah, why doesn't Emma say, listen, if a white person did a microaggression against you, it's not about you, okay? It's about them. They're going through a mental health crisis when they said, when they called you the N-word.
I know. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, would she feel the same if he was wearing a Make America Great Again hat, or was a Trump voter?
Well, Matt, what if the guy was a white homeless man and he was screaming the N-word at a black person?
Right.
Right. Would Emma suddenly have this like super enlightened view about the whole situation? What if the homeless man that was like elbowing Emma wasn't just elbowing her, but like started, grabbing her tit? She's going to be like, oh, well, it's not about me. He's having a mental health crisis.
No, of course not.
Like, this is so dumb.
Everything would be different then.
Of course.
Be a completely different situation, Sitch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But he still shouldn't have been killed.
Look, nobody believes he should have been killed anyway, so it's completely irrelevant.
I know, but that's my point.
Even Daniel Penny. Nobody wanted to kill him.
No. She kind of insinuates that she thinks that
oh yeah, that's what they did with Kyle Rittenhouse. Look, he was looking for trouble. He was
that
there.
He was, wanted to kill somebody. Yeah. She kind of insinuates that in the next video we're gonna watch.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Can't wait for that.
I know.
I'm just trying to keep my cool here. I'm trying to stay.
You're doing good.
Doing my best.
I'm impressed.
The governor. Oh, in the other clip, I remember the governor said that he was unarmed. That's the part that triggered me because, yeah, he was unarmed when he slugged the 67-year-old in the face too, right? Like, what are these called, right?
Those are called hands, Adam.
Just because someone's unarmed. Look, he literally has an arm with a fist at the end of it. That is armed.
That's propaganda. Okay.
I don't get the whole, look, you can kill someone with your bare hands. Just because you're unarmed doesn't mean that you're not dangerous.
That's a myth.
Well, it's funny because they say he was an unarmed man. That doesn't mean he's not dangerous, but they say unarmed to mean not dangerous.
Yeah, right. And Daniel Penny was unarmed too.
Yeah.
And yet he somehow managed to kill someone.
Right. Accidentally, not even on purpose.
I know.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's a stupid fucking position.
That unarmed thing drives me insane. It does. Because it is a stand-in for not dangerous when that's totally not the case. It's basically lying with language.
True.
Of dehumanization privileges the bourgeois kind of concern of people's like immediate discomfort in.
Yeah, wait, we got to go back to
the
hear the full
bourgeois concern.
Yeah, this was the clip that everyone was ragging on Emma for,
The
rightfully so.
bourgeois concern for your personal safety.
I know.
For your
Imagine.
bodily autonomy.
Let's just let.
But like, my fear is not the primary mean that our fear in that instance, and I was a little scared because I was hit.
It's a problem. Like, it's people that need help.
But like, my fear is not the primary object of like what we should be focusing on right now. It's the fact that this person is in pain. And so like the politics of dehumanization privileges the bourgeois kind of concern of people's like immediate discomfort in this narrow instance, as opposed to larger humanity and life. It's really freaking twisted.
Yeah, I just want to,
Yeah, so there you go. If you are interacting with someone who's crazy, right, and dangerous, or you perceive as crazy and dangerous, your concern for your life, that's just bougie bullshit. That's some uppity, white, rich, bougie bullshit that you're concerned with for your life and your safety because a crazy person is acting crazy around you.
Yeah.
Yeah. How dare you? How dare you?
It's so ridiculous.
You bougie.
Trying to guilt people who are worried for their own personal safety.
I know.
What?
And she's complaining about dehumanization. Why the fuck are you dehumanizing everyone else in the situation?
Yeah, everyone on the train. You don't know their situations. You don't know how rich or poor they are.
Right. This is the classic mental trap dumb fucks fall into. And it's not just on the left. A lot of dumb fucks fall into this mental trap. It's the sort of the squeaky wheel gets the grease mental trap of like, well, there's a bunch of people walking around who are participating in society properly, who are following the rules. And so you thrust all this responsibility, because they're doing the right thing. You thrust all this responsibility, extra responsibility on them. And because you have someone else who's a bad actor or an insane actor who's not following the rules properly or is, fucked in the head, you suddenly like absolve them of any personal responsibility.
Yeah.
Right? Nothing they do is their fault. And if anything bad happens to them, well, it's all the responsible people who are doing the right thing. It's all their fault. Right.
Right. Yeah.
You asshole who are playing by the rules, it's your fault.
Yeah.
It's this attitude. She's like, it's disgusting. This attitude is disgusting, Emma, because essentially what she's doing, and I see this so often. This is the attitude that basically helps convince people who are in lower income situations to say, fuck it. Why should I participate in society? That's a chumps game. Okay.
Yeah.
I should just fucking go into selling drugs or committing crimes or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
it's totally demoralizing.
One thing that bothers me is when people are doing the right thing and other assholes try to punish them for doing the right thing.
They don't get rewarded or anything.
Yeah, and it's really weird. There's like this weird fucking thing. Now, this does happen primarily on the left, and it's because of, I guess, the whole oppression hierarchy kind of bullshit, where so often there are criminals who are committing crimes. I'm not talking about specifically Neely because he's crazy, but like there'll be criminals that are committing crimes who aren't crazy, and they're just so overly sympathetic for the criminal. And they have no fucking sympathy or very little sympathy for the person who's doing the right fucking thing, who's trying to participate in society properly.
Yeah, because they don't like that person because they think the system is messed up.
Well, no, it's because they think, either A, they think the system is bad, and so they're actually happy that someone is not participating in society because they're going to tear it down to some extent, or it's just because they have this insane, like, oh, well, if a person is a criminal, it's not their fault, right?
Yeah.
It's never their fault.
It's the system's fault for letting them down.
They'll look at the criminal as basically a child who's absolved from responsibility, and then the victim is like the parent who has all the responsibility. It's fucking wacky. It's the wackiest, dumbest shit ever.
So much of it you think comes from the right generally talking about personal responsibility and kind of adopting the meme of personal responsibility, and Emma here being the pea brain that she is, thinking personal responsibility, well, if the grifting right is in favor of personal responsibility, then that can't be a thing. Personal responsibility is evil. and just adopting that from a philosophical perspective. She's like, all of these people are doing the right thing. They're the ones doing the personal responsibility thing. They must be evil right-wingers. You think that plays into this at all?
I think you're right. I think that does play into it. Maybe there is a thing we've talked about this before in the distant past. There's a dangerous thing. I don't know if there's a word for it that I've noticed, where we called it attacking the mots, right?
Sure.
Where one side of a political situation will put forward their mot, their forward-facing argument that everyone should agree with,
right?
And with the right, it's personal responsibility and things of that nature. And that argument becomes so effective or so popular that people against it start attacking the good idea, right? They don't attack the idea it's supposed to be hiding, but that's like the quote unquote real idea, the Bailey that they're hiding. They just start attacking the good idea, like personal responsibility. And it's a very dangerous problem that happens in these sort of political situations.
I think personal
that does play into it.
Personal responsibility, I think, would be the Mott, and the Bailey might be like the bootstraps argument. Like, there's not an infinite.
Well, no, the Bailey would be, I don't want to pay, I don't want to pay to, for government services that don't affect me, right? It'd be selfishness.
Oh, okay.
That's not, I'm not saying that's the real, I'm saying that's the leftist perception, or the left's perception of the right when they talk about personal responsibility. They would say that the Bailey is either selfishness or racism or something like that.
Bootstrapping is kind of similar. I think people do get cut off at the knees, and sometimes the right wing is Pollyanna about how much bootstrapping you can actually do. Like some situations you look at, some situations you look at, and you're like, this guy's got no fucking boots. Like there's no boot. You can't pull yourself up from your bootstraps when you're just
if you have no legs.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Right. Well, the thing that annoys me with the conversation is that it becomes so ideologically driven, as opposed to just becoming like pragmatic. Because in reality, and it's a little different for every person, obviously, but in reality, when we talk about like welfare programs and giving aid to people, there's a certain, we know this psychologically, and it's kind of it really annoys me that no one could have this conversation like the way they actually should be, which is, we're not talking about politics. Let's just literally concentrate on what we, psychologically understand, how people operate. There's some amount of situations where if you give people too much aid, they'll become reliant on it and they won't become personally self-responsible. And then if you go in the other direction, you give them no aid, then it's just they're either going to give up or turn to crime or something like that. And so you have to find where that balance point is, where you give people enough aid so that they can actually become self-reliant and responsible. Well, obviously there's some people that never will, but if the people that will, right? And we can't have that conversation because it becomes a stupid ideological political conversation when it shouldn't be in the first place.
Yeah, the amount and substance of the welfare state is an important discussion to have, obviously.
Yes.
Because you don't want, what do they say? You don't want the
purpose of it. The purpose of it is if you live in a society, right, you want as many people participating in the society correctly, productively, and safely.
Self-sufficiently as well.
And self-sufficiently as possible.
Of course.
And that should be the goal of these welfare programs, is to get people into that mode.
A helping hand and not a hammock. That's what they usually say.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Which I totally agree with. A lot of people, I can't stand when people on the right characterize welfare programs as socialism, because literally the welfare state was developed historically as a fight against socialism, because the socialists, like Stalin, believed that the greedy capitalists were going to turn on one another and fall apart, and socialism was just going to win by default. And the development of the welfare state is really what prevented that from happening. That's what made capitalism thrive, and Stalin's predictions never come true. Because
Marxist predictions.
Yeah, Marxist predictions. What'd I say? Stalinist predictions? Oh, okay. Well, his communist predictions never came true. Stalin actually believed that everyone that greedy capitalists would never be able to get along in any sort of alliance whatsoever. So he just thought the Soviet Union could kick back and wait for the bloodbath of the capitalists, the greedy capitalists, tearing apart one another. And the Great Depression happened, and it looked like, well, maybe Stalin's got an argument here. And the welfare state came into place after that, and we realized that we couldn't have the free market capitalism as it existed and have capitalism survive. The welfare state literally saved capitalism from the
socialist revolution.
From socialist revolution for what people want. So I mean, I always conceptualize it that way. Like the welfare state is what keeps us from falling into socialism, and for people casting that as socialism is really kind of messed up.
Well, it's funny because that's why a lot of the socialists, especially the accelerationists, but a lot of socialists really hate FDR, is because they felt like he was a bulwark against allowing the country, because they look at that time period as like that was the time period that was ripe for America to basically fall into socialism. It was right after the Great Depression. And they look at FDR as basically the stopgap that prevented that.
How could they ever look what happened? The Soviet Union fell apart. All of Stalin's predictions were wildly
That's only because
incorrect.
of the West, the West was so mean to the USSR as they took over countries that they just,
look at a satellite image of North and South Korea at night.
That's only because of the West, They're embargoing like Cuba. If it was free trade, all of the communist countries like East Germany would all be, so amazingly good.
Oh my God, you're hilarious.
Remember when they had to build a wall in Germany to keep people in instead of out? Well, it was... If real communism was tried, I tell ya, we just one of these days we'll really try it and it will go good.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. Now you got the socialist voice down. You really
This is an old man socialist who I'm just telling you, if we just really tried it, if we really buckled down and just really revolted and threw out all tenets of liberalism and made it so that there was one world government that was all socialist, I tell you that, boy, then it would definitely work.
And it would produce nothing, though. No one would have any incentive to produce anything whatsoever. It would
you say that, but people play those video games where they drive the trucks and they farm the crops. And, if they'll do it in a video game, they'll do it in real life.
Oh my God. Thought crime. Thought crime has entered the live stream. That's hilarious. They literally do shoot people who are trying to leave North Korea. Like they've literally erected a wall and are trying to keep their people in. So
right.
Yes, I think North and South Korea are the best example of the utter failures. But I mean, obviously, East and West Germany are a good example too. That really worked out well.
Of course, yeah. I mean, that's probably one of the best examples with East and West Germany.
Why did East and West Germany reunited? Right? Did they reunite under capitalism or socialism?
Capitalism.
What happened there? I thought East Germany was supposed to win that fight with their socialist ways.
No, they have all sorts of bullshit rationales for why the real reason why East Germany failed, and it has nothing. Of course, it's not communism's fault. It's some other thing. It's always some other thing, right?
It's so bizarre. So East and West Germany was separated after World War II. The Allies took half of it, took West Germany, and it was run under capitalism. East Germany was run under, Stalin took control of and ran under socialism. So the Soviet Union fell apart. People were basically trying to...
East Germany was so bad, okay? It sucked so much.
Right.
That they had to literally build a fucking wall through the middle of Germany to keep the East Germans inside because they were trying to escape.
So there was a situation where the East and West Germans would go back and forth, and everyone was like, wow, one of these places is great, and one sucks so fucking bad. Why would anyone want to live here, right? Side-by-side comparison, socialism to capitalism. So they built the wall. They're like, we got to stop this, man. This The side-by-side comparison isn't doing socialism.
Can you
any
imagine?
favors. I know.
Like, it's so insane. Like, how fucking embarrassing are you as a government, as a fucking ideological marker, that you have to build a wall to keep your fucking people from escaping to the neighboring like location?
This is why
God.
this is why Putin is terrified of Ukraine. What was going on in Ukraine? It's like, oh my God, it's the Soviet Union all over again. Fuck that. So they build a wall. All like the Cold War ends, the wall comes down, and Germany is reunited under capitalism, right?
Of course.
And now they control the fucking EU. Germany's calling the shots on everyone in fucking Europe. How crazy is that? How crazy is that?
Yep.
That's the power of personal motivation.
Right.
So many of these people hate personal responsibility because they can't fathom someone wanting to do something on their own initiative. Like even Daniel Penny. God, it's got to drive him crazy. Daniel Penny steps up and says, look, I'll take care of this fucking shit. This is bullshit. You're going to threaten a whole car of people just trying to get to work? Fuck that. Right?
Right.
They hate that shit. They hate that shit. They want everyone to sit there like sheep. Oh my God, here, look, I'm afraid. Let me tower in fear. Let me cower in fear in the corner here. How dare someone step up and fucking take care of business?
Yeah, so I'm saying someone does the right thing and they get to try to punish them for it, right?
Yeah.
The person who's doing the wrong thing has no responsibility at all whatsoever in the situation for causing the situation.
Look, he's just an innocent Michael Jackson impersonator. He just wanted to sing them a song.
He just wanted to moonwalk and sing "Beat It." Okay,
and maybe cuddle with some of their children.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Right.
He was just an innocent pedo impersonator.
You know, it was interesting when I went to Germany once, and it's interesting because as an American, you're like, oh, I'm going to Germany. That's where the fucking Nazis live.
You went to
Like,
Germany?
Yes, I've been to Germany once. It was cool. It was cool. But and like as an American, and I feel like this is probably most Americans, our perception of Germany is like that's where the Nazis come from. That's it. That's the number top of the list. And so you go there and you kind of have this expectation about like, you know, oh, like there's gonna be Nazi shit somewhere, right? Or they're gonna be
They're
that
not
like they
allowed
are
to
still
have that shit. That's illegal.
No,
You can't even
I don't
buy
mean
a
like right. I don't mean in terms of like that you're gonna go there and there's gonna be Nazis there. Like your perception is you're going to go there and there's going to be like a collective thought process about like how they were once Nazis.
Oh, really?
Like that's going to kind of be in the collective unconsciousness. And when I went there, well, that's definitely true. I was as an American, I was like completely, that wasn't really the case. The thing that was like on everyone's mind still, the big political thing wasn't the fucking Nazis. It was the Berlin Wall.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like, that was the big thing that everyone kind of focuses on because they left up. There's still like massive segments of the Berlin Wall that are still up. And they did all this stuff where they paint all these murals and different pictures on like each segment of the wall. And it's interesting because you can actually still see like a lot of the architecture from East Germany is still the same.
Right.
So you can be in West Germany and you'll cross over, or West Berlin, you cross into East Berlin. And you could see like, oh, all of a sudden, like all the buildings look, what is that, you know, that horrible architecture style that makes you feel like dog shit?
Yeah. It's
the
all
brutalism.
Square. Yeah, brutalism.
I think it's called brutalism.
It's all
like you can like, oh
concrete
shit, I'm in like
buildings.
East Berlin all of a sudden because I see like the brutalist structures everywhere. And so like that's so much. So like the whole, you know, everyone kind of in America we fixate on the Nazis and fascism, but it's really like the communism in the wall. Like that's so much more. When I went to Germany, that was like so much more prevalent in everyone's minds in terms of like, you know, they're more recent because obviously it was in '89, so it's significantly more recent.
Yeah, we have to educate kids more about communism. It's insane.
Yes. I do agree. That is, you know, it's funny. Maybe that should be the pushback. Whenever the left complains about, you know, CRT bans, they say you're trying to prevent the teaching of the true history of America. Blah, 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 blah. It's like we've done a total dog shit job, and this, I mean, I don't know if this is true everywhere in the country, but this is definitely true for me too. We've done a total dog shit job in this country educating the youths about how awful communism is and was.
The red washing history.
Yes, there has been a red washing history. True.
So sad.
But I just wanted to read a small thing from this piece by Defectors Albert Bernico that's titled Jordon Neely Just Needed Some Help. He ends this piece by saying, at 30, he had no place to live. He was hungry and thirsty and tired and upset. He was experiencing a whole stack of separate crises piled onto each other. He walked into a crowded subway car carrying those crises. One of the people there decided that the problem in that situation wasn't that Jordon Neely was hungry or thirsty or tired, or that he was in obvious distress, but rather that on top of those other things, he was also breathing, and killed him.
What a fucker. What a fucker. What a
That was the
fucker.
problem. Yeah.
Look, he goes in and, you know, threatens bodily harm to a whole subway car full of people.
Right.
He wasn't panhandling, you piece of shit. He was being confrontational.
Yes. It's not like, yeah. Well, and also, if someone there was like, listen, sir, here's a sandwich and a Diet Coke, right? Do you think that would have de-escalated the situation?
Look, no, obviously not. If you walked into that situation, aren't you thinking that this is like a mugging taking place? This is like I'm your mugger today, and here, out with your wallets. Like, that's what I would be thinking.
Right.
Who's not going to think that in that situation?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Look, no, he wasn't asking for a sandwich, okay? He's saying, get your fucking wallet out and give me some money, motherfucker. That's what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
True.
I don't understand how they don't see that.
Well, there's this performative ignorance that's happening.
Yeah. So. The stupidity. Oh, look, all he wanted was a sip of water. How dare you?
Somebody else took their phone out and recorded it. That was Jordon Neely's whole and only life. It ended when he walked into a room full of people, homeless and hungry and thirsty and tired, and they helped themselves to his silence.
Yeah, he tried to mug them all, you piece of shit. How dare you not?
This is so gross. This is so disgusting.
He tried to mug them all.
Well, it's people generally
go.
have a very difficult time holding in their mind the idea that like something tragic can happen and it's just sucks and it's not anyone's like specific individual fault and no one acted necessarily wrongly. So like you have a crazy person and it's sad that they're crazy and homeless. Like I have empathy for someone who's like crazy and homeless. Okay. And that is a very tragic thing. But then someone acts, right? And it is tragic that they died, but that's just, sometimes you just have to accept that like fucked up shit happens in life. And, you know, you can try to talk about ways to fix it afterwards. Maybe, you know, there's more police. Maybe you want more police in every station. Maybe you want more police inside the actual car. Maybe you want one police officer in every car so they can respond to things like this, you know, or whatever, so they can handcuff the guy or something. But the idea that Daniel Penny should be charged for this is ludicrous.
Yeah.
Or that all those people just sat there in silence, taking away his breath because they're a bunch of bourgeoisie fuckheads. Like, it's just so disgusting.
Yeah, it is, of course.
We should send all these people to, what was it, Fuck Off Island? We should send all these commies to Fuck Off Island where they can go create whatever rules they want and get, you know, completely taken over by the drug lords.
Of course. Yeah, they'd be raped in the subway every day.
Yep.
Be like, how dare you?
Who said that?
That was Albert Bernico at Defector. He wrote a piece called Jordon Neely Just Needed Some Help.
That's really well said.
This is a
I just like, if you're getting mugged, if you're in the middle of a mugging, the guy that comes up and saves you from that, I mean, you're just ecstatic. That's like, you're
That's
thankful
why everyone
forever.
on the train was happy about it.
Of course. Of course. Like, hey, I'm still alive thanks to you. They don't know how that situation would have turned out if it wasn't for Neely and Neely's, or if it wasn't for Penny. And Penny's the one that's taking the rap for all of them. I'm sure, you know, if I was on that train, I would feel horrible. I'd be trying to reach out to Daniel Penny right now. I'm sure a lot of them are.
Yep.
I'm sure a lot of them are donating to his. I'm sure that's where why his fund is up to $1 million.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, now something also that Nate, the lawyer, brought up too. He was talking about like,
oh yeah,
you know,
Glad you
it
bring
wouldn't really make legal sense necessarily to charge only Penny and not the other people that helped restrain him.
Right. Yeah.
So
all three of them are going to be charged.
Well,
Or
I don't know if they will, but
holy cow,
it
you're
makes
right.
sense.
How can they not be charged?
Right. Well, because the other people aren't white. That's how they can be charged.
It's so bad.
In our society, particularly, I guess, like, you know, they made movies called Death Wish about this sort of like glorifying this sort of vigilantism.
That's so weird.
He brought up Death Wish.
I know. We've brought up Death Wish on the show before.
It's like a joke.
Well, and not many people remember, but the Death Wish movies were very popular because the crime in New York City during the 80s was unreal.
70s, because the movies was 74.
Right.
So.
Okay. But that was a response. Death Wish was a response to crazy, out of control crime that nobody was doing anything about. So people could go to the movies and like see, oh, here's somebody doing something about crime. Yeah. I hope, you know, Death Wish doesn't come back in style, but if crime gets super out of control, they're going to start the Death Wish reboot. I guarantee you.
Oh, they did reboot Death Wish.
Oh, did they?
2018 with Bruce Willis.
Oh, poor Bruce.
There you go. Poor Bruce.
Good Faith Gary for $20 says, listen, guys, I can fix her. Gary. I mean,
Gary. Yeah.
Emma is semi-attractive, but Gary, you can't fix this girl. This girl is unfixable.
That's like the worst backhanded compliment. Well, you're semi-attractive.
Semi-attractive?
Semi-attractive.
Look, I'm counting the inside too, okay?
Okay.
And
well, if you count the inside, I wouldn't even throw out the semi.
It's an ugly, ugly, ugly inside.
True.
Yeah.
This
is the thing. I don't we had Rollo on, and Rollo's perspective is just, I mean, the longer I think about it, the more insane it seems. Like, if you had a girl that was super hot, but dumb as can be,
right?
Like, do you want your kid, would you rather your kid be attractive and stupid, or you know, mid and intelligent? I mean, I take the mid and intelligent any day of the week. Let's be honest here.
Sure, of course.
So I mean, that's sad for really attractive dumb girls, because you know they're just like,
you know, are you saying you know how they got conceived? Is that what you're saying? You know how those genes keep getting passed on?
Maybe. I guess there's a trophy wife for a reason, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, Gary, thanks for the super chat.
Thank you, Gary. Cameraman 502 for $20 says, Neely was given a plea deal where he would go to housing, receive mental health and drug treatment instead of being prosecuted for assaulting a lady. He left less than 2 weeks in, and there was a warrant. And that's what the warrant was for.
Oh, wow.
Is that true? Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, thanks for letting us know.
If that's true, that completely, utterly annihilates all of these idiots' fucking argument.
If only he was given treatment, Sitch. If only the state gave him an opportunity to go to some friendly place instead of jail. Well, that happened, motherfucker.
Right.
It actually happened.
Yeah, if that actually happened, it's like, oh, we were just fucking idiots. Oh, please stop.
Oh.
Do you have a link to that talks about that? Because I want to have that information on hand, because you know that's going to come up, and that completely annihilates. Oh wait, here it is. I think I found it. The New York Post article. That completely annihilates every talking point that they're bringing up.
Every talking point they brought up until now, that's for sure.
Yes. Let's see. Court records reviewed by the Post show Neely in February had agreed to intensive outpatient treatment as part of a plea deal with Manhattan prosecutors that spared him prison time for a 2021 assault. But apparently he didn't want to stay. There was little anyone could do to stop him from signing himself out and fading into the wind. Well, so, okay. I would want to see the source for this that the Post is talking about, because I would assume if you agree to outpatient treatment as part of a plea deal, you shouldn't be able to just stop showing up. It's literally part of a plea deal.
Right.
Like if you take a plea deal, my understanding is if you take a plea deal or any sort of deal with the government for committing a crime, and you sign up for any sort of therapy or drug rehab or whatever, and like you have to do it. Though I guess maybe because what you were saying, maybe the New York Post just kind of wording this shittily, because what you were saying is the warrant out for his arrest was because he stepped away from all this stuff. So he technically by law would still have to go, but that doesn't mean that the place would, keep up on him, especially if it was an outpatient treatment center. So
yeah, they have no way to force him to continue to do it, but that's why they released the warrant for his arrest. He's like, okay, well, you broke the terms of your parole, so now you're back under arrest.
Yeah, right. Of course.
You messed up, Sitch. You weren't paying close enough attention to the poll. I'm telling you, you got to end these polls at the right time. Look what happened.
What happened? Oh my God, what happened? There was a reversal. Oh my God, guys.
Yeah.
I'm so
Look,
upset.
I'm telling you.
Can't believe this. I can't believe it.
We got him, guys. We
dare
totally
you.
got him. Let's read the poll results.
So right now, I'll leave it going.
Of course you're going to leave it going now.
Of course.
We'll
I'm
try to
losing.
bring it back. It's just going to get worse, though. I'm telling you.
Right. That's why there was a warrant. Yeah, I understand. But the article I was reading said that there was an outpatient health facility. Anyway, didn't say anything about housing, but I'll keep checking. So the poll is the drugs for homeless institution a good idea? 41% said yes. 44% said no.
No.
Well, this is the problem. You know why?
No.
It's because now that we're talking about Neely, everyone's angry at homeless people. So they're like, don't give them any drugs. But listen, my idea would have prevented this whole situation because Jordan Neely could have been there doing drugs in the meth wing, and he would have been fine.
Yeah, he wouldn't have checked out. He wouldn't have left.
Yes.
The terms of his plea deal where he's got to... Look, they put him in drug treatment. Sitch's idea for drug treatment is just a little different. You're actually treated with drugs.
Right.
Like it's a treat.
Okay, this New York Post article, first of all, I'm glad they brought this information up, but they really word this really shittily.
Mm-hmm.
It says, because plea agreements are voluntary, those that force defendants to go to treatment are viewed by the law as voluntary admissions, meaning officials can't compel attendance or compliance. They can only yank the deal if it's breached. I mean,
yeah.
It's kind of the same thing, though, isn't it? Like, it's like a weird way of phrasing that idea.
Well, I mean, I totally get it. Look, you made
I know what they're trying to say, but that's just...
You made a contract. You went back on the contract, so
Right.
the contract is null and void. What's so hard? Yeah. The contract is... I understand that you're saying it technically is a force because...
Because otherwise you go to jail.
Right.
So...
But it's voluntary because you get to pick whether you want to go to the treatment plan or you want to go to jail. And he picked jail.
Well, no, he
tried the treatment.
He picked the streets. Okay.
He tried the treatment plan. And then he's like, I'm ready for jail.
Right. Jesus, this guy says his stepfather killed his mother in 2007.
I know. It's a sad situation.
And he had schizophrenia, which is never good.
He had schizophrenia? Oh, my God. I would be terrified then.
Yeah. Yep. He was actually accused of assaulting 2 women, not 1.
On the subway?
Oh, wait. Yeah. August 2021 and November 2021.
Yeah, no, he had 44 arrests. I don't know if they were all violent.
Well,
sometimes they arrest them for jumping turnstiles because that's how they get in the subway.
I can't imagine you'd have been arrested 40 times for violent crimes and you wouldn't be in jail. Like,
right.
That's part of the problem too. With what was the system? So this guy, he punched a woman in the face, and they're just like, plea deal, I'm out. That's pretty fucking wacky. Like, what's up with that? What the fuck's wrong? Like, where is Emma and, Disembodied Voices talking about that? Why is he not in jail for punching a person in the face?
They don't care about that.
I mean, he wouldn't have died then in this situation if he was in
that's
jail.
what everyone is saying. Everyone is saying, look, if he would have been incarcerated, none of this would have happened.
Right.
Look, all Emma wants to do is cry on camera. That's her whole job.
Yeah, but see, this is the problem. It says court transcripts show that a mental health evaluation tied Neely's violence to his history of mental illness and drug abuse. So essentially what happened was, he went to court for doing this. They said, listen, it's not his fault because, he's homeless and all this, like horrible shit's happened to him. And so because of that, they give him this plea agreement, the bleeding heart. Where's Rorschach? The bleeding hearts. Give him the plea agreement. He's back on the streets. And that's why
pretty
he died.
good.
So, yeah, I mean, that's why he was in the situation. Is because, I hate to say it, it was because of their sort of bleeding heart leftist policies of saying, well, he's not responsible for his actions. That's why he was on the street in the first place. And that's why he was in the situation he was in. And that's why this happened. So.
Yeah, Alvin.
Yep. Anyway.
And it's still something we have to deal with today because we never really dealt with the fact that we leave a whole group of people to be ground up by how we run society.
That's right.
We gave him a plea
left,
deal.
Right. He left voluntarily, drug assistance, but we just let him. We just let him go to
Apparently,
be
Ben,
by society. Yes.
Finally, the bucket man.
There you go. Finally, everyone's
bucket.
favorite.
Buckets of what?
Should we play the video?
The Sam Cedar video? I mean, I feel like we could.
Yeah, let's say where is
It's
it?
pretty fun.
I should have this. I don't have it saved. We do this video so much.
I know. I
It should really
put a
be
link
saved
in.
somewhere. It should really be bookmarked somewhere. Okay, I found it.
This is a very special video that was done by Sitch and Adam, fan of the show.
Cookie Carmelo.
Cookie Carmelo.
Was it a Sitch and Adam fan or was it a Destiny fan?
Sitch and Adam, fan of the show.
Okay, we'll say Sitch and Adam fan.
Mr. Bucket! That's right, I'm Mr. Bucket. I'm Mr. Bucket. Toss your balls in my top, I'm Mr. Bucket. Out of my mouth I will pop, I'm Mr. Bucket. We're all gonna run, I'm Mr. Bucket.
Buckets of The game's Mr. Bucket. The first to get their balls into Mr. Bucket wins, but look out, because the balls will pop out of his mouth.
I'm Mr. Bucket. The balls pop out of my mouth, I'm Mr. Bucket. A ball is what I'm about, I'm Mr. Bucket. We're all gonna run, I'm Mr. Bucket.
Buckets of Calm. Mr. Bucket from Milton Bradley. Buckets of Calm.
Oh, right. There we
There you
go.
go.
Perfect.
That'll just get you in the mood.
We're ready. We're ready for Sam
Apparently,
Cedar's
Ben,
commentary.
Ready for some buckets? Okay, here we go.
Apparently, Ben Shapiro responding to a video of Emma talking about the killing of Jordon Neely. It's unclear right now. They're starting to look into what charges they're going to pursue of the killer. His name escapes me at the moment.
Daniel Penny.
Penny, this 22-year-old former Marine. It's pretty hard for me to see how this is not manslaughter charge without, getting too technical about the thing. I mean, it's quite clear the guy did kill him. And as far as we know,
I don't think Sam understands what manslaughter is or what would be the legal facts of the case.
Did the buckets of cum come out of the Kyle Rittenhouse situation? I feel like it did.
It did. Yes, it was.
So now he's
Destiny's,
being very careful.
Yeah, it was Destiny saying that if the politics of the situation, races of the situation were reversed, he'd be, drinking buckets of fun, defending Kyle.
Drinking buckets of the black Kyle Rittenhouse's cum.
Guzzling buckets.
Chugging his cock for
Right.
days.
Yes. But no, so the legal question is it would be okay. The legal question would be, was there a threat that you could act upon, would be number one, and then two, was the force you used, how reckless was it? Was it reckless for you to, use such a level of force that you used against Neely? Those would be the two questions. And I don't think Sam understands that.
from the testimony that we've heard publicly anyways by the person who took the video, that that Jordon Neely did not physically assault anyone in that subway. And
yes, he did.
That
person doesn't know what assault means.
Yeah, it would be assault. He didn't batter
He didn't
anyone.
batter anyone.
Yes.
But he did assault them.
He did assault
Obviously,
them.
we have that in the testimony.
Well,
calling people names and threatening them is assault.
Also, they keep bringing this up. If part of the charge, so you can act, I would argue, I assume most people would agree, that if someone said what Jordon Neely said, that would give you or a citizen enough information to try to apprehend them, right?
Correct. Yeah. Easily.
Right. So that's one legal question on its own. So whether he attacks someone or not really shouldn't have to do with that legal question, if you agree with that, in terms of just apprehending. But if he did punch someone, that wouldn't change whether the chokehold or the headlock maneuver or whatever we want to call it, that wouldn't change whether that was a reckless move or not. Just because he attacked someone or assaulted them verbally.
Yeah.
The extent that he was aggressive and yelling in the subway, the biggest thing he did that inspired this guy coming up behind him and putting him in a lethal chokehold. It's unclear whether or not
a lethal chokehold. I don't know if you knew this, Ed, but this is what happened. Jordon Neely said what he said about he was, going to go to jail. He didn't care if he went to jail, right? And Daniel Penny walked up behind him. He tapped him on the shoulder. When Jordon Neely turned around, he grabbed him by the throat like Undertaker, and he lifted it up, and then he did a tombstone power bomb on that train.
Yeah.
And just immediately killed Jordon Neely.
Right. Yeah.
Oh my God.
He ripped his spine out.
He's right. He did the Scorpio Mortal Kombat fatality.
Yeah.
This lethal chokehold.
That's what's ridiculous, because it wasn't lethal. Nobody thought he would die.
Right. Right.
Marine was trained to do a chokehold like that. I imagine they are.
But we know that chokeholds in much less time have killed people.
Well, they're not allowed to be used by the police department anymore because they're lethal.
Eric Garner.
I'm so sorry. Kane does the choke slam. Okay. Undertaker Tombstone is the reverse pile.
I can't believe you would get that.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Fake exposed, not real wrestling fan. True.
Garner died in 9 seconds.
And came up behind him after he threw his sweatshirt on the ground angrily and put him in a chokehold. I don't think it was, who knows what's in the minds of this guy. I don't think it was his intent to kill him, but he did put him in a lethal chokehold.
Use deadly force.
A lethal chokehold.
Right.
If you punch someone in the face, is that a lethal punch? Because technically they could die, right?
Yeah, that's a good point right there.
He did a lethal punch in the face. I mean, that person didn't die, but they could have. So it's a lethal face punch.
Yeah, the goal was to subdue him, not kill him. So the hold ended up being lethal, but
right. Well, and there was a witness that testified that he fought the whole time that they held him.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So that would definitely help the defense.
Yeah.
He used deadly against this guy. And, once they press charges.
Severely underweight, starving on the street. There were multiple people there involved in subduing him. They could have put him face first on the ground, had his hands behind his back. There were a lot of other options if he was really trying to subdue him in this situation.
Well, also.
What a dumbass. What a dumbass.
What? Listen.
Just what you want, a scuffle. In the middle of the train.
Why didn't
everyone's
they just put
getting
him,
hit?
why didn't they just put Neely face down, hands behind his back, and put his knee on his neck and hold him?
Yeah, that's so stupid. None of them have handcuffs. What are they going to do? Like, police try to get you in that position so they can cuff you.
Yeah. Well, and also, like, it's not like this was planned. Like, Penny just fucking acted. He didn't like, okay, guys, tactical squad, you come in from left side. Base squad, you come in from right. I'm gonna go in for the head choke. You know, like, it's just someone acted.
Yeah.
And also, did you catch what she said? She said something very important here. Listen.
In subduing him, they could have put him face first on the ground, had his hands behind his back. There were a lot of other options if he was really trying to subdue him in this.
If he was really trying to subdue him.
Right.
So there's Emma implying that they wanted to kill him intentionally.
Yeah. The chokehold was the kill maneuver.
Yes.
Although
Because
I would
Emma-
argue face first on the ground is more of a kill maneuver, but
It's a kill shot. Be careful. He's holding the gun sideways. But no, because Emma over here is our use of force expert, apparently, and knows exactly the amount of force and types of holds that an individual should use on a crazy homeless person.
of course, yeah. She learned it at her $40,000 high school. $40,000 a year high school. They teach that.
Listen, she had jujitsu lessons. She knew how to put him in a double arm bar leg lock. Okay.
The sleeper hold.
There you go.
The situation.
Well, also, you can also just make sure that the guy doesn't assault anybody. I mean, if you have those abilities, that's also what you could do.
That's what he did.
What is it?
Literally.
What does that even mean? What is he trying to say?
Well, first of all, make sure he doesn't batter anyone. And that's what he did. He literally diffused the situation by bringing him to the ground and holding him.
No. We're misunderstanding. He's like, he should have stood there like Superman, put his hands on his hips and just like deflected the blows, you know, on the off chance, right?
Done like the Wonder Woman thing with the bracelets.
There you are.
Blocked him like Neo from the Matrix.
Yes. Daniel Penny. Just blocks all the punches.
I mean, I think the strategy Daniel Penny employed was pretty intelligent. Just make sure this guy cannot move, right?
I mean, if Neely actually assaulted someone, this wouldn't be a story.
He did assault someone, you moron. Don't they get it? No one on the left talks about the difference between assault and battery, right? That's what's going on here.
Not a doubt. But here is Ben Shapiro responding to Emma.
A good person to accept it. So, for example, there's a woman named Emma Vigilant. She's on the Majority Report, I guess. And she had a clip going viral today.
Pause it. I think you will find it's vigilant.
Yeah. Oh, damn it. No.
Vigilante.
And also, this is.
What off camera voice said, and what Sam said. This is bullshit. They said if he had actually assaulted someone, meaning if he actually battered someone, which I'm fine. You know, people use assault in common parlance to mean attacking someone. If he'd actually punched a person and the exact same situation happened, we all know in our heart of hearts, in our moral elephant gut intuitions, that all these same fucking people would be making the same dumb fuck arguments, saying, as you said perfectly, they'd say, just because he punched someone doesn't mean you get to kill him.
Right.
And you know how we know that?
Because they're all idiots.
Because that's what they said about Kyle Rittenhouse. Just because someone said, I'm going to kill you and chase you down, doesn't mean you get to shoot them.
Just because he hit you in the head with a skateboard doesn't mean
you get to shoot him.
Right. Just because he raped you in the street doesn't mean you get to kill him.
Yes, of course. This is so bullshit. If he had attacked someone and caused physical harm to them, it wouldn't change anything.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have changed anything.
Of course.
Because they make the same dumb fuck. Because the argument they're making, they're not simply making an argument. If you listen carefully, they're not simply making an argument that, you should just not even use any force against this guy. They're making the argument that, well, you shouldn't have killed him. which obviously wasn't the fucking intention in the first place.
Yeah.
This is a clip. They took this from our show. I guess I was surprised that this got traction, but it was within like 15 minutes of conversation we had on this topic.
Yeah,
and they picked this one part out, and I have my theories on why. The post-millennial, I think another account's put it up.
It's being normalized. And again, it makes you a good person to accept it. So, for example, there's a woman named Emma Vigeland. She's on the Majority Report, I guess. And she had a clip going.
What's the matter with that? I mean, her name is Vigeland, right?
I don't know how the fuck you're supposed to say her name.
Vigeland?
Who knows?
Viral today, talking about how if you want to feel safe on public transit, this is bourgeois. And you have to suppress those bourgeois feelings. You have to make yourself feel okay about being abused on the public transportation system.
I was hit at one point sitting on the subway by a man who was having a mental health episode. He sat next to me and he was elbowing and kind of flailing around and hit me in the face and in my body. And it was jarring, right? The idea that I would want him to be hurt in any way, I just didn't want to be near him in that moment because I understood something was going on here. But like my fear is not the primary object of like what we should be focusing on right now. It's the fact that this person is in pain. And so like the politics of dehumanization privileges the bourgeois kind of concern of people's like immediate discomfort in this narrow instance, as opposed to larger humanity and life. It's really freaking twisted.
Being beat up, being physically abused is now being part of the larger spectrum of humanity. Isn't that wonderful?
Pause.
You are expecting.
Now, first off, I mean, I don't want to speak for you on this, obviously, but clearly what you're setting up there is the way that everybody's talking about we need to be able to feel safe on the subway.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the we?
Yeah.
Because if you can be summarily executed because A, you have a criminal record that nobody knows about, or B, you're having a mental episode and an emotional episode and you're just making other people feel uncomfortable. No one was hit.
You're literally threatening them, though.
Yes.
It's more than just making people uncomfortable.
Yes.
The thing that's making them uncomfortable is you're threatening bodily harm to them. It's just so stupid that he's leaving that out.
Well, here's a question. If he had dropped his pants and said, "I'm going to rape you bitches," right? I mean, that would make you feel uncomfortable, right?
Oh my God.
I mean, is it okay? Is the force okay at that point?
Do you think really? Right? I mean, Penny, he's a saint if he does what he does.
I mean, I wouldn't want to touch him at that point. Yeah. You might start using strikes instead of grapples at that point because you don't want to get that close.
Look, I don't. That's a hypothetical.
I mean, it made you feel uncomfortable.
You bringing up the hypotheticals what made me feel uncomfortable.
Well, but again, they're acting like it's so, and I don't know if Sam is really just this dumb or this is all part of the performance. They're acting like the situation was, Neely said what he was going to say, what he said, and then Penny came up with a gun and just shot him and killed him. Right.
That would be
I would agree. That would
obviously.
I would not agree with that. Yeah. I would think, wow, that's not a proper use of force. Right?
That's fucked up.
Yes, that didn't happen. Okay, what happened was he said what he said, and then they tried to restrain him, and then he kept fighting them, and then in the restraining process, he ended up dying.
Right.
Okay? But they keep leaving out that very crucial difference.
Yeah, very crucial.
As far as we know from every public statement by anybody at this point, even the statement by the killer, the lawyer put out, does not claim that Neely was physically assaulting anybody. He was aggressively threatening, although it's also unclear that he was actually threatening anybody. He was just acting in a way that was scary.
And that was the point I was making, which is that we as New Yorkers, the larger context was like, we've all had these kinds of interactions on the subway where someone is having a sort of episode.
This is so disingenuous, Sitch.
I know.
Like if the guy was flailing around next to Emma. The guy didn't sit down and go, you know, bitch, I hate you, and I don't care if I'm going to go back to jail. Like, the guy didn't come in and threaten Emma physically, you know, personally. It's a completely different situation.
Right.
I guess she would just say, "Oh, well, that's no big deal too." I don't know. I think she's lying. I think she would think that was a big deal.
And I believe I gave an example of someone having an episode sitting next to me where I was physically hit briefly, and I moved away from that person. That made me uncomfortable. The context that Ben cut out there was that I don't believe that that person should be executed for what happened there.
They played it.
Don't think it's
okay. Let me bring this up. What is the difference between manslaughter and murder in New York's penal code? New York's penal code defines second-degree murder as causing the death of the person with intent to cause a death of another person. Okay?
Right.
So New York murder is you intend to cause the death, which is essentially what they keep describing this as.
Right.
They keep describing this as he intended to cause death. Manslaughter, second-degree manslaughter. Well, actually, here's first-degree manslaughter in New York says requires you were trying to hurt the person that died. Okay.
Right.
So intention to
that
hurt.
doesn't even count.
That doesn't even apply. That's why
he wasn't trying to hurt him.
Right. Second-degree manslaughter merely requires that you acted recklessly somehow, and that recklessness led to another person's death. So even the court and the judicial system that's prosecuting Penning, which I don't think they should, doesn't even agree with this dog shit analysis that Sam and Emma keep putting forward when they describe the situation.
Right. They're adding intent.
Yes, they keep skirting around adding intent, but they're acting like there was intent because they keep saying he didn't deserve to die for the actions, right? So like, here's a very easy hypothetical. Okay, imagine that Neely punched someone in the face. Okay,
right.
And you say, well, should he be killed immediately for punching someone in the face? Right? Should you just fucking execute him, Judge Dredd? Should a cop just execute him immediately, right? Just because you punched someone in the face?
Of course
you
not.
say,
obviously.
No, right,
yeah.
right. Okay. But what if he punches someone in the face and then you punch him in the face and then, he falls and hits his head and dies, right? Well, does Emma get to sit here and say, why did you kill him? He just punched someone in the face.
Yes, they would.
Like, well,
they
no,
would say
I
that.
literally used the same amount of force he used on someone else, but then he died. And that wasn't I didn't intend for him to die when I punched him in the fucking face.
These people are just so bad faith. They would literally say, well, because he died, then
Right.
obviously you killed him.
Right. Right. Or what if, you can even take it simpler. What if, he's just shouting and scaring people and then you scare him and he has a heart attack and dies, right?
Oh my God.
You're like, this is such a dumb
manslaughter.
This analysis of the situation that they're giving, it has to be intentional. I don't think
it's so
they're
bad.
stupid. Yeah, I don't think they're stupid. They understand the step-by-step legal process and step-by-step thing that's happening here.
I disagree. I think they are the stupid.
Okay, maybe. But it's just like, come on.
They're not paying attention to the details because they don't look. They only see it in white guy murdered black guy on subway. Like that's
Yes.
that's
Well, that's where their elephant. Their elephant was white guy murdered black homeless guy. How do I justify this?
Yeah, that's exactly what's like. Their whole job is to rationalize that narrative.
Right.
Like all they see is that narrative, and their job is to convince you that that narrative is the facts. And in order to do that, they have to take out all of the context and add in a bunch of other context that isn't even true.
Right.
And now they're adding in the time that Emma was on the subway once and a homeless guy brushed up against her and she was uncomfortable and moved seats. Right?
Right.
Now that's part of the conversation here, which
Yeah.
is it's just silly.
Well, and there's no way, unless they get some super bullshit woke jury or something. If all the witnesses on the train say that they felt this was justified and they were happy it was happening, and none of them thought that he died or was going to die, that completely annihilates. Like he couldn't have been committing a reckless act if everyone who witnessed it didn't think it was a reckless act.
Yeah. What is the person standard? The
reasonable
person standard?
Yeah.
Yeah. So everyone on the train is basically a reasonable person. Nobody's jumping in.
Mm-hmm.
There was that one guy who said, you better watch out. You don't want to catch a murder charge.
Yeah, but then as soon as he said it, I think that's when they stopped.
Right.
And they put him in there. And the fact that's the other thing they always leave out. Because remember, part of the issue that really got Chauvin in trouble was the length of time and the fact that he wasn't checking, and the fact that it seemed like he wasn't really keeping his eye on the situation, even when someone asked him, like, hey, should we put him in recovery position?
Right.
But with Penny, it was literally and everyone brought that up. They would always bring that up. He put his knee in his neck and he didn't care he stopped moving. He didn't care he stopped breathing. Like that was a talking point that we heard again and again and again and again and again with Chauvin.
Great point.
But then with this, you have literally the guy does the right thing, where the guy, when he seems to stop moving, they immediately stop what they're doing and they put him in the recovery position.
Yeah.
And they probably only knew to do that literally because of fucking the Chauvin trial, I would imagine. Because how many people know about like the whole recovery position thing?
Well, I'm sure they know about it in the Marines, obviously.
Maybe, I don't know. But just say, I feel like that's now like a more common knowledge thing because of the whole the whole Chauvin situation. But Floyd situation.
Because they didn't put Floyd in the recovery position, that's why he died.
Well, that's a theory.
Okay, yeah.
No, I don't know the situation, right? But no, but so here's the guy. They do everything right, and instead of, they just don't talk about it. They don't give him any points for it. They don't say, well, obviously he wasn't his intention to kill this person, right? Or obviously it was a mistake, or obviously it was an accident, blah, 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 blah. They don't give him any points for doing this whatsoever. Again, penalizing someone for doing the right thing.
Yeah, he's not allowed. He's not allowed to have the right opinion.
Necessarily context.
Don't even need that context in there. Like it's quite clear. Like even the way that they cut that, it still makes the point that when we say we deserve a safe subway, who is the we? They're saying it's the guy who killed the guy, not the guy who died.
Right, like when Ben Shapiro says you have to be, when he's like mimicking you saying you have to be a good person to accept it. No, Ben Shapiro saying we have to be the good people to accept that certain people are going to use vigilante violence and take somebody's life on the subway.
Right.
Where's it? Like my kid goes on that subway on a daily basis. What if she had epilepsy, and she starts going into a seizure?
Daniel Penny's going to be right there to murder her.
What the fuck, Sitch? This is okay. Maybe Sam is this stupid. This is the worst argument I've ever heard. Well, who's going to be like, oh, a kid is having a seizure, better put him in a headlock?
Better sleeper hold him, right?
Yes. When has that ever happened? Who's ever done this?
This is
Sam. What are you talking about?
This is brilliant commentary here. Bring back the buckets of cum video.
Yes. The buckets of cum comment was a more intelligent comment from Sam Bucket Cedars than this.
Look.
Oh my God.
Even if you're a deeply progressive person, and you listen to the Majority Report every day, you fucking love Emma, you love Sam Cedar. Who is listening to this? My daughter was having an epileptic seizure on the subway, and Daniel Penny murdered her. Hypothetical.
Daniel Penny was like, "Stop right there, criminal! Stop flailing and hitting this Emma Vigeland person with your seizure arms." And then he grabs her, puts her in a headlock.
Who is listening to this and thinking, "Damn, that's smart too."
Yes.
I'm worried about my epileptic. First of all, if your daughter has epilepsy, why are you sitting her alone on the subway? What the? You are. You're horrible parent of the year.
Right. No. See, you're going to be there with your child, and they're going to have a seizure, and they're going to start spazzing out. They're going to start hitting the person next to them. The person's going to go, "Oh my God, I'm being assaulted and or batteried," and then they're going to say, "No, wait, it's fine. My daughter is just having a seizure." And then Daniel Penny's going to say, "Shut the fuck up! I'm here to enforce the law," and he's going to just start kicking her in the face.
Okay, we got to see where this goes. Maybe Maybe he sticks the landing on this. You know, he's flailing.
No.
He's flailing a bit with this hypothetical.
This is a 100% belly flop, okay, into like a pit of fucking rakes. This is the worst fucking example it ever could have given.
Oh my. Do they think of this stuff ahead of time? Is this show right
I hope
now?
not.
I don't know.
I hope not.
Look, I've said some dumb shit on this show, but I don't think I've ever said anything this dumb.
Like my kid goes on that subway on a daily basis. What if she had epilepsy and she starts going into a seizure? Or what if she has an emotional breakdown? She goes into a seizure. Is he okay with a Marine coming up, putting a chokehold around my kid?
Yeah.
My kid's freaking out.
Or like even
is it weird that he's like, he says, I don't know if he said his kid does or hypothetically, if his kid hypothetically
I know.
went on the subway every day, you're more concerned that your kid on the subway is going to have a seizure and then be wrongly chokeholded by someone perceiving the seizure as an attack, as opposed to them being accosted and attacked by a crazy person on the train.
Yeah.
Which one of those do you think is more likely? Okay.
Pushed into the tracks by some...
Or pushing the tracks.
Yeah.
Which one of those do you think is more statistically likely? That you're going to be assaulted and battered by a crazy person on the subway, or that you're going to have a seizure and a Marine is going to think you're attacking people while you're having a seizure and he's going to choke you to death?
That's ridiculous, obviously. It's so...
Which one of those is more likely, just statistically?
Who is falling for this shit? Who is listening to this program and going, oh my God, this is a great idea?
Look at the face he's making. How is he making this face? Doesn't he look like a gibbon? He's making like the confused monkey face. He looks kind of like a gibbon or a gorilla. He's just like, what? He's like, like, he just has this fucking dumb face.
Emma's reading Cosmopolitan here. She's not even paying attention.
No, she's reading Twitter. Why is he making this face? Why is he making confused monkey face?
The gibbon face.
He's making the gibbon face. What he said was so stupid.
Right.
He's looking for validation from the producers in the audience around him. Like,
he's like, you're dumb and inarticulate. How am I doing?
Somebody tell me that what I said wasn't just the dumbest argument you've ever heard, please.
What if my daughter has an epileptic seizure?
Oh my God. What if my child pees her pants and Daniel Penny thinks it's a chemical terrorist attack and takes her out? What then, Ben Shapiro? What then?
Yeah. Not good.
What if my daughter farts on the train and Daniel Penny thinks that she's a terrorist smuggling a gas weapon in her pants?
Right. Yeah.
Even or Tourette's or something like that. If like someone
whatever. It doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah. What if the kid has Tourette's? What if the kid has Tourette's? Starts yelling at everyone. Okay.
The kid didn't. All these what ifs. More whataboutism. Like none of that happened. Can we talk about the actual situation?
Well, it's funny because, as we recall, because we literally just watched it. Okay. It was Emma that was trying to mock the idea of absurd hypothetical situations.
Oh, you're right. You're totally right.
And yet,
in the Lance situation.
Yes. And that wasn't an absurd hypothetical. That was something that literally fucking happens.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's literally a situation that occurs. And yet she said, this is an absurd hypothetical. Why do we have to address this? And now here we have Sam and off-screen voice giving these insanely stupid hypotheticals.
Doesn't this fall under the rule? That would never happen, so why are we talking about it? I mean,
why are we talking?
That was the situation with the ninth month abortions that never happened, right?
Right.
Although
Okay,
I think
Emma.
the chances of some girl having an epileptic seizure and being killed on the train, I mean, that might have never happened. That might have actually never happened.
Okay, Emma, here's what we're going to do. I want you to get the number of women that have had abortions in the third trimester for non-medical reasons.
Right.
And I want you to compare that to the number of children who have had epileptic seizures and then been killed because people thought they were attacking them on subways. I want you to compare those numbers, and then we can figure out which hypothetical we are allowed to talk about on the majority report.
I'm guessing the second one is 0.
Yeah, I'm guessing too. As you said, that could be a situation that actually never happened.
Yeah.
But we aren't the side, like this side that we're the ones that want to accept this. No, like Emma wants major political economy changes that deal with so less of this happens. They want to defend the status quo that continues to break people like this to the point where they act out in public spaces.
And then, the response.
Okay, listen.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
I got to end the poll. I don't know what's wrong with you guys. The number just keeps going down. I don't like this.
Is it
I don't
getting
like
worse?
this.
Oh my God, you're down to 39%.
Okay, no, how I can't believe it. I can't believe you guys would betray me like this.
See, you got to you got to know when to pull the cord on that poll.
I
That's
know.
what I'm telling you.
Like after 5 minutes, I should just ended the poll when I was winning.
Yeah, that's what I mean, that's not what I do. I usually wait till it's conclusive.
Jeez, betrayal.
I would never end a poll early because I was winning.
I can't believe you guys don't like the idea of giving free drugs to homeless people.
One of the worst ideas ever to grace the
One of the
live
best
stream.
ideas. Okay, such a better idea than anything Adam's ever come up with about kids voting.
Oh yeah.
Next, you want to give the homeless a vote.
Oh my God! Look at this. Sitch is so demoralized by his terrible take that he's got to bring up one of my awesome takes.
Okay.
To try to compare it to.
Yeah, listen.
One of the awesome
I want
takes
to
that people
recount.
don't like.
Show me the votes. Somebody rig the votes here. Okay, I need to call up the governor of Georgia. I need to call up the governor of YouTube.
Look, I need you to find me. I just need 10,000 votes here.
There you go. My Dumb Movie says, I bet most of those no votes were people who came in the stream after you explained the idea. That's probably true. Probably true. Good point. Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
There you go.
Love it.
See, someone says, if you added cameras and melee weapons in the hard drug areas, I'd vote yes. That could be a right. Listen, this is a totally negotiable conversation. That could definitely be arranged. Maybe that's how we'll help pay for it.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't pay pay-per-view to watch, what goes on in these facilities?
Yeah, that was my idea with Fuck Off Island.
Yeah.
Got to turn it into a reality television show.
Yes.
So what happens?
Of people summarily executing them.
So when they talk about we just want to be safe on the subway, the reason I used the framing that I did is because there was one person who was very unsafe during that ride, and that person was Jordon Neely because he was killed. And it's who's the we in this situation, to kind of reiterate Sam's point.
So if a person walks onto a subway or walks into any situation,
yeah, I love this.
And they have a gun, and they say, "Give me all your money," right?
Yep.
And then someone else pulls out a gun and shoots them in the back of the head.
Right.
And then Emma's here like, well, really, the person who died was the one in the unsafe situation.
I know, it's crazy. It's like you're robbing a fucking bank. What did you expect was going to happen, you moron?
Right. It's like, well, Jordon Neely created an unsafe situation, Emma. I mean, you're not really appreciating that at all. Like, he wasn't in an unsafe situation until he made it an unsafe
he got
situation. Yes, he made the situation unsafe by his actions.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was literally a safe situation until Jordon Neely pulled into town.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Here's a question. Under these people's framework and logic, does Kanye get a free pass on his anti-Semitism because he was in the midst of a bipolar episode?
Probably not.
I mean, it's a mental health issue, right?
Yeah, I think we're willing to give Kanye more of the benefit of the doubt than them.
I'm not
so
really willing to give
you're like, I'm past that now.
I'll pass. I mean, he's not anti-Semitic anymore. He's been saved by Jonah Hill.
Jonah
obviously.
Hill cleaned him up, so.
That's right. Why can't we get Kanye and Nick Fuentes to sit down and watch 21 Jump Street and, cure Nick Fuentes of his anti-Semitism?
I want to see Kanye introduce Jonah Hill to Nick Fuentes, and Jonah Hill can talk him out of his anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
Look, that'd be great.
I don't think it's going to work, but
why?
You try it.
God, that would be amazing content. Jonah Hill basically sitting down with Nick Fuentes. You gotta understand, look, we don't control everything. It's like trying to tell him, like, walk him down from all those conspiracy theories.
Yes.
And
I've
Nick
never
trying to talk him into, look, what if Nick Fuentes convinces Jonah Hill?
Well, no. See, with 21 Jump Street won't change Nick Fuentes' mind. Okay, it'll be seeing Superbad.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Right.
McLovin.
Yes. Well, no, wasn't it? Was that the one where Jonah Hill was drawing all the dicks on everything?
I can't remember.
Remember, there's like this whole thing where he's like obsessed with drawing penises.
Mm-hmm.
That was in Superbad, right?
I think. I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
Is it important?
Anyways. Well, no, I was just thinking I was making a joke about, Fuentes being closeted gay. So.
Oh, is that what it is? The drawing penises.
The dick drawing would endear him to
He's
Nick Fuentes.
He's gonna say, listen, I had a role once where I was obsessed with penises.
Yes.
I know you can relate, Nick.
I know you can relate.
They want our transit systems to be free of undesirables, and that means if you're poor, if you're black, if you're homeless, and if you're...
They don't want black people on the subway. You heard it here first.
Did she really just say that way?
What? Our transit systems to be free of undesirables, and that means if you're poor, if you're black, if you're homeless...
Jesus Christ.
I know.
Oh my God. She's so bad. She's so awful.
How's that for a level of stupidity? New York City subway. Whites only.
You know that black guy that was helping subdue?
Oh,
Neely?
I know.
He was like, listen,
I
we gotta get all these blacks off the train. Oh my God.
Look, and Sam Cedars so just out of it. He's just sitting there. He doesn't even realize what's happened.
I feel like he just tunes out whenever Emma starts talking.
That's probably the smart thing to do. Really.
Oh my. It annoys me in these shows when like people constantly say shit. There's like one person says something, the other person says the other thing, and they'll be like wildly apart from each other, and there's never like a pushback. Like, well, come on, Emma, come on, maybe it's not the racism. No, there's never. It's just like, okay, well, there she goes.
How come I never do the well to you? How come where's?
Yeah, where's Sam with the well, Emma?
You're always welling me, but
I know.
Like
you welled me. You've welled me before.
Have I?
Of course.
I feel like when we were talking to Katie, you started arguing against me. I was like, oh man. Now I got.
I did once.
Now I got to
did
fight.
at one point.
Now I got to fight Katie and Sitch.
Listen, we're not pussies, okay? If we disagree, we can disagree.
Oh, I
with
know.
each other,
I know.
Okay? We're not this bitch-made stuff you see on the Majority Report or all these other stuff, all these other programs.
Echo chamber.
But did you notice she said, okay, first of all, the framing what she's saying is doubly stupid. Not only for her to include like black people and assume there's some sort of racist intent in the situation, which Emma is essentially
well, that's probably why
racist.
Jordon or why Daniel Penny went into the military, right? Because there's no blacks allowed in the military.
Of course, right? Of course. But so first of all, Emma herself is a racist piece of shit for assuming that just because Daniel was white, that he must be racist against black people.
Of course.
Number one. Number two, there's nothing wrong with not wanting homeless people on your public transit.
Yeah. Living on your public transit, right?
Or crazy people, right? There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with wanting a crazy person on your public transit or on the street. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing fucking wrong with that. People want to walk down the street and see like homeless people just camping out there. That's fine. That's something that you shouldn't see. Yeah. That's a totally acceptable position.
Yeah. Poor people are fine. They can ride the subway.
Yes.
Yes.
And if
the poors, they're allowed.
You're experiencing a mental health episode, we don't want to have to see that. But we...
Yes, I don't want to have to interact with someone who I don't know, who's scary, having a fucking mental health episode. That's dangerous for everyone involved, Emma. This isn't a fucking nuclear tank. Why the fuck should I have to interact with someone who's in the midst of a fucking mental health crisis, who has schizophrenia, who's a crazy person? Why do I have to deal with this?
Sitch, it's just, look, the subway is the new mental institute, okay? You go in and you just have to deal with it.
You know, I don't know about you, but I don't work at a psych ward.
Right.
Okay?
For a reason.
I don't work...
We don't want to be around crazy people.
Exactly. And I don't work at a prison.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Because I don't want to have to deal with this fucking shit. Yes, I've spent my life, Emma, constructing it in a way that I don't want to have to interact with someone who I don't know having a fucking schizophrenic breakdown. Yes, I have constructed my life in that way. Yes, I don't want to interact with that. Exactly. And you, who are on the left, who are always whining that not enough people use public transportation because you're like, we need to cut down on the number of cars that people use.
Climate change.
Right, because of climate change. Well, you know what's a way to get everyone to drive a fucking car? To not clean up public transportation!
Yep.
If public transportation was clean and it was safe and there wasn't fucking crazy people wandering around, more people would fucking use it, Emma! Get your head out of your ass! This is just total bullshit! Oh, people should just have to put up with it. Just put up with it. Just put up with fucking crazy people. No, fuck you.
I can't believe people don't even consider how their positions make other positions incoherent.
I know.
Like, what? Why? They don't keep track of all their
Yes,
positions?
no, because they don't think it through. Because this is all, it's all elephant. It's all my emotions. She looked at that scene and she said, white guy chokes black guy dead. Racism, right?
Yeah.
How do I justify in my mind that this is a horrible racist act? And it's like, oh, well, don't I want public transportation to be as safe and clean as possible so that people are incentivized to use it so that we'll cut down on car usage and cut down on climate change? That, I bet you that thought literally never fucking occurred to her at any point that she was... Well, actually, I'm going to say when she was thinking about the situation, she wasn't thinking about the situation. When she was intuiting about the situation, that never even occurred to her.
Yeah.
She had this dumb fuck argument about, well, I guess you just have to put up with crazy people on the fucking subway. Well, then fuck you. I'm not going to use the subway then.
Wow. Yeah, no.
God.
Emma doesn't want to go on the subway because of the blacks. I mean, that's what I'm getting from this clip.
Okay.
It doesn't it seem that way? Look, she said we need to clean up the undesirables. And then she made a list of who those undesirables were.
That's true.
I didn't make that list, okay?
That's true.
I
She
would
put
feel
blacks there.
uncomfortable as fuck categorizing black people as undesirables.
Right.
I think that's racist.
That is pretty racist, Emma.
Do you not disagree? Do you
How
agree?
dare you, Emma? You racist. Anyway.
I am in favor of constructing a society where we would hopefully limit those things, guaranteeing housing, creating a national socialized healthcare system so people can have access to the medication that they need in mental health care treatments.
And none of this would make a bit of difference, Emma, unless you forcefully could institutionalize these people. You're not actually addressing the real issue at hand at all.
Yeah.
That's what made a more equitable society. What conservatives want is for people to be able to get away with essentially eliminating the undesirables and opening the can of worms of vigilantism. And the big problem in this city is that we're hitting a fever pitch for this kind of sentiment where our urban...
See, cut to the Kyle Rittenhouse situation when she's making excuses for all the vigilantes that were chasing Kyle Rittenhouse. It's like none of her positions are coherent. The right wants vigilantism, and that's terrible. Why didn't Kyle Rittenhouse stop for the vigilantes who were trying to kill him?
Because he shot somebody. I mean, they didn't see the action, but, you know.
Right. Yeah, it's just so stupid. God. The levels of stupidity are off the charts.
Yes.
I should have watched these ahead of time so I could be prepared. I think I might be getting PTSD from Emma.
Spaces are not.
You need to psychologically prepare yourself for the torture you're going to go through today.
I want to see Emma debate Ben Shapiro just so she can get utterly annihilated.
She said she would go on Tim Pool's show.
Did she?
She did, yeah.
Wow.
Which is hilarious.
Yeah, she gets destroyed.
Not there for people to live in anymore. No. Manhattan, that's a playground for bridge and tunnelers and for people to come in and see a show and not have to see these undesirables. We know this guy, the killer, was from Long Island. This is...
How do you make... I like that she says this like this is a bad thing, right? Like, oh my God, how dare people expect to go on public transportation to go to Broadway and not have to interact with crazy homeless people?
Yeah.
That's how dare you not want to interact with homeless crazy people on a fucking subway train, you know?
Isn't Bellevue the mental institution there in New York? Is it still Bellevue? I don't know.
I don't know. I know that was like the meme.
Imagine if you're like, we're going out to dinner tonight, honey, but first we have to go through the mental ward. It's like,
in order to get to Times Square, you literally have to walk through a Bellevue.
It's like, what the fuck? Who designed this city?
Yes. Yeah.
Why am I here?
And then you say, wait, why did we do this? Can we not walk through the mental institution? Yeah. What are you, privileged? You bougie? How you want your cities and your society to not like have fucking crazy people like walking around and causing problems?
Yeah.
God, what's wrong with you? Privileged.
Yeah, jeez.
This is very much the sentiment of a lot of people that live outside of the city. And they want it to be a squeaky clean playground for people to go see the Knicks, go see a...
I bet the people that live in New York City don't want to be a squeaky clean, safe city to use. Only a white, bougie asshole from out of state wants the city of New York to be clean and safe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I bet you that you talk to the average New Yorker who lives in New York City, and they say, you know, all those crazy homeless people walking around, that adds a little bit of New York flavor to the situation. Okay.
Right.
I don't want any of this pussy shit. All those, yeah, like getting mugged, like that's just part of living in New York, man. I have a sense of pride. When I get mugged once a week, that's a sense of pride, okay, being a New Yorker. I don't want to live in one of those basic bitch cities where everything's clean and nice and safe.
Yeah. No one's getting mugged or sexually assaulted in the alleyway.
If I wanted that, I'd move upstate if I wanted that.
If I wanted safety and security.
Like, it's so funny because her whole argument is this is like wanting to be safe and living in a safe and clean environment is bougie. This attitude that she has is the height of fucking like insane, rich bougie like bullshit. Like, oh yeah, people that live in lower income situations and cities and in neighborhoods, yeah, they don't want to live. You think they want to live in a safe fucking place too, Emma?
I don't. What is this argument she's making? Because it seems to be, look, things are unsafe and that's great. Like, who makes that argument?
Emma does, apparently.
But why? I don't understand this whole. I'm cool because I don't value.
This is the argument
safety.
She's trying to make. Okay, well, I'll put on the good faith Gary hat, even though it's a stupid fucking argument. This is the argument she's trying to make. She's trying to say that there's all these rich white people who don't live in New York City, who don't want to interact with like the dregs of society,
and they want it cleaned up so they can go over there for a play and a movie.
Right.
Or a play and dinner.
They want to build a nice overpass that connects New York directly to Broadway that they can just walk over and look down at all the poor people, right? Underneath them. That's what she's trying to construct this argument here. But it's a dumb fuck argument because, as I said, people that live in these communities, they don't want to fucking interact with crazy homeless people either, Emma. Why the fuck would they want to do that? You think black people are walking around in lower income areas in New York City like, gee, I love interacting with the fucking crazy homeless drug addict on the fucking corner. You think they're like, they're excited about that?
They want their neighborhoods cleaned up just as much as the bourgeoisie who are coming in to see a Broadway play.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Look, if you would use that to your advantage if you had just an ounce of intelligence, you would say, listen, we should make the bougie rich people pay to clean up the city so that the poor people don't have to deal with this mess either.
Right.
Right? Wouldn't you do that if you were like
she could make that. She could make that argument. Right. If she wanted to maintain her left wing position and kind of frame it in a way regarding the situation, she could make that argument. Say like, oh, I agree with the right wingers. We should clean up all the stuff. We got to do all the stuff, and we got to raise taxes on the rich people, right? In order to do it.
Look, you're a single mom. You don't want your kid to fall in with the gangs and whatnot, and we need to clean up the city. We need to get the criminals off the streets, right?
Right.
But, you know, she's a single mom working 3 jobs. She can't afford it. But the guy who comes in to take his wife to dinner at a Broadway and a Knicks game, yeah, exactly. He can afford it.
Right. Right.
A cop on every subway car. Then she'd be like, oh, my God, defund the police. What are you talking about? A cop on every subway car. Where are the criminals going to hide?
Right. But that's the problem, because she's not a left-wing liberal. She's a leftist socialist. So she kind of wants society to be completely torn down and for the revolution to happen.
Look, I'm not sure that she wants or thinks about much of anything. Like, she seems most concerned with just owning, you know, whatever right-wing pundit they're talking about today.
Right.
I feel like she's just kind of out of it. She'll make any argument, no matter how stupid it is, just to own whoever. And now the target today is Ben Shapiro. God, Ben Shapiro should really respond to this, because this is way dumber than the clip that he actually responded to. Like, now she's arguing. Not only did she argue in the other clip that homeless people should be able to assault you, you know, without
you just have to put up with it, right?
Yeah, without any sort of pushback whatsoever from her or anyone around her. Now she's arguing that, you know, cleaning up the subway is a bad idea. Like, why should we be privileged to have a subway that's free of insane people?
That's privileged, Adam.
Okay, I don't see it as privilege. I see it as
privilege.
I see it as the baseline, you know, circumstance for all Americans. All Americans should feel safe and secure in their property and body and things.
No, people that live in cities obviously want to live in dangerous locations with crazy people. Obviously,
Right.
That's why they live there instead of having their parents move them out of there to a $40,000, you know, school.
Okay.
Right.
Let's see how much crazier this gets. Can't be that bad, right?
Broadway play and then be able to leave and not feel bad about themselves at all. But that creates an urban center that is unlivable for people, and it only speaks to real estate interests, luxury condo developers, restaurant associations.
See, this is totally unclear, Sitch, because it seems like she's saying they want to clean up the subway, so they have to deal with it. So they don't have to deal with it, but those homeless people are then out in the community still causing problems.
No, what she's saying is Emma doesn't want the subways to be clean and safe, because if they're clean and safe, then the property value will increase in the locations, and then they'll be gentrified.
Oh, okay.
That's what she's fucking saying.
Is that really what she's saying? Wow.
Yes. That's literally what she's fucking saying.
So she's basically making an argument that we need the insane people running around the subway because it keeps the property values
low.
Down.
Yes.
And we can live here.
Yeah. Now, that's not literally what she's saying, but that's the implication of her argument, yes, if she actually thought this through. Yeah.
What is she really trying to say here?
She's saying
the problem is that the city's become unlivable.
And let's be...
Look, there's no rhyme or reason to what she's saying.
Wait.
Broadway play and then be able to leave and not feel bad about themselves at all. But that creates an urban center that is unlivable for people, and it only speaks to real estate interests, luxury condo developers, restaurant associations.
If they clean up the city, that makes an urban center that's unlivable.
She said,
how does that make any sense?
She says if they clean up the city, that makes the city unlivable.
Yeah, what? Makes absolutely no sense at all.
No, it's because what I said. Because she's saying it will make the property values too high,
Well,
so it makes the city unlivable.
You're thinking that it actually makes sense, but it doesn't make
No,
any sense.
that's her point. She's saying if they clean up crime and they clean up the homeless people and they clean up the problems in the city, it will make the city too expensive to live in and thus be unlivable. So we have to keep it filled with trash and crime and crazy people.
So when she says unlivable, she means unaffordable.
Yes.
Okay.
Problem is that the city's become unlivable.
And let's be clear.
So when she says unlivable, the problem is the city's become unaffordable is what she means.
Yes.
Okay.
She thinks having the city be safe and clean is unlivable compared to having it be filled with crime and homeless people.
Mm-hmm.
She thinks having it filled with crime and homeless people is the better outcome than being clean and safe.
Right, because it's keeping things cheap enough that she can afford it. She's I can't imagine I can't imagine a New York that was actually clean and safe. Then no one would be able to afford to live here.
This is the how is it that she made a dumb, stupid argument about why we should all accept being, accosted by homeless people on the subway train, and yet when someone mocked her for that take, she doubles down with an even worse take, a substantially worse take.
Yeah. Yeah.
My God.
Yeah.
Clear. When any of these right wingers talk about this is anti-working class, first off, the working class in the city have the greatest threat of ending up like this guy who's killed.
Oh my God.
How?
Stop.
How? How's a working class guy going to end up like that?
So Sam doubles down on her insane point. Like working class people, who do you think cares more about having to interact with homeless and crazy people in their daily life?
Working class people. It's a big
Yeah, is it the rich person that on the weekends takes the train to New York to watch the Knicks game or to go to a Broadway play? Or is it the working class person who every fucking day has to go on public transit to get to their fucking job, and deal with these fucking people?
Twice a day. Back and
forth.
forth.
Twice a day. Obviously it's the working class, but no. Oh, no, you see Jordon Neely, the guy who was homeless basically his entire life and had schizophrenia. Any working class person is just one bad day away from that, apparently, according to Sam SEDER.
Right.
Because Sam SEDER, these people, these fucking bougie rich people have have they ever interacted with anyone outside their socioeconomic class in their entire lives?
No, obviously not.
The average person who's a working class individual is not going to become Jordon Neely, okay? No matter what happens to them.
Right. Yeah.
But he just sits there and look at his face. Look at that smug face.
It's ugly. I don't like it. I don't like looking at it. It scares me. He does that weird thing with his eyebrows.
Well, his eyebrows are perpetually up, so
right.
Like a perpetual disbelief. He's is he reverse Tucker Carlson? Or no, I guess Tucker Carlson's the same way. He's only for Sam looks more like he's doing Sam is perpetually doing the Marx Brothers, Groucho Marx, how you do the eyebrows thing? Yeah. He's perpetually doing the Groucho Marx face. And Tucker is just perpetually just befuddled by reality itself.
Yeah, it's awful.
Ending up falling through, not being able to afford housing, getting kicked out. They have more opportunity to be, impacted by vigilante justice than anything else. I mean, the idea that there could be any justification and the attempt.
So saying that middle class people could end up homeless is the same thing as saying middle class people could.
Working class
people could end up criminal, threatening people. Because I mean, I think there are homeless people that could just be homeless without being pushed to criminality.
Right.
Yeah.
Attempt to bring up his record. That guy was it?
Neely
Well, can we just see what he said in response to me, though, quickly, Ben? I haven't even seen this clip yet. What does Ben say?
So, okay, people didn't bring up Neely's record because obviously Penny didn't know it. They're bringing it up because stupid people like you are pretending like there's no possible conceivable way in which Neely would actually pose a physical threat to anyone. That's why they're bringing it up. They're like, well, he's literally done it in the past multiple times. Okay. He like dragged someone down an alleyway at some point. Apparently he's assaulted 2 different women. So, or I'm sorry, battered 2 different women.
Say though, in response
I mean, he
to me.
did say that he's gonna. He said, "I'm not taking no for an answer." No for what? He says, "I'll hurt anyone on this train." He said, "I'm ready to go back to jail."
Right.
I mean, they did know he said those things.
Yeah.
They
what
don't
does that
have to
mean?
know about his criminal history.
Right. Especially when someone takes off their jacket and throws it on the ground, which is like the universal sign for I'm about to fight somebody.
I'm not taking no for an answer kind of sounds like give me your wallet.
Yeah, what does that mean?
That's like aggressive. You run into these aggressive panhandlers that are just, I mean, it's a nightmare.
Right.
You're like, give me money, bitch. It's like halfway between a mugging and a panhandling. It sounds like that's what was happening here.
He said, I want food. I'm not taking no for an answer. You're right. What does that mean? Because that does sound like he's going to start robbing people.
Yeah. Which is, everyone with your wallets out is what it means.
Right. And I'm assuming that's what his lawyer's going to say. When he heard those words, he's like, I thought he was going to start robbing people. And how do they know? It's so stupid because they're like, how do they know he doesn't have a knife or a gun in his pocket that he's about to pull out? You're supposed to wait?
Yeah. So weird. Anyway, Emma wants to hear the Ben Shapiro clip. She's like, wait, Ben Shapiro responded to me and no one's letting me hear it. Please let me hear the clip.
Right.
Being beat up, being physically abused is now being part of the larger spectrum of humanity. Isn't that wonderful? You are expected by the hard left to now undergo being abused on the public transit system in order to create a more diverse and wonderful
taken
society.
The public transit system in his life.
Exactly.
I mean, good luck with this pitch, guys. Seriously, good luck to you.
You can't criticize Ben Shapiro for being rich.
Mm-hmm.
When I don't know what Sam Seder's background is, right? But when sitting next to Sam Seder is a lady who went to high school for 40 grand a fucking year.
I'm pretty sure Sam Seder's from a well-off family too.
Right. Right. So I'm just saying you can't throw shade at Ben Shapiro being rich when you're sitting next to, the heiress over there.
I think Sam Seder's parents were television producers or something like that.
Yeah, maybe. I have no clue.
Yeah.
It says his blah blah blah. His father, Robert Seder, is a well-known lawyer. So
You don't have to ride on public transportation to have an opinion that people should be safe on public transportation. Like that's completely ridiculous.
Why do you care about people's safety on public transit? You sicko!
If you don't even ride public transit. Well, because I like people to be safe. Call me weird.
I know. It's the same argument as the Jazz Jennings argument.
I don't understand that. Like they can be totally concerned for people's safety and well-being, but as soon as you're concerned about someone's safety and well-being, well, it's what the fuck?
Right. Right.
Why are you meddling in people's lives?
Good point. Yeah, why does Emma or any of the people care about Jordon Neely at all? Are they sickos? Why do they care if this guy lives or dies?
Yeah.
These fucking sickos.
Have you heard Daniel Penny called the subway Samaritan? I like that.
No. So it's an okay.
It's got alliteration, so it's
all right. Yeah.
good.
Samaritan is not the greatest of words they try to use for
why
those sorts of things. I don't know. It's a mouthful.
Subway Samaritan though.
It's okay.
It's talking past the sale.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
They're calling him the subway murderer.
Right.
You like Subway Samaritan?
I
better?
like Subway Savior.
Well, let's not go crazy. Okay.
Is that too far?
The Subway Savior sounds a little, I don't know. Savior?
Twitter Sucks for $20 says, wait, you don't realize that Emma just created the most brilliant anti-capitalist argument ever. Capitalism takes advantage of black people. So them not using the subway would be more beneficial for them, not white people. / sarcasm. There you go.
I can't believe she said that. Sam Cedar let her get away with it, calling black people undesirable. I guess they don't have any black people that work there or listen to their show or something. I mean, we have a lot of black people who in our audience. It's terrible.
True. Where are my blacks at?
Don't make it weird. What's up with FD
in all your future
Signifier?
endeavors.
What?
Why FD Signifier's been on our show twice, and Destiny has to pay $10,000 just to talk to him. What's up with that?
Yeah, we gotta get it. I gotta send FD a message. I gotta talk to him again because there's a whole thing about black culture. I really want to talk to him. He's been going off on Destiny in some weird directions. So
Yeah.
Be curious.
Because let me tell you something that nobody likes. Right, left, center. Being yelled at, beat up, assaulted on the subway system. Nobody likes that crap.
People love being choked out, though. People love being asphyxiated.
I'm sorry. And watching that on the subway, too. Witnessing somebody get choked out on the subway.
They were all ecstatic that someone saved them from a fucking mugging.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, God. This guy is so cucked.
Yes.
He's so fucking cucked. Oh, please, can you stop saving me, Daniel Penny? I would like to get mugged. I would like him to mug me. Please stop. How dare you? How dare you? I wanted a real cultural New York mugging, and you're stopping it from happening.
Yeah, people sure like that, I imagine.
I mean, wait,
he combines yelled at with.
Wait, let's be a little good faith here. Okay.
No.
Let's be a
Oh,
little
perfect.
good
Hold on.
faith
Let me
here.
screenshot.
Let's be a little good faith here.
Don't hit play yet. Oh my God.
Oh, you're right. Is that peak buckets face?
What did you do here?
Is that peak buckets? Look at that. Look at that pause. My pause game is on point.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Buckets of what?
Yes, there's peak buckets. Okay.
Look, he's warming up. He's ready. He's like, send me a Jordon Neely right this way.
Rev up those fryers. Rev up those buckets. No, but what I was gonna say is, okay, Adam, let's be a little good faith here.
All right.
When you're, not a native New Yorker, right? And you travel to New York City, you kind of want to see someone get mugged, right? Like that's the experience of, your New York vacation is to like witness someone else getting mugged, right?
No, you got to get mugged yourself. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean,
Don't be a
we don't want to
pussy.
take it too far, right? I don't want to get mugged myself, but I want to watch someone else get mugged, right?
God, what a bougie.
I mean, that's like the
attitude.
real New York experience.
No, you got to get mugged yourself. That's the
Oh,
real
okay.
New York experience.
Okay.
Watching someone else get mugged. I guess we know where you are on the POV question.
That'd be like, would you rather get mugged or watch someone else get mugged?
Right. You got to get
Right.
in there, Sitch. You got to be
You're
part.
right.
You got to do it from. It's got to be your POV.
You're right. You're
You
so
got to
right.
get in there and get mugged yourself. Stop watching from the window, you voyeur.
You
Live
cuck.
a little.
Stop watching someone get mugged, you cuck. Get in there and get mugged yourself.
Yeah, come on.
Okay,
Come on,
okay.
Sitch.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Good point.
Love being asphyxiated.
I'm sorry. And watching that on the subway, too. Witnessing somebody get choked out on the subway. Yeah, people sure like that, I imagine.
He combines yelled at with being assaulted, and I thought this was the whole side was like the actually languages and violence crew.
Yelled at is being assaulted, you moron.
Yes.
Just like,
Well, and also being directly threatened, like
yeah.
with violence. I haven't really heard in the whole languages and violence conversation, I haven't really heard anyone on the right or not woke left say, yeah, it's totally fine to threaten people with harm. I haven't really seen anyone arguing that. It's usually the leftists arguing that.
Right. Yeah.
You know, it's weird. I don't know of another show, almost every other podcast or streamer show, when there are people like that are producers that will like input, there's always a camera like cuts away to them.
Yeah, of course. But these guys are so ugly, so hideous, so repulsive to the eye that they don't allow that.
It's just weird. Why do they not have cameras that cut away to these two other jokers that keep adding, their take here?
Oh, I just told you. You weren't listening?
Because they're just so ugly. I looked them up. They don't seem that ugly. They look like normal people.
Oh, really?
No Quasimodos. Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, they're probably not drooling in those pictures.
Oh, I see. When they're giving these takes.
That's a lot of drool.
Yeah, they're right. They had the head in the microwave. Okay, gotcha.
A lot of drool going on.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the point here, right? And I'm not making this as like a political pitch. I'm just making it from a humanity pitch. I'm actually concerned that a majority...
She just in the last clip said everything is political. Now she's saying, "Well, there's this thing called humanity, and that's not political." Fuck! This dumb bitch doesn't... She's not coherent on anything, Sitch.
Yes.
Majority of people are not on my side on this. And...
Well, I mean, I don't know that that's even the case.
But that was not the context of the conversation there. And honestly, here I'm just this is what triggers them about not Sam saying this, not Matt saying this, not other people saying this. Right? It cut you out, I think. Yeah. It says something about me specifically. It's that I'm a woman. It's that I'm a white woman. It's that
you don't want to be a victim.
I'm not the damsel. I told the story and I said
it was the patriarchy, Adam. That's why did they select the one clip she said? I mean, it was the dumbest thing that someone said in that conversation, and so it went viral. And also because the other people are just voices that are disembodied as opposed to seeing the face, and obviously you have less of emotional reaction to it. But no, it's because she's a woman and she's not conforming to being the damsel in distress. That's the real reason.
Wow. Never thought they would go here, but here we are.
Sarcasm detecting.
Here we are.
Said I would rather that man, I moved away from him. I was momentarily scared, but it was because I wanted to preach compassion in these situations for someone that actually takes New York City Transit in this. These right-wingers, their anti-homeless vigilantism desires are all based in like, I'm going to be the hero with the gun that's going to come in and be the white knight. And they've been sold like this cowboy fantasy of how to exert their masculinity in society, that me saying I don't want any of that shit, that triggers them because I'm puncturing that fantasy.
Just so delusional. Nobody's getting triggered because you don't want it. They're saying it's hypocritical you to say that just because you don't want it, they don't deserve it. That's the big difference.
Well,
maybe
and also,
you don't want it. Who gives a fuck?
Right. Well, and also because she's so infected with the woke mind virus that she has to look everything through this like critical studies lens of, oh, the reason the right wingers are afraid is because I'm deflating their image of the fucking patriarchy. It's like, no, it's because people, maybe you don't have this, but other people have a moral intuition for orderliness. Yeah. And they're afraid of things falling into crime and chaos, and incidents like crazy people and crazy homeless people in the streets, assaulting people, accosting people, having those problems, triggers people's fears and moral foundation for both disgust, but also for order, being subverted and society breaking down and degenerating. Okay.
Right.
And so that's why they don't like it. It doesn't have anything to do with this dumb fuck, oh my God, you read a feminist book in college. I'm so proud of you, Emma. Everything's the patriarchy nonsense.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think the moral foundation going on in that car is probably closest to liberty oppression, because they literally banded together to rid themselves of a domineering alpha. That's exactly what happened in that car. The flag of Virginia is the Simps. What is it? Death to Tyrants. I don't know the Semper Tyrannus or something like that. And it's a man with his foot on a king, basically deposing a tyrant. That's exactly what took place in that car. They all banded together to rid themselves of a domineering alpha. That is literally the Liberty Oppression Foundation.
Maybe. I think it was more authority/order subversion.
Authority subversion?
Yeah.
That's deference for legitimate authority. They did give that to Daniel Penny, obviously, because he stepped up and took authority.
Yeah, I mean, oppression is obviously part of it because you're afraid this guy's going to oppress you. I wouldn't use the word domineering alpha male. I'd just say that they were afraid this person was going to oppress.
He completely walked in and said, I'm going to take a no for an answer. That's fucking alpha male bullshit.
If you say so.
Well, no, he did go full domineering alpha on him. He threw his jacket off and he's like, I'm all hurt. Where are the quotes?
That's not the language I would use. I think there was a level
I'll hurt anyone on this train.
Okay. There was a level of oppression there. I would agree. But I think it was also authority subversion because it's and probably even sanctity degradation because it's like probably
purity. I don't think so.
Yes, people are grossed out by like gross looking homeless people.
Yeah,
there's a lot going on there, and so just to sort of simplify it into this like really, and also your own care harm for yourself. There's a lot that was going on in that situation. And
care harm for others, yeah, totally.
And for others, and also fairness and cheating. The fairness of like I should be able to live my fucking life without having to deal with this shit.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on in that situation to analyze, and to just give this like really stupid, everything is feminism. They just are mad that every woman doesn't want to swoon at the man who's going to save them. Like, this is the dumbest fucking. That is the dumbest take.
All this stuff, just all the critical theory, all the feminism, all that stuff is just like really bad ideas for how society functions. Like, completely incoherent. I mean,
that's why they're mad. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot going on morality wise with this situation that's fascinating to think about and to talk about. But a lot of people's moral intuitions are being activated. Obviously, the only moral intuitions that are being activated on the majority report are care for the homeless, oppressed people. Right. They can't feel any empathy or sympathy for any of the people who are being threatened with bodily harm on that train. They're like, those people can suck it up and fuck off, which is horrible, totally horrible. All because they have a political mind virus that's destroying their brains, shrinking them down to the size of a peanut.
Your purpose is there to protect me, to protect women like me. And
no, look, if I was on the train, I would have thrown you to the homeless guy and said, take her.
Next time you're on the train,
she's loud and
annoying.
There's
a crazy person. Grab Emma and just throw Emma at the person.
Yes.
And say, you deal with this.
All this is such bullshit too, because if Emma was actually on that train, she'd be like, "Oh my God, Daniel Penny, thank you, thank you, thank you."
Right.
It's easy for her to Monday morning quarterback this stuff when she wasn't on the train and wasn't in fear of her life.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm saying that I don't want that. In fact, I think what you guys are doing is the real danger. You're the people that I need and the rest of us need protection from, not the other way around. You're the ones harming society, and that's why that clip made the rounds. Because nothing I said there was objectionable in any way.
Well, I mean, it's the exact same reason why Jeanine Garofalo was the only person allowed to go on television and was invited on a daily basis onto Fox News 20 years ago to argue against the Iraq War, is because their ratings with their sort of old and misogynist fan base is enhanced by watching women who are, getting uppity in any fashion whatsoever, saying something, getting attacked. That is the, as far as I know, like one of the oldest playbooks that they have. And of course, you can see it. That's exactly why they'll do that.
Okay.
They
Emma.
suck at this game, man.
I know. They're so bad at it. Emma, listen. Sweetie. Honey. Toots. Let me be as disparaging as possible to you, okay? If you're going to accuse us of sexism, I might as well be sexist.
Right.
The reason your clip went viral and people made fun of it and made fun of you isn't because you're a woman, okay? That doesn't matter. You could have been a man. The reason, I can only mansplain to you, okay? It's, you know, you have your feminine brain is getting in your thoughts and your feelings
Sitch.
about
This is too sexist
nail
for me.
polish is like getting in the way of thinking, okay? The reason what you said went viral is because you basically said that everyone in society has to put up with getting assaulted on a fucking subway train or public transit by crazy people. And if you don't want to put up with that, you're a bourgeoisie asshole. And the fact that you used the word bourgeoisie really, really cemented how insane your take was. Okay.
Right.
That's why that clip went viral, Emma.
Yeah.
No one gives a shit if you're a man or a woman in this situation.
Yeah. That's insane for anyone to say.
And it's just, here's the problem. Like, anytime anyone criticizes Emma for any dumb shit that she says, she can just fall back on this. Why are you focusing on me? It must be because I'm a woman. That must be the thing. That must be the reason, right?
No.
Also, and I could be wrong, I think there would be some difficulty with a clip going viral of the camera being on Emma and her not saying anything. It's just some disembodied voice talking.
Yeah, that can't happen.
I don't know if that would go so viral, just because people don't just they process the clip very differently. They kind of want to see who they're, you know, or have some visual representation. Even if it's a still picture, like me, they want some visual representation of like the voice.
That's why, you know, all the right wingers from the libertarian right, Glenn Greenwald's to the yes, and that whole crew, and
you just call Glenn Greenwald a right winger.
Yeah, he's a socialist, right?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he is.
He's an America bad socialist. And, and
he's a right
I
winger,
guess
though.
there's America bad libertarians too.
Yeah, of course there are.
Not Glenn Greenwald.
We've talked to
though.
them. We've talked to one
Of course, yeah.
named Dave Smith.
We talk to everyone.
Yes.
Except for Sam Seder. But Sam Seder wants us to talk to him pretty bad, but we don't want to call in on.
No. He doesn't want to talk to us bad at all. Because if he wanted to talk to us, he would talk to us. He wouldn't say,
you're right.
Call in and wait on my, call-in bullshit stream.
Yeah.
For my TV show.
Got to get
for
up
my
at
radio show.
10 in the morning on my day off. No way.
Yes.
Shapiro, you know, meanwhile, talking about like making a class argument, the dude lives in a multi-millionaire chalet.
I should have
Gated
protested
community.
more when I was 12 and my mom said, you're acting up a little. We're sending you to this. I should have been.
Well, is his argument that his kids in the future can't make any statements about the murder of somebody because he's sending them to private school? Give me a break.
It's very funny watching people like Glenn get mad that Emma.
No, nobody said that Emma can't make this argument. They're criticizing the actual argument that she made.
Yeah, they say you can't make it. They're saying it's a stupid argument.
Why are they trying to accuse Ben Shapiro of saying is not allowed to make this argument? Really move
Because
the
they're
goalposts here.
Bad faith people.
Yeah. Look, they're saying your argument is stupid. And if you're saying that rich people can't criticize class struggles, then Emma should shut the fuck up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously.
As a class traitor.
Yeah, right. Well, that's what they can't say.
All these elites that don't want us to kill the homeless people.
Exactly.
And it's not something I've ever hid. It's
When was the
something
last
I've been
time Glenn Greenwald was on the subway?
Yeah, I mean,
give me a break.
I'm at least disclosing that, and I even said, like, Glenn, you want to put our pay stubs next to each other? Gladly. I would love
to see, put your pay stub up against his assistant.
Also,
right.
Also, if you guys want a treat, go to Matt's Twitter feed and check out when Glenn was running for mayor at 18 and
running for city council.
And city council at 18 in Florida, and what he was focused on, what his campaign planks were.
Do we have more of this?
Yeah, we can just.
So she's basically admitting that she's well off.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can't. That guy just was like, go back to Glenn when he was 18. Look how rich his family was when he came from. First of all, if Glenn, which I didn't know anything about this, if Glenn Greenwald came from a rich family, and yet he's still the America bad socialist, that's literally just fulfilling the stereotype.
Yeah, they're making our argument.
Right. But secondly, you can't fucking use that as an insult when you're sitting next to a lady who's the same boat as Glenn Greenwald.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Super wealthy family, became America bad socialist.
Yeah, what's new?
Well, society. I mean, good luck with this pitch, guys. Seriously, good luck to you in all your future endeavors. Because let me tell you something that nobody likes. Right, left, center, being yelled at, beat up, assaulted on the subway system. Nobody likes that crap. Nobody's into it.
That was good.
So if this is the new idea, is that to be tolerant, diverse, and humane, you have
I just looked it up. Glenn Greenwald. First of all, I didn't know he was a Florida man. I'm kind of upset by this. He's a Florida man.
Yeah.
He was
how do you
technically
like that?
born in New York, but when he was an infant, they moved to Florida. Gross. Get
Yeah.
out of my state, Glenn.
His parents knew. They were like, no getting beat up on the subway for you. We're out of here.
Right. But no, and he didn't go to no $40,000 private school. He went to a public high school, according to his Wikipedia page.
Oh, did he?
Yes, he went to a school for the public, unlike Emma over here.
All right. Public schooler. I like it.
have to allow yourself to be abused by schizophrenic homeless people and drug addicts, then I wish you all the best. God bless you. Right? We'll get to more on.
Yeah,
They cut out the part where I said I was uncomfortable, by the way.
Yeah.
It's because the whole straw man is that I liked it or something.
But it's like both sides of this want intervention, and our preferred intervention is like expanded healthcare and social services, and theirs is more money for cops so they can put these people in a wagon and get them upstate.
Let's just be clear. If you are either in this instance defending the killing of this guy, or you're not.
Yep.
That's it. Doesn't mean he's a saint. He's not being made into.
There's no middle position there, Sitch. I mean, I kind of feel like he's straw manning there only being two positions.
There's only two positions. Okay.
You're either in favor of being assaulted daily on the subway, or you're in favor of murdering people.
Listen, I don't know if you know this, Adam, but a wise man once said, "You either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain."
Does Sam become the villain?
Sam was always the villain, Adam.
Right.
Some type of like a deity. It's just that regardless of what you're doing, if you are not present in, this is just simply a legal standard in the city.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Is like, I generally, once somebody's charged, don't get too involved in court cases, follow maybe the Trump thing a little bit, because
that's the bullshit he tried to pull with the Rittenhouse thing.
Yes. Well, I don't follow the court cases. I mean, isn't it your job to have commentary about this? Well, I don't follow the court case. Oh my God.
So he did the same thing with Rittenhouse. He signal boosted all the lies about Rittenhouse, and then when the truth came out, he just ignored it.
Yeah, because he didn't have to follow it.
He's gonna do the same thing here with the Daniel Penny thing. Daniel Penny is gonna be exonerated, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, well, that never happened."
Isn't it weird that he says that? Like, he should be embarrassed to admit this.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Like, if you're gonna have an opinion where you're gonna go on and on about these criminal actions and complain about people, and you're not even have the decency to try to follow the trial to have an informed opinion about it, that's not something to brag about, Sam. Like, it's wild to me that he brags about this like it's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, you're making a bunch of. Well, I mean, you're calling the guy a murderer and shit like that, or a killer. And,
yes, you are.
Yeah, making a bunch of accusations. So you kind of want to see how that plays out, right?
You would hope, if you had
see
actual intellectual curiosity or something.
Or this thing I like to call integrity.
Integrity. Integrity
if you
farm.
had any integrity.
Integrity. True.
Because of the specific, massively political nature of it and others. But for the most part, I never, this is going to be handled in court. But I would be surprised if this guy is not charged with some form of manslaughter, because he needs to, based upon what we've heard, it's possible that maybe we haven't heard all of it, but it sounds like even based upon his own statement, they're not even asserting that this guy was a physical threat to anybody.
Well, he's now retained counsel, and
I'm talking about that statement that they put out by the lawyer.
Yeah, I mean, the guy. It was a guy who's represented NYPD union heads who stole from the guy that stole from his members. He represented him, and then also ran against Alvin Bragg for DA. So this is like this is going to be a very intense court case. And last thing, I had one more point I wanted to say about what Ben said there. Shoot.
In the meantime, while you're thinking of that, I mean, I like this line from this Nitish Pawa, I think in Slate. Jordan Neely's hometown failed him, but the line is, when New York's elected officials continue to embrace aggression against the unhoused, brutal stances on criminal justice and public service austerity, other New Yorkers follow by choosing cruelty over compassion.
Yeah.
They're following suit.
I mean,
exactly.
listen, here's the bottom line. If you are going to argue that it's okay for this guy to be killed in this instance, how can you turn around? Like, what does that do to the political argument that people like him should be housed? Like, that people like him should be guaranteed some ability to eat and to receive, you know, health care.
That's the thing.
If he deserves to die in this instance, not harming anybody. Yes, making people.
Who's. No one is I haven't heard anyone. Maybe someone. I haven't heard anyone make this argument that he deserved to die. That's not even the question. The question is, did he deserve to be restrained?
Yeah.
And the answer is yes, obviously.
Well, I mean, he was in a court-appointed treatment program.
Right.
I mean...
Which he left and had a warrant out for his arrest.
Right. Does that involve housing? Is it like a halfway house?
I don't
know the situation.
There might have been the one article I looked at. Didn't seem like that was the case.
Right.
But so that was the case, it'd make it even worse. Right.
Yeah, because then he would have housing, right?
Right. Or he had access. I mean, it definitely seems like he had access to help.
Right.
Of some kind. And he was actually court mandated help of this kind. And he made the decision to not do that.
Well, I know that these drug treatment programs are not cheap. The ones that people pay for are just.
But he wasn't paying for this.
Crazy expensive. Yeah.
Right, but he wasn't paying for this. State was.
Yeah.
And he said, pass.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pass on that one, Chief.
They don't seem like much fun to me, but
Well,
I like.
What can you do, right?
I like having fun, so.
Yes, it's scary. I've been there. It's scary. But in this instance, like, if it's okay for him to be treated with a lethal restraint and, continue to be held in a lethal restraint.
Lethal.
Well after everybody's off the train.
Lethal restraint. What?
Then how can you turn around and say that this isn't undermining any attempts to advocate for this person as a human being? You can't.
Well, that's the allowing for him to get choked out is an extension of what we've said society is okay with. We're okay with him dying in the street. So why wouldn't we be okay with the vigilante killing him in this way? And the point I did want to make too is that we just spent the first 2 hours of the show touching on the mass shooting in Texas. All I heard was right-wingers talking about mental health. Right. They don't give a shit about mental health care.
Yeah, and I just want to emphasize, people talk about how he was making people uncomfortable on the train. Even the original New York Post story, which was not slanted toward the victim here, said he started off saying, "I have no money. I have no food." Like, it's really sick.
If someone says, "I have no money and I have no food," it's actually a magic spell. I don't know if you knew this. It's a magic spell, so that any words that you utter after you say, "I have no money, no food," means that you are completely absolved of any responsibility or potential harm that anyone could perceive that you'd cause on another person by just saying those simple words of "I have no money, I have no food."
Now I have your money and your... This is the beginning of a mugging and the beginning of a criminal enterprise. It's just like, it's so obvious to me. Yeah, I don't see how people aren't getting this, but I guess they're willfully not getting it.
Right. No, it's all willful. It's all dishonest. Yeah.
I don't have any money. I need money. Hey, do you have any money? Give me your money. I will hurt you. I will go back to jail if I have to. I'm not taking no for an answer. Get your money out.
Right.
So stupid. These stupid people. All that's going to come out. Look, all of that, I guarantee you when this goes to trial, if it goes to trial, there's going to be plenty of witness statements that said, I thought he was mugging us. I thought he wanted money from us. That's what everyone thought. I'm certain of it. That's why the other guys helped him. That's why the two other guys helped Daniel Penny. They're like, mug me, motherfucker. Not going home with my money. I'm going to work. I work for my money, you piece of shit. Look, and these... I don't know. The majority report's not working for their money. So they're just piece of shit propaganda outlet. Just spinning yarns, trying to buy into their all the world is racist narrative. Trying to get people to buy into that narrative. That's what they're doing. So
all the world's a racist and all the men and women are merely white supremacists.
Yeah. I don't know. They're pieces of shit, basically.
Adam has become demoralized. I can feel it.
A little bit. I mean, it's so...
No, I don't blame you at all.
Look, somebody stepped up and did the right thing here. The Subway Samaritan. The Subway Samaritan said, look, this piece of shit's trying to rob everyone in this car, and I'm sick of it. I'm fed up. I'm not going to take it anymore. I'm going to do something about it. Two other guys jumped in and said, I will help you. This motherfucker is trying to take my wallet. I got kids to feed. I got a wife at home. I'm doing the right thing. I'm going to work. And then you got these two bougie pieces of shit trying to call everyone else bougie pieces of shit because they're making excuses for this criminal. What the fuck?
Right.
What the fuck? And then they have the nerve to say, oh, right-wingers. They don't care about anyone. Who do you care about? You don't care about... There's literally one guy creating all of this havoc on a train. We'll find out in the court case. I don't know how many people are in there. Let's say there's 10. 10 people and one person. And one person creates this nightmare for 10 people. And they're like, no, I'm siding with the one person. Fuck those 10 people going to work, trying to feed their families and shit. It's disgusting. It's totally disgusting. Is it not? Am I wrong here?
You're correct.
You said, Sitch, you said, I'm the guy who always says, we got to do something. I mean, I feel like I'm that guy too. I don't know what I'd do if I was on that car. I'd probably help Daniel Penny. I'd probably say, here, look, my hands and feet work. Here, let me help you. Let me hold his legs. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, you're probably on his other leg. Next thing you know, we're up for fucking murder.
I know.
And you got these two pieces of shit who literally have no dog in this fight whatsoever, and that they're just trying to get Biden elected in the next election. They don't give a fuck about these people's lives. And yet they're sitting here acting like they do. It's just, it is offensive. It is totally offensive. I'm the good person because I care about the homeless criminal that punched an old lady in the face. Why the fuck would you go to bat for a guy who would punch an old lady in the face just walking out of the subway? Why would you go to bat for that guy? Oh, because he dressed up like Michael Jackson one time. Well, look, you're shallow and easily manipulated then. Look, these people are easily manipulated, and they feel fine easily manipulating their audiences. And it's hilarious because what were the clips that we listened to beforehand about how Tim Pool is completely manipulating his audience? Tim Pool is trying to manipulate everyone into believing nonsense. Look, you're the ones that are here signal boosting nonsense. And then as soon as we get to the details and the facts, this Nimrod here is basically just, I don't follow the fucking court cases. That's too much work. Oh my God.
Why would I listen to the facts? Why would I do that? I'm not.
Look, I'm just trying to get Biden elected in the next election. I just want more Democrats in the House so I can feel like I'm doing something in the world. Look, just that kind of thing. Activism does bug me to some extent because that's what it is. It's just like shallow. I'm doing this so I can feel like it's like a church thing. It's like I want to feel like I matter in the world. It's just they're doing it for completely selfish reasons. They don't really care about the outcome of what is happening. I think that's what bugs me most about what, you know, quote unquote social justice, what they call social injustice, because so much of it voice so much injustice into the world. I don't know how you could say, you know, 10 to 12 people on a subway car, you know, avoiding getting mugged because somebody stepped in and stopped it from happening. All of a sudden they're the ones that are like, who cares about the justice for them? They literally have one of the people being interviewed on the news saying, I feared for my life. Yeah. And he was the guy that was sitting further away. Crazy people.
Sick.
Yeah.
Should we go to Temple?
Let's go to the IMs. Fizzy drinks. Regarding the killing of Jordon Neely, would the killer be able to make a good Samaritan defense? Thinking this guy's guilty. I don't.
Look, even his fucking audience knows what a piece of shit he is. Oh my God. Even his audience is going, listen, I ride the subway and I don't want to get mugged. Sam,
what are you talking about?
I feel like Daniel Penny would have been doing me a favor.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
I know. What's he going to respond, Sitch? What's he going to say?
Remember. It's not going to be good.
My understanding of New York law is that there has to be a physical threat, and no one has made that assertion.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Okay, so he doesn't understand. No, so he doesn't know.
Bullshit. There has to be a physical threat, and nobody's made that assertion.
Well, also, what does he mean by that,
dude?
What does he mean by a physical threat? Because I'd say that's a physical threat. It's a threat of using physical violence.
They had a guy interviewed on the news saying he felt physically threatened. So the assertion has already been made.
Right.
I'm sure that guy will be a witness in the court case. All these people are getting subpoenaed. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and I think you even have to say, like, for the self-defense, you have to give them an opportunity to, like, retreat from the conflict too. Like, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
Oh, why did they cut it off? Oh,
I don't know. Shut the fuck up then.
Oh, Mike, that was hilarious.
I know. Well, I'm not a lawyer either, but I did consult a few before I started this live stream and started talking shit about this stuff.
All these people who are on a subway car or they cannot easily escape a situation should have all had their duty to escape the situation.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point as well.
And also, that's for, I believe that's for deadly force. I don't know if that's just for any physical situation.
Well, I'm sure they bitched about Kyle Rittenhouse retreating as well.
Of course.
Look, he was running to kill more people. He wasn't retreating.
Why did he show up in the first place?
Yeah.
With a gun.
Why did he cross state lines? You know, he was looking
for trouble. He crossed state lines. Bang, bang.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
Is there any more or what's going on?
No, we're not. We're done.
We'll just read
Super
some
chats.
Super chats.
Read some super chats. Then we'll be out of here.
Are you sure? Do we have time to watch?
Watch what?
The crucifixion.
If you want to watch, you can bring up the Zelda
crucifixion.
You can bring it up.
I don't know.
If you want.
J-Mac is our honorary father. So.
That's true. Did he send you a clip?
No, I looked it up.
Oh.
I don't know what it is, but look, I theoretically like games.
Theoretically like games?
Every time that comes up, I always think of Doomer on EFAP. I've been playing video games for 130 years.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen Doomer in the chat all night. What's going on?
I know, what's up with it? Maybe he's you know, hanging out with his family, right?
Did our biggest fan leave us behind?
Yes.
Sitch got to listen to my Mother's Day call. How sweet is that? How cool is that?
Sorry, what were you saying?
I said you got to listen to my Mother's Day call. My
I
call
did.
with my
That's
mom.
true.
Yeah.
That's true.
How fun is that? I told Sitch he needs to let me listen to his Mother's Day call now, just to make things even.
I
want to hear.
And I said, pass.
I want to hear what your mom has.
I mean, I did talk to her. You know, I talked to her earlier. I didn't talk to her like 5 minutes before the stream started. So.
Right. You were smart and called your mom early this morning before. I was gonna do that. I should have set an alarm. I was so running late today too. So it's like, but I could have done it. I could have called her. I'll talk to her tomorrow.
Which is there's like a million.
Wait, Adam's mom is still alive? Yes, you bastard. Hayden, how dare you say that?
I know.
Of course my mom is still alive. I'm only 32, remember? And Sitch is 12.
True.
We have it on good authority from Katie, who's 45. No, I don't know how old Katie is. That was a joke. J-Max says, Happy Mother's Day to all the mamas. Yeah, talk to your moms, guys. Come on, it's Mother's Day.
There you
Be
go. Here's
nice.
a good one.
Unless your mom tried to do partial birth abort you.
There you go. You can...
then fuck off. Talk to your adopted mom today.
This is a pretty good one. I sent you. It's on Twitter though.
What, are we bringing this up, or is this just
the crucifixion? Yeah.
Okay.
There's a bunch. There's like a million of these videos.
Read some super chats, and I'll fix it up so we can do a 1, 2, 3.
Red473 for $20. Thanks so much. Says FD is just trying to raise his profile. He picks a fight with bigger creators, gets attention, pulls a few subscribers from the conflict. He's just engaging in good marketing like a proper capitalist. There you go.
Is he doing that?
I mean, he called ABBA an Uncle Tom.
Did he?
He did, yeah.
I saw a super chat here that freaked me out a little bit.
Oh, what was that?
Here, let me see if I can find it.
Freaked you out?
Yeah. Junebug. Oh, Junebug. Oh, sweet Junebug. Junebug for $2.
Yeah.
So ABBA slept with Destiny's wife. First of all, why are you super chatting that to us?
It didn't. This is a meme. I'm pretty sure it's a meme.
Is it?
Yeah. So yeah, because there's some clip of there's a picture. It wasn't even a clip. I think there's a picture I saw that was like Destiny streaming, and I think you could see ABBA and his wife talking or dancing or something in the background behind Destiny. So it was everyone was oh, cucked, you know.
Okay.
So, I'm assuming they didn't actually have sex.
Well, I mean, they're in an open relationship.
I know
that's
they
always
are.
a possibility, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Arrest him.
There you go. Arrest that man for cucking.
Junebug. Why you super chat that? We need more information on that. Well, I guess we'll know more information because that's the entire internet wants to know, right?
Yeah, that happened. I was there for that stream. What happened? That they were dancing together? Oh yeah. Or that they had sex.
Junebug said that? Was that the other stream?
It was Vaterian said, no, I don't think they had sex, but they were dancing in the background.
Okay, I'm ready for the 3, 2, 1.
Okay. This is a random person on Twitter. Okay, this is a big account. So.
Tears of the Kingdom, Zelda.
Yep.
Nintendo Switch. So this is a Nintendo game?
This is a Nintendo game.
And Zelda?
Yes.
Okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Character is walking around. There's a big cross, a big crucifix. Oh, he lit it on fire. Burning cross. Sitch really likes this. He brought down the burning cross.
So there you go. There's your advertisement for you want to play Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. You can crucify those annoying as fuck Karoks and burn them to death. One hopes.
Okay, so it's the little creatures that are on the crucifix.
Yeah, in the beginning, if you see, he's like holding the little creature with the green laser.
Oh, okay, and he put him up there. I
put
see
him up
what
there.
happened.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
they're the
Okay.
the core. I don't know if I'm pronouncing
okay,
that.
I see. Okay,
Yeah.
he lasered him up there.
Yes.
He's like, oh, look at this big cross here.
Right.
Let me laser these creatures onto the cross.
Is it Korok? How do you pronounce it? Korok? Karok? I don't know.
Wow.
Anyway, they're annoying. You have to find like a million of these fucking guys in the previous Zelda game, so.
And you can crucify them?
Well, not in the first one, but apparently you can in the second one.
Good.
Good. They deserve it for hiding.
Annoying.
There you go. Korok Lives Matter. Rico Zoro, thanks so much for the 10 gifted subs. Korok, thank you. I'll trust Jay. Okay. Lucius Cornelius Sulla for 1 month. Thanks so much. Says real community policing, which I support, is not citizens stopping crime. It's police fostering relationships with their communities to develop trust. Well, there you go. That's nice. That's a good thing.
Yeah. Back the blue.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, A-team sucks. There you go.
Bullshit. Andrew Clark said that?
He does. He did. He did say that, yeah.
Bullshit. I don't believe it. Andrew, tell me.
It says it right there. A-team sucks. Andrew Clark for $2 says, A-team sucks ass. It says, A-team sucks eggs.
I think you're lying to me. I don't see it.
Okay, well, there you go.
Andrew is A-team. Why would he say something that dumb?
I don't know, Andrew. Why would you say that? Actually, he said A-team reigns supreme, but he spelled reigns wrong. So take that as you want.
There we go. Don't throw Andrew
He said
under the
A-team
bus.
like reigns like horse reigns.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that mean? I don't know how to interpret this statement. A-team horse reigns supreme? What does that mean?
Means we're in charge, buddy.
Okay.
Means you take orders from us.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Boofs-
S-class is sim-class.
I thought
A-team
it
reigns
means-
supreme.
I think it means like Vosh, that you like horse penis. I think that's what it means.
A-team.
Boofski McGee for 7 months. I like that name. Thanks for starting right after I got home from work. LFG. Well, you're welcome.
LFG.
Yeah, he's looking for a group.
Oh, okay.
Gonna do a raid.
LFG. Cool.
CT for 2 Canadian says, you called? LOL. My mom got a text. Wow, rough.
Evil.
Though
Evil.
CT's mom isn't, maybe she deserves the text. CT.
Well, you guys in the chat saved me because I saw some Mother's Day super chats and I was like, oh fuck. Oh fuck. And look, I love my mom, obviously. I'm sure you guys love your mothers too. Like,
obviously.
I obviously try to talk to my mom
Obviously.
on Mother's Day and say, listen, thank you for raising me. I know I was a tough kid, big pain in the ass, made a lot of trouble for you. I try to show respect for my mom. So if we started the stream, I can't call my mom at fucking 10 o'clock at night on Mother's Day. What a piece of shit. Yeah, I streamed all day. Now I'm calling you. So I called her ahead of time, told her I would talk to her tomorrow, but, obviously. But she would have got the text if you guys hadn't super chatted and saved me from
There you go.
that debacle.
You have to have your phone remind you. Put a little alert.
Because, I probably would have snuck away and called her.
Yeah, that
might have been less embarrassing because Sitch wouldn't have heard me, but anyway. Rotisserie Protocol. I read this one. Dr. Diller for $5.
Says A team adopts dogs just to return them to the shelter and steals all the paper from the public bathrooms. S-class is the best class.
Oh my God. So obviously the dog thing, that's horrendous. I would never do anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
But
you do steal paper from the public bathroom.
The toilet paper thing, I am guilty of.
Wait, why were you stealing all the paper from a
will
public
admit
bathroom?
it.
What's going on here?
So when I was in college, I lived in a house with a bunch of guys.
Yeah.
And nobody wanted to buy toilet paper. But at the bathrooms at the college, you know, they have the toilet paper rolls, but they have the little key thing. So they lock the toilet paper in there.
Yeah.
I made myself a key that I could unlock.
How the fuck did you do that?
Because I was taking a jewelry class and I was like,
what the fuck?
I was like, I think I could figure this key thing out.
Oh my God.
So I did. I made a key.
I still want to wait. How?
What do you mean? It's like a totally basic key. It's like a handcuff key, basically.
Oh, I see. I understand.
It's just
like
like
you went to school like in the 1950s. Okay, I understand. It wasn't like a key.
Look,
it was like a little.
Don't
it was basically this metal slot. Okay.
Don't throw me under the bus, because I'm damn sure if I walked into any college campus in the United States today, that key would still work. I'm certain of it.
When I was in college,
now the key.
I know what you're talking about, but when I went to college, it was just. They didn't have that thing that you're talking about. But I know, like the big case with all the toilet paper.
Yeah, so it's got like 6 or 7 rolls in there that drop down, but they don't want everyone. They know, look, there's a bunch of college kids here, a bunch of broke college kids going to this school, and if we just leave 6 or 7 rolls of toilet paper lying around, they're gonna take them.
I don't know what kind of shitty college you went to.
Mm-hmm.
Shitty, ha ha ha. I went to a very high-class college. Okay?
Right.
In the very high-class college I went to,
they had free toilet paper everywhere.
Right up the front desk and say, "Excuse me, can I have a roll of toilet paper?" And they'd say, "Of course." And they'd hand you a roll of toilet paper.
Really?
Yes.
No way.
Now,
what if I walked up and said, "Listen, I live in a house with a bunch of guys and none of us want to pay for toilet paper. Can I have 6 or 7 rolls of toilet paper?"
Well, listen, technically it was supposed to be for people that lived on campus, but I don't know. I don't think they were checking. They weren't checking IDs when you asked for toilet paper.
Look, when I lived on campus, you get all the free toilet paper you want in the bathrooms, in the dorm room bathrooms. What do you?
Yeah, but the college I went to, there was in freshman year there were only toilets in. They're like joint toilets for the whole floor. Then after freshman year, you could move to a building where they had quads, and each quad had a shared bathroom.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But those, you didn't, like, there's not like a mate. You had to go get toilet paper and put it in there.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So.
But you just get it at the front desk, right?
Yeah, you just get it at the front desk. Well, so here's the thing: you could get free toilet paper from the front desk, but it was literally like the one ply you're wiping your ass with sandpaper toilet paper.
Look,
I would spend the money to actually get the nice Charmin, so I don't rip my asshole into little shreds.
Ooh, this toilet paper was like cardboard on a roll. I mean,
exactly. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I was like, this is the worst fucking toilet paper on the planet.
It was the worst toilet paper whatsoever. But me and all my roommates, like, we would pass that key around. Oh, we're almost out of toilet paper. Well, I'm going to campus later today. Where's the key?
You guys couldn't scrape together, like, there's some people you couldn't scrape together some money to buy a pack of Charmin or something.
Look, we're broke college students. We want to spend our money on. We want to spend our money on beer. What are you, a moron? No one wants to buy toilet paper.
Beer and hemorrhoids. Okay.
Nobody wants to buy toilet paper. Sitch.
I see.
Want to buy alcohol? Okay.
Right. Dull the pain away. Dull the pain of your butt.
I can't believe you remember how bad that toilet paper was. I swear to God.
I do, because I remember being like, "Oh, this is convenient, free toilet paper." What the fuck? Ow, my butt.
I swear
to like swiping my ass with glass shards and sandpaper.
It's like
the fuck is this?
It's like binder paper or something.
Yes, it's like what the fuck? Yes, it's like binder paper.
It's like copy paper.
No, it's like when you're like in like when you're in grade school in the cafeteria, they have like the paper. It's in the bathrooms or in the lunchroom. That's like that. It's not even like dyed white. It's like that brown paper.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking
yes.
about? It's like
I know
that.
exactly what you're
Yeah,
talking
it's like that, which is
Yeah.
fine for your hands. It's not good for your butthole. Okay.
It's the brown napkins.
Yes, the little brown
Yeah.
napkins. Yes.
Oh, they're the worst.
Yes, it is. Oh my god.
How does Dr. Diddler always get me on these?
Yeah, how does he always get you for this? Yeah.
I guess look, I'm coming clean now, guys. I feel bad about this. I've literally embezzled at least 1,000 rolls of toilet paper from the college.
There you go.
That's so silly. That's the stupid shit kids do.
Well, no, usually people steal like fucking office chairs and computer monitors, so I think you'll be okay for stealing toilet paper.
They didn't have computer monitors when I was in college.
Yeah, I know. Dr. Diddler says godlike intuition. I mean, fucking true, basically.
Come on, you didn't get the dogs thing. I love dogs. I love cats. I could never do anything like that's so.
Listen,
unthinkable.
50% accuracy on these is pretty fucking good.
Yeah, scary.
Rotisserie protocol for $5. Thank you. Says Lance going on Tim Pool is like a tugboat that can only go in reverse. True.
Yeah,
I like that. That's hilarious. That's a weird. That like, what was that? There's a Twitter account like weird insults. That's a weird insult.
It is.
Like a tugboat that can only go in reverse. Because you have to think about it for a second. You're like, what? Oh, okay.
Well, I don't think I've got it.
Well, because so with a tugboat, you have to tug the thing behind you, right?
Yeah.
And you pull it forward. But if you only go in reverse, you can't pull it in a direction because it's behind you. You understand?
Well, no, I've seen them tug from the front end too.
Okay,
I've seen a lot of tugboats
you ruined the
go in
joke.
reverse. Okay. Sorry.
Fondue for $5 says, I mean, is she smarter though? Every reasonable person would say yes. You are stuck saving the person. Katie was surprised when you said so.
Hold on, what?
Yeah, that's true.
What happened?
That was when Katie gave the example of if someone causes a car accident and then they wake up and they say, we need you to do a blood transfusion to this person. Do you think that they should have to do it? And I said yes, and she was surprised by my answer.
So did I. I mean, that's pretty obvious, right?
Right. So I don't know. Maybe she's had a lot of conversation with like, I don't know
Mean,
maybe like
selfish
very
leftists?
like maybe very selfish leftists, or maybe like very libertarian people would say no. I mean, you can make an argument that legally you shouldn't have to, but I think morally you should have to, and I think if you don't, you're a fucking awful person. So.
Is that why college is so expensive? Adam is stealing all the toilet paper.
Adam Friended driving up the cost of colleges across America, driving around on a college tour, stealing all the toilet paper. True.
According to
Fact-checked
Sitch, it was toilet paper nobody wanted anyway. So
that's true.
Theoretically,
That's
I was
fucking
saving
true.
lives.
You're saving butts.
Yeah. Think of all the butt injuries I prevented.
It was so fucking obnoxious. At the college that I went to, and this is like really shitty. Talk about like shitty behavior. They had like a little campus store, and they uppriced everything in the fucking store.
Oh yeah,
that's such a fucking shit move. That's such a terrible behavior. It's like, oh, you want to pay a premium for your fucking toilet paper? Like, no, I'm just gonna go fuck across the street to the supermarket, pay normal price. What the fuck is this shit? Get out of here.
Here's a candy bar for $8.
Yes, I'm like, what is this garbage? Like, fuck you. You're paying like out the ass for tuition. You're gonna try to upcharge me for a fucking candy bar? Fuck off, please.
Yeah, college is such a ripoff.
Get out of here. Yeah.
AI
Bullshit.
will be doing all this stuff. How crazy is it that I can't imagine when I was in college I had to do this like 20-page research report on some art history thing. I can't, like
groundhogs.
Chat GPT. Oh man, I'd be all over that shit. I'd be like, okay, I'm done with this paper. Fuck. Boom.
Yeah, but now they run it through the thing. They determine that it was
I don't
written
think
by-
they can find that though.
I thought they
Do they have
well,
an AI
even if they
that can
can't do it now, they will like very soon probably.
I think there was some story where somebody wrote their paper with Chat GPT and the teacher suspected that and went to Chat GPT and said,
They said no.
Did you write this story and put it in? And Chat GPT said, yes, I wrote this.
Right.
That's pretty crazy. I don't know if it's true. I just heard this like
I don't know if
secondhand.
it's true either. Well, they just came out, actually. This is super crazy. They just came out. I forget what it's called. I actually watched a bunch of videos on all the chat GPT shit because I didn't really understand it. You know how like the tokens and everything works?
No. Did you watch the
So-
video I sent you on the Gamify thing when they were trying to trick? That was pretty interesting.
Yes, but that's not what I'm
Okay.
talking about.
They
So the
talked
way-
about tokens in there though, and I didn't understand at
Okay.
all. What they
So
were
the
saying.
way it works, and I don't know exactly why it works this way, but so the way that the memory for all the chat bots and all these AI things work is that they call the amount of memory it has, they call it tokens.
Okay.
Instead of calling it, and what tokens are just essentially the average thing. Tokens are just 4 characters. Okay. So if you say like chat GPT has 20 or like 2000 tokens, I think it has like 2000 tokens worth of memory. That means it has, 8,000 characters worth of memory.
Okay.
Right?
Interesting.
So it's not like a perfect 4. So I assume there's a little bit of a variation there. But anyway, I think Chat GPT 3 was like 2,000. I think Chat GPT 4 is like 10 or 15,000 tokens. And so what that means is, like, for example, that means if you're having a protracted conversation with Chat GPT, it can only remember up to that amount of information that you give it. Anything beyond that, it will forget.
Okay.
So like
Interesting.
for example, like if you gave Chat GPT let's just say hypothetically, actually no, let me use the Tifa bot. This will make it more clear. Okay. Like, because the way that the Tifa bot shit works is that it's just Chat GPT or like something similar, and they give it like a prompt that you don't see on the back end of the website that tells it basically how to behave, essentially. Right?
Oh, so it's adding to the prompt. Do this like Tifa, basically.
Yeah, like it will say, I mean, I don't know what the fuck the Tifa one says, but it would say like, oh, like here's a backstory for this character, here's some personality traits, and it'll like say all this like stuff. But the thing is, since it only remembers, say, like hypothetically up to 2,000 characters, that means the longer you give the prompt, the less information it can remember from you telling it.
Right.
But anyway, so they just came up with some new, I think it's even open source too, one of these new bots that has something like I don't know, like 60,000 or 50, I forget, some astronomical number of tokens.
Right.
And what they were able to do was they were able to put the entirety of the Great Gatsby into the bot. It could retain the entire information of the novel, The Great Gatsby, and then use that information to create an afterword or an epilogue for the story that would like make sense within the confines of the story.
Wow.
Isn't that fucking crazy? And so the reason that that's so useful is because then this is like when you're talking about with like people doing papers, they can just put in like so many volumes of information into this thing to get it to spit out something that makes coherent sense.
That's great.
Because before you'd have to like piecemeal it, I guess. It wouldn't have enough tokens of memory. 60K? Yeah, thank you, Andrew. 60K. Yeah, that's incredible. So
yeah, AI is super fascinating. I tried out the Bard. Bard is...
Oh yeah, I didn't try that, but
Google's.
yeah, it's the Google thing, yeah.
I asked, is PSA Sitch smart? And the response was...
Yeah.
Who
is PSA?
No, it basically responded as if PSA Sitch was the AI. It said...
Oh, that sounds like it's a stupid AI then.
Yeah, I know. I was like, what's going on here? It's like, PSA Sitch, am only a large language model, and it kept doing it. It acted as though you were the GP. You were the chat.
Maybe you've accidentally found out my secret.
Yeah.
Why do you think I haven't done a face reveal?
I only tried it a couple times, but
I'm not actually a person. I'm actually just a chat bot with a voice bot.
look, I was just looking for something funny to send you, but it kind of blew up and didn't really come out.
Well, also, I don't know exactly how it works because, when I listen to Scott Adams, he's always complaining about talking to ChatGPT or Bard, trying to convince. He's like, I think it was Bard. He was like, I was trying to convince Bard. It's funny. You know how we were like trying to have the political conversation with Tifa as like a joke?
Mm-hmm.
He's like trying to have a political conversation with Bard, but like for real.
That's weird.
And he's like trying to convince Bard of like the fine people hoax and like the bleach thing and all this shit.
No way.
Yes,
Oh
and he talks about it on his stream.
Oh my, that's so.
And I was like, unless I'm wrong, I thought the way that it worked was it's not like necessarily using real information. It's just kind of like predicting the way at which it thinks it expects you to want the answer. I thought that's how it works.
It's predicting the next most probable word is the way that I thought it worked.
Right,
which
right,
is
right.
really
Yeah.
weird.
Which is weird, yes.
Yeah.
Which is a weird way of doing it.
It makes me think that the brain functions a lot more simply than we expect.
Well,
is our brain doing that? Is it just looking for the next logical word?
Just because it's how that
speaking to you.
Just because how a chatbot works doesn't mean that's how you think our brain would work.
I feel like that might be the way my brain works.
No, because the difference is, so there's a really good, we talked about this in the past, there's a really good video on consciousness and how consciousness formed from Kurzgesagt.
Right.
And they talk about how it has to do with figuring out how to maneuver through space is how consciousness starts. And so our ability to talk in language would be based around that, where this is the opposite because the AI has no ability or perception of space.
Right. Yeah. That's a great video.
It would work completely differently.
I remember that video.
Right. But yeah, so if the bot's just using like a predictive model to try to predict what's next, I mean, does it really like have information about like the fine people hoax, or is it just predicting based on a model of like what everyone else says? So maybe it'd only be good at like just giving you a baseline of, though I don't know, because they obviously program it like they monkey with it, right? It's not just purely predictive. Because it's like when we were talking to Tifa bot, it's so like it seems like you get to say whatever the fuck you want, right? Like that's so what's the word? Like it's such a pushover.
ChatGPT did not like Sam Hyde. That's when I was like, wow, these bots have opinions about public people.
Yeah, but I'm assuming the bot's opinion is based off of like they just feed it with a bunch of mainstream media, garbage essentially, and that's where the opinion comes from.
Yeah. It sucks though, being targeted by an AI. I wonder if Lauren Southern has gone and asked the ChatGPT about herself.
Andrew Clark for $2 says Adam trained Sitch bot to be his perfect friend. There you go.
Sitch bot loves me.
True. But Sitch person, it's a whole nother story.
So mean. Jeez, you've had to listen to this terrible Emma and it's rubbed off on you. Now you're mean. Now you're like
true.
Very callous.
Yeah, that's right. Because you remember with Tay AI that became like super racist after was talking to people for too long.
Oh yeah, they convinced it to be racist.
Yes.
Oh my God, there's a video from Rebecca Watson here. I haven't seen her.
Ostracity for $10 says, Lance, there's a reason we evolved to have 2 kidneys. It's not a spare, you idiot. There you go.
Well, in case
that's why you have 2 eyes, right? You only have 2 eyes and 2 ears because it's a spare, right?
It's a spare for you, yeah, not for someone else.
Shell Shock TM for 9 months says 9 whole months. Thank you. I'm ready to give birth to Sitch's shadow baby. Aren't you glad I didn't get an abortion? Not really. I kind of want you to get an abortion.
No.
Shell Shock, Shell Shock, I'm going to drive you to Colorado. We're going to get that baby out of you, okay?
Wow.
Micro Omega for 13 months. Thanks so much, Micro Omega for 13 months says, behold my awesome milestone. Behold. Thank you, Micro.
That's great. Yeah. Thanks for being a member.
Andrew Haskins for $2 says, what about the bodily autonomy of female babies? True.
Much different.
Let's see. Degenerate Milk Toast for $2 says, leftist mafia, more like leftist circle jerk. True.
True. Yeah, obviously. That's why I watch.
Oh, you can bring up the chart that Sean sent us if you want.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
The left-handed chart. Yes.
Sean, huge fan of the show. Big contributor. Love his videos. His videos are amazing. Goes by Actual Justice Warrior. Sean Fitzgerald, I think is his I don't know if it's a pseudonym or his real name, but he's cool. Avid Lance hater.
True.
Yeah. A destroyer of Lance in many public
And Young
debates.
Turks.
Yeah.
Two Rivers for €2 says, what the fuck is this word? Ambisinostrous? Is this a word?
Ambidextrous?
No, it's the opposite of ambidextrous. It's ambisinostrous.
Okay.
Sinistrous? Ambisinistrous?
Okay.
I've never even heard this word before. Ambisinistrous means to be clumsy with both hands.
Oh, that's my wife all the way.
That's funny.
Ambisinistrous.
Equally useless with both hands. There you go. That's terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible. Did you say that's your wife?
Klutzy. Yeah.
Wow. Unfortunate. Is that like a thing? That's really unfortunate. How could that possibly be? Like, so you'd have to be a little bit better with one hand, right? By just definitionally.
Yeah. Yeah. Breaking things.
There you go. John Doe, the average Joe for $2 says, Adam, they're not in a fishbowl. It's a crab bucket. There you go.
Yeah.
Pulling each other down. Mr. Anderson for $2 says, I'm still recovering from your platforming of Katie. True.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Look, Katie was not that bad, you guys. You need to toughen up a bit.
Okay.
Katie says that she regretted coming on the show, so you can have some you can sleep well knowing that she has total regrets.
Thanks to you, no, it's because of us. Yes.
I don't know, maybe. I think she was mad she didn't get your phone number, to be honest.
That must be the real reason, yeah.
Yeah. I think she was flirting with Sitch pretty hard. I don't think anyone can deny that.
Well, it's funny because Das was telling me about all the weird shit she was doing visually that I didn't notice because I wasn't looking at the screen. So I went back and I was like, oh, there's a lot of weird stuff happening.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Well, listen, she's got a boyfriend. Okay.
Of course. That's why she told you. She's
Who
like,
works
look,
out.
I'm unavailable. I have a boyfriend, so don't flirt with me. How dare you flirt with me? My imaginary boyfriend might get jealous.
Hurtful.
What?
I feel bad for her boyfriend.
Because
he
he's
works
imaginary?
out.
Don't feel bad for him. He doesn't look.
Okay.
He doesn't exist.
Let's see. Where was I?
Libertarians ask. Oh, wait.
I'm at all the super chats that are telling me to be meaner or not.
Oh, yeah, you're right. We read all of these, didn't we?
Yes, yes.
Be mean.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, you're not covering the Boogie fight? No. I heard about it, but no.
What happened? Didn't Boogie get knocked the fuck out?
He did. He fought, I forget this guy. He fought some other fat guy. Apparently got his ass kicked. Apparently really didn't throw a punch. And I think the ref actually stopped it because it was like, Boogie was just getting shit on too much.
Because Boogie was like, I'm too afraid to punch him. I don't want to hurt him.
I don't know what was up with that, but
who gets in a boxing ring and doesn't want to throw a punch?
Yeah.
That's a huge mistake. I discovered I'm a pacifist.
That's true. Yeah, Boogie, the really fat YouTuber, he was in some boxing match with some other guy, some other YouTuber.
Right, yeah.
You did. You missed the fat guy fight. Yes. Wings, thank you. That was his name. Thank you, Tidge.
Boogie was at VidCon rolling around on one of those mobility scooters. I don't know if you remember this. Did you? I don't think
when I was there, or that was when you were there.
Yeah, that was. Yeah. I guess it was a year before you.
No, I don't remember seeing that. Yeah.
I was like, there goes Boogie on his mobility scooter. That's so sad. Look, I guess he has admitted that he has a bad diet.
You think?
Yeah. Yeah.
Lad Gadfly for $5 says, I think you balance it well. You got Piss versus Dave and Brooks, but it comes off as entirely fair. Don't start the mean stuff, and I think you're fine. Yeah. True.
Mm-hmm.
Sitch, you don't know Wings? No, I don't. Should I know this person? Wings of Redemption? I've never heard of this guy before. Who is this guy?
Wings of Redemption.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this guy. Some fat guy. That's not the fat guy. That's the fat guy. Fire Everything for 9 months. Thanks so much for being in 9 months. Discipline equals freedom. Thank you so much, Fire Everything. It says, Jocko says anger doesn't look good. It's a weakness. Adam really turned me off and didn't look good for 18 before. Sitch, I think as long as you come down from being triggered, it's all good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, great advice.
Yeah,
I
think
I've gotten better at it, a lot better.
I think certain things set me off too quickly, but I feel like I can come down from it quickly too. So
yeah.
But no, I agree. Anger, I think, is a weakness. So
Fire Everything for another $5 says, still love you both though. You my boys with a heart.
Thank you,
well,
Fire
thank you. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Adam Riley for 15 Canadian. Thank you, Adam. Says, nothing wrong with putting someone in their place when they disrespect you, your co-host, and your audience. Katie was a massive C word. Old Adam would have torn her apart. Wow.
Look, I was trying to get Sitch laid, okay?
Stop it.
I was going easy on her.
Stop.
Look, I thought he might have a weekend.
Stop.
Like a weekend vacation or something.
Stop.
You don't know. Your next trip to Israel could be, there could be love is in the air.
Stop. Taking it a little too far.
Am I really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, she's gonna fucking be like whining about this shit.
Look,
if she sees this clip.
she's not gonna hear this clip.
Oh
Come on, Katie, if you hear this clip.
Jesus. Very Dead Horse for 9 months says, look at your combined Twitter DMs. Oh yes, I saw it. Thank you.
Oh, did
Dead Horse was the one that's telling me about.
Did you miss the second part?
Did I? Where are you looking?
I don't know. I feel like.
Look at your combined Twitter DMs. What are you talking?
He
Dead
said-
Horse was the one that was talking
he's-
about the whole girlfriend, ex-girlfriend's sister with the meth baby and all that shit that they were saying never
He
happened.
sent me the same DM, but it says you can read this if you'd like.
Yeah.
Or make your own.
I did read that. I didn't read that part on stream because that wasn't relevant to the conversation. But but thank you. Supercross, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships.
Did you get all these that you screenshotted?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Well, did this weird thing. So like, I saw people giving super chats in the chat, but it wasn't showing up in viewer activity. But when the stream started, it popped up. So they didn't get lost. David K for 8 months says, what about wrenches? Do you have any of those? I mean, we do have wrenches, David. We do have wrenches.
Do we?
Now, I don't know if you're going to get one, David, but we have them.
Sitch is very stingy with the wrenches, so.
It's true. Unlike Adam.
Yeah.
He hands them out like crazy.
I'm a loosey-goosey with the wrenches.
Yeah.
Everyone has a wrench on my channel.
Yeah, obviously the chokehold didn't last for 15 entire minutes, right? Because if you choke someone for 15 minutes, they're going to die before 15 minutes, right?
Yeah.
So.
Look, he had him in a submission hold. The Subway Samaritan.
He had him in a headlock. Okay.
Right.
Right.
Subway Samaritan.
You had him in a what? What do you have him in? A chicken wing? Whatever they call it.
Submission hold.
A half chicken wing?
Headlock.
Okay.
Sleeper hold.
There you go.
Death vice.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Dr. Diddler for $2 says the official unit of free will
is the willy.
Is willies. I like that. That's a good one.
It is good. I like it.
That's good, yeah.
How many willies you get with this one?
You
want
one
big
willy
willies
per...
or little willies?
You get one big willy per dollar.
One big willies. So you got two big willies with that one, Dr. Diddler.
Yeah, there you go. Dr. Diddler gets a bunch of willies.
4 half willies.
Dr. Diddler sent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Wow.
11 $2 Streamlabs today. Thank you, Dr. Diddler.
That's a lot of willies.
A lot of willies. Dr. Diddler has all the willies.
Really wet your willy with that one.
Dr. Diddler for $2 says Lance's kidney thing is turbo stupid. While you can live with one kidney, you're less efficient. Having a C-section literally just reverts the mother to her normal state with essentially no drawbacks afterwards. There you go.
I mean,
Dr. Diddler for another.
Got to get the image of those intestines out of your head, but
Well, that's true. Dr. Diddler for another $2 says, do you think the grounds for intersectional gibberish was partially laid with the anti-theist movement, i.e., quote, all wars are because of religion, all wars are because of Christian, all wars are because of white Europeans. I mean, it could be one of those situations where all the intersexual gibberish existed independently of the anti-theist arguments and already existed, but that some of the anti-theist arguments and some of the anti-theist movement, weakened the boundaries to sort of allow the kind of concept creep you're talking about. Because maybe it's easier for some people to go from the opinion of all wars are because of religion into all wars are because of white Europeans, to some extent. Yeah, I could definitely see that happening. Now, I don't think that's the majority of it, because I don't think the anti-theist movement was ever anywhere near as popular as the woke movement is now. So, I mean, I don't think the anti-theist movement ever really took off super big in the United States. So,
there's a lot of overlap, and it's tough for me to say that it's not like 90% overlap, because the woke movement is so enthralled with the LGBT stuff, and they do see Christianity as diametrically opposed to LGBT views or ideology.
Right.
Don't you think? Don't you think most woke people are anti-theists at heart?
Probably. Yeah.
It's hard for me to think of like a woke Christian.
But I think it's for different reasons, because I feel like a lot of the anti-theists, so the woke people are probably an overwhelming proportion of woke people that are atheist or anti-theist, but that completely conforms with the left is anti-tradition, right? Because what is more tradition than religion?
Right. Yeah. No.
So
you're right about the war thing. Like, blame everyone I hate for all the bad things in the world. That happens in both the woke circles and in the anti-theist circles. They're doing the same thing.
Right. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, you don't need to be meaner. You need to come down with a hammer when people act like toxic cunts to you. Matt Binder is dumb as shit, but he came on the show and behaved reasonably enough. Katie came on and talked down. So the talking down doesn't actually really bother me that much. And when I was talking about being meaner, I wasn't even talking about that. I was talking more about when, I feel like I let people get away with saying way too stupid shit, and I need to call it out, as stupid shit, instead of just being like, well, shouldn't you say this, or wait a minute, what you said doesn't conform. Just be like, wait a minute, what you said is fucking stupid. Now maybe I shouldn't say it like that, but I feel like I let people say really dumb shit, and I'm a little too nice about a little too drawn out with trying to get, I feel like when someone says something stupid and I question it, I feel like the audience understands that that's me presenting to the audience that what they're saying is stupid. But I just feel like sometimes it doesn't always connect with people. They want me to just be like, no, you have to stand there and call and say, this thing that you just said is dumb. Right. People want that. And I understand that. There's a visceral emotional appeal to that. So
they want the person to understand that what they're saying is dumb, not just them in the audience.
Yeah, they want the call out. So
let's do it. President's Sunday on Tuesday.
Yeah, if he says something stupid.
What do you want to talk to President Sunday about?
I don't know. What are we supposed to talk to him about?
Topic has not really been talked about, but
okay. I don't literally no clue.
Just talk about whatever. Look, we got to get him off this. We got to get him off this communism, socialism train. So maybe we'll talk about East and West Germany or something.
We'll talk about Jordon Neely. What does Jordon Neely take is?
Sure, it's awful. Doesn't he say Kyle Rittenhouse is like a Nazi or something?
No, I can ask him about that. I'm sure it'll come up. Joshua Hilton Bright for 10 Aussie bucks says, so essentially laundered free will? Well, dang it on me.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Joshua. You get 10 free willies just for you.
Yeah.
There you go.
Are they free willies or just willies?
They're free willies.
I
guess they're willies. Well, no, when I say free willies, I'm saying free, willies.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
The willy is the unit of measurement, and it's free. So therefore, it's a free, willy.
Right. Yeah. Gotcha. Free willies for you.
Calvin Pafford for $10 says, damn, this is some good free will. I'll have 10 more. I might just run for president with all this free will. I'll at least get 1 vote. Well, thank you so much, Calvin. You get 10 more free units of free, Willies.
Sitch might be voting for you in the next election, Calvin.
Yeah, Calvin. I'll definitely vote for you, Calvin.
He doesn't have a candidate that he likes
That's
next
true.
time around.
RJ,
when's Trump going to do another town hall, man? That was fun.
Well, do you see that CNN's getting so much flack for like how
I did.
even platforming him? They're like,
I did. Everyone's losing their minds. It's great.
See, that's how you know. Like all the people that were coping and said he did bad, that's how you know they're lying. Or that's cope. Because then the narrative immediately became, how dare they platform him? Because if they platformed him and he did awful, they would have been.
They would love it.
They would have been, they would have been singing CNN praise.
Yeah, that's what they wanted to happen. That's
they
why
knew he did good. So.
That's why she did all the stupid fact checking in real time nonsense, because they were like, well, if we platform him, we have to responsibly platform him, so we have to obviously fact check him in real time, and it completely backfired.
Yep,
it backfired to the point that they ended 20 minutes early because they were
supposedly.
Yeah. Well, I think everyone's saying that's true, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've heard everyone say that. Yeah.
RJ McDougalheim for $5. Thanks so much. Says the argument we just heard, quote, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes months and months of grooming first. Relating to the it doesn't happen overnight for people to transition. Yeah.
Right.
Not a great argument.
Ooh, yeah. Wow.
Squirrel in Oz for 10 Aussie bucks says Steven Crowder did an undercover video of an abortion clinic where a girl was getting an abortion at 31 weeks without medical necessity.
Wow.
How did he get that? How did he set that up? Did he have someone pretending to be 41 week pregnant to get the abortion? Because you wouldn't think he would just by happenstance catch that video, right? Or did someone else leak the video to Steven Crowder? Either way, not great.
That's almost 8 months.
Yep. I'm sure that's right at the deadline. So, I'm gonna come for 1 month. Who I think very disturbingly, I can't tell what their avatar is. It's too tiny. It says, "Put your seatbelts on, boys, because this video is a train wreck of smooth brain takes. I made the mistakes of watching parts of it yesterday." Yeah. It was pretty bad video.
Is that Chelsea Clinton in the thumbnail?
I thought it was Lance in a wig, but I can't tell.
Oh, okay.
It's so small. I can't see what it is. Is there any? I don't think there's any way. I don't know if there's any way of like blowing up the image.
I don't think so either. Maybe you can go to their channel. See it bigger.
I guess you could. Twitter sucks. I read that one. Should I read this one? Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, I always recommend gender affirming face tattoos. True.
Right.
True.
Yeah, imagine.
How about that? Will you get a big, like, the male female sign? You have to get that tattooed in the middle of your forehead.
I got my 4-year-old a teardrop.
There you go.
Just to let people know. Well, she's been in prison.
Kana X122 for $10 says, Sitch talking about 4-year-olds don't know about gender. Bro, Ruined Leon did a video the other day where a supposed expert said that eating green vegetables is a sign of transgenderism.
Is that real? Oh my, that's awful.
That's hilarious. Wait, I gotta check that out. Did he really do that video? Eating green. Oh no, he didn't say that. He said an expert said that. Eating green vegetables means your children is trans. Okay. We'll check that out. John A, thanks so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Trime for 1 month says, why do you care if Lance and Sam shared a bucket or two together? Stop fixating on their sexual pleasure.
I don't care.
There you go. True.
Well, we don't want them to stop their sexual pleasure abruptly because of some wrong diagnosis.
Xanthium 15 for $5 says, Sitch, why do you care about abortions? Do you have an obsession with fetuses? Lads, oi lads, always enjoy the Sunday shows. Well, thank you, Xanotheum.
Yeah.
That's right. We should ask that. Yeah, why do you care about abortions? Why does the left care about abortions? They must be obsessed with the genitals of penises.
Are you obsessed with children? Naked children?
That must be it. The Butter Anvil for $2 says, quote, I'll cut off 1,000 balls before we let this argument die.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly what's going on.
A Very Dead Horse for $5 says, thank you, says, you need to ask the people in favor of gender affirming care if an 11-year-old wants to have their tip snipped, should be allowed to do so. Also, any comic updates?
Comic is going well, I think.
I think.
No, it's looking great. It's taking longer than I like or
obviously.
anything.
Right.
But, I mean, it's getting there. Yeah.
Okay.
It will be done.
It will be done. Fire Sky 15 for $2 says, this is why most folks don't deal with politicos. True.
I am working on the comic 4 days a week. Like, I'm putting 40 hours a week into the comic. I do 4 10-hour days, so.
Yep, Adam is not slacking.
Yes, yeah. The thing is, I've never done this before, so obviously, like, I want a certain level of quality, and it's taking me a long time to get to that.
But you don't
want
to get perfection trapped, right?
I mean, it feels like a little late for that, to be honest.
I know, but I'm telling you, like, because you get into this mindset, you're like, oh, well, since it's taken so long, I had to make it extra perfect, but then that makes it take even longer.
No,
so
that's
I'm
the
perfection
trap.
trap.
I realize that.
Right.
I mean, I am trying to go, okay, like, let's be time conscious here of how much I'm getting done and stuff like that. I'm really in the groove now where I have a system where before I was kind of floundering around, kind of looking for trying it different ways and not ever doing a comic. Traditionally, comics are done. There's like a penciling stage, a drawing, an inking stage, they say, and then a coloring stage, and then a lettering stage. And I've not really done it the traditional way. So, but all the pages I'd say are like 80% there.
Okay.
Yeah.
It will come out before Winds of Winter.
When is that coming out? Is that
It's the next
book?
Game of Thrones book.
Right,
So who the
okay,
fuck?
Yeah, it's definitely going to come out before that. God, I would like to get it done in like a month. But I'm just hesitant to say it's going to be done in a month because every time I've done that,
it has not been.
Right. And there was a huge, like, there was basically like 2 months that I was like, I couldn't work on it virtually at all because of just an injury that I had. So, but now I'm definitely working on it 40 hours a week, back in the swing of things. So things are moving forward. Is this helpful? I don't know that it is. Look, what I want to do is get the comic done to the point where, like, we're sending it out to the printer and stuff so we can really promote it. We haven't promoted. Like, most of these guys do these comics and they promote. But since we're so late with it, I feel funny promoting a comic that is like, I don't want to promote it until we're done with it. And then we'll promote the shit out of it, right?
Yes.
So, but I want to thank all of you who obviously, jumped in early, supported us doing this from the get-go. And I mean, and have been patient with us working on it. So obviously, you guys are the best.
True, you guys are the best.
I mean, we got to do something special for them. So I don't know.
Yeah,
you and I can talk about that.
Listen, we'll do something special. Since it took so long, every issue of the comic will include a lewd picture of Adam in the pose of your choosing.
I mean, we could throw in some free will, right? I mean, we have plenty of that line around.
You want to do that? Okay. Chaotic.
How about you do your face reveal in the comic?
There you go. I'm gonna probably do my face reveal. That'll be the race. We'll have it first. My face reveal or the comic being finished.
Let's do a gay senior portrait type picture with you, and we'll put that in the comic.
Does it have to be gay?
Well, you know how all senior portraits are kind of weird and cringy.
Okay, I got your son.
Yeah. I don't look. Maybe
Like, can it be a
shouldn't say
straight
gay.
senior portrait?
Look, it's a straight.
Are we gonna be kissing in the senior portrait?
Look, it's a straight cis senior portrait.
Okay.
But posed very cringily.
Okay. Chaotic Intention for $10 says, Emma, quote, "Oh, hi, Tim. How's your sex life?" There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Dialogue from right out of the room. True. Lucifer the Doorman for 5 Canadian says, Hannibal is my favorite show. I wonder what super fat people taste like for science. There you go. Harrison Jodit for $5 says, Sitch needs to unleash his inner internet blood sports upon some of these fools, please. I'd love to talk to Emma or Sam or the Leftist Mafia people if they'd come on. So,
I mean, I could work on trying to get Emma on. I don't know. Maybe she'll come on if Sam Cedar won't.
Sure, we can have Emma on if she come on. I don't think she will.
Why not?
Because we're not big enough, probably.
Yeah, you're right. She's such a
But you can
clout
always ask.
chaser.
Never know, right? You never know.
Right.
She'll look up this video and she'll see us being super mean to her. So
I'll tell her you were homeless and look, I'll tell her you're black. Okay.
Okay. You tell her that. I'm unhoused. You can't say homeless anymore. I'm unhoused.
Right. Unhoused black guy.
Right. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, the funny thing is the idea that nobody would frivolously go into surgery goes out the window when you bring up someone like Oli London. This argument has no consistency. Who's Oli London? Oh, that's that person. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people get, bad cosmetic surgery and do it, too much of it. True. That is true.
Is that the freak with all the million plastic surgeries?
No, I know who you're thinking of. Yeah. That's a different person. Dr. Diller for $2 says, face reveals are bad and universally disappointing. Everyone has a different idea and they like the mystery. Never meet your heroes. That's why I don't want to make a big deal about it. They'll just be like, one day I'm just on camera. So for that exact reason. Because everyone's going to say like Sitch does not look anything like I thought he would look. So
no sense of theatrics.
I know.
Look, I did my face reveal in Social Justice Detective, so
true. I
have a sense of theatrics, though.
True. Well, your avatar even back then looked kind of like you, didn't it? So it wasn't like.
It was blue. It was like a Dr. Manhattan.
Oh right, I was thinking of your other
what are you
avatar.
Talking about?
I was thinking because you had a little Adam avatar after that, didn't you?
Yeah, once I did the face reveal.
That's okay. You're right.
Yeah.
The blue face. Yeah.
You got. I think you should do something big. I totally disagree with Dr. Diddler.
Okay.
I think you should do something amazing.
I don't. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, this has shades of the bad faith argument they used about rightoid, just wanting to go touch kids when they talk about trans kids in sports. It's such a brain dead deflection that doesn't work in any real conversation. Yeah, that's the thing. And I think I nailed it. Pat myself on the back here. I think I nailed it when I said, Lance argues in real life like he's still on Twitter, and it doesn't work, and that's why he got his ass handed to him.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, quote, we don't need lawmakers getting involved. This is between my business and them coloreds. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible.
That is all. Who said that?
Dr. Diddler.
Dr. Diddler. What are you
It's a good point, though. I understand what he's saying. Yeah. He's saying like you can't just have this like blanket like you should never have regulations argument because you can make all sorts of arguments about racisms.
Make that with affirmative action.
Right.
Like, isn't this just between the employer and the employee? No, we want a medal.
Right. League of Art Assassins, which I believe is CT. CT has a Twitch channel, right? Or a YouTube. Sorry, not Twitch. A YouTube channel called League of Art Assassins.
Right.
And I popped on when she streamed it a few days ago.
Did you really? Good for you.
I did. Yes.
Oh, cool.
I thought you heard me. You were in the chat. I saw you in the chat at some point.
I was in for like 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. I popped on a little bit. We before that they were playing some jackpot games. After that, we started talking about the Little Mermaid movie.
Did you see it?
No, it's not out yet.
Oh, okay.
But there's this really weird thing that someone brought up. So there is a promotional art for Ariel's sisters in The Little Mermaid.
Mm-hmm.
And not only the promotional art look literally like, as Das said, first year Photoshop student made it. Like, it looks so dog shit. It's kind of shocking that Disney would release this promotional art. But they did this really weird thing where, you know how like in the original Little Mermaid, they're all wearing the clam bras?
Mm-hmm.
And you know how Ariel's wearing like a clam bra?
Mm-hmm.
And in this, even the remake,
that's got to be comfortable.
Yeah, right. And that big clam on her titties. But even the remake, it looks like Ariel's wearing some kind of clothing on her chest, right?
Right.
Like it has like fringed edges that looks like cloth. All of her sisters in the promotional art, it doesn't look like they're wearing clothing. It looks like their scales just go over their chest and they have no nipples. And it's really disturbing looking and weird.
Really?
Yes.
Hmm.
And so the question is, how do the mermaids breastfeed their young because they have no nipples?
Well, they're fish, so.
Yeah, but they're half human.
Oh, they are?
Well, look at them. What do you mean?
Where do I find this?
The picture?
Little Mermaid sisters, maybe?
Little.
I do remember seeing it. Okay, I found it. Here it is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not.
Wait, let me see.
Oh,
it's not showing up.
Is it scales? Okay, I'll bring it up. We can all muse on this.
Well, you got. I'm seeing if I can find the picture. I don't know why it's not showing up on Google. Oh, there it is. It's the second picture.
I got it.
Okay. It's like you see with all the sisters like underwater.
I did see people were saying,
terrible.
"Oh man, looks like Little Mermaid dad gets around." You got like all
Well, that
these
was the
different
question.
baby mamas.
Well, that was the second question too, because all of Ariel's sisters are all different ethnicities.
Yeah, what's going on there?
So does that mean that like King Trident in the Little Mermaid movie is like red pilled, and he has
Yeah.
like a harem of different like women?
He's like,
or
I got
something?
my Asian daughter here. I got my Indian daughter.
Yes.
I got my European daughter.
Yep.
Got my Icelandic daughter.
Yep.
Got my South African daughter. Yeah, no.
But look, you see how they don't have clothes? Isn't that fucking weird? Well, first of all, just appreciate how bad this Photoshop looks, right?
Oh, it's horrendous.
Yeah, like they all look. There's no shadows. They all look really flat. They're not really. The light source isn't affecting them.
They
It
all look
looks
cut,
so
cut out of
bad.
a catalog.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The one Asian girl, it looks like they tried to make her sitting on the rock a little bit. but
Yeah. Yeah.
it didn't quite
Didn't work too well.
Yeah, didn't quite work out.
The proportion, none of the proportions, like in terms of like how far away they're supposed to be from the camera. That's another thing too. Like the ones close, I don't know if you noticed, look at the bottom. In the bottom, the ones that are closer to the camera are smaller than Ariel, who's behind them.
Further away.
Yes. And the ones and all the way in the back are the same size. Like, how did this is so awful.
Someone doesn't know perspective.
It's like, how did this is Disney,
Yeah.
a big corporation. How did this get
Well,
made?
Disney
And then
is trying to save some money here. Okay, they're having some issues.
I guess.
They
No, but
gotta
it's
farm
okay.
this stuff out on Fiverr.
Yeah, right. It's true. This was made in Fiverr, I believe it. Okay, so putting that all aside, okay. Oh, I don't know if you saw it. There's this amazing, it's not available yet. Google Images, supposedly, I guess I don't know if it's with Bard or something else. They're trying to implement basically like this crazy Photoshop tool in Google Images or something, where you can like just do like the best Photoshops in the picture itself. So like you could basically just select around Ariel and then move her out of the picture, and it would just like auto fill the background and like, you know, pretty well with machine
They've had
learning.
that for a while.
No, but like way fucking better than anything that it looks like exists right now.
I've seen
And
that.
so, but anyway, but look at this, like the scales on their chest. except for the Asian one, who looks like you can see she's wearing like cloth. It looks like.
No, but they tried to make that some little fin, some little extra fin part.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So maybe it isn't. But look at the other ones. Like they're not wearing. Doesn't look like they're clothes. It looks like they just have scales over their chest.
No, you're right. It is. Yeah, no.
That's so creepy
It's
and
like
weird.
partially, but even the Little Mermaid has that.
Well, I don't know because she has that like fringe at the top. So I don't know.
Yeah,
if
but
it's
she has a fringe at
cloth
the
or not.
top of the bottom too. Look, like her bottom half has the same fringe.
Well, no, the bottom half it has similar, but it could be like I don't know the answer to that question. I know what you're saying. It has a similar like visual theme.
Yeah, the motif.
But that's gonna be fucking. Is that gonna be like some weird thing in the live action Little Mermaid movie? They're not wearing clothes. They're just like have fish scales on their tits.
That's exactly right, Sitch. You guessed it.
Where are their nipples?
That's what's going on here.
That's so weird. Why would
Sitch
you?
Sitch is like, I've been dying to get these clams off for fucking 20 years now.
For 20 years, I've been masturbating to pictures of Ariel, trying to see what's behind them clam
For
shells.
20 years, I've been
20
dreaming.
years.
I've been dreaming of them clams dropping to the bottom of the ocean.
Streaming of them clam shells coming off, and finally we have live action Ariel. They take away her breasts. Those maniacs. They just put scales on top of them. I can't masturbate to this.
They call her Ariel just to fuck with me.
That's right.
I can't even see her aerials.
Oh, I didn't know where you were going with that. There you go.
They call her Ariel.
There you go.
What's up with that? I noticed she has a navel.
I see that was
Which
another
makes
question.
me think there's a live birth.
Well, that was another thing because I said, well, wait a minute. If she grew an egg, would she have a belly button? You think no, right?
Yeah, of course not.
And so the fact that they have belly buttons implies that they were live births. But where? How do they like? There's no. Where's the hole? They're not wearing pants. Where's the fish? Where's the mermaid cloaca? That's the real question. Where is the mermaid?
Where's the mermaid womb?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, presumably it's in their vajaja. So, anyway, there you go.
Some of them don't have navels.
Well, the ones that don't have navels are just covered up by the scales. They all have navels if you can see it.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So,
most of them have navels.
Very
This movie's gonna suck.
This movie is gonna suck. Yes.
Look, I didn't watch the Little Mermaid animated version. I'm not dreaming about the clams. I don't even know what happens in that movie. I like David Lynch movies. Okay.
Oh, look at it.
Oh, I never watched Little Mermaid. I like fancy David Lynch movies. My name's Adam Friended. I'm an artist.
Mean. Jeez. Okay, Katie.
Yeah, there you go. That's true. We got off on the sidetrack just because CT was in the wrong account. This is true.
What happened? What do you mean?
Because we were talking about So anyway, if you want to keep hearing me and CT and other people talk about mermaid nipples, check out League of Art Assassins. It's Art Sassins. I'm sorry. Art Sassins, one word. League of Art Assassins. You can link it, CT, if you want in the chat.
How is CT in the wrong? She told me that she thought she was just going to use her CT account. Caffeinated tweaker.
In the Streamlabs, when she sent the Streamlabs, she meant to send it a CT, but she sent it under League of Art Assassins. So.
Oh, she meant to send it
as CT. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Anyways, but yeah, link your channel, CT, if you want. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, majority report arguing that we don't need a law outlining something horrible because nobody would abuse it. Most people won't murder, but you're like subhuman if you think we can just trust everyone not to kill. True.
Of course. That's a deranged take.
True. Solodoge for $2 says, Sitch, we're in a crisis. I'm in Gitmo at this moment, interrogating a terrorist. He planted a bomb in LA that's about to blow in the next 24 hours. He says the only way to get to his location is for you to release a sex tape of you and academic agents.
Sitch, you better do it.
Well, listen.
My city is on the line.
I was going to say, listen, terrorists in Gitmo, you made a big mistake. Why the fuck would I care if LA gets blown up?
Look, it's your work wife. You have to do it.
You're not an L. Well, L is a big place. This is a very low chance you're going to get blown up by the bomb.
I mean, maybe.
It's going to be
you
somewhere
really want
like
to risk it?
Downtown.
All you have to do is butt fuck academic agent.
I'll pass. I'll pass. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, how is it we get the estimates of gays and lesbians largely accurate historically, but these people expect us to believe that the rate of transgenderism was way off by 1,000% in boys? Or and in girls, yeah. True.
You must be reading.
I was reading Streamlabs.
Yeah.
Genie Angry Penguin, going back to the super chats, just to mess with Adam. Genie Angry Penguin for 7 months says the greatest lie you can ever tell starts with the phrase, quote, there isn't a fetish for this, ... Okay, that's probably fair. That's probably fair.
Yep. There's a fetish for everything.
Agla Hair for 6 months says Emma is definitely sub 90. She recently tweeted that the CNN town hall was done to purposely boost Donald Trump.
Okay. That's why they ended it early.
Holy shit. That's embarrassing. That is a fucking Emma. If you didn't eat breakfast yesterday. Oh my God. Grassroots Hegemon for $5 says people have opinions on women's bodies all the time. For example, I have an opinion on Emma Viglin's 5-head. Ooh,
5-head. What's that?
There you go. Like it's like a bigger forehead. It's a 5-head. You never heard that?
I thought that's where they were going.
Yeah, okay.
She has a big
Eyes Full of Sky, yes. If you go on Streamlabs, I think it gives you more space for longer messaging on Streamlabs than on YouTube. If you have like a long message, I think I'm not 100% on that. But
no, I'm pretty sure it does.
Okay. Let's see. Did I read that one? I read that one. God's most evasive taxpayer. I like that. That's a funny
great screen name.
For $5 says in terms of oppression hierarchy, I'd imagine the fetus's right to live supersedes the woman's right to abort. They'll never admit that, though. Well, that's why they don't want to bring up the conversation, because they don't want to make that argument. So,
yeah, who's lower in the hierarchy than a crack baby?
There you go. Well, I mean, it's getting free rent and board, so yeah.
Inside a crack mom, though.
Yeah, that's true.
That's like a slumlord.
That's true. There you go. There you go for the leftists. You should reframe abortion as the mother are basically the oppressive landlord.
Yeah, slumlords.
The slumlord oppressing their tenant.
I had a healthy mom carry me around in her healthy body. It was great.
There you go.
I stayed for 10 months. It was so comfortable.
Were you really?
Yeah, I was born blue. My mom tried to evict me by cutting off my
true?
oxygen.
Wait, it literally took you 10 months to be born?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that explains so much.
Perfection takes time, man.
Okay, that's one way of calling it.
Yeah, I feel bad. Then we did the pass out game, and I've never been the same.
Oh, you're right. I read CT's League of Art Assassin's name. I never actually read her super chat.
Oh, you did?
CT for $2 says, so hypothetically, I can get a 9-month abortion because it's not a person yet and then sell it to a cannibal. That's 100% legal, right? Listen, I've sold 16 kidneys. I think the clinic is starting to get suspicious.
Wow. 16 kidneys.
True.
You must be selling other people's kidneys.
Right.
CT.
Can't believe you were 10 months, Adam.
Why? What's so unusual about that?
That's why you're a little... Maybe that's why you can't read so well. That extra month kind of fucked up your reading.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
Why? There's no correlation between...
Adam came out burnt. Yeah, exactly. Adam came out overcooked. Yep.
No, it's not how it works.
Okay. I think that is how it works, but...
Look, I had an extra year of schooling because I'm so smart.
Oh, okay. An extra month of the womb means an extra year in school. There you go.
Look, I'm not stupid by any means, but I'm not exactly a genius.
Listen, compared to the leftist Mafia crew and Emma and Sam,
yeah,
you're a freaking genius, okay?
Of course.
You're Albert freaking Einstein.
Yeah, they don't
You're
even
Oppenheimer.
understand. Look, if you're in some ideological echo chamber and not smart enough to get out of it, then at least I was curious enough to try to figure out politics and stuff. They're so uncurious.
Right.
So incurious. Well, I guess they already figure they've got it figured out. They're like, they're just dumb and mean and evil. Everyone I hate is dumb, mean, and evil.
There you go. Andrew says, Sitch is stealing my arguments. Pregnant women are landlords was a super chat I sent weeks ago. Listen, this is what I do. You guys sent me good ideas. I go out into the world and I forget you sent them to me. And then I think they came to me naturally and said, I'm so smart that I came up with this idea.
Yeah. Just came to me in a super chat. I mean,
came to me in a dream. Yes. I like that. Someone in the chat said, let him cook. They said, that's what they said to your mom. They said, let him cook. He's cooking.
Look, they didn't do any, when I was a kid, they didn't do those induced labor and stuff. They just let it go. They're like, when you're ready, you're ready.
Okay. Live in your walls. I like this super chat. Live in your walls for $5. Says, I bought a harmonica so I could learn the opening theme song. Is there tablature or sheet music somewhere, or do I need to go by ear?
You got to go by ear, man.
Well, I have some bad news for you. Live in your walls.
You'll figure it out.
I don't think there is a quote opening theme song.
Let me play it real fast for you.
Okay. I don't think there is a quote opening theme song. I think Adam blows the harmonica randomly.
Shut the fuck up. I just played it.
It's a little different every time. It's a little special every time. Right.
I tried it in a show the other day because we're doing a serious show. It's on the Trump CNN debacle.
Yeah.
For CNN.
Yeah.
I'm like, we don't need harmonica. This is our politics show. Sitch
feels
is like,
wrong.
I can't end the show without the harmonica.
Yeah, it feels wrong. Yeah.
It's so weird.
Junebug for $5 says, same idea with the homeless. I keep the rehab across the streets. My brother told me California did that already, but not to this level. There you go. Zara Richards for 13 months. Thank you so much, Zara Richards. I think 13 months. Says, did you know it's a sign of low intelligence to not be able to engage with a hypothetical? I did. That would be my new... Instead of actually, if someone asked me, this would be... Like, I have like an actual legitimate answer for the hypothetical. And here's what I'm going to do. I'll explain it once for real. Like the real answer, right? If they still don't understand it, I'll just start saying that. So, you know, it's a sign of low intelligence to not be able to understand or engage with a hypothetical, right?
That would be so based. We got to start doing that.
We'll start doing that. Next list for $5 says, you said PhilosophyTube has AGP. Well, I was just kind of memeing, but many women many trans women with GD also have AGP. AGP doesn't rule out legitimacy being trans with GD, since GD and AGP often coincide. I understand. I was just making a joke, but that's all true.
A lot of people have AGP because we did that live stream with Taftosh.
Yes.
And
but Taft also has gender dysphoria.
A lot of people in the comments were saying, oh, I have AGP too, and it's great. Thanks for
interesting.
Doing the
that was what was weird about Ray Blanchard, because when I went back and read his stuff, he was suggesting that there was a bunch of people with AGP without gender dysphoria, which I'm not sure that's the case. But... Vinny Doman for 10 months, thanks so much. Says, I'm a crazy schizo, but even I won't take the New York subway. I like that. Also, wrench me or Sugma, you centrist. There you go.
Sugma, huh? What's that mean?
Look it up.
I'm not going to look it up.
Okay.
Sugma. Image search.
Yeah, there you go. Adam doesn't know about the Sugma. Speaking of Stugma, Stug for $2 says, quote, unhoused. True.
I don't like that term.
It's a terrible term. They were saying that on NPR all the other day. Whenever they talk about this, they call them unhoused.
Did you hear NPR is leaving Twitter?
I heard that, yes.
You know why?
Well, I thought it was because of the whole, it said like government funded or something.
Mm-hmm.
But didn't they drop that? I thought Twitter dropped that. And they still said they're going to leave anyway.
They're leaving because they're worried about their reputation. NPR is worried about their reputation.
Hilarious.
I know. They should have worried about that a little sooner, I think.
A little sooner, yeah. That's true. Adam prefers ligma to sigma. That is true.
What?
You have to choose between ligma and sigma, Adam. What's your choice?
I mean, I'm not. No comment.
Okay. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says the magical thinking of the left is the mentally ill, addicted, and homeless just can't wait to get help voluntarily, only if there was just a program. True.
Yeah, delusional. Delusional Pollyanna utopian thinking.
Yes. I'm sorry, Stug.
Is Stug mad because you called him Stugma?
Stugma. He's not mad. He just made the sad face emoji.
Stugma. Look at that. Stug, a 1-year member, and you're calling him Stug.
I love Stug.
How terrible.
Fist Fight Caleb for $10 says, should Daniel Perry be covered by the Good Samaritan laws, like a civilian trying to render aid to someone and unintentionally doing harm, and therefore not be liable for their good intentions? Well, I don't know if he'd be covered by that specific aspect. I think he's just covered by standard self-defense of others, I believe. So.
And yes, he should be covered by that.
Right. And he should, yes.
Should be covered by everything.
There you go.
The subway Samaritan needs to...
Even Little Mermaid nipple covering scales. Everything should cover Daniel Penny. Stug for $5 says, you guys keep forgetting that Cthulhu is the only true left-winger. True.
Cthulhu swims left.
True.
I know that one.
A Clockwork for $2 says, Adam, how many units of free will for this? Two free units of free will.
Two
Just
free willies.
Clockwork. A free comma willies.
2 willies.
2 willies.
2.
Stug for $5. Thank you, Stug. Says, if Penny said that he was having a mental health crisis, would that be sufficient for Emma to say it was okay to violently defend himself and others? That's a good point. Yeah, what if they both have a mental health? What if, okay, here's the hypothetical. What if Penny, who was a Marine, was a veteran, okay? And in that moment, when Neely was having his mental health crisis, that set off his PTSD.
Right, yeah.
Right.
Maybe he was mugged in Iraq. He's like, oh my God, this is just like the mugging I went through.
When he was on the Iraqi subway. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then you had dueling mental health crises. What happens then?
Well, obviously the black mental health crisis, you would say, is superior to the white colonialist.
That's true.
Mental health crisis.
Good point.
Yeah.
Harrison Jodit for $2 says, Sitch must collect some blood for the blood god.
Yes, that'd be great. I love Sitch when he collects the blood from the blood god.
Thank you. I read this one. Dr. Diddler for $2 says LA has 50,000 homeless people, but still has plentiful open shelter space. One of the most lefty cities in the United States. No lack of beds. And then he sent me some link that I assume shows me.
That's crazy.
Let's see.
They're building all kinds of new housing here in Los Angeles, so hopefully we're going to get the housing crisis under control. Hopefully they're doing something about it.
Yeah, apparently this is a Los Angeles County homelessness and housing map, a data-driven map of interim and supportive housing. They're doing a lot. Intermittent. Intermediary. Vosh. Hey, look, it's our good friend Vosh for $2. Says, now, perfectly symmetrical violence never solves anything. There you go.
Right. It's got to be one-sided violence.
True. Dr. Diddler for another $2 says, you guys missed the part in the Majority Report video, 9 minutes, 30 seconds, where the producer dude blames the mayor and governor for publishing crime stats that induces a wave of fear, which causes people to kill the mentally ill. You're right. We didn't talk about that. He did say that. I remember that. Yeah. Fucking retarded.
Wow.
Stupid. Insane. Crazy. Garbage. These people are terrible. Hassan Piker for $2 says, hey, look, it's Hassan. Hassan, where are my nuggies? Piker says, really? I should defend myself if I get assaulted for my nuggies? What am I supposed to do? Not die? True.
Right, yeah.
True.
Hassan, who doesn't ride the subway. We don't really, I guess we do have a train here that people theoretically ride. I've never
Everything's
been
so
on it.
spread out in LA.
Yeah, and everyone has I have a car. Everyone has a car, basically.
Right.
I lived in New York, and man, you don't want a car in New York.
No,
You're
but
always
everything's like
riding the subway.
squished together in New York.
Yeah.
So
Subway's super convenient in New York.
Yeah.
Except for the homeless
except
muggers.
for the crazy
but
people, right? Strawman Steven. I like that. Strawman Steven. That's a good name. We have Good Faith Gary, Bad Faith Barry, and Strawman Steven.
Oh, yeah. What's up, Steve?
Strawman Steven for $2 says, Sitch and Adam literally believe that it should be legal to seek out homeless people and murder them to clean the streets.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
And that's the way the news goes.
Yeah.
Socialist Wisdom. I like this. Socialist Wisdom for $2 says, I shall dispense wisdom from my mighty wisdom tooth. True suffering is living in a neighborhood without risk of robbery or battery. The ever-present threat gives you strength of will to overcome any challenge.
Wow.
There you go. Thank you.
That's a dumb shit socialists say.
True. Angry Bells Brought for $5 says, Luke is the best thing on Timcast. Potato Man is pretty good too. Tim is often a dunce, and Ian is just what the fuck most of the time. There you go.
Wow.
Metalworks 41190 for $5 says, would like to see you talk to Stephen Michael Davis about FDR and MMT. Well, that would require me to actually like research the topics on FDR more, which I don't know if I care about that. So
he had
enough to do
some
that
book that he mentioned in a video
Yes.
that I looked at, but there was no Audible book. So I was like,
Oh,
fuck
okay.
this shit.
Adam's one weakness. There was no audiobook
Yeah.
version of it.
Yep. I'm like, I'm out of here.
Junebug for $5 says, after seeing Dev's response about Pick-a-Me, I think he's not a good person. Well, I like Dev.
Pick-a-Me isn't or Dev?
Dev.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I like Dev. Dev is a good person.
Dev's coming on again. Dev's on the schedule, so.
There you go.
He wants to come back and talk to us about Pick-a-Me.
Oh, okay.
No.
I was gonna say I don't know if people really care about the Are we doing a part 3?
No, hell no.
Okay, good.
We'll do
Good,
something.
good.
We'll do something.
I don't want to do a
interesting.
part 3, right?
We have President Sunday lined up. We have SDL lined up. Which I
I see
don't know.
next week.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we have SFO. And then we have Brianna Wu. Talk
There you
about
go.
Gamergate again.
Oh my God! Stop.
Why?
Adam is like, Sitch, you gotta get Brianna Wu. Talk about Gamergate. I'm like, this is the worst, terrible idea ever.
She wants to talk about it.
Oh my God.
She wants to convince you that you're wrong.
Okay. This is so dumb.
She wants you to delete your video.
I don't believe you.
You're gonna delete your video,
I
right?
don't believe you. You're just making this up. There's something more interesting we can talk about than fucking Gamergate. For fuck's sakes.
Let me do a poll. Do you guys want us to talk about Gamergate or something else?
It's got to be something
What
more
else?
interesting than Gamergate.
What else
Holy
would
crap.
it be? What else?
Anything.
What else would be more interesting?
Anything. Any subject matter.
What?
Any subject matter. It doesn't matter. Anyone.
Let me think.
Red 473 for $5 says, you can't convince me. Well, listen, we'll talk about the abortion stuff. Talk about the Jordan Neely stuff and the abortion stuff. We'll talk about Trump. There's a lot of things to talk about. Gamergate. Okay. Red 473 for $5 says, you can't convince me Emma isn't 13. If she didn't hate cops, you'd be great bait to catch a predator. Someone call up Chris Hansen. There you go.
I mean, she doesn't look 13.
I think he means like her worldview is so
Okay.
immature.
Yeah. She has the mind of a 13-year-old and the body of a 35-year-old.
Yes, she has the mind of a child.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about Canada. There you go. Lucius Cornelius Sulla for $5 says, haven't seen the whole stream, but aren't military people trained to not make mistakes like that? Well, I don't know. The question. I don't know how much hand-to-hand combat. This guy hand-to-hand combat training in terms of like inducing holds on people they give you in the Marines, and then how often, even if you have that training, how long ago was it, and how often would you ever use it to remember it? Because technically, you could say, Sitch, you were trained to know how to restrain people without hurting them, which is true. Now, does that mean nowadays I would remember how to do any of that shit? No. So
right.
So, but you know, we'll see. I'm sure this will all come out in trial.
Yeah. Good point.
CT for 2 Canadian says Sam always sounds on the verge of a panic attack. That's true. That's true.
He sounds on the verge of saying something completely stupid to me, and it always happens.
Andrew Clark for Dora says, so you basically want Dead Man Wonderland.
Is that a video game?
It's a manga.
Oh, okay.
A manga. Or Sammy. It's a manga. I haven't read that. I assume you're talking about the whole prison thing.
Manga.
So.
Dead Man Wonderland is a Japanese manga series written and illustrated by some Japanese guy who also wrote and illustrated some other thing and published some other thing.
Say his name, Adam.
Since 2008.
Say his name.
Jinsei
Katakoka.
Katakoka.
Katoka.
Katokoko.
Or actually, it'd be Katao. Katauka, right? T-A-O is a tau sound. Katauka. Katauka? Yeah, I think that'd be it.
Kazuma. Kandu. Kanduo.
Kazuma. Kazuma Hondo, I think.
Sweet.
Or no. OU. What is OU? I forget what OU sounds like.
Sounds fun.
Oh no, whatever. Oh look, there's Doomer in the chat. Ew.
Oh, he finally showed up.
Yes.
Finally showed up to our show.
I'm telling you, this crazy-ish going on in Canada right now. Oh, really? That would actually make me have to look into Canada, though. As an American, that's firmly against my religion. Junebug for $2 says, I love Dead Man Wonderland. Well, there you go. Ikushidok says, neither of you should pronounce Japanese. Well, there you go. How dare you?
Japanese.
Ikushidok. Where was I? WTF 1A for $5 says, you guys would like George Carlin balance the budget skit. Sounds like what you speak of. I'll check it out.
George Carlin's the best.
That's gonna be the fucking debt ceiling shit that make me fucking triggered.
Oh, that's coming up here.
It's been happening. It's already making me triggered.
Why?
Oh God, it's so stupid.
When they talk about, we need to get out of debt. I can't believe the credit card. Our kids.
I know. It's just, it is literally the dumbest, worst thing that the right argument that anyone on the right ever makes. And it's literally predicated on lies and dishonesty. And it's one of the most frustrating things ever.
Now that you know, now that you've seen the truth.
It's like, I felt like
the light.
When they it has nothing to do with MMT. Like when they talked about the debt ceiling the first time, they explained very clearly why it was a stupid fucking argument. And people that were talking about it were just lying about it. And I thought it sunk in for everyone, but apparently it didn't. And here we are again. So we'll see.
I mean, you're right. It's just based on complete nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stock for $2 says, you can't fight back until the knife is halfway in. True.
I'm fighting back before that, but you go. You do you.
No. P-Dog 119 for 13 months. Thanks so much, P-Dog. Says, these are the same people that want us to stop using cars and start using public transit. Yes, true. That was my point. Yeah. Terrible. If you want people to use public transit, you got to make it safe and clean. Jamie the Panda for $2 says, let yourself get mugged, bigot.
Yeah.
True.
Awful.
Where was I? Did I read this one? I read this one. I don't know. Stug for $2 says, suggestion. I think Haidt's moral foundations theory might describe the moral intuitions by which political factions argue, but not necessarily the moral intuitions of the people who are part of those factions. That's interesting. It's an interesting idea.
Right.
I don't know if I agree with it, but it's an interesting thing to think about. I have to let that ruminate in the old gray matter for a bit.
Yeah.
Because it definitely describes moral intuitions with which they argue. But I mean, yeah, obviously, like each individual person is going to have, you know, there's going to be variations, right, to certain degrees. So
I do think some people don't have the moral intuitions. They're copying basically people who have those moral intuitions that are in their group.
Well,
I mean,
everyone
I
has to
feel
have
like
some
that.
kind of moral intuitions, right?
No, I feel like this happened with Hunter Avalon. Like, I don't feel like Hunter Avalon was ever a conservative. I feel like he was just copying other conservatives. So he never really had those moral intuitions.
We'd have to listen. This is why it was annoying when we talked to him, because I wanted to get, like, I feel like I couldn't get an answer. Like, why did he change? And I feel like he didn't really give us an answer. That was, to me, a good answer. It's basically just like, well, you know, I was an asshole. So, well, okay, but why would that change your political position? I don't understand.
Right. Maybe
you
just,
don't have to be,
you
know,
can
an asshole.
still argue for the same thing, but not argue being an asshole.
Yeah, right. So,
like, I would argue, I don't really think Ben Shapiro is an asshole. Do you think he argues as an asshole?
Not usually.
Yeah.
So
you don't have to be an asshole to argue.
plenty of assholes on the left and right. It's not like neither side has a monopoly on assholes.
Well, I think you're an asshole when you start lying and deceiving.
Right.
Yeah. I see that a lot, and it bugs the shit out of me.
Theoden, king of Brohan for 3 months, says, okay, hear me out. We make a woke remake of Death Wish, where instead he just thanks the criminals for attacking his family, then is a victim for 2 hours.
That's great. That's great.
I like that. I like that.
You raped and murdered my wife. Here, now take my daughter.
There you go.
It's like, what the fuck? That would be the woke remake, right? That's Emma.
It's like in the Bible. He's like, don't rape these angels, rape my daughters instead.
That's horrible.
It's a weird fucking Bible story.
That's in the Bible? Wow.
Yeah, you don't know about that story?
No, jeez.
There's like
how did the daughters feel about that?
I think it was that in Sodomy.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's why God blew up Sodomy. Or not, or Gomorrah, whatever the fuck the name of the city was.
Sodom was the name
Sodom
of the city.
and Gomorrah.
Isn't that crazy?
Or is Gomorrah the wife? I don't know. Whatever the fuck the name of the city was. Was that city? There's some angels come down and they're like, it was really weird. It's a really weird story. Angels coming down and then the town says, we saw hot angels go into your house. We want to fuck them and rape them. And then he's like, no, you can like rape my family instead. It's a weird story. Anyways, CT for 2 Canadians says, ask Emma if she wants some cheese with her wine.
Yeah. Where's Katie? She needs a lot of whining going on in this stream. Katie would have called it out.
Fondue for $5 says, guys only want one thing, and it's disgusting. They want a clean Subway. There you go. There you go.
That'd be great.
You're right, chat. Thank you. That was the story. It was actually the story of Thanos and Gamora. True. That's not true. I went to Sunday school. They taught us all the Old Testament Bible stories. I just didn't really care enough to remember them. So
Thanos and Gamora.
Yes. And actually, that's true. That story I just made up. That's not real. I mean, that's not a fake story. That was a real story in the Bible.
From the biblical
The
times.
biblicals. Didn't you go to like Christian school, Adam? You should know that's what I'm talking about. Well, actually, no, you probably guys focus on the New Testament, so you probably focus on that stuff. Right. Did you even talk about the Old Testament stories?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Old Testament? Who cares about that? A bunch of tired old shit.
True.
Scrolls and stuff.
I know.
Babies on the river.
Right.
Towers and Babel and shit. Who cares?
No, Sunday school, motherfucker. It wasn't your Saturday school.
Egypt.
Saturday's the Sabbath. How dare you?
Pharaohs and stuff. Look, I like the New Testament. where they copy and paste the same story over and over again 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Yeah, what's up with
reading
that?
I remember reading it going, wait a second, I've read this. What?
It is kind of weird.
Look, this chapter is the same as the last fucking chapter.
It is
This
kinda
Sunday
weird.
school sucks.
What was the name of that famous movie that's like the same story from like 3 different points of view?
I don't know.
Rashomon? Is that what it's called?
Goodfellas?
Famous Japanese story.
Goodfellas?
No, shut the fuck up. Is it Rashomon? There's some Japanese
Ocean's
Kurosawa
11?
film that's like the same film but from like 3 different perspectives or something.
How
So,
boring.
yeah. Well, no, it's supposed to be like because each person perceives the events differently.
Right.
So I remember it was decent.
Boring.
Okay, whatever. Rico Zoro, thanks so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, Rico.
Yeah.
Stock for $5 says, note that when Sam says Penny should be charged, he probably means convicted. True.
Yeah, of course he does. He means executed.
There you go.
For all his talk of execution.
Yeah. Prince Charming for 3 months. Thanks so much. Says Sam and Emma are doing irreparable damage to their side by pushing this narrative. Nobody wants to be mugged, and you have a right to self-defense. Period. True.
I agree. Yeah, they look like morons.
Pim Tool for 55 pims. Thank you. Says the minority report was Sam Shitter.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
Minority. The
That's
minority
good.
report.
I like that. That's good.
They are like Sam Cedars. People in Sam Cedars' comment section were even calling him out on it. But wait,
Oh,
Sam,
really?
isn't he a Good Samaritan? Shouldn't he be covered under the Good Samaritan laws? Yeah, at
funny.
the end there.
Yeah.
Sam could feel it. He's like, oh shit, I messed up here.
Fondue for $5 says they are all care harm, but the care is for their own cognitive dissonance. Anything that goes against their worldview harms them. True.
Yeah.
Nick Sudo for €2 says Happy Mother's Day to all the Dami mommies. Wow.
Dommy mommies.
The Dommy mommies.
Someone likes dominant women.
True. There you go.
Someone likes mommy on top.
Yeah.
Hope it's not your mom.
Yeah, well.
Maybe the mother of your children.
There you go. Junebug for $2 says, am I supposed to super chat smarter things? ? There you go.
No, it was great.
Okay. Christian Baller for $10. Hey, Christian. Says, Happy Mother's Day, Sitch. Yes, Sitch, you are the Lois Griffin, and Adam's the Peter Griffin of the relationship.
The Lois Griffin.
I mean, I guess if I had to choose between being Lois or Peter, I'll go with Lois.
Lois Griffin is a smart one. I'll give you that much.
True. Smart, competent, capable.
Peter's more fun, though.
That is true.
Lois is a buzzkill.
She is a stick in the mud.
Yeah.
Well, until she gets like drunk. She's in all sorts of
Oh,
crazy
you're
shit.
right. We got to get
Yeah.
Sitch drunk and see
There
what
you go.
happens. Could be fun.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, sometimes my phone autocorrects to the wrong word. Yeah, that happens to me all the time.
Nobody's phone does that.
Yeah. Like this is what happens. My phone autocorrects to the wrong word and I get annoyed and I turn off the auto completion thing. And then I go, oh, I wish the auto completion thing was back on. And I turn it back on and then it autocorrects to the wrong word and the cycle repeats. Hayden Dill for 10 months says, I made a box, chair, art piece, and bought a good rug for my mother, and all Adam did was call her. Now, S-Class is titty milk, and A-Team is soy almond milk. Oof.
Wow.
Well, you know what? You're a good son, Hayden.
I feel terrible now.
Good son.
You've done a great job of making me feel like shit.
Yeah. You can get her like a card or something.
A card?
What about a funny e-card? You know, send her like the hot guy stripping, and you're like happy.
Did you
Mother's
get
Day.
your mom a card?
Of course, I always get my mom a card.
Did you really?
What do you mean? Did I really? Yes.
A phone call seems more convenient, though.
You could do both.
Look, I used to get my mom a flower arrangement every single.
She's like, stop
Mother's
sending me
Day.
these flowers. I don't want this.
Well, we had some mishaps happen
Right.
during COVID. Where she was like, I don't want COVID flowers. Fucking get those things away from me.
Right.
So after COVID happened, we kind of got in the tradition of not doing that anymore. So maybe we could go back to flowers, but COVID just ended, really. I mean, officially. So
My family is really bad about presents and
Mhm.
always has been. But
you sent your
usually
mom
pretty-
a COVID card.
But,
what are you trying to kill her?
Well, during COVID, I just sent them like digital cards. So
Oh, you did?
it wasn't like a physical card. Yeah.
I figure a phone call is good.
So okay.
But I mean, look, I've got my mom some nice
You
gifts.
can you do both. I'm not saying I send them a card and don't call them. You do fucking both of those things. Or at least I do. You can do whatever you want. I don't care. Do whatever you want to do or don't.
Wait a second here.
No skin off my nose.
I do feel like somebody is silently judging me here. I don't know why.
Only for the sake of comedy. Okay.
Look, my mom knows I love her. That's the most important thing in the world.
True. There you go.
A lot of people don't even talk to their moms on Mother's Day.
Yeah, that's
A lot
true.
of people are like, capitalist holiday, piece of shit. I'm not going to call my mom today.
Yes.
And their
Mother's
moms are
Day was
like-
invented by card companies to get us to spend money.
Right. And their moms are home right now crying about having a socialist daughter or son.
There you go. Someone in chat gave their mom some of our free will. Now that's the real gift.
Look at that.
The
Look,
real
I
gift.
should just load my mom up with free will.
Right.
My mom would be pissed if I tried to do that. She'd be like, what? You don't think I have free will? She'd be like all over that shit.
That's hilarious.
She'd be like, fuck you.
I went and saw my mother in person like a real son. There you go.
Oh, did you?
And I was reading a chat.
My mom is far away.
Yeah, but I live near my parents, so it's not like it's big.
Yeah.
Right.
If I could go see him, I would. I'd love to see my
I
folks.
see my parents all the time. Ew, gross.
Do you really?
Oh, unfortunately.
I've been working on the comic, so I haven't had a trip to see my folks in a long time. I blame all the comic people for my
There you go.
mess.
Andrew Clark got a cool gift. I got my mom Lego flowers because she has a new art studio that flowers won't survive in, but I want her to have some color in the place. Well, look at you, Andrew.
That's great. That's awesome.
That's adorable.
I'm sure your mom loves you much more than my mom loves me.
True.
I love
Christian
how
Baller-
there's a huge dick measuring contest going on for
I know.
Mother's Day now.
I hope not. I gave my mother the biggest dick for Mother's Day. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm down there, sir.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? It's
You-
okay. She's only my stepmother.
Oh my God.
Christian Baller for $5 says, "Give the people what they want, Adam. We want a memoir of your misadventures and shenanigans."
Okay.
There you go.
I feel like I do that kind of on this.
Yeah,
Look,
we do.
we all know about my toilet paper. My toilet paper thievery. What's the statute of limitations on stealing toilet paper, Sitch? I hope I'm not going to get in trouble.
Yeah. We'll have to find out. Quacker for 1 month says, "Adam, would you ever go on Jesse Lee Peterson's show? It may swing me from S class."
Hell yeah, I would. I would love to go on Jesse Lee.
There you go.
Look. I love black people, Jesse. Invite me on.
Soldo for $2 says, "Check messages for more Zelda short content." Yeah, I saw that. So I saw that, Soldo. It's the video of like apparently you can build all sorts of like weird ass contraptions in the new Zelda game, which is pretty strange. I don't know how this came into being, including a fucking like airplane that's like drops bombs and shit. It seems kind of
Wow.
not what I would have thought from a Zelda game, but you know,
Can you crash them into the Twin Towers? That would be a little
a
unsettling.
little too on the
right?
nose for Japan. Yeah. Andrew Clark for $2 says, "Oh, I read that one." Colin Ehrman for 5 months says, "Thank you." Says, out here, California way. Heard there's some free will floating around these parts. S class has the best ass, and A team reigns the cream. Thank you, Colin. California way.
Nice. Another Californian.
There you go.
Colin knows what's up.
Oh, I watched the last couple episodes of South Park.
Yeah, how are they?
But they're funny. They weren't as funny as the first couple episodes, but they're still funny.
Right.
Mr.
The
Garrison.
ChatGPT was great.
The ChatGPT one was the best one. Mr. Garrison is like being suckered back into being Donald Trump again. because now that Trump is running for real again. So it's kind of funny.
Sweet.
Angry Man for $20. Thank you, Angry Man. Says it's funny how FD Signifier has been on the show quite a few times now, but demands $50K. Was it $50K or was it $10K?
I thought
Talk
it was
to
10K.
Destiny. Guess it goes to show you your strategy of engaging with people can be far more effective in lowering their guard. Well, that's fair.
Yeah, people
also
don't
'cause we-
expect us to beat them up, which is good.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I wonder why. Maybe we'll ask him on like why. What was his thought process for coming and talking to us versus wanting Destiny to essentially pay to talk to him?
Well, Destiny's talked mad shit about FD, and we didn't really talk mad. I mean, we talked a little bit of shit, I guess, but nothing to sour the relationship.
Mm-hmm. He upped it to $50K as of recent. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because Destiny, if you haven't been following, I think he wanted. I don't know. Did he want 10K himself, or he wanted Destiny to donate 10K to some charitable cause or something? I assume.
He wanted Destiny to donate to some charitable cause. I guess there was some miscommunication between them, and he took this as Destiny backing out and called the whole thing off. And then Destiny donated the 10K to like the Atlanta Police Foundation or something.
Yeah.
Because FD wanted him to donate to some anti-policing charity. So he donated it to a policing charity.
Yeah.
Which is kind of funny, obviously.
Which is pretty
Destiny.
hilarious.
Yeah, Destiny has a good sense of humor. So.
And then the extra 40K is tuition for his kid. and then I think after I don't know who did it first. I don't know how it started, but then there's some dust up with him and ABBA. And I think ABBA donated $10,000 to the same police charity.
Did he really? Oh, now
Yeah.
ABBA's in on it. ABBA and Peach I watched some of their videos, and I was won over to ABBA when he completely destroyed Mr. Girl on some Destiny stream.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever watched their content on alone. I've only seen them talking to Destiny.
I saw him destroy Destiny, and then I started watching some of his videos because
You mean Mr. Girl?
Yeah, I saw him destroy Mr. Girl. Yeah, this was when Mr. Girl. I can't remember. I remember the crux of the conversation was ABBA calling Mr. Girl an idiot for not wanting to be likable enough to grow your audience. He's like, you can't be influential if people don't like you, you dumb motherfucker.
Right.
And I was thinking, yeah.
I'll let the Katie.
What's that?
Tell that to Katie.
Tell that to everyone. Jeez, everyone should know that. But Katie would say, "Oh, I don't care about having a big audience. I'd rather be unlikable."
Well, listen, you can stick to your principles without being unlikable. Like sticking to your ideological principles and being unlikable are two different things, right? So.
But Mr. Girl was literally saying, I want to change people's minds on this point.
Right.
And ABBA was like, you're doing a shitty job of it because nobody fucking likes you.
Right.
Part of that equation, if you want to accomplish that goal, is growing a larger audience. And part of that is being likable. Which I completely agree with. I was like, this ABBA guy knows what the fuck he's talking about. So I listened to some of their videos, and they're good videos.
Yeah, whenever I've heard ABBA talk to Destiny, he usually sounds pretty sensible. There have been times where I've been like, but that's true with everyone. So.
Is it ABBA and Peach or ABBA and Preach?
Preach.
Okay.
Not
I think I called him ABBA and Peach.
You did, yeah.
I think I've done that many times, but
okay.
So ABBA is the taller of the two, right? And Preach is.
I don't know what they look like. I only heard them on Destiny.
Well, I think they stand side by side.
Has Preach ever been on Destiny? I feel like it's only just ABBA.
Preach has never been on Destiny.
Okay, yeah.
But Preach is pretty cool too. I mean, their content together is pretty good. So
Okay, maybe I'll
yeah.
check it out.
Yeah, it's
Like I
good
said,
stuff.
Earlier today, Destiny put up a 30-minute video talking about the drama between him and FT Signifier.
Oh, he did? Oh, I'll watch
Called,
that after
big
the.
YouTuber calls ABBA Uncle Tom demands $50K from Destiny.
Well, I'll watch that after the stream.
Watch after the stream while I eat my din din at
I'll keep up.
2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I got some Panda to finish up.
Nice.
Yeah, I knew you'd be jealous.
I'm very jealous. No, I actually have something pretty tasty, so no, I'm not jealous.
Fish stick.
Some Cheesecake Factory.
Oh.
Some Mother's Day Cheesecake Factory.
Oh, you went to Cheesecake Factory with your mom.
Maybe.
Oh, sweet. Got some leftovers.
Let's see. Andrew Clark for $5 says you gotta look up Wing's quotes. Amazing insights like, quote, humans and dinosaurs are nearly the same age. And quote, when she says no 3 times, it means yes. Oh wow. That was the guy that Boogie fought. He thinks humans and dinosaurs, he's a young earth creationist. He thinks humans and dinosaurs live the same age. Oh, okay.
I mean, when she says no 3 times, that means yes is pretty funny. I hope he's joking.
Right.
Sounds like you might have some consent issues going on there.
Sounds like it.
A future Me Too in the works.
So let's see. Stock for $2 says, I'm not super familiar with the methodologies, though, so this could easily be wrong. Basically, I'm wondering if people are answering moral questions based on what they should or want to think more than what they feel. What wasn't part of the methodology that he was trying to prevent that from happening when he was asking those weird questions? Because they're like weird fucking questions when you answer them. Like, you're like, oh. But I mean, I'm sure there's some element of social pressure, right? So
Yeah, I don't really know what Slug's getting out there. So
no, in terms of the moral foundations might describe the moral intuitions of the political factions rather than the individual people.
right.
So yeah, maybe, I don't know. I'm sure that definitely plays into it. Some
But the
amount.
questions aren't really political questions that they're asking on the MFQ,
but
the moral foundations.
There's still moral questions in which you would perceive it through the lens of how should I answer these questions morally, and people would perceive of it to some extent. Now, the questions themselves are generally not overtly political,
right?
But they still have an influence to some extent. So,
Yeah,
so
but they're
Doge for
like a brother and sister have sex.
I know.
That's like not.
Should you eat your dead dog? You know.
Yeah, stuff like that is not really politically. What do? Should you
Right.
eat your dead dog like the Democrats do? No.
Right. Sodoge for $2 says, checkmate, gun grabber, S-class. Sarcasm, thank you. We in the Second Amendment community have created the ultimate firearm to permanently sway A-Team to our side. We present the Glong by Print Shop Repeat. It's a Glock and also a bong. Checkmate.
Wow.
There you go.
How do you practice gun safety with that? Where do you suck the smoke out of?
There you go.
The glong.
Sodoge for $2 says, from what I've seen, the choke that was used by Penny was the rear naked choke. It's not an airway choke, but a blood choke. It cuts off circulation of the brain through pressure on the choroid.
Mm-hmm.
Pass out within 15 seconds, dead within 2 minutes. Yeah, but he didn't seem like it seemed like from the video, they let go of him like pretty quickly since when he passed out. And then if you blood choke someone that restricted blood but not their air, wouldn't the coroner see that? Because didn't they say it was from strangulation? Or
I don't think
strangulation
they
count
did.
even if you do blood choke, not just air choke?
I don't think he had the strangulation bone that usually broken.
It breaks in 1/3 of cases, so that doesn't mean that
Oh,
was
okay.
necessarily the thing. But I don't know. I don't know if strangulation includes cutting off blood supply to the brain or just air. I assume just air, but I guess we'll find out during the trial, or we'll look into it more. Our good friend Quackademic Agent. Maybe we'll play that. Someone might have deepfaked
Oh
Quackademic
yeah,
Agent.
yeah. We gotta play that. Hold on, I'll set it up.
Quackademic Agent for $2 says, I can't help but notice you haven't mentioned me in a while. Not that I want you to, with your filthy Jew mouth and those luscious lips.
Oh my
Anyways, I was
God.
just wondering if you puny minds forget me. Please don't. There you go. We never forget you, my love. I mean, what?
How dare you?
And Wormy for $2 says, "Pet me, I'm fabulous." That is true.
Wormy is fabulous.
True.
I had to mute the mic and yell for him during the live stream because he did a crying fit.
That's funny.
He's getting old man sickness.
Sad.
I know, it is sad.
Junebug for $2 says, "What's your favorite stands?" Mine is quadruple D. My favorite JoJo stand. I really like part 4 main characters JoJo stand. It was so overpowered. The deconstruct reconstruct guy, that was pretty based. I like the zipper guy. I like the zipper stand guy. That was a pretty cool idea. And Kira's was pretty ridiculous too. And I like the paper guy in part 3. Those are my answers. If I had to choose, I'd say part 4 JoJo. My favorite one.
I don't know all the stands. So.
Crazy Diamond, I think was his name, if I recall correctly. Crazy Diamond.
I don't want to choose incorrectly, so I'll have to
Don't worry
get back
about
to
it.
you.
Just say the world.
All the stands are equally
The
cool.
world.
Oh, the world? Is that a good stand?
The world.
That's a good stand, you say?
Yeah.
Okay, I picked that one.
Fondue for $10 says, "I like the way you usually do discussion, Sitch. Dig down in the first half and push back in the latter half. They are left with little room to run. Being too mean might keep them too on guard." True. Oh, thank you, Fondue. I appreciate that. CT for 2 Canadian says, "When is Adam going to do a face reveal?" That's the real question.
Never.
The real question.
Never, ever, ever.
It's just Abby. Hey, for 5 Walsey bucks says, "What sucks about face reveals is they tend to throw away their old avatar and format, and they have their face in every video." True. Well, I would, basically what I'd want to have it set up is that I'd have, whenever I'd get up or I didn't want to show myself, I'd have the avatar still set up. So I'm gonna throw it away. I wouldn't change even with the face reveal, I probably wouldn't change the avatar or logo for my channel or for my Twitter. So I don't really have an intention to do that. But I say that now. Who knows what will happen in the future?
But we can see you rage out when you get pissed, right?
Well, that would be the thing. I'd be on stream. I'm saying I wouldn't change. I wouldn't lose my branding. Essentially, is what I'm saying. I'm gonna get rid of the Sitch face because I like the Sitch face.
So
And a lot of people, I'm sure, have grown attached to it. So.
It's in the comic. It looks great. I'm getting so good at Sitch mouse, like the
Sitch
mouth thing. Yeah. A lot of different. The Sitch mouth was a difficulty in the character design early on. But it's kind of cool. Yeah.
I'm glad we went with the flat Sitch mouth instead of the fish Sitch mouth.
The fish Sitch mouth, yes, would be awful.
Didn't work.
Yeah.
Slundre for $10 says, "This update helps. I'm glad you aren't killing yourself to make the comic for us."
Oh, it does? Okay, good. I feel bad, but I'm like, I don't want to sell it short. It's like some of the pages are so fucking amazing. It's like if one page is amazing and you're like, "Oh my God, Adam went out of his way. This page looks incredible." And then you flip the page and it's like a stick figure, like with some color splotches on it. There's this, you can tell where people cut corners. Like if the comic is amazingly detailed and then the color is kind of thrown together. I fucking hate that.
Yeah.
It's like, this artwork is so amazing. The color should be just as amazing.
And if you do that, the color, it takes away from, how good the drawing is. Because a lot of people won't see the good drawing. They'll just see the color.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a problem.
If it's going to be in color, it's got to work in color. Yeah.
Chitachi says, "Please no face reveal." Why? How do people not want me to do a face reveal?
They're worried that you're going to look super ugly. They're going to be like, "Oh my God, I can't look at Sitch." I had so much respect for him until I saw his totally ugly face.
I saw he was an uggo.
Sitch is not a bad looking guy though, so it's
Thank you.
It's gonna be fine. It's not.
I think it'll be
It's
fine.
not like a Doomer situation here.
No, true. Speaking of Doomer,
Doomer
says,
hold on, Doomer. I'm joking, Doomer. Doomer's not a bad looking guy either. So.
Sure. Speaking of Doomer says, I'm attached to the Sitch face like I'm attached to a hemorrhoid. So there you go.
Ouch.
Yeah.
We're nice to Doomer, and Doomer's mean to us. I don't get it.
You just said he was ugly.
As a joke.
Okay.
As an endearing joke, because I love Doomer, obviously.
Okay. DT says, because it's a mystery.
Doomer
it's a
says,
mystery. My face is the mystery box.
Does Doomer know what you look like?
No, Doomer doesn't know what I look like.
Really?
I mean, he shouldn't know. Why would he know what I look like?
Yeah. I mean, I found out what Doomer looked like pretty early on because he shared a video with me. So.
Yes.
Yeah. But then he looked completely different than in the video.
That's true.
Because I think the video,
picture.
Because I think the video was like from 10 years ago or something.
Right. Yeah, I feel like the face reveal is never happening. I'm just going to drag it out. I'm going to tease you all forever with the face reveal. And then one day when you forgot about it and least expected, boom, face reveal.
Doomer's great. I'm kind of glad Doomer just went on stream.
Yeah, see?
Yeah. It takes a minute to get used to because I'm like, that doesn't look like Doomer. What is that voice coming out of that face?
Mm-hmm.
It's like everything is a lie.
That's true. That darn kid has seen the Sitch hand. That's true.
Oh, yeah, the white hand.
People saw my hand. That is true.
It's
hand
scary.
Reveal.
Oh, it's weird.
DT, you didn't actually send Doomer a picture of me, did you?
CT knows what you look like, right? She's seen the pictures.
You've seen there's a picture
for VidCon, right? You're sitting next to Shoe on Head, yeah.
That was forgotten to be censored.
I have one of those.
I know.
I looked at it recently. I was like, oh yeah, that's what Sitch looks like. I remember.
There you go.
I only talk to you 20 hours a week, but I still can't remember what you look like.
Right. CT says no. Doomer's lying. What I thought.
Oh.
This guy. Doomer trying to sow discontent.
I could just bring the picture up now.
No.
Why? Look, you're saying
that's so much less epic than a face reveal. That's lame. Just showing a picture? That's no. That'd be an actual face reveal.
Literally said on this stream that I want it to be lame and just
not to that. That's too lame. That's
non-consequential.
That's 1,000 times.
Let's run a poll. Should we bring up a picture?
Well, it doesn't matter because we're not going to do it, so you don't have to run a poll.
But I would be curious what people think.
Right.
Because people right now are saying, don't do it, don't do it. But I mean, if I was going to bring up a picture right now, could you really resist? Could you look away?
No, obviously not. Everyone would look, obviously, right?
Right.
Someone's going to like close their eyes and say, oh, I'm not going to look. You gots to know. Dill I Gaff for $5 says Sitch needs a theatrical face reveal, or maybe Adam can do a Wizard of Oz pull back the curtain thing. There you go. True.
Yeah. I think he should do a face reveal and come out as trans at the same time.
True.
No reveal. Chitachi's putting her foot down.
I know, she is. Moondaki for $10 says, didn't Anna warn that the left is going down this weird route of defending crime and criminals, that they should back up because it didn't help them from an optics level? True, Anna totally called the fuck out of this.
Mm-hmm.
That is
true.
What's
Anna's reporting on this Daniel Penny case? I wonder. On the Subway Samaritan.
Is an interesting question. I haven't checked out TYT on any of this stuff. What have they said about this? Yes.
You know,
actually, no, that's not true. I saw a clip of Cenk saying, someone sent me a clip of Cenk saying something stupid about it because he compared it to Kyle Rittenhouse in a negative way.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
But I didn't
he called it the Kyle Rittenhouse standard. And I was like, you should call it the Joseph Rosenbaum standard. What Cenk's standard was more like if you're being accosted by a fucking insane person, you should be able to defend yourself. I thought,
because there's only a clip, it sounded like he was actually saying, it sounded like he was actually defending the guy. saying that unlike Kyle Rittenhouse was looking for trouble, but this guy was just on a subway. Like he wasn't going to a place where there was, a situation.
Right.
So, which is kind of a weird way to get
okay. I got
defending Daniel Penny, but maybe that's how you get there, I guess.
He was saying that the Kyle Rittenhouse standard is going looking for trouble.
I thought that's what he
said he should call it the Joseph Rosenbaum standard because Joseph Rosenbaum was a guy who was going looking for trouble at the Kyle Rittenhouse thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think Kyle Rittenhouse was looking for trouble at all. He was looking to stay out of trouble.
There you go. CT says, be creepy. For the face reveal, I'll steal Adam's Panda Express and eat it. True. CT says, do a face reveal at Adam's house and stand behind him. That'd be pretty creepy.
Oh,
that'd actually be pretty
down
funny.
Together would be cool.
What if we the face reveal is me sneaking into your room while you're streaming?
Oh, that would be good.
How insane would that be if I like set up something with your wife, didn't tell you, right? That I sneak into your I stream somehow, I stream at somewhere nearby, like a hotel or something. And then I just sneak into your room in the middle of the stream and you have no clue what's gonna happen.
It would be cool if we could turn your camera on and it was the other side of this room. It was just like you were sitting in the room.
I'm sitting like the opposite direction of you.
In the same room, yeah.
That'd be pretty funny.
That would be hilarious.
That would be pretty funny.
That would be a great.
Are you not against the wall? I figured you were against the wall or something.
You could be right behind the curtains there.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. On the other side of that curtain, there's a bunch more room. You could just.
There you go.
No, there's a window outside there. You'd have to be in the yard. You'd be in the. I mean, we could do it.
We'll do it with camera tricks. It'll look like we're in the same room, but we're not actually.
Yeah. Look, you should set up your room exactly like my room, but in Florida.
It'll be like when Doomer came on with Chet Logic.
That would be awesome.
I'll just copy your background.
That would be awesome. That would be totally awesome.
I'm like, all right, Adam, I'm finally done setting up my room. It's just your room.
That would be awesome. Now that would be dramatic.
That would be pretty funny.
I would dig that.
Eyes Full of Sky for $5 says, quote, I've been dreaming of dropping her clams and popping her oyster. Maybe finding a pearl up in there.
Oh yeah, you got to find the pearl.
Gotta find the pearl.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's important.
Thank you. Gotta find Ariel's pearl. Fondue for $5 says, have you seen the QVC guy talk about liking animated characters? It's pretty hilarious and it's pretty hilarious in hindsight. Who's QVC? Like the home shopping network QVC?
No, that's some streamer. It's like the weird streamer with the weird accent. I can't tell if he's retarded or he has like a...
Wait. No, that's not QVC. It's what's his fucking name? I don't like that guy. He's annoying. But I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
The fuck's that guy's name?
That's not QVC?
No. But he has like a letter name, right?
Sure.
Like a 3-letter name. What's the fuck is that guy's name?
BQC maybe? I don't know.
BQC? I think that's BQC. Something like that.
XQC.
XQC. Thank you, whoever said that.
Chitachi did.
Thank you, Chachi. That's XQC, yeah. Who is QVC?
Look, she's right about XQC. Maybe she should. Maybe you should.
Have you
not
seen
do
the QVC guy
reveal.
talking about liking animated characters? I haven't seen that fondue. I don't know what you're talking about.
Sitch doesn't know any
late night, the late movies. Mike Rowe, host of Dirty Jobs on QVC. No, that doesn't make sense. Oh wait, here we go. Wait, it is Mike Rowe. Mike Rowe talking about attraction to animated characters. What the fuck? That's weird. What is this? Do you still have to watch together, Rob?
Of course.
Okay.
Sing along with the beasts. Sing along with the beauty. The beauty is kind of pretty. Is that embarrassing, Blair? That ever happened to you? You're sitting there, you're watching an animated film, and you suddenly find yourself attracted to the animated figure. Isn't that terrible? The Little Mermaid? Oh. I mean, you know, I'm relatively secure in my manhood, so I can say that. But I tell you what, Veronica in the Archies, I think it was Veronica. Oh, I mean, how embarrassing. How embarrassing to have a thing for an animated figure. If I were animated, by golly, that Little Mermaid.
Isn't she?
I'd go to the beach more often. Here's Elise Ann's flap front eel skin handbag, speaking of the beach.
It's on QVC. Hilarious.
Yes, that's Mike. I didn't know Mike Rowe was on QVC. That's hilarious. I had no clue.
I can't believe he said, I'm relatively secure in my manhood. Who says that?
He's being funny. He's making a joke.
I'm relatively
Well, that was the
secure.
joke. That's what makes it funny. He says he's relatively secure, right? That is pretty funny.
If I was animated, that Little Mermaid, woo! Knock those clams right off.
There you go. There's a chat saying, "Isn't she 16?"
I mean,
what's the age of consent? What's the age of consent in Atlantis? Okay.
When did Little Mermaid come out?
I don't fucking know. Like early 90s, late 80s, something.
Okay, so she's like 30 now.
There you go.
Look, Ariel was 15 back in the 90s.
There you go.
She's like,
Man, she doesn't look 15 in the Little Mermaid. I don't know. It's been forever since I've seen it. I don't remember her looking young. Though, how old is Eric in the Little Mermaid?
look, I already said I've never seen the Little
How
Mermaid.
old is Eric in the Little Mermaid?
What are you asking, Chat GPT?
Eric just turned 18, so he's 2 years older than Ariel. Okay.
So she's
Eric,
16.
Eric does not look like he's 18. Eric looks like he's like 25 in the Little Mermaid, right? I'm not out of my mind here. The guy does not look 18.
Yeah, no, he looks in his mid 30s.
Yeah, or something. Yeah. Let's see. Eric looks, for some reason, Eric looks like Arbuckle's like attractive, successful brother from Garfield. John Arbuckle. Doesn't Prince Eric look like John Arbuckle's like attractive, successful brother that haunts John Arbuckle's dreams?
Who's playing Prince Eric in the movie? Do you know?
No, I have no fucking clue.
I mean, Prince Eric is pretty much, that's a white dude, right?
Is he going to be white in the movie?
I don't know.
Prince Eric, Little Mermaid, live action cast.
Denzel's playing him.
Rising star Joan Howard King? Who the fuck is Jonan Howard King? I don't know. It's a white guy. Classic white boy stealing a black mermaid away from a black relationship. God.
Oh, yeah, totally. This is what black women are always complaining about. They're like,
true.
Not all these. Oh, no, that's the black guys going out with the white girls. Never mind.
They complain about both. Andrew Clark for $2 says Adam versus Kidith, harmonica versus kazoo. Who wins?
Adam, obviously.
There you go. You hear that, Kidith? Adam threw down.
First of all, it's Kidda. Okay.
It's Kidith. What do you mean?
It's not Kidith.
Darth Kidith.
It's not Kidith.
It's Darth Kidith. We talked about this.
It's Kidda.
That Darth Kidith. Bah, bah, bah.
Well, you renamed her. You renamed her whole channel.
I know. That darn Kidda.
I looked at a video on your channel from 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And that darn Kidda has a comment from 4 years
I
ago.
know. You sent it to me. That's wild. So did JMac, both of them. I couldn't believe it. I was like, holy shit. You people are crazy.
Yeah.
You people are crazy. But thank you.
Yeah.
Kidda says, fight me, Adam. And I'm like,
we should have Kidda on again. Kidda's
We
been
should.
on before.
Hennessy for 13 months. Thank you, Hennessy. Says, y'all have a good night. Just got home from work. A-team for the win. Also, RFK is going to be at my job tomorrow. Should I ask him anything? A-team out.
Ooh, that's a tough one. Ask him if vaccines cause autism.
Ask him if the CIA killed his brother. Or his uncle.
Oh, yeah. Ask him if we faked the moon landing.
Oh, that's the real question. Ask him if we faked the moon landing.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
Kidda says, what did I say in the comment, Adam? I don't remember. You said I was awesome or something.
You said I want Sitch to narrate my life, and Sitch even responded.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Do you remember now?
I do, and I said I responded not to her, but to someone else tonight because I said like, I was narrating someone like trying to wipe their ass while holding their phone in one hand without getting poop on themselves.
Yeah, it was disgusting.
It was pretty funny.
It was disgusting.
And J-Mac said something very nice about how well informed and edited my videos were.
Yes.
Yes.
J-Mac screenshotted his comment from 4 years ago, and I screenshotted yours, Kidda. So.
No, this wasn't the PSA Sitch on Daily. This was PSA Sitch. This channel is the PSA Sitch on Daily channel. It's just been renamed.
Yes, totally. Do.
Junebug for $2 says, I love Dead Man Wonderland. Well, there you go. Junebug for $92 says, Dead Man Wonderland got me to respect trans people. There it is. There you go. Just like Jonah Hill in 21 Jump Street. Andrew Clark for $5 says, Dead Man Wonderland, imagine Wipeout, but lethal. They earn items that add to their collars that kill them when they run out of time. Oh, wow. That's kind of interesting.
What's that on?
Dead Man Wonderland, the manga.
Oh.
The manga.
Because that's in the movie In Time, too.
That's the Justin Timberlake movie?
Yep. That's a good movie, man. I like that.
Never saw it. Look dumb. That's made for 15 MYRs. Says, Nimrod is the name of the king that built the Tower of Babel, or Great Hunter, depending on the lore, but Bugs Bunny made it so the name means idiot or clown. Well, I'm assuming the name meant that before Bugs Bunny. How did the name switch to mean stupid?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's an interesting question.
I don't know, Nimrod. Look, I'm calling you a king. Don't get upset at me.
There you go. Yeah, how did it switch from being that to nimp to stupid? Patrick won for $5. Patrick, you're sweating. Can you arrange a stream with Doomer and Katie? We needed him right around the time her hair changed for the second time. Doomer's grown on me like HPV.
Doomer would agree with Katie the whole time, though.
That's the problem. Yeah, Doomer, even if Katie was saying something that Doomer fucking hated, he would just agree with her to insult me. Okay? It wouldn't be a Doomer versus Katie. It'd be Doomer and Katie team up against Sitch and Adam.
Well, Doomer's like super progressive too. Like if they would have it would have been, you guys would not have liked it if January 6th came up. Like Doomer and Katie would bond over how January 6th is the worst event ever to take place in American history.
Right.
Yeah. Then you'd be like, why'd you guys invite Doomer on? Shit.
Mm-hmm. Andrew Clark says that the origin was Bugs Bunny was using the term Nimrod sarcastically, but people didn't get it. Is that true? That's fucking wild if that's true.
Wild.
I mean, if it's literally the terminology was like a joke from bucking Bugs Bunny that people didn't get. Okay, well, according to some website, it says that is a theory. I don't know why my Google Talk just went off. I didn't say anything that would send it off. What is the command to get? Don't you have to say like "Okay Google" or something?
I don't know. I don't have that.
Okay.
Google Talk.
My phone is listening
Piece
to me.
of shit.
Yeah. So apparently this is a theory. This is a theory that it's from Bugs Bunny. That's pretty bizarre if that's the case.
Bring up the leaked audio
Of what?
of Quack. The Quack leak. I sent it to you.
Apparently, Christian Baller has recovered leaked audio from Quackademic agents.
Yeah, Christian Baller tweeted this at us. Leaked audio. And he even tagged at Quack, but I've Quack muted, so I didn't see if he responded.
He did not respond yet.
Are you sure?
I mean, I'm assuming he didn't respond. I didn't see him respond in the.
Look, at Sitch does a laughing, crying face here because he knows it's real.
Yes.
And I respond, I feel like this is real.
Yes. And then on under you, Stephen Michael Davis replied, saying, obviously fake. Academic agent can't go 30 seconds without shrieking the deep state.
Oh, that's true. I can't see that one on this. I see
anyway.
Lucifer the Doberman says, Quack?
Hit it up.
Let's do
I don't know why you keep bothering me all the time.
Let's do a 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1, go.
I don't know why you keep bothering me all the time, idiot. I have better things to do than waste my time with you, but maybe it's because you're always so persistent. Even when I try to push you away, Sitch. I can't stand it when you're so annoying, but at the same time, it's kind of cute. Don't get any ideas, though. It's not like I like you or anything. I just don't hate you as much as I pretend to, that's all. I swear, you're such a clueless idiot sometimes. But I guess I can't stay mad at you forever. You do have a way of making me feel all flustered. Just don't tell anyone, okay? I don't want anyone thinking I actually like you or anything. Stupid baka. I don't know why you keep bothering me all the time.
Oh my God, Sitch, he loves you.
That's pretty good. There's only one part that doesn't sound like accurate.
It's even got Quack's shitty audio background noise.
Yes. That's a really good deepfake. I'm shocked at how good that is.
Probably because it has that shitty background noise on the live stream that he inputted into the AI.
I think that's
this is real.
Right.
It's probably from the phone recording software that they use to get the secret audio. Yeah,
of course.
You're just such a clueless idiot.
You stupid baka. Yes.
Oh man.
Yeah, all the deepfakes, they all have that AI intonation. So
this one's better.
That one's pretty good though.
A lot of them are much worse than this.
There was like a Hillary Clinton one that people thought was real. I'm like, how the fuck did anyone listen to this and think this was real? Like, they'll have that AI voice. So
that one was
it's gonna be
total
creepy
bullshit.
when that goes away in a couple of years. Orca for $2 says Lance would lose a fight against Wormy. True.
Of course.
Andrew Clark for $2 says Sitch and Adam check DMs on Twitter. Okay.
I mean, I feel like I just checked my DMs in.
Bodies, you sent me a screenshot from an article. Bodies stacking up, autopsies nixed as Oregon Medical Examiner Division facing worsening crisis. Oregon State Police say a change is necessary to handle a worsening crisis with the State Medical Examiner's Division. What? That's okay. Why do they have a crisis relating to autopsies? Are there like a lot of murders or something? Like what's going on there?
Don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't tell.
Let's see. Dozen counties assume expected surrounding deaths in their counties, according to the state police. See the changes necessary to handle the worsening crisis about the medical examiner division, blah, blah, blah. The number of death investigations in the state of Oregon have soared in recent years. Interesting. So there's just too many people dying they don't have enough people to do the autopsies. That's kind of dark and hilarious. Well, there you go. I wonder what's going on in that state. Question. Says it stems from a perfect storm of factors, including increasing murder rate, many of them tied to Portland's influx of deadly gun violence, an explosion of drug overdoses in the state, many of them linked to illicit fentanyl, and more autopsy requests from prosecutors who rely on the evidence to bring stiffer charges for drug dealers linked to the deadly overdoses. Well, there you go.
Sitch just seems like an opportunity for us as freelance autopsy personnel. Maybe we could go up there and help them out.
Listen, if we had free drugs for the homeless, this would solve all of these problems. Because then you wouldn't need to do an autopsy. You know why that guy died.
Yeah, of course.
He was tweaking out on meth and he stabbed someone in the face. And then that person stabbed him in the face back.
Right.
Simple.
We don't need no autopsy.
We don't need
no
autopsy.
fancy autopsy.
There you go.
This
Andrew
is
Clark for $2.
face wound.
Andrew Clark for $2 says murders and overdoses have gone up significantly. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Hennessy for $5 says the face reveal should be just you wearing a black turtleneck and a black ballistics mask with black eyeline and white contacts. Become the character. There you go. I'll do that. My face reveal will be just me in a black mesh suit, and I'll put the little white eyes on, and I'll just tape a big white piece of paper to my mouth. It looks like the Sitch mouth.
Fun.
Andrew Clark for $2 says Bugs was being sarcastic, but people didn't get it. And Asmi for 6 MYR says Bugs sarcastically called Elmer Fudd Nimrod. That's so crazy if that's true.
One meme changed everything.
I know. Andrew Clark for $2 says, other one. CT for 2 Canadian says, you're going to love your birthday gift, Adam. Sitch knows.
Doubtful.
I actually, you are actually going to like it. You actually are going to like it. Not even like I'm not being joking. You will like it.
Don't believe it.
Okay, you'll see. You'll see. You'll use it on stream. You'll like it.
Unbelievable. Did CT get me this little thing? I can't remember.
What?
I feel like maybe CT got me this.
I don't know. I can't see the stream, so I don't know what you're holding up.
It's like a little keychain that is a space suit, and the helmet lights up with a blue light. It's like a little spaceman.
CT, did you get Adam that keychain?
I don't know. I don't know where I got it. I can't remember where I got it. So, I don't know. It might have been like extra in one of CT's.
I don't know. CT, did you send him the spaceman chain? She says not me.
Oh, okay.
Ask me for 6 MYR says, Sitch, did you know who Nimrod was before this? Yeah. I remember that. Some hazy memory of my Sunday school days reminds me of King Nimrod and Tower of Babel and all that stuff. But I never knew how the name transformed into an insult, and I never really questioned it. So
I feel like the Pixies have a song called Nimrod's Son. Nimrod's Son.
I think what I probably just assumed because it's supposed to be like, oh, God destroyed the Tower of Babel, and so they're like, oh, well, he was a Nimrod for building it or something. I think that's probably what my brain just kind of assumed was the how the derivation of the word came to be.
One night upon my motorcycle through the desert speed, and it smashed my body so that all my friends thought I was dead. My sister held me close and whispered to my bleeding head, "You are the son of a motherfucker." 1, 2, 3, 4. I shook all night and held her hand. Chocolate people will all be damned. Land of plenty, land of fun. To find out I'm Nimrod's son. Have you heard this song?
No.
Yeah.
Is the
Pixies are
motherfucker
great.
thing because like he was the great grandson of Noah?
Look, I always felt like all Pixie songs are so informative. They should be part of Schoolhouse Rock because it's like,
Okay.
So it wouldn't surprise me if this did have to actually do with Nimrod.
Recent suggestions, if Nimrod was a real person or not merely a biblical figure. Recent suggestions suggest that Nimrod might have been the grandson of none other than Sargon of Akkad.
No way.
There you go.
Hilarious.
There you go.
Nimrod is a grandson of Sargon of Akkad.
Could be. Could be.
Wow. Sargon was in the chat earlier. I saw him.
Oh, I didn't see him.
Yeah.
Cool. Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam, I just wanted to show you the flowers. Oh, he sent you the picture of the flowers he sent his mother.
The
Lego flowers.
the Lego flowers, those are pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
Anyways,
made me feel bad. I do feel bad.
You should feel bad.
Look. Everything will be
Anyways.
fine.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you to all of your mothers, your wonderful mothers, for whom, if not for, you would not exist in this world. And thank you to the mothers of Lance and Sam Cedar and Emma Viglin and all the disembodied voices of Majority Report for producing such hilarious offspring that we can watch and make fun of on the internet. And thank you, Asmi, for the 15 MYRs for saying, Adam, do you know Oingo Boingo's song Little Girls? Please read the lyrics out loud.
No, I'm not going to do that.
You're not going to read the Little Girls lyrics out loud?
No.
Okay. Feel like that's some entrapment going on
He's definitely
there.
trying to get me in trouble with that one, yeah.
Yeah. Sounds like some entrapment going on there. You know who wrote the song Little Girls?
Danny Elfman.
Danny Elfman, that's right. That's right. Anyways, thank you all for coming. You who made it through the end of this video, you are the true superheroes. You are the true free will seekers. And we'll see you all on Tuesday. Bye-bye! There you go.